Chapter 1. Elijah, Baron Innsbruck, the son of the Baron, resides at Ivy Manor. The hereditary estate of the Innsbruck family. It is said that 2 centuries ago, the first-generation head of the Innsbruck family, Sir Innsbruck, rose to prominence within this very manor, successfully shedding his commoner status to attain the title of knight, thereby joining the ranks of the ruling class. Over the ensuing years, generation after generation of Innsbruck individuals, through relentless effort and perseverance, transformed the Innsbruck family from a negligible knight nouveau riche into a locally esteemed aristocracy of high repute and solid foundation, ultimately becoming one of the top 3 barons in Kent County. Alongside the flourishing Innsbruck family, Ivy Manor, after 2 centuries of continuous management and restoration, has far surpassed the ordinary noble estates in both scale and form. Indeed, it is challenging to find a comparable estate among the holdings of the other 2 viscounts within Kent County. Throughout the seasons, Ivy Manor is always adorned with a plethora of vibrant flowers. The enchanting fragrances and pleasing colors may lead one to believe that the goddess of spring resides here perpetually. Fiery red roses, pure white gardenias, black tulips, blue orchids, and a multitude of unique flora native to Kent County, as well as other remarkable specimens from the Elijah Kingdom, can all be found within Ivy Manor. Furthermore, the Innsbruck family has spared no expense in acquiring numerous masterpieces of sculpture from across the kingdom and even the continent, which is a significant reason why Ivy Manor remains cherished by nobles and scholars alike. From the javelin thrower by the dwarven bronze master Barbarossa Migio to the Spartacus by the century-old maestro Rousseau, from the great lord by the barbarian miracle worker Carew to the offering to the goddess of laurel by the aesthetic moon elf, the sculptures within Ivy Manor rival even the collections of the Elysian royal family. As one strolls along the manor's pathways, perhaps at an inconspicuous turn or amidst a floral backdrop, a sculptural masterpiece awaits discovery, beckoning visitors to explore, appreciate, and admire. It is no wonder that nearly all guests who have visited the estate cannot help but marvel at the beauty and splendor of Ivy, becoming utterly captivated by its artistic treasures. Lingering long after their arrival, however, the sustenance of such a grand and exquisite noble estate cannot rely solely on familial tradition and artistic taste. Its core essence lies in ample financial resources and a robust commercial network. In this regard, the wealth and acumen of the Innsbruck family are renowned throughout Kent County. While it may be said that, in terms of military strength, the Innsbruck family is somewhat lacking compared to the other 2 viscounts in the county, it is in the realm of financial prowess and overall foundation that the Innsbruck family truly deserves its title as one of the county's elite. Yet, the modest Innsbrucks are not accustomed to flaunting their power, which perhaps explains why the 2 rather incompatible viscounts maintain amicable relations with Baron Innsbruck. According to annual tradition, during the radiant summer month of Bud Month, Ivy Manor should have been filled with the laughter of young ladies and matrons from various esteemed families across Kent County. For in the months of bud, blossom, and pasture, the hottest of the year, Baron Innsbruck would invite the nobility and renowned scholars to Ivy Manor for a summer retreat at a series of balls, delightful games for the charming ladies, and various romantic encounters are the highlights that no Kent County aristocrat can afford to miss. However, this year, Ivy Manor is unusually quiet and desolate during Bud Month. Despite the vibrant blooms and lush greenery, there is a distinct absence of joyful ambience. Moreover, the servants and maidens attending to the Innsbruck family appear particularly reticent, conducting their duties with utmost caution, fearful of incurring the wrath of the stern housekeeper. Within the grand study of the 3-story white main building, a silver-haired middle-aged man sits at a massive black oak table, slowly perusing a tome in his hands, surrounded by shelves of ancient books. The study is enveloped in silence, save for the occasional soft rustle of turning pages. This man, slender in build and approximately 40 years of age, wears a pair of exquisite gold-rimmed spectacles, presenting an image reminiscent of a learned scholar. Yet, the gray eyes betray an authority and poise that few scholars possessed at this moment. However, those authoritative eyes are bloodshot, suggesting he has not enjoyed restful slumber for quite some time. My lord, suddenly, the heavy door of the study creaks open, and an elderly man with a head of white hair silently enters, stopping beside the silver-haired man's table and bowing gently. It is Hugo. The silver-haired man sets aside the tome and turns to regard the elder, inquiring, "Has Dr. Edward seen to the young master?" Indeed, Dr. Edward has examined the young master. The elder nods. What is the situation? Dr. Edward stated that the young master is in no danger of death. However, He sustained some abrasions from his fall from the second floor. Additionally, it appears that the young master's mental state is not particularly stable, and Dr. Edward recommends a period of recuperation. The elder replies in a hushed tone. I see. The silver-haired man rises, exhaling a soft sigh. I shall go see him. Yes, my lord. The elder bows and follows the silver-haired man out of the study. This silver-haired gentleman is none other than the master of Ivy Manor, the current Baron Innsbruck. Although the Innsbruck family wields considerable influence in Kent County, it is not a lineage blessed with many heirs. Opinions among other nobles in the county vary on this matter. Some express envy, while others lament the situation. A scarce population ensures that the family's wealth is not diluted or lost, remaining firmly within the core lineage. Yet, on the other hand, a limited number of individuals, particularly a scarcity of male family members, signifies a precarious and unstable foundation for the clan. After all, as the Elasian royal family rises in power, seeking to restore the glory of their ancestors, the extinction of male heirs presents an ideal opportunity for the royal family to meddle in local aristocratic affairs, potentially seizing their wealth. The current Baron Innsbruck, like his ancestors, has no brothers or male relatives from the collateral line. His 14-year-old son, Moriarty, has thus become the primary and sole heir to the Innsbruck legacy. However, since the unfortunate passing of Baron Innsbruck's wife, Moriarty's mother, 1 month ago, this young heir has remained engulfed in profound grief and sorrow. Just last night, Moriarty, clutching a keepsake from his mother, leapt from the second-floor room in an attempt to take his own life. Fortunately, the thick grass of Ivy Manor's lawn cushioned the fall of the poor young master, leaving him with only minor abrasions and a state of unconsciousness. My lord. The two maids stationed outside Moriarty's room see the Baron and the steward approaching and immediately step forward to pay their respects. Open the door, the steward commands, taking the lead. Yes, the maid cautiously opens the door, and a faint aroma of herbal medicine wafts into the corridor. Baron Innsbruck gestures for the steward and maids to remain outside, entering the room alone. The door closes gently behind him. Inside, Baron Innsbruck finds his only son lying unconscious upon a grandly carved bed. Like his father, Moriarty possesses a mane of thick silver hair, but he has inherited his mother's blue eyes. At this moment, Moriarty remains in a deep slumber that a sickly flush adorns the boy's cheeks, while the faint marks of abrasions at the corners of his brows seem to silently narrate the feat of his leap from the manor's second floor. Baron Innsbruck gazes at his son in silence, emotions of sorrow, disappointment, love, and anger flickering in his red-tinged eyes. Ultimately, his gaze rests upon a portrait of a woman atop the bedside table, prompting a long, silent sigh. After a moment, the Baron exits Moriarty's room, and the steward promptly follows. Take good care of the young master. Inform me when he awakens, the Baron instructs as he walks down the long corridor, gazing at the splendid summer scenery outside the windows. Yes, my lord, the steward, Hugo, nods in agreement. Have the ladies' belongings been found? Just as they approach the grand study again, the Baron suddenly inquires. Not yet. The steward shakes his head. Nanny swears she saw the young master with the lady's spellbook as he leapt from the window. Yet we have been unable to find any trace of it on the lawn. Continue searching, and keep a close watch on Nanny, the Baron concludes, re-entering the study. Yes, the steward replies with a bow as the door closes behind the Baron. At that very moment, in the room of young Master Innsbruck, the once peacefully slumbering Moriarty suddenly begins to thrash violently. It seems as though a battle for life and death is raging within his frail body. Indeed, this is the case, for within Moriarty's slender form, two souls are fiercely vying for control of this body and the right to exist. One side, naturally, is the original owner of the body, Moriarty, accompanied by a transparent spellbook that has been his companion. The other side is a soul from a different time and space, along with a fragment radiating brilliant golden light. The confrontation had persisted for an extended duration, and ultimately, urged by the golden fragments, a soul from an alternate dimension was the first to pounce. Meanwhile, Moriarty's soul steadfastly resisted. Bolstered by the small, warm aura emanating from the spellbook, the struggle of souls appeared deceptively simple. Yet it was the epitome of ruthlessness. It was a matter of survival. Either you perish, or I do. There would be no room for compromise or concession. As the conflict between the two intensified, the bodies enveloping the souls began to convulse violently. On the brink of succumbing to the overwhelming spiritual assault, suddenly, the golden fragments erupted with a radiant light, under which the soul from the alternate dimension solemnly proclaimed, "Obey me, and in the foreseeable future I shall resurrect you and your mother. I swear by the true name of Mori." Upon hearing this vow, the young soul, which had long struggled in resistance, suddenly trembled violently before gradually lowering its head in submission. The spellbook dimmed in tandem. In the next moment, the golden fragments surged with brilliance, revealing a shadowy tower, and the young soul along with the diminutive spellbook was drawn into the ethereal tower. Subsequently, in the grand bedchamber, Moriarty's body gradually settled into tranquility. Chapter 2. Awakening. Upon awakening, the Baron Moriarty's body remained in deep slumber, yet his soul was acutely aware. The reborn Moriarty meticulously perused the memories retained within the body while reflecting on the marvels of the multidimensional universe. Indeed, who could have anticipated that a mere ordinary airplane journey would lead to the manifestation of the fabled Tower of Babel? Following this, amidst the indistinct explosion of the celestial tower, his soul transcended dimensions, arriving in this entirely unfamiliar realm, directly occupying the body of a youth. How extraordinary! Through the exploration of the boy's past memories, the newly born Moriarty was astonished to discover that he found himself in a world utterly dissimilar to Earth. Here, there were no electrical appliances, no internet, no airplanes, no automobiles. There existed neither pollution nor overdevelopment, only an endless expanse of dreamlike beauty. Of course, this new world was also replete with many unique elements absent from Earth, such as magic, knights, demons, and the undead. Furthermore, the highest authority in this realm was no longer wielded by detestable politicians, but rather by the grand sorcerers, the sanctum, and even the legendary deities, who were the true masters of this wondrous dimension. Perhaps this is where I am destined to be in my retirement. After meticulously absorbing all the memories, Moriarty entered a state of contemplation, ultimately succumbing to a deep slumber filled with both melancholy and satisfaction. 3 days later, Moriarty officially awakened. Dr. Edward, who had been residing at Ivy Manor during this period, promptly conducted a thorough examination of Moriarty. The results were quite promising. Aside from a slight weakness, young Master Innsberg was otherwise in perfect health. "Congratulations on your recovery, young master," Hugo, the butler, remarked, observing Moriarty seated on the bed, his eyes sparkling with vitality. "Aha, thank you, old Hugo." The relationship between Moriarty and the venerable butler, who had served the Innsberg family for over 50 years, resembled that of a grandfather and grandson rather than a mere master and servant. However, this profound familial bond remained concealed within the depths of Hugo's heart and was never outwardly expressed. "Where is Nanny?" Upon inheriting the body's memories, Moriarty glanced around the room and inquired. "Nanny is assisting with the investigation into the disappearance of the lady's belongings," the butler replied candidly. Given that the education of the family's heir began in childhood, Hugo felt no hesitation in speaking freely to his young master, for such was the nature of noble etiquette. "I see." Moriarty nodded. For the maid serving the young master's leap from the balcony and the disappearance of the late mistress's precious belongings, even if not her fault, weighed heavily with responsibility. Thus, it was entirely reasonable for the maid to face questioning, interrogation, or even torture. Most of the time, nobles were exceedingly harsh and cruel toward their servants, especially those who had erred. "Is Nanny being sent to the cellar?" Moriarty pondered before asking again. "No," the old butler chuckled. "She is still in Frank's little cabin, weeping." The so-called cellar referred to the dungeons within noble estates. For a noble's personal servant, the most terrifying place was not the imposing courtroom, the county jail, or even the pale gallows, but rather the hidden dungeons beneath the noble estate. A realm that represented the ultimate nightmare for servants. Legends held that none who were sent to the dungeons ever returned to see the light of day. Whips, furnaces, chains, and cesspools, no matter how brave or robust the servant. They dared not speak of the dungeons in private, not even in the slightest. "Very well, call Nanny back. We must not let her tears flood Frank's little cabin." Moriarty was well aware that his mother's spellbook would never be found again, for it had been absorbed by those golden fragments, or rather, that spellbook, imbued with a powerful maternal love, had transformed into a vessel and a new form of the golden fragments. "Yes, young master," the butler replied, his eyes glimmering with understanding. After a brief interval, Nanny, who had been traumatized for several days, finally escaped the dreadful nightmare and returned to the opulent bedroom of the young master. "Nanny, assist me in rising, and prepare a bath and a meal. I must visit my father shortly." Having received Dr. Edward's advice that he could get out of bed, but should avoid strenuous activity for the time being, Moriarty rose from the velvet bed. The elderly nanny, just past her 50th birthday, approached with utmost caution to serve the young master, fearful of making even the slightest mistake that could send her back to the dark little room. After a brief grooming, a simple meal consisting of mushroom broth, baked cauliflower, roasted lamb chops, oatmeal porridge, and a fruit salad was presented before Moriarty. The cooking is fairly decent, but the seasoning is somewhat lacking, Moriarty remarked as he savored the food. He was aware that, in Kent County, the culinary offerings of Ivy Manor were indeed quite renowned. Even some of the old nobility from the capital had praised the chefs of Innsbruck. However, this was merely in comparison to the standards of the Alasia continent. When compared to Earth, the meal before him would score a 9 in terms of ingredients, but merely a 6 in culinary execution, barely passing. Having gone several days without food, Moriarty consumed his first meal slowly and in moderation. After finishing the oatmeal porridge and sampling a few oddly salty peach slices, he set down his knife and fork. Immediately, the servants cleared the plates and presented a cup of red tea, which even included a splash of Leicester wine, a beverage akin to brandy on Earth. This was a request made by Moriarty himself. Observing this sudden new preference of the young master, old Hugo was somewhat perplexed yet unconcerned. For, to a nobleman, wine and tobacco were indeed inseparable companions. "Is my father available now? I wish to see him." After finishing the cup of spiced tea, Moriarty contentedly set down the gilded porcelain cup and turned to the ever-attentive old butler. "Yes, the master has instructed that you may visit him in the study at any time," Hugo replied. "Very well, let us go." Moriarty nodded and stepped out of the room, making his way toward the imposing study that resided in his memories. To be truthful, the newly reborn Moriarty was not eager to confront this nominal father so soon. Although he had fully absorbed the memories and harbored no fear of revealing any secrets or dangers, the body itself seemed to harbor an inexplicable aversion toward this father. However, after contemplating during the tea, Moriarty ultimately decided to pay a visit to his paternal figure. After all, lingering indecision was not in his nature, a principle that remained unchanged irrespective of the setting. "My dear father." As he crossed the threshold of the room with the door silently opened by the butler, Moriarty took a small step forward and halted, bowing respectfully to the Baron seated behind the desk. "I have heard that you have recovered, and I am quite pleased," the Baron remarked, remaining seated in his broad leather chair that it seemed that at all times. The Baroness' attire was impeccably refined, serving as a paragon of noble garb, yet behind those gold-rimmed spectacles lay a pair of crimson eyes. "Come, sit." After appraising Moriarty for a moment, the Baron smiled and gestured toward a pristine white woolen sofa on the opposite side of the room. "Very well." Moriarty then strode confidently into the study and settled onto the sofa. "Moriarty, do you know that as your father, I feel profoundly saddened by your reckless actions a few days ago?" Observing his son sitting before him without reservation, the Baron expressed mild surprise, but concealed it well. He slowly rose and walked to the central azure carpet of the study, gazing into Moriarty's eyes. "I deeply regret the mistakes I have made, father. For this, I am willing to accept any punishment you deem appropriate." Meeting the Baroness' gaze, Moriarty stood and bowed. "Sit down, child, sit down." The Baron nodded, placing a hand on Moriarty's shoulder, signaling him to take a seat, while he too settled beside him. "No one shall punish you. Yet, I have committed an act that has brought shame upon the Innsbruck family, perhaps. Father, you may forgive me, but I find it impossible to forgive myself." Moriarty, without needing to inquire, was acutely aware that news of his self leaping to suicide 3 days prior must have spread like wildfire among the noble circles of Kent. It would not be long before titles such as coward, timid, madman, and pitiful wretch would rain down upon him like a deluge, even though, due to the decorum of high society and the influence of the Innsbruck family, he would not face overt criticism or discrimination. The whispers of disparagement behind his back would undoubtedly proliferate. "My child, I know that Helen's death has profoundly affected you. Perhaps you still cannot accept this reality. However, what is lost is indeed lost. As a noble and a member of the Innsbruck family, you must learn to remain composed and endure, even if the agony, almost unbearable, rages within your heart like a wildfire. You must possess a heart forged of steel," the Baron stated, gazing at Moriarty with a measured tone. "Yes, father, I shall heed your counsel," Moriarty replied, bowing his head once more. "Let us not dwell on punishment for now. Following Dr. Edwards' advice, you should embark on a period of recuperation. What are your thoughts?" The Baron, slightly taken aback by the smoothness of their communication, nodded appreciatively. It was worth noting that he had previously conversed with the former Moriarty numerous times. Yet each mention of his deceased mother would send Moriarty into uncontrollable tears or frenzied wails. Today, however, Moriarty's demeanor was remarkably calm and exemplary, much to the Baron's surprise. There is no need for any recuperation. Father, Moriarty directly rejected the Baron's suggestion. If possible, I wish to organize my late mother's belongings and continue my studies in magic. Indeed, under your mother's guidance, you have become an extraordinary apprentice mage. It is a pity that the tradition of magic has long since vanished from the kingdom of Alatia, making it exceedingly difficult to find a suitable master to guide your path. The Baron nodded, unfazed by the rejection of his proposal. However, your mother's spellbook has mysteriously gone missing. I have instructed Hugo to investigate for several days. Yet there are still no leads. It matters not. Father, to continue learning magic is merely a lasting tribute to my late mother, Moriarty replied serenely, his gaze flawless. I concur with your sentiment. Of course, I also hope you can allocate time to participate in the family's affairs. After all, as the first heir of the Innsbruck family, it is both your right and your duty. Yes, Father. With that, Moriarty rose to take his leave from the Baron. The Baron watched him depart. Moriarty exited the study. The door of the study closed silently once more, leaving the Baron alone in contemplation. Chapter 3. In the aftermath of the ice apocalypse, the nobility of the kingdom conversed. Moriarty recalled having heard someone speak of the so-called noble life, describing it as a decadent, extravagant, and decaying existence, devoid of interest, and deserving to be swept into the lowest depths of history's refuse. At that time, Moriarty neither agreed nor voiced dissent, for as an engineer, he had never truly engaged with or entered such a circle, thus lacking the foundation to form an opinion. Now, however, as the sole heir of a baronial family, fully immersed in the territory of the powerful local nobility of Alatia, he felt emboldened to declare, such assertions are utterly preposterous. In his mind, the image of debauched noble science, oppressing the weak, siphoning the lifeblood of the populace, idly gallivanting while parading their steeds, simply did not exist on the lands of Alatia. This is not to suggest that the nobility of Alatia possesses lofty tastes, perfect thoughts, or noble ideals. Rather, the harsh reality has eradicated the possibility of such parasitic nobility from the very roots. Since the ice apocalypse 500 years ago, the kingdom of Alatia, the continent of Antagric, and even the entire realm have undergone a monumental transformation, despite the Griffin family enduring the terrifying shock of the ice apocalypse and remaining as the kingdom's rulers in the capital of Standerville. Their dominion over Alatia pales in comparison to that of their ancestor, Griffinheart, the heart of the Griffin. Simultaneously, seizing upon the royal family's drastic decline in military strength and the collapse of the mage system, the local nobles began to rise, while Alatia still nominally exists as an intact human kingdom. The royal authority can only wield its power unchallenged in Standerville and its immediate vicinity. In many respects, the governance of public affairs and administrative management across the kingdom has largely fallen under the sway of local noble factions. Over the centuries, the Griffin family has made several attempts to restore their might and reclaim the glory of the heart of the Griffin. Yet the cunning, local nobles are unwilling to relinquish the hard-won power they now hold. Thus, the ongoing battle of wits between the royal family and local nobility, where one advances and the other retreats, has become the dominant narrative of the kingdom's internal political life. Naturally, the game between the central and local powers remains confined within acceptable boundaries. Both the royal family and the nobility adhere strictly to certain rules in their dealings, for this is the foundation of the kingdom's existence. Should there come a day when both the royal family and the nobility cease to abide by these rules, the kingdom would likewise cease to exist. It is precisely due to such a historical context that every noble of the kingdom, whether a royal descendant or a local noble scion, is inevitably ensnared in this grand game. From the moment of their birth, no one is exempt, nor can anyone escape, unless one renounces their title and voluntarily descends into the ranks of ordinary commoners, in addition to the subtle and intricate political struggles within the kingdom. The local nobility also faces a stark threat from external military pressures and threats of force. The kingdom of Alatia is centrally located on the continent of Antagric, occupying the most fertile lands and the largest grain-producing regions. Each year, the yields of wheat, oats, and other crops from the Alashan plains account for nearly one-third of the entire continent's production, while the half-breed spawn wander the desolate plains of Krulad in search of sustenance. and the natives of the Tatalia marshes battle famine year after year, the citizens of Alatia easily find sufficient food. Perhaps the notion of easily finding sustenance is somewhat exaggerated, yet it can certainly be said that the number of individuals dying from hunger within the kingdom is among the lowest on the continent. Therefore, it can be asserted that the kingdom of Alatia wields a wealth that invites envy and resentment from across the entire continent, while the heart of the Griffin led an immensely powerful human legion to sweep across Antagric during the kingdom's founding wars. Establishing a recognized hegemony for humanity across the continent, the relentless passage of time and the undeniable decline of royal power have emboldened other races once trembling beneath the iron grip of the human legion to stir once more. Of course, from the current geopolitical analysis, the moment of large-scale military conflict between nations may not yet be upon us. However, increasing numbers of subtle maneuvers are already taking place beneath the surface. Particularly from the west, the Krulad region, where the barbarians, resentful of humanity for ousting their ancestors from the throne of dominion over the continent, occasionally invade Alatia like greedy locusts, committing acts of arson, looting, and destruction. The official explanation from Krulad for such incursions is that they are merely a small band of marauding raiders. Yet, within this band of marauders, the elite wolf cavalry of the Krulad military has been spotted more than once. Faced with such a dire situation, the local nobility has been compelled to continually bolster their armed forces to counter the swift and ruthless marauders. However, prior to the outbreak of full-scale war between Alatia and Krulad, the current strategic passivity of the kingdom's nobility in the face of assault is unlikely to change. It is due to the multitude of internal and external pressures that the vast majority of nobles must remain ever vigilant and prepared. Perhaps, the noble ladies and young misses can occasionally attend banquets and outings to pass the time during prolonged periods of boredom, yet the noblemen must tirelessly manage the myriad affairs of their territories. The larger the territory, the higher the rank, the greater the responsibility. In the month that followed, the rejuvenated Moriarty spent more than half his time in the company of his baronial father, assisting in the management of family affairs. The remaining time was devoted to the study of magic and the comprehensive history of the continent. The harvest from the estates, the trade of family caravans, the defense of territories, and communication with other nobles in the county. The overwhelming workload allowed Moriarty to thoroughly comprehend the blissful life of a noble scion from top to bottom, inside and out. However, due to Moriarty's previous reckless actions, his reputation and dignity within the family and beyond had been significantly impacted. Although no adverse consequences had yet manifested, Moriarty could keenly perceive the subtle perceptions of many, including the servants, towards him. However, ultimately, Moriarty's exceptional performance in assisting the Baron with family affairs somewhat altered public opinion. Even the Baron was astonished by the maturity and composure his son exhibited in his work. Regarding this sudden transformation, the only explanation the Baron could deduce was that the profound loss of his mother had spurred this previously fragile boy to grow overnight. Gradually, Moriarty began to restore his father's trust and expectations, which was also the aim he fervently wished to achieve. Moriarty, how do you assess the performance of Friss's trading caravan this year? In the grand study, the Baron sat in his customary high-back chair, while Moriarty delicately sipped from a cup of specially brewed red tea. Suddenly, the Baron handed Moriarty a parchment filled with densely packed numbers. This document contained a performance report pertaining to the Innsbruck family trading caravan. Mediocre, Moriarty replied, setting down his teacup. He examined the parchment thoroughly before returning it to the Baron. Oh, you consider it mediocre? The Baron looked at his only son with keen interest. What is your reasoning? It is worth noting that this time, Friss has brought in over 30,000 kingdom gold coins in profit. Indeed. My lord father, my perspective is as follows. Moriarty smiled slightly in response to the Baron's inquiry. Profit should not merely be regarded as an abstract figure or amount. It is more accurately a beneficial, comprehensive state. Taking Friss's trading caravan as an example, over the past year, it has made 2 round trips between Eurasia and Tatalia, exchanging grains and iron tools for a substantial quantity of inexpensive furs and some local specialties from the marshlands. By this measure alone, Friss certainly proves himself as the capable supervisor of the family's silver-level trading caravan, and his diligent efforts have indeed yielded considerable wealth for the family. Go on, the Baron encouraged patiently. However, merely obtaining furs and local specialties such as dragon-tongue grass does not seem to justify the immense risks the family caravan undertook. Although there are no barbarian bandits in Tatalia, The threats posed by the conflicts among the indigenous tribes are no less significant than those found in the wilderness, Moriarty stated with poise. What kind of business, in your view, would align more closely with the family's interests? The Baron inquired further. From a long-term perspective, the greatest benefits would stem from colonial harvests. Moriarty rose from his seat, speaking deliberately. Yet, given the current realities, this is not feasible. Indeed, the marshlands of Tat Alia represent a nightmare for any army. In the past, the kingdom has attempted such ventures, but the results were, evidently, far from ideal. The Baron concurred with Moriarty's initial viewpoint. Then, Father, which of the goods produced in Tatalia do you believe is the least expensive? Moriarty suddenly posed a question back to the Baron. The least expensive. The Baron seemed taken aback by Moriarty's inquiry, as he had never contemplated this before. Herbs, furs, wood carvings, coarse sulfur. He did not feel affronted by being stumped by his son. Rather, he grew increasingly intrigued as he listed items that are indeed major exports from Tatalia each year. No, Father, none of those. Moriarty shook his head, retrieving a finely crafted wooden box from his desk. He produced a Danaman black cigar, skillfully cutting the end with a silver cigar cutter before lighting it with a match and offering it to his father. The Baron accepted the cigar, inhaling the first puff lightly before exhaling, nodding in satisfaction as he awaited Moriarty's continuation. In my view, the least expensive commodity in Tatalia is not the local specialties of the marshlands, but the indigenous people themselves. Gazing at the Baron enveloped in cigar smoke, Moriarty leaned forward, resting his hands on the grand desk. Oh, the Baron's gray eyes flickered momentarily. Are you referring to Tatalian mercenaries? Indeed, Tatalian mercenaries are known to be the most affordable warriors on the continent. Yet their reputation for cowardice and incompetence is as notorious as their low cost. Moreover, the Innsbruck family has little territory in the arms market. It would be difficult to penetrate that realm. No, Father, I am not referring to armed mercenaries such as the wolf-headed or lizard archers, but to the most ordinary indigenous individuals, including the elderly, women, and children. Moriarty made another startling declaration. Be more specific, the Baron urged. Having set down his cigar and straightened in his chair, it was evident that he had begun to take a genuine interest in the conversation. In Tatalia, every winter, numerous elderly and weak perish from famine. Due to a lack of provisions, many indigenous tribes even abandon their young children and the elderly who have lost their ability to work in the marshlands. Moriarty resumed his explanation, returning to his seat. Indeed, the arable land there is exceedingly scarce, and the wolf-headed and lizard races are infamous for their prolificacy. With many people and little land, life is undoubtedly challenging. The Baron understood the situation in Tatalia well. Therefore, if in Eurasia hiring a workshop worker requires the payment of 1 pound of coarse flour daily, then in Tatalia, the same expenditure could hire at least 10, or even 20, indigenous people. I begin to grasp your point. However, the indigenous people there are so dull-witted that one cannot expect them to possess the qualified and skilled craftsmanship of the kingdom's workers. The Baron nodded, then countered. You are correct, Father. We cannot expect the indigenous people to become intelligent and capable overnight. Nor can they spin and weave or forge and build ships like the workers of the kingdom. However, at the very least, we can have them perform tasks they are familiar with, Moriarty replied with a smile. Such as the processing of leather goods, the hazardous work of sulfur purification, or some intricate wood-carving tasks that require dexterous fingers, among others, Moriarty elaborated. Your proposal suggests that the family directly establish workshops in Tatalia? The Baron set down his cigar and stood. Yes. My suggestion is for the family to invest in establishing production workshops within the friendly factions of Tatalia, thereby achieving rudimentary processing of goods locally. This approach not only saves considerable costs but also reduces unnecessary return transport waste while yielding greater profits. Moriarty took a rough leaf of paper and began sketching with a black quill. Continuing, of course, to ensure the safety of the family's industries, I believe we should allow the local tribes to hold a certain stake in the workshops. Those who become enslaved during tribal wars could serve as some of the best laborers for the Innsbruck family. Moriarty, I must say, you have left me quite astonished, the Baron remarked as he took the flowchart from Moriarty, studying it for nearly 10 minutes before slowly lifting his gray eyes to meet his son's gaze. Thank you for your praise, Father. Moriarty smiled at the Baron. However, what I have proposed is merely a rudimentary draft as for how to fend off the competitive rivals of the family, how to manage relations with the local indigenous tribes, and how to maximize profits. I believe the specialized talents within the family will undoubtedly execute these matters more adeptly than I. You have done well, Moriarty. The Baron regarded his son once more before returning to his seat. For such an unprecedented proposal, I find it quite intriguing. How about this? I will entrust you with Friss's trading caravan, and you shall have full authority over the establishment of workshops in Tatalia. Assigning such a significant trading caravan, which could yield tens of thousands of gold coins annually, to Moriarty was undoubtedly a considerable reward. It was apparent that the Baron's demeanor belied the excitement he must have felt. However, after a moment of contemplation, Moriarty replied, "My lord father, if possible, I would prefer to obtain the management rights of a Bracada trading caravan." "Bracada, you say?" The Baron looked at Moriarty, his eyes glistening with interest. "Very well." After a moment's thought, the Baron sighed softly and nodded. The Roop trading caravan belongs to the Bracada route. However, it is merely a bronze-level caravan, with fewer resources at its disposal than Friss. That is of no concern. Father. I sincerely appreciate your generosity. Without hesitation, Moriarty gratefully accepted control of the Roop caravan. Following this brief lesson on the World Factory, Moriarty took his leave from the Grand Study. As for the actions the Baron and the Innsbruck family would later take in Tatalia, and whether they would genuinely transform Moriarty's innovative ideas into reality, the young man held little concern. After leaving his father's administrative office, Moriarty made his way directly to his own study. The ensuing hours would be devoted to his research on magic. Moriarty's mother, Helen, was a fourth-level mage hailing from Bracada. Although, by noble standards, Helen was merely a commoner, her status as a mage allowed her to enjoy privileges and treatment equivalent to that of a lady in Eurasia. 500 years prior, during the End of Ice, mages across the continent perished in droves due to the catastrophic energy storms, leading to an unprecedented regression of magical civilization. In the present day, apart from the federated states of Bracada situated on the southern ice plains, there exists no other realm on the continent of Antigrish that can uphold a complete system and tradition of magic. Even the once-renowned elves, celebrated for their extraordinary magical accomplishments, have largely devolved into hunters, relying on bows and arrows within the forest. The Necromancer's Alliance is an exception, as the malevolent practices of necromancy are widely regarded as sorcery rather than true magic. Thus, in contemporary times, a fourth-level Braccadan mage is met with respect and admiration wherever he may roam, particularly from the local ruling elite. It was during her travels that Moriarty's mother, Helen, encountered Baron Innsbruck, and they both fell deeply in love. After nearly a year of fervent courtship, Mage Helen acquiesced to the Baron's proposal, ultimately becoming the mistress of Ivy Manor. This union between nobility and magic stirred considerable excitement within Kent County, with nearly all local nobles celebrating the addition of a mage to their ranks. Upon the birth of young Moriarty, Helen, adhering to Braccadan tradition, began to cultivate him into a distinguished mage, receiving ample encouragement and support from the Baron. The heir to a family with a mage's heritage would undoubtedly bestow additional prestige and depth upon the Innsbruck lineage. At the age of 12, Moriarty acquired his own spellbook and mastered a spell known as Magic Arrow, officially becoming a qualified apprentice mage. However, tragically, 2 years later, the sudden passing of his mother not only inflicted unimaginable emotional distress upon Moriarty, but also seemed to sever his path to becoming a mage entirely. After all, in Alasia, where the tradition of magic had long been disrupted, the prospect of self-study to attain the status of a formal mage appeared nothing short of a fanciful dream. Although there exists a so-called mage guild in the royal capital of Standwell, it is merely a loosely organized society, akin to a social club for the few mages within the kingdom. Unless Moriarty were to abandon his family and journey south to the distant ice plains for his studies, his magical aspirations would drift further from reach in the years to come. Furthermore, for the heir of the Innsbruck family, forsaking his lineage and title is equally impractical. Upon entering his study, Moriarty shed his outer garments and instructed all servants to leave the room. The work of a young nobleman is no trifling matter, he mused as he raised a cup of freshly brewed restaurant to his lips, savoring a few sips before exhaling slightly. After a brief respite, Moriarty settled into a cross-legged position upon the thickly carpeted floor and commenced his meditation. Meditation is an obligatory practice for all mages. Whether to enhance mental fortitude, augment magical capacity, or simply to restore their mana. In Bracada, many mages devote half of their lives to this practice. Yet, to outsiders, A mage's meditation appears almost indistinguishable from mere relaxation. Although Moriarty, having lost his mother's guidance, could not currently learn new spells, the meditation skills he had mastered since the age of 10 had become instinctual to his being. Since his awakening, he devoted at least 3 hours daily to meditation. The Baron remained silent on this matter, while the steward ensured that Ivy Manor remained hushed at the same hour each day, with servants keeping their distance from Moriarty's private sanctuary, according to the oldest magical lore. A mage's meditation is a quest to explore one's inner self. Thus, the world encountered during meditation varies for each mage. Within Moriarty's meditative realm, a golden fragment transformed into a transparent crystal book represented his entirety. Through a month of uninterrupted meditation, although he still wielded only the singular spell Magic Arrow, he astonishingly discovered that his magical capacity had experienced an extraordinary increase. According to the common knowledge of the magical realm, the optimal way to enhance a mage's magical capacity is to elevate their mage rank. Each ascent in rank brings immense benefits to the mage, one of which is a substantial augmentation of magical capacity. However, such advancements are slow and arduous. Even the most gifted mages cannot guarantee when their next promotion might occur. Thus, meditation has become the primary means for ordinary mages to enhance their magical capacity. Of course, unlike the explosive growth of magical capacity that accompanies rank advancement, the increase through meditation is incremental, yet it represents a stable path forward. Beyond these methods, there are whispers of a shortcut known as the Mysterious Garden, a legendary place of magical miracles. According to tales, simply locating and entering the Mysterious Garden would naturally elevate a mage's magical capacity by a level. Regrettably, the entire continent has not witnessed the appearance of the Mysterious Garden for 5 centuries. And even Bracada's Grand Archmages believe it has been destroyed by the end of ice. Nevertheless, after just a month of meditation, Moriarty discovered that his magical capacity had surged by nearly 30%, a truly formidable figure. Nearing the explosive growth typically associated with a mage's promotion, based on the memories of his body, this was reminiscent of the only prior increase he had experienced when he learned his first spell and became an apprentice mage. After much contemplation, Moriarty could only attribute this remarkable development to the enigmatic golden fragment. Indeed, he felt an overwhelming excitement and joy at this fortuitous revelation. To be candid, Moriarty placed greater importance on his identity as an apprentice mage than on being the heir of the Innsbruck family. Much like his previous obsession with mechanics and electronic engineering, the world of magic captivated him far more than the noble circles. Moreover, compared to Earth, magic in this new world is paramount and unparalleled. Nonetheless, consolidating his noble status remains equally vital for the burgeoning Moriarty. This is why he had endeavored to subtly convey his intentions to his noble father earlier in the Grand Study. For Moriarty, his roots lie in Alasia, but his future prospects are in Bracada. Additionally, beyond his supernatural increase in magical capacity, Moriarty was astounded to discover that the Golden Fragment possessed a remarkable ability to store spellbooks and magical artifacts. His own spellbook and a hairpin left by his mother, Helen, which contained a secondary spell, Disguise, were quietly ensconced within the crystal spellbook, eliminating the need for extra carrying. Chapter 5. Training, Sir Hamilton, breakfast gathering on a serene early autumn morning. Ivy Manor lay enveloped in tranquility, a stillness that resonated deeply. A refreshing breeze wafted through the air, carrying the sweet fragrance of various fruits, rendering it exceptionally pleasant for every early riser. After completing a leisurely lap around the estate, Moriarty ambled along the verdant wooded path, slightly breathless that he did not hold a particularly favorable view of his new physique. In his former life, although primarily a civilian military engineer, he possessed the fundamental qualities of a soldier. Endurance running, drills, push-ups, pull-ups, and even military combat. Moriarty was not merely above average, but certainly among the upper echelons. Cultivate the mind, strengthen the body, was a life motto he had long adhered to. However, upon arriving in this new world, Moriarty lamentably discovered that the frail demeanor of a young nobleman characterized him. It seemed that an overabundance of maternal affection, coupled with the residual effects of being a mage apprentice, had rendered the Innsbruck heir unusually slender. Very well, it was time to start anew with physical training. Thus, Moriarty began to rise before dawn each day for long-distance runs, an eccentricity that quickly became a topic of gossip among the manor servants. The Baron merely exchanged a few light-hearted words with Moriarty about this endeavor and then let it be. After several months of fundamental training and targeted dietary adjustments, Moriarty's previously delicate, almost girlish physique began to transform into that of a robust young man. Gradually, muscular contours started to emerge on his chest and abdomen, and his once pallid skin became more vibrant and flushed. Moreover, Moriarty's formerly youthful visage matured imperceptibly, rendering him quite handsome, to the extent that several of the young maids began to harbor secret affections for their master. Concluding his jog, Moriarty regulated his breathing and made his way to a secluded clearing in the woods behind the manor, where a middle-aged man clad in armor awaited him. "Good morning, young Master Moriarty. Shall we commence?" Upon seeing Moriarty's arrival, the armored man bowed slightly, the sound of clanging metal echoing around him. "Good morning, Sir Hamilton," Moriarty replied with a smile as he approached the middle-aged knight. The man before him was Lewis Hamilton, a vassal knight of the Innsbruck family and the current captain of the guard at Ivy Manor. 60 years prior, Moriarty's great-grandfather, the late Baron Innsbruck, had bestowed knighthood upon Lewis's grandfather and granted him 2 villages as fiefdoms. Since then, the Hamilton family had remained loyal vassals to the Innsbruck barony, now in its 3rd generation. "Let us commence, Lewis." After slightly loosening his joints in place, Moriarty unsheathed a blunt short sword that had been resting on the grass beside him and nodded to the middle-aged man. "Very well." Lewis stepped forward and grasped another short sword that lay before him. Drawing a deep breath, Moriarty tightened his grip on the hilt and charged at the middle-aged man with a fierce shout. Clang! Lewis, with an impassive expression, blocked the strike with his sword, sending Moriarty and his weapon sprawling apart. Approximately a fortnight prior, Moriarty had approached the Baron with a request to undertake swordsmanship lessons via the system, citing the need to bolster his physical fitness and self-defense capabilities. Although the Baron found it perplexing that his son, who had always shunned martial prowess, would suddenly make such a request, it was nonetheless a requisite for a noble to possess a robust physique. Moreover, swordplay holds significant importance within the social etiquette of the kingdom's aristocracy. Thus, under the Baron's directive, Captain Lewis of the Guard agreed to provide Moriarty with a swordsmanship lesson every morning following his jog, despite the fact that commencing martial training at his age would likely yield limited achievements. The meticulous and earnest Sir Hamilton adhered strictly to the nightly training regimen, rigorously drilling Moriarty. As Moriarty faced a barrage of strikes that were effortlessly parried by his opponent, he felt no discouragement. Rather, he became increasingly exhilarated. In stark contrast to Lewis, a mid-level warrior, 7th-tier knight, and 6th-tier swordsman, Moriarty was undeniably a novice. Each time their swords clashed, Moriarty was met with an overwhelming force and an intimidating aura that surged towards him. Even though Lewis endeavored to temper his strikes, the formidable combat prowess of a mid-level warrior frequently left Moriarty at a disadvantage. Lower your waist a bit. Put more power into your rear leg. Grip the sword tightly, without regard for the youth's status. Whenever Lewis discerned any missteps or inadequacies in Moriarty's form, he would bellow corrections. Periodically, Lewis would signal Moriarty to pause, allowing the latter to relax his tense muscles while he himself would demonstrate the swordsmanship techniques Moriarty had just attempted, providing tangible guidance. Each time Moriarty beheld Lewis, clad in nearly 200 pounds of steel armor, yet moving with effortless agility, as if fatigue were a foreign concept, he would marvel at the warrior's formidable physique. Moriarty was acutely aware that the Sir Hamilton before him was merely a tiger that had retracted its claws and fangs. He had yet to witness the legendary combat aura of a mid-level warrior. After roughly an hour, Moriarty's swordsmanship lesson concluded. The taciturn Sir Hamilton bowed to Moriarty and then departed, taking his 2 swords with him. What a remarkable individual, Moriarty mused, watching Lewis's metallic figure swiftly vanish into the thicket, while he massaged his slightly swollen wrist and chuckled softly. After a moment of contemplation, he recalled the new techniques learned during the lesson and strode out of the wooded clearing, returning to the manor. Within the manor's main hall, the elderly steward Hugo had prepared warm water and ice packs. Without delay, Moriarty traversed the hall and entered the marble-clad bathing chamber. Shedding his sweat-soaked garments, he stepped into a large wooden tub filled with comfortably warm water. Reclining on a specially designed incline submerged beneath the surface, exhaling deeply. At that moment, 2 young maidservants, their cheeks flushed, knelt before him. Carefully placing the ice packs on the wrist, he had rested on the edge of the tub while gently massaging them. "Hugo, do we have any arrangements for today?" Moriarty inquired, his eyes closed as he relaxed in the tub. "Indeed, young master, the Bracada Trading Company has returned from the south, and the trade supervisor, Rope, requests an audience with you," the ever-attentive steward replied. "Very well. Please arrange for us to meet in the Swan Hall for a breakfast meeting shortly," Moriarty contemplated, responding. Understood, Hugo nodded, continuing. Tomorrow evening, Viscount Soak will host his 50th birthday banquet at the Soak family's Windsor Castle. As the Baron is away, you must represent the Innsbruck family at the event. Noble gatherings, very well. Moriarty opened his eyes to glance at the steward, then smiled wryly. You may handle the gifts and attendance. It seems I shall endure yet another round of collective disdain and mockery. Following his rebirth, Moriarty had attended a few noble social events with the Baron, but the nobility of Kent County had not responded favorably to the failed suicide heir of the Innsbruck family. Derogatory titles such as coward, timid soul, and immature child had been bestowed upon him by his peers behind closed doors. The laughter of the base will never obscure the vision of the noble, young master, Hugo offered. Sensing Moriarty's aversion to such gatherings. I understand, Hugo did as my duty and obligation. Moreover, noble banquets are intrinsic to the life of the aristocracy. I shall not shy away from them. Having seemingly rested sufficiently, Moriarty rose from the tub. The two young maidservants hurriedly brought forth pristine, fluffy wool towels, delicately drying his skin in the rising steam. The maidservant's cheeks blushed a deep crimson. After donning comfortable silk undergarments and fastening his mage robe, as an apprentice mage, Moriarty was now entitled to wear one. Although his lacked the silver star denoting mage rank and did not bear any fixed spells, he exited the bathing chamber, accompanied by the steward to the Swan Hall. In the Swan Hall, a sumptuous breakfast awaited. According to the latest preferences of the young master of Innsbruck, his morning meal typically comprised bacon, sausages, ham, fried eggs, fruit salad, toast, and oatmeal. Beverages generally included fresh milk or freshly squeezed juice. Occasionally, Moriarty would request a small glass of aperitif prior to the meal, thus the delightful Leicester wine was always on hand. In one corner of the hall, trade supervisor Rope awaited. Upon seeing the steward and young master Innsbruck enter, Rope promptly approached and bowed deeply before Moriarty. Greetings, Sir Innsbruck. Rope pays his respects. It is a pleasure to see you once more, Mr. Rope, that I presume you have yet to partake of breakfast, so do not stand on ceremony. Let us dine and converse simultaneously, Moriarty remarked as he took his seat at the head of the table. Chapter 6. Mint tea, uncle, cousin Mr. Rope, how swiftly and quietly time has flown. It has been 3 months since our last meeting, has it not? Moriarty inquired, picking up a slice of bread, using a gleaming silver knife to scoop some honey from a small jar on the table, and evenly spreading it across the surface of the bread, smiling at Rope. Indeed, Sir Innsbruck, it is a great honor to see you again. As the heir of the Innsbruck family, Moriarty naturally bore the title of Sir. It seems this journey to Bracada has been quite fruitful. Having completed the round trip in under 100 days, pray tell, what were the results? Moriarty gestured for Rope to feel at ease and to indulge in the delicacies laid out before him. Yes. Thanks to your lordship, this trip was remarkably smooth. Rope carefully lifted a glass of apple juice, took a gentle sip, then set it down, continuing, as we encountered no troubles along the way, the convoy traveled swiftly. Moreover, the goods sold exceptionally well in Bracada. With winter approaching, the flour and jerky we transported were well received by the locals. Indeed, Moriarty nodded slightly. Historically, grain had been the primary export from the Kingdom of Alasia to the Bracada Federation. Given its location in a frozen region, local wheat and meat production had always been hampered by the frigid climate, making the high demand for flour and jerky entirely expected. And how did the mint tea fare? Additionally, did you encounter my uncle? Moriarty straightened, posing the question. Unlike flour and jerky, mint tea was a special commodity that Moriarty had specifically requested for this trading venture. Black tea is a principal economic crop in several northern counties of Alasia and can be broadly categorized into 3 varieties: rocky black tea, misty black tea, and pasture black tea. Among them, the pigeon blood rocky black tea, sourced from the depths of the Setting Sun Mountains in Lachi County, is the rarest and most precious. Furthermore, the aristocracy of Alasia predominantly maintains a habit of drinking black tea, not only for its refreshing aroma and uniquely sweet flavor that appeals to noble tastes, but also due to its digestive properties, aiding the stomach in alleviating discomfort and promoting digestion. As for mint, it is a specialty of the Avalai Mountains, purportedly first discovered and cultivated by the local elves. However, the slightly invigorating and cool flavor of mint may not suit everyone's palate. In Alasia, the use of mint among the populace primarily serves as a medicinal agent, such as for relieving nasal congestion and soothing the throat after a cold. Rarely do individuals incorporate mint leaves into their daily diet. However, Ever since Moriarty fortuitously encountered mint leaves at the dining table, he took to combining them with his black tea, adhering to the customs of Earth. Through a specific processing method, he crafted mint-infused black tea. Upon tasting this innovative concoction, Moriarty discovered that its refreshing and invigorating flavor remarkably alleviated the fatigue and drowsiness typically experienced after a mage's meditation, particularly in terms of relaxation and mental clarity. Mint black tea proved to be comparable to alcoholic beverages, which is significant given that mages are required to abstain from alcohol. Consequently, Moriarty decided to add 30 pounds of refined mint black tea to the merchandise of the Rupp trading caravan, naming it Leaves of Ivy. It is worth noting that this additional stock was financed from Moriarty's personal funds, thus the sales revenue would not be accounted for within the family's finances. For this reason, Moriarty was responsible not only for the production cost of the mint black tea but also for a modest transportation fee. However, this transportation fee was largely nominal, considering he was the direct overseer of the caravan. The uncle Moriarty referred to as his mother's brother, reputed to be a mid-level mage of the 6th rank. One of the caravan's tasks on this journey to Bracada was to deliver a handwritten letter from Moriarty to this uncle, whom he had never met. Indeed, I encountered Lord Schmidt in Blue Crystal City and personally delivered your letter to him, Rupp said, rising to extract a shimmering envelope from his cloak, carefully presenting it to Moriarty. Attached to the envelope was a small key. This is Lord Schmidt's reply. Furthermore, upon sampling the Leaves of Ivy, he purchased the entire 30-pound stock, totaling 1,500 Bracadan gold coins. 1,500? That is approximately 2,000 kingdom gold coins, Moriarty replied. The exchange rate between Bracadan gold coins and Alasia kingdom gold coins is roughly 1 to 1.3. This does not imply that Bracada's national strength surpasses that of Alasia, but rather reflects the presence of some of the continent's largest gold mines in the southern ice fields. Thus, Bracadan gold coins have historically been the most valuable and sought-after currency across the continent. Indeed, my lord. However, Rupp glanced at Moriarty, hesitating slightly. Haha, Moriarty chuckled softly, tucking his uncle's letter into his pocket while casting a glance at Rupp. Moriarty felt a degree of satisfaction with the caravan supervisor before him. Despite having interacted only twice, Rupp's caution and meticulous nature had left a significant impression on Moriarty. Nevertheless, Moriarty had no intention of cultivating this individual as a trusted confidant, while the Baron entrusted the caravan's management to Moriarty. It did not imply the caravan belonged to him. Moriarty was confident that any directive he issued regarding the caravan would be meticulously documented and presented to the Baron by the following day. The notion of loyalty, it seemed, was directed toward the family rather than Moriarty himself. At present, Rupp appeared to harbor reservations about the high price at which the mint black tea had been sold. In his view, Lord Schmidt's willingness to purchase this peculiar tea at a premium was likely a gesture motivated by familial ties to his deceased sisters. It was even plausible that this uncle sought a reason to provide Moriarty with a bit of pocket money. No worries. I have it under control, Moriarty reassured Rupp with a smile, prompting the caravan supervisor to return to his seat. Excluding your tea, my lord, the caravan generated a total of 4,300 gold coins in Bracada, which translates to approximately 5,600 kingdom gold coins. In accordance with tradition, all proceeds were subsequently spent on cheese and crystal products locally, to be sold back in the kingdom. After reseating himself, Rupp took a sip of apple juice and continued his report. Bracada is known for its frigid climate, with nearly half the year characterized by snowfall. However, in the central icy plains lies the continent's largest and most fertile pasture. The grass there not only withstands the harsh cold, but is also tender, juicy, and nutritious, making it ideal for livestock such as cattle and sheep. As a result, the cheese produced in Bracada is renowned throughout the continent. Unfortunately, due to consistently low production levels, Bracadan cheese commands high prices outside the Federation, rendering it a rather upscale dining delicacy. As for the exquisite crystal tableware, chandeliers, and ornaments, they are the flagship products of the indigenous gnomes in Bracada. Ultimately, how much pure profit can this back and forth yield for the family? Moriarty inquired, placing his hands on the dining table and leaning slightly forward. After deducting transportation costs and tariffs, the net profit from this trade is approximately 10,000 kingdom gold coins, Rupp replied, having calculated the figures with clarity beforehand. Yet, as he delivered his final performance report, he cautiously observed Moriarty's expression, hoping to glean some insight from his demeanor. 10,000 kingdom gold coins. Yes, You and the caravan have all worked hard. On behalf of the Innsbruck family, I extend my gratitude for everyone's diligent efforts." Moriarty continued to smile and nodded approvingly. 10,000 coins is neither a small sum nor an excessive one. After all, compared to the profits of the Frisk trading caravan operating on the Tatalia route, Rupp's caravan's returns were not particularly remarkable. Naturally, this also relates to the family's overarching strategic framework, according to the precedent set by the Innsbruck family. As the direct overseer, Moriarty is entitled to 10% of the caravan's profits as a reward, while Rupp's bonus amounts to 3%. This is indeed a considerable dividend, especially when one considers that the average annual income of a typical laborer in Alasia scarcely exceeds 5 kingdom gold coins. "It is my utmost honor to serve the Innsbruck family," Rupp expressed, though unable to ascertain whether Moriarty was genuinely pleased with his performance. Nevertheless, the absence of reprimands or criticism allowed Rupp to breathe a sigh of relief. "Regarding the detailed report of this trade, please hand it over to Hugo. If the Baron is interested, he may take the time to review it." "Yes, my lord," Rupp replied, sitting up straight. The submission of written performance reports is a unique custom of the Innsbruck family, strictly enforced since the time of the first Lord Innsbruck. Relying on this practice, the Innsbruck family has repeatedly unearthed detestable termites from within their ranks. After all, while verbal falsehoods may be difficult to detect, once they are committed to paper, it becomes far less convenient to fabricate a cohesive narrative. Furthermore, regarding the items I previously asked you to procure, were you able to acquire them? Having concluded the business matters of the caravan, Moriarty leisurely bit into a slice of smoked meat, easing his breath as he inquired. "Indeed, my lord. Following your instructions, I utilized the entirety of your TS proceeds to purchase books for mages locally in Burkata." "However, this endeavor did not commence smoothly," Rupp replied. "What do you mean?" "All libraries in Burkata refuse to sell any magical books to those who are not mages. Your uncle, as a registered mage in Blue Crystal City, seemed unwilling to contravene this policy. He simply stated that if you wish to become a true mage, you should come directly to Burkata," Rupp explained. "And what happened next?" Moriarty raised an eyebrow in inquiry. "Ultimately, with the assistance of Lord Schmidt's daughter, your cousin Miss Helena, I was able to procure a copy of Elementary Spell Theory and Introductory Alchemical Guidance through special channels. These two books were priced at 500 and 600 Burkaden gold coins, respectively. The remaining 400 coins were used to purchase a set of discarded magical items and tools from an underground market in Blue Crystal City, as suggested by Miss Helena. She instructed me to convey to you that it is quite challenging for a mage apprentice to learn new spells without guidance from a mentor. If you are unable to travel to Burkata for study at this time, she recommends familiarizing yourself with the branch of alchemy, which would be quite beneficial for your future," Rupp recounted in detail. Cousin Helena. Moriarty was unaware that he had such a cousin, yet this previously unknown sister seemed to harbor a friendly disposition towards him, even more so than Uncle Schmidt. Both books and the magical items have been carefully packed in a wooden crate, which was entrusted to the steward upon arrival at the estate, Rupp concluded. "Yes, thank you for your efforts," Moriarty replied, temporarily setting aside his speculations as he raised a glass of rest wine in a toast to Rupp. "It is my honor." "My lord." Rupp stood promptly, raising his glass in return. Chapter 7. The Uncle's Letter, Damage Artifacts, Crystal Book Activation. "Hugo, please escort Rupp out," Moriarty instructed after an hour, as the small breakfast meeting drew to a close. Following Rupp's report on the caravan, Moriarty had ultimately offered a relatively affirmative and approving stance, which relieved the caravan's supervisor. "Then I shall take my leave, my lord. Thank you once again for your splendid hospitality." Rupp respectfully bowed to Moriarty before humbly exiting the Swan Hall, guided by the steward. After bidding farewell to Rupp, Moriarty departed from the dining table and returned to his private study, where the wooden crate brought by Rupp was safely placed in a corner of the room. "Everyone, please leave. Inform Hugo that I wish to be undisturbed until after dinner." Moriarty stepped into the study and cast a glance at the meticulously wrapped box, gesturing dismissively. The servant promptly closed the door with a gentle click and retreated to a distance. Taking his seat behind the desk, Moriarty did not hasten to open the box. Instead, he retrieved a letter from a distant southern land. The envelope was delicately placed on the desk, its deep azure cover adorned with silvery stars that shimmered mysteriously, reminiscent of a star-studded night sky at its zenith. A.S. Moriarty gazed at the envelope, a palpable force of magic emanated clearly from the desk. "It seems my Uncle Schmidt wishes to test my mettle," he mused with a faint smile. Calming his breath as he extended his fingers to lift the envelope, that very moment, a gentle radiance flickered between his fingers, though it was not the blue and silver brilliance of the envelope's cover, but rather a crystalline luminescence. Whoosh! As the two magical lights converged, the azure envelope shimmered momentarily, and the previously sealed flap automatically unfurled, revealing a pristine sheet of white paper within. "Ah, an intriguing uncle," Moriarty remarked, withdrawing his magical influence, causing both his fingers and the envelope to dim. He then drew out the letter and began to read. "My dear nephew, Moriarty, greetings. I am delighted to receive your correspondence, even though a letter from Ivy Manor a few months ago left me profoundly saddened. A wound that has yet to heal. 18 years ago, Helen embarked on her travels. I had thought I would see my sister again within a year, but fate had other plans, allowing her to find love. A family, a husband, and a son in LSIA. As her brother, I have missed her dearly, yet the thought of her happiness in that beautiful land has quelled my grievances. Even if she has effectively forsaken her identity as a sorceress to embrace a life as an ordinary noble." "Ah, to willingly embrace a life as an ordinary noble?" At this point, Moriarty could not help but chuckle. It was evident that his Uncle Schmidt was a staunch magical chauvinist, harboring a natural disdain for professions outside of sorcery, nobles included. Leaning comfortably back in his chair, Moriarty continued to read. "In your letter, you mentioned that you have become a mage apprentice. I am genuinely pleased and proud of this achievement. It seems that the superficial and dreary life has not extinguished your thirst for knowledge. Of course, I must also ask your forgiveness for a few minor adjustments I made to the envelope. If, as stated in your letter, you have indeed mastered meditation and a first-level spell, thus passing Helen's test to become a true mage apprentice, then I trust these minor adjustments would pose no challenge for you. After all, a magical envelope is the most fundamental of items for any sorcerer, including apprentices. However, should you have been less than truthful, I regret to inform you that you would be unable to read this reply of mine. Furthermore, a crude attempt to force it open could trigger undesirable reactions, delivering a small lesson in humility. Fortunately, it appears that nothing of the sort has occurred. A small lesson." Moriarty glanced again at the envelope on the desk, shrugging slightly. "Regarding your request for remote correspondence on magical guidance, I must regrettably state that this is impossible. I cannot fathom how a mage apprentice, learning solely through letters and books, could have any future. My dear nephew, if you truly wish to advance along the illustrious path of magic, I implore you to come to Bracada. Only here might you become a supreme sorcerer, earning true pride from Helen and me." "Indeed." Moriarty nodded. In the letter's conclusion, Uncle Schmidt made a special mention of mint tea. "I have sampled your ivy leaves, and as you mentioned, they are quite beneficial for alleviating fatigue and promoting relaxation. I have purchased all 30 pounds this time, and I hope that when the merchant returns, more can be procured. Naturally, I shall keep this matter confidential as per your request." With that, the letter concluded. In the signature, Uncle Schmidt had affixed a magical signature that sparkled with tiny lights. Uncle Schmidt. After reading the letter, Moriarty carefully folded the paper and set it aside. He then sat in contemplation for a while. Approximately half an hour later, Moriarty finally rose. Making his way towards the sealed wooden box, he retrieved a sharp paper cutter from the table and bent down to carefully dismantle the sealed packaging atop the box. Subsequently, he inserted the key presented by Rupu into the bronze lock on the front of the box, gently twisting it. Click. With the sound of a spring mechanism, the lid of the box slowly popped open. Moriarty leaned down to peer inside, discovering that the box was neatly divided into two layers. The upper layer was relatively small, occupying merely 1/5 of the box's interior, and was filled with a thick, soft layer of red velvet. Upon the velvet lining lay two small booklets, stacked and bound with a crisscross ribbon. In the lower compartment, several peculiar, worn, and damaged magical artifacts lay quietly. Clearly, these were the second-hand goods procured from the underground market. Ignoring the magical artifacts below, Moriarty first lifted the two booklets. The titles, "The Theory of First-Level Spells" and "Introductory Alchemical Guidance," were clearly inscribed in Bracadan script on the slightly yellowed pages. It was evident that these were two handwritten spellbooks that had seen better days. Despite the passage of time, faint waves of magic still emanated from the volumes. A handwritten spellbook. No wonder it is so expensive, Moriarty mused as he delicately caressed the book cover. Having spent some time in this new world, Moriarty had encountered nothing but handwritten texts. Whether in the Baron's library or his own collection of novels, all were hand-copied. Clearly, the art of printing had yet to emerge in this realm. Thus, books were undoubtedly a precious commodity for its inhabitants. The price of a spellbook handwritten by a sorcerer was astonishingly high, the two together barely 3 inches thick, yet priced at 1,200 brocading gold coins, and not available for sale to non-sorcerers. Faced with such exorbitant knowledge, Moriarty could only shake his head in bitter amusement. It was no wonder Uncle Schmidt harbored a subtle disdain for nobles, perhaps to a sorcerer. The wealth of an ordinary noble bore little distinction from that of a commoner. Nevertheless, thanks to the unexpected assistance of Cousin Hyena, Moriarty had successfully obtained what he sought. Perhaps, when Rupa sets off again before winter, I could ask him to bring some gifts for this cousin. Contemplating this, Moriarty untied the ribbon and separated the 2 spellbooks. Subsequently, Moriarty remained in the study for an entire day, until the sun had set and Hugo, the butler, knocked on the door before dinner, prompting Moriarty to finally set aside the 2 volumes he had merely skimmed and exited the room. "Master, would you care for a cup of tea first?" Moriarty, stepping out of the study, appeared somewhat fatigued. Although he had only browsed the text without deep engagement, it had nonetheless consumed a considerable amount of his mental and magical energy. Unlike ordinary reading, delving into spellbooks required a significant expenditure of magical power, and any misstep could potentially inflict various unforeseen harms upon the reader. Hence, it was precisely this concern that led to the prohibition of selling spellbooks to non-sorcerers in Burkata. "Very well." Hugo got a cup of ivy leaf tea, brewed strong. "If you please," Moriarty replied, gathering his spirits. "As you wish, master." Hugo immediately instructed a servant to prepare the tea. Dinner was a simple affair for Moriarty, a few slices of white bread, a portion of roasted chicken, and a plate of creamy chickpeas. Mint tea was, of course, served as the evening's beverage. After a brief respite post-dinner, Moriarty returned to the study. However, this time he did not resume his reading of the spellbooks. The continuous study throughout the morning and afternoon had left him quite fatigued. The adage that haste makes waste resonated deeply with him. Moreover, the 2 spellbooks had been securely tucked away in the crystal book, allowing him to consult them at any time. Temporarily setting aside the spellbooks, Moriarty's gaze shifted back to the wooden box. Inside, the collection of worn magical artifacts lay in quiet repose. Approaching the box, Moriarty carefully lifted the tray at the bottom and placed everything on the desk. A teapot missing its lid and leaking at the bottom, a broken green glimmering longsword, a brass pocket watch that had ceased functioning, a partially intact 5-star insignia, a tattered pocket tent, and a book that appeared to have been struck by lightning, rendering its contents utterly unreadable. These items, gazing at the magical artifacts on the desk, Moriarty felt a mix of amusement and despair. Indeed, they were a haphazard assortment of cheap trinkets, each more damaged than the last. The prospect of discovering even one usable magical artifact among them seemed utterly fanciful. Furthermore, given Moriarty's current level of magical and alchemical prowess, the notion of fully restoring any of these damaged artifacts was akin to chasing a dream. Nevertheless, Cousin Hyena's original intent had merely been to encourage Moriarty to glean the most fundamental essence from these broken tools. A teapot, a broken sword, a pocket watch, a 5-star insignia missing 2.5 points, a tattered tent, a book. Just as Moriarty held each of the 5 items in his hands, examining them one by one, a sudden tremor surged through the crystalline book within his soul when his fingertips grazed the last charred book. In an instant of realization, Moriarty's brows furrowed. Swish. An invisible radiance flickered, and the charred tome vanished without a trace from the desk. Chapter 8. Copy. Record. Night Magical Item. Spellbook. Creator. John Tucker. Level. Ordinary. Quality. Severely damaged. Content. Function. First level air magic. Breath of wind. Acceleration. Only readable. In but a fleeting moment, Moriarty's soul received the aforementioned information from the crystalline book. Before he could react further, another wave of intangible brilliance illuminated the space. Instantly, a brand new first-level spell, Breath of Wind, materialized within Moriarty's crystal spellbook. Just a minute prior, as a mere apprentice mage, he had only mastered a spell passed down from his mother, Magic Arrow, an automatic copying spellbook. Faced with yet another miracle presented by the mysterious golden shard, Moriarty felt a fresh wave of astonishment wash over him. According to the most fundamental principles of magic, a mage must possess a certain amount of magical energy and mental fortitude to successfully learn a new spell. This is akin to how the power of a car engine is limited by the size of its cylinders and the capacity of its fuel tank. the larger the cylinders and fuel tank, the greater the vehicle's power and endurance. Similarly, the magical energy and mental strength required for different levels of spells are entirely distinct. Should a mage attempt to learn or cast a higher-level spell without the requisite abilities, the likely consequence would be a catastrophic backlash of magical energy or even mental fragmentation leading to death. Only when a mage's magical energy and mental fortitude meet the demands of a new spell can they embark upon the journey of learning. Beyond these two fundamental metrics, the study of magical theory is indispensable for mastering any spell. Each magic, from the simplest first-level incantation to the legendary fifth-level spells, has its own operational trajectory and structural pattern. Furthermore, the higher the spell's level, the more complex its structure, making its execution increasingly challenging. When learning a new spell, a mage must analyze and comprehend every magical trajectory and energy structure until they fully internalize and memorize the details. Finally, the mage must record the spells they have learned into their spellbook. This is the last and most crucial step in magical education. Only by inscribing the learned spells into their spellbook can a mage truly claim accomplishment, allowing them to wield the spells freely in the future. Otherwise, the knowledge remains trapped in their mind, theoretical but unexecutable. Yet now, the crystalline spellbook, transformed by the golden shards and the spellbook of his deceased mother, Helen, could read from a spellbook that was nearly unrecognizable due to damage and record the preserved spells within it. For mages in this world, this was an unfathomable and miraculous capability that it seemed even the most powerful angels or demons could not possess such ability. Moriarty stood dazed before his desk for a long while before gradually regaining his composure. He took a moment to steady his breath and closed his eyes in contemplation. Suddenly, he softly intoned a spell, simultaneously performing a series of intricate gestures. Seconds later, an invisible wind began to swirl in the study. A whirlwind of light enveloped Moriarty at that moment. He opened his eyes and leapt gracefully into the air. In an instant, he soared over 3 meters high. Had it not been for the high ceiling of his study, his forehead might have met the ceiling in an intimate embrace. Copy. Record. Cast. Upon landing back onto the soft carpet, Moriarty erupted into silent laughter. Though he could not fathom why his crystalline spellbook possessed such extraordinary powers, he was certain that the time required for him to learn magic would now be significantly less than that of an ordinary mage. With the crystalline spellbook, any higher-level magic he merely touched would mean complete copying and recording. As long as Moriarty's magical energy and mental strength kept pace, he could immediately learn and cast an entirely unfamiliar spell. Of course, mere copying and recording would not suffice to truly render Moriarty a powerful mage. Simply replicating spells might allow him to wield only a fraction of their potential. Therefore, essential theoretical study and structural memorization remained vital. After some time, Moriarty finally calmed his emotions and redirected his gaze toward the desk. At that moment, he extended his left hand again to touch the remaining magical items. Unfortunately, they still could not be absorbed into the crystalline book. It seemed the remaining items were indeed severely damaged, hardly qualifying as magical artifacts. Perhaps it is truly time to seriously consider Bricata, Moriarty mused as he sat back in his chair, letting out a long sigh. Lost in thought, about an hour later, he returned the damaged items to their wooden box and stepped out of the study into the starlit lawn. "Master, would you care for a cup of ivy leaf?" The old butler, perplexed by his master's unusual demeanor, quickly followed him out, beckoning the maid Nanny to bring a cloak and drape it over Moriarty. "Thank you, Hugo," Moriarty replied with a smile over his shoulder. "Tonight, I shall have a glass of Leicester." "Very well, master," the old butler chuckled in response. Since beginning his daily meditative practices, Moriarty had not savored such a pure alcoholic beverage in quite some time. Soon, a footman appeared from the house, carrying a silver tray. Upon it rested a crystal glass filled with ice and a bottle of dark red Leicester wine. The old butler poured half a glass, which Moriarty took and drank in one go. "Hugo, this night is truly serene," he remarked, savoring the lingering taste on his palate and the cool fire in his chest. "The autumn nights in Ivy are always this tranquil, master," the old butler replied. "Indeed. My mother must have found it so beautiful that she hesitated to depart," Moriarty said, raising his empty glass, prompting the old butler to refill it slightly. "I recall the year the lady first arrived at the manor. It was also on an autumn evening." It feels as if it happened only yesterday," the old butler nodded, his expression serene as he gazed at Moriarty. "Yes, it all seems to have just begun," yet it also feels as if everything has just concluded. Moriarty took another small sip and turned to Hugo. Master. Heh, it is nothing, he reassured, noticing the old butler's concerned gaze. Moriarty smiled again and shook his head. By the way, have the arrangements for tomorrow's journey been made? Yes, everything is prepared, the old butler confirmed. We shall depart at 8 in the morning, with an estimated travel time of 7 hours, arriving at Windsor Castle around 3 in the afternoon. The banquet is expected to commence at 8 in the evening. Understood, Moriarty nodded. Please arrange for the horses. Master. A 7-hour-long journey without a carriage. Hugo immediately advised against it. Moreover, based on Moriarty's past experiences, he had never had such lengthy driving experience. Just put the gifts in the carriage. Moriarty waved his hand, insisting on his decision. By the way, what are our gifts? A set of knight's armor produced in the capital and a large portrait titled Heart of the Griffin, the old butler replied. This was undoubtedly a substantial gift. The price of a set of knight's armor in the Arathia kingdom could almost purchase an ordinary village, especially since it was exquisite armor crafted by the finest artisans in the capital, unattainable without connections for ordinary local nobles. The portrait of Heart of the Griffin specifically referred to the image of the kingdom's founding king. Griffin Heart. Moriarty had indeed heard the Baron mention this portrait, one of the masterpieces by the renowned painter and sculptor Ken Bell, created 30 years ago. The Innsbruck family had spent quite a sum acquiring it from a declining noble of their county. Given that Viscount Soke was a well-known admirer of the Heart of the Griffin and also a level 8 knight, presenting such a gift was both respectable and considerate of the host's sentiments. Chapter 9. Departure. Windsor Castle. The Viscount at 8 in the morning. The Innsbruck family set off as scheduled. Accompanying them was not only a grand luxurious carriage drawn by a pair of horses, but also a retinue of 20 guards. Led by Knight Hamilton, Moriarty donned his knightly attire but did not wear armor. This was intentional for ease of movement during the journey. Upon arrival, he would change back into the appropriate noble garments. Hamilton remained clad in his heavy steel armor, even donning a lion helmet, with a faceplate in his hand. A knight's lance nearly 4 meters long appeared weightless. Fortunately, Hamilton's steed was robust enough. Otherwise, an ordinary country horse would have been crushed beneath the immense weight. The 19 individuals trailing behind Hamilton were clad entirely in leather armor, with standard long swords at their waists and bridge-style iron helmets adorning their heads. Although these 19 guards were also mounted, they were not true knights. For them, their steeds served merely as a means of transportation. When battle ensued, they would engage as infantry swordsmen. Let us depart, Moriarty urged, taking hold of the reins and leading the way. Behind him, a line stretching over 10 meters promptly followed suit. Young Master Moriarty, sit up straight, relax your wrists, and avoid rigidity in your hips. Strive to synchronize with the movements of the horse. From the outset of their journey, Sir Hamilton resumed his equestrian instruction. Very well, relax. Moriarty smiled at the knight who closely guarded his side, making a concerted effort to adjust his posture. Young Master Moriarty, truth be told, I do not recommend such an extended riding journey at this stage. Although your recent practice at the manor has allowed you to grasp the basics of horsemanship, 7 hours of jostling is still quite arduous for a novice. Hamilton observed Moriarty diligently adhering to his guidance, his tone somber and straightforward. Haha, I understand, Lewis, thank you. Moriarty reached down to stroke the red mane of his young mare, who promptly turned her head in response, letting out a cheerful neigh. You are the instructor. Your word is law. If you believe I require a rest, I shall retreat to the wagon at the rear for a while. However, I would prefer that you continue to oversee my riding lesson until then. Moriarty added. Very well, young master. Although it seemed that the young man intended to persist in riding for the majority of the journey, he at least agreed to let Hamilton supervise the entire process, prompting a nod of approval from the knight. In the autumn countryside, golden wheat fields stretched as far as the eye could see, dotted with groups of industrious farmers. The Innsbruck family's procession traversed the rural path, careful not to disturb the ripening crops. Upon sighting the imposing noble cavalry, the farmers would hastily cease their labors and bow in deference to Moriarty and his entourage as they passed by. This year's harvest appears promising. Lewis, how fares your estate? It should also yield a bountiful crop. As he endeavored to maintain his proper posture, Moriarty glanced at the undulating waves of wheat around him, addressing the knight. Indeed, this year has seen ample rainfall, and the snow prior to spring was substantial, so the wheat is thriving. Hamilton's voice emerged muffled through his visor. It is a pity that Kent's geographical location is overly southern. I have heard that in the northern regions of the kingdom, the climate is sufficiently warm to allow for 2 harvests in a single year. Moriarty continued. That is true. However, most of these fertile areas are currently under the control of malevolent necromancers. Even the once prosperous farms along the kingdom's borders have likely fallen victim to those undead. At this point, Hamilton's words were imbued with disdain and animosity. Indeed, it is rather ironic that the finest grain-producing regions of the continent are occupied by the Jaw Alliance, which has little need for such sustenance. Moriarty replied with a resigned shrug. May we hope that one day, we may rid ourselves of these inhuman scum. Hamilton uttered with a low growl. Having said that, the knight turned his horse's head and galloped towards the rear of the line that asked the captain. He needed to remain vigilant to the details and procedures of the entire group. After progressing at a steady pace for 3 hours, the Innsburg family's convoy finally departed the rural path and entered a more even and spacious county road. At midday, the entire cavalcade paused momentarily to rest and partake in a meal. Due to Moriarty's specific request, his provisions were not treated with any special consideration, consisting instead of coarse bread with a small slice of ham, accompanied by water from a skin flask. Young Master Moriarty, I hope you can rest in the wagon for the next hour. Observing Moriarty eating the same simple fare as himself, Hamilton discreetly nodded, though his words remained straightforward and serious. Very well, you are the captain. Moriarty did not object, swallowing a few bites of his bread roll before standing up. To be honest, after 3 continuous hours of riding, Moriarty's thighs had been chafed in several places. Moreover, his stamina had diminished significantly. Maintaining the correct riding posture was inherently exhausting. Had it not been for his recent morning exercises, swordsmanship, and horsemanship lessons, which had gradually strengthened his previously frail physique, he would have struggled even with a mere morning's jolting in a wagon. Upon entering the wagon, the convoy resumed its journey. Moriarty took out a pre-prepared ointment to tend to the wounds on his thighs. Followed by a moment of rest with his eyes closed, an hour later, Moriarty returned to his mount, invigorated, and the pace of the entire procession quickened further by the afternoon, after covering over 100 kilometers. The silhouette of Windsor Castle, encircled by a gentle moat, came into view at the end of the road. At this juncture, Moriarty changed into his noble attire, although he was not particularly fond of the overly ornate garments. They were requisite decorum among the kingdom's aristocracy. Upon the appearance of the Innsburg family's procession before the castle, the steward of the Soak family, who had long awaited their arrival, promptly approached them. As the captain of the guard, Sir Hamilton stepped forward to greet him. Welcome, Sir Innsburg. Upon learning of your impending arrival, the Lord Viscount personally instructed me to await you here, regardless of the sincerity of his sentiment. The steward of the Soak family displayed a demeanor of utmost respect and courtesy. Thank you for your consideration, my Lord Viscount. Moriarty replied with a subtle nod befitting that of a baronial heir. Following the steward's lead, he rode into Windsor Castle. This was a quintessential medieval castle, surrounded by towering granite walls, with 4 even taller arrow towers guarding its corners. The sole entrance to the castle was a drawbridge and a gate forged from wrought iron. The gate was so heavy that opening it required at least 5 strong men to operate the winch. As soon as they stepped into the castle, the light dimmed considerably. The outer areas of the castle were a sprawling settlement of commoners, appearing quite disordered, with most of the houses being low and the streets lined with flowing sewage. However, in anticipation of the noble guests, the commoners had evidently received some form of warning and remained calmly confined within their humble abodes. Moreover, soldiers armed with spears stood guard along both sides of the road. What sturdy walls! Moriarty exclaimed while mounted, surveying his surroundings, and suddenly addressed the leading steward. Indeed, my lord, Windsor Castle has stood for nearly 200 years since its construction. Throughout these 2 centuries, whether faced with thieves, rioters, or even the once feared rebels, the castle's high walls have never wavered. The steward replied with considerable pride. Indeed, as one of the prominent families in Kent, the Soak family possessed a profound legacy and unmatched advantages. Even in the direst circumstances, as long as the Soak family remained protected by the castle's walls, there was always a chance for resurgence. Such a solid foundation was something the Innsburg family had yet to acquire. Having traversed the commoner district, the core area of the castle was now within reach. Unlike the humble, cramped quarters of the commoners, the inner fortress of the Viscount Soak occupied nearly half of the castle's central area. A wall towering over 3 meters distinctly separated the inner and outer sections to at this moment. Moriarty dismounted from his steed. "My lord, please." The steward offered a respectful bow. "Very well." Moriarty followed him into the inner fortress. Behind him, Hamilton continued to trail closely. The other attendants and wagons were naturally taken care of by Soak's servants. "Lord Innsburg has arrived," as Moriarty stepped into the corridor of the Viscount's residence. Another steward with white hair, who had been waiting at the entrance, immediately announced in a loud voice. The doors to the hall slowly opened, and a gentle melody, infused with the aroma of wine, wafted forth from within. Moriarty steadied himself, smiling as he entered. Inside the hall, many individuals were either standing or seated at this moment. Nearly everyone turned their gaze toward the newly arrived Moriarty, the representative of the third most powerful baronial family in Kent. Moriarty's presence indeed commanded the attention of all present. However, Moriarty keenly observed that not all the gazes directed at him were filled with goodwill and joy. Many bore subtle disdain and veiled jealousy. In response, Moriarty's smile grew ever more serene and composed. Before him, a robust elderly gentleman clad in a blue military uniform, adorned with a golden sash, and beaming with good cheer, strode forward with outstretched arms toward Moriarty. Welcome, handsome lord. I was truly saddened to learn that your father could not attend, but seeing you now brings me immense joy. Once again, welcome to Windsor Castle." The old man exclaimed with a hearty laugh. Chapter 10, Gifts, the Peculiar Viscount, the Wine. "Thank you very much for your invitation. My Lord Viscount. It is equally my honor to visit Windsor Castle." Faced with the beaming Count Soak, Moriarty bowed gracefully with a radiant smile, before embracing the Count warmly. "Oh, did you see? His lordship places such importance on that young lad." Naturally, as the representative of the Innsburg family, this youth is arguably the most significant guest at today's banquet. Of course, unless Lord Maryland is struck by a sudden whim and decides to reconcile with his lordship at Windsor Castle. Impossible. Even if the Queen herself were to issue a decree, I fear it would not suffice to seat our two counts at the same table for dinner. Just a moment ago, I witnessed Lord Maryland's envoy hurriedly departing after delivering a gift. Alas, it is unfortunate that this young man's reputation seems not to align with his lineage. Sigh, just a boy with an Oedipal complex. Overly emotional. I say, Charlie, who hasn't experienced such absurdity in their childhood. Hee. As Moriarty cordially met Count Soak, several other lords, knights, and ladies in the hall began to murmur about the young man before them. However, it was clear that the current aristocratic circle still held a rather low opinion of Moriarty. "Lewis, please present our gift." After the pleasantries were exchanged, Moriarty stepped back and addressed Hamilton. "Yes, my lord," Hamilton replied, cradling his helmet and gesturing to the attendants behind him. Child, let me see what delightful treasures you have brought me." The Count laughed heartily. Nodding in acknowledgement to Hamilton, a knight of the 7th rank. Despite the vast difference in their titles, Hamilton still garnered the respect of Count Soak, who was also a knight. Clang, clang, clang. The first item to be brought into the hall was a set of heavy knightly armor glimmering with silver light. The Star of Standwell armor, what a rare find. Clearly, the Count was a discerning connoisseur. Recognizing the armor's provenance at a mere glance, he approached the armor, examining it closely for a long while, and gently brushed his fingers over its cold, hard surface, ultimately resting his fingers on the prominent star-shaped embellishment at the center of the massive breastplate. "It seems your father has a good relationship with Duke Steve," he remarked suddenly, turning to cast a glance at Moriarty. The Star Knight's armor is standard equipment of the Griffin Knights, and aside from Royal Knights, it is seldom heard of being available elsewhere. My father and the Duke only have some ordinary business dealings," Moriarty replied with a smile, revealing nothing. Indeed. The Count responded with a grin, though it was unclear whether he was praising the armor or Moriarty himself. "Now, present the second gift," Moriarty instructed Hamilton with a nod. Immediately, a 2-meter-high portrait shrouded in black velvet was carefully carried in by 2 servants. "Your lordship, please." Moriarty slightly bowed as he spoke. "Very well." Count Soak nodded, stepping forward to grasp the edge of the velvet cover and pulling it down with a flourish. "Oh." In an instant, a chorus of involuntary gasps resonated throughout the opulent hall of the Count's estate. "It is the portrait of the Griffin King." Count Soak had not anticipated that what lay hidden behind the curtain was such a magnificent and grand full-body portrait of Griffinheart. In the painting, the former king of Alasia is depicted clad in golden armor, wielding a long sword, majestically standing atop a towering peak. Behind him, a regal and robust crowned griffin soars fiercely in the sky against the backdrop of a rising sun. Beneath the feet of the king, a vile dragon and devil lay ruthlessly vanquished in a pool of blood, while a fluttering battle standard, amidst a storm of arrows and swords, fiercely protects the Griffin King. Oh, what a splendid royal portrait! A life-sized masterpiece, truly a rare gem. Good heavens, look, the signature on the painting is from Master Ken Bell. Indeed, the Innsbruck family is remarkable, a true display of grandeur. In that moment, the other guests in the hall were utterly captivated by the portrait, each expressing their admiration with murmurs of envy. Clearly, the image of the heart of the griffin elicited greater astonishment and awe from the assembled nobility than the previous star of Stanwell armor. "Bring forth," the count suddenly called out. "Yes, my lord." The steward of the Soak family immediately bowed in response. "Hang this portrait high at once, right here in this hall. I want to see it every day." The count's affection for the portrait was unrestrained as he commanded loudly. At once, under the steward's direction, the servants quickly busied themselves, carefully lifting and transporting the massive portrait, then hanging it prominently in the hall. "My dear Moriarty, may I call you that, child?" Once the portrait was securely mounted on the high wall of the hall, Count Soak took a moment to admire it before turning to Moriarty. "Of course, your lordship," Moriarty replied with a smile. "I am immensely grateful for the two exquisite gifts you and your father have bestowed upon me. They are so splendid and marvelous, they could easily become heirlooms of a family. Now, as a token of gratitude and reciprocation, I shall grant you a request. Speak, my child. What do you desire? Any request will be fulfilled." The count gazed into Moriarty's eyes and suddenly declared, "Did you hear that? The count claims he can fulfill any wish of that boy. Oh my, how is it that such good fortune does not fall upon me? To think, that is a promise from Count Soak. With just a word, one could even obtain a lord title and 2 or 3 estates. Fool, that boy is the heir of the Innsbruck family himself. Why would he care for a title of nobility? If I were him, I would seize the opportunity to propose to Miss Matilda. To marry this pearl of Soak would be the greatest happiness in life. You lot, quiet down and pay attention. Let's see what that boy desires." Amidst the rising murmur, the count fixed his gaze on Moriarty, observing every flicker of his expression and every subtle tremor. Alas, after half a minute had passed, Moriarty's demeanor remained unchanged. He merely smiled gently, lowering his eyes slightly, resembling a somewhat bashful young man. "Have you made up your mind, child?" The count inquired again, his tone taking on a more serious note. "Esteemed count, the mere fact that these 2 small gifts have garnered your appreciation is already the greatest encouragement and reward for me." Meeting the elder's gaze, Moriarty spoke slowly and distinctly. "Moreover, in regard to the friendship between the Innsbruck family and the Soak family, such gifts are truly trivial, and I have no grounds to request anything further from you." Child, you are quite eloquent. I have always regarded the Innsbruck family as Soak's most cherished partner and steadfast ally." The count, maintaining his composure, stepped forward, a wave of pressure emanating from his mid-tier warrior stance surging towards Moriarty like a tide. "However, my decisions are not easily swayed. Speak. What do you wish for? The Garcia vineyard, 10 Rhodius stallions and Mares, a trade route to Cluralad, or even Windsor Castle itself? My heavens, has the count gone mad? What he proposes are the supreme treasures of the Soak family." In an instant, the hall fell silent. All eyes, guests and Soak family servants alike, stared in astonishment at the count, bewildered by the unfolding events. Meanwhile, Knight Hamilton snorted coldly, a formidable knightly aura radiating from him as it surged forth. Clearly, the count's bullying actions had crossed the line for the captain of the Innsbruck family guard. Nevertheless, Moriarty raised a hand, halting his knight's advance. Still smiling, he faced the fierce aura emanating from the count and replied, "Word by word, then, your lordship, if you must bestow upon me this honor and reward, I would wish for a barrel of 483 vintage Garcia wine, though it seems this vintage of fine wine has long vanished from the market. I suspect that as the proprietor of Garcia Vineyard, you must still have some in stock. For 83 vintage wine. Ha ha, ha ha." Upon hearing Moriarty's response, Count Soak seemed momentarily taken aback. Then he burst into uncontrollable laughter, his face turning crimson, but he laughed for nearly a minute, while the surrounding nobles and servants exhaled in relief, casting peculiar glances at the young man and the count in the center of the hall. "Very well. It seems you have guessed correctly. Indeed, I do have a barrel of blood dew still stored in my cellar, and now it is yours. After finally regaining his composure, the Count nodded at Moriarty, still chuckling. I sincerely thank you for your generosity. Moriarty exhaled slowly, bowing in gratitude. I did not expect this young man to be less naive than the rumors suggest. At that moment, among the crowd, many elder nobles began to subtly shift their perception of Moriarty. Do you see what I mean? Although that boy refrained from seizing such a magnificent opportunity due to noble etiquette, it is indeed commendable. However, does this not also reveal his rigidity and lack of adaptability? At that moment, others began to voice their doubts. Humph. What do you young ones know? Is the Soak family's treasure so easily obtained? Are you not afraid of burning your hands? So, this youth indeed possesses some cunning, or is it merely sheer luck? Perhaps. In an instant, all discussions in the hall once again converged upon Moriarty. Yet, the Moriarty who was firmly pinned down by the Viscount could not hear these exchanges. In fact, even if he had heard them, he would likely have chosen to ignore them. Just then, a side door of the hall was gently pushed open. Suddenly, a group of young noble scions entered, and among them, like stars surrounding the moon, was a golden-haired maiden with emerald-green eyes reminiscent of a serene lake. Father, has anything interesting happened here? I heard your laughter while I was in the greenhouse. Upon seeing the maiden approach, the crowd parted to create a pathway. Soon, the girl, adorned with a gentle smile, stood before Moriarty and the Viscount. Chapter 11. The Pearl of Soak, the Enchanted Rose, the Provocateur. Ah, Mathilde, you have arrived just in time. Allow me to introduce, this is Sir Innsburg. The Viscount laughed heartily as he took the maiden's hand, then turned to Moriarty, saying, Moriarty, this is my daughter, Mathilde. It is a pleasure to meet you, esteemed sir. Welcome to Windsor Castle. The maiden gazed at the youth before her, offering a delicate smile, and gracefully lifted the edges of her gown to bow. Thank you, it is my utmost honor, beautiful miss. Moriarty smiled faintly, captivated by the maiden's verdant eyes and the graceful silhouette accentuated by her curtsy. What do you think, young man? Have you been enchanted by my daughter's beauty? Ha. The old Viscount interjected suddenly. Indeed, Miss Mathilde is not only the jewel of Soak, but also a supreme treasure of Kent County. I believe anyone fortunate enough to have met the miss would marvel at the wonders of creation and envy the favor of the heavens. Moriarty had begun to grow accustomed to the Viscount's eccentricities, nodding earnestly in agreement. Ha, well said. It was evident that the Viscount held immense affection for his daughter, his eyes brimming with kindness and joy. However, he soon shifted the topic, adding, according to the traditions of Kent County, upon meeting such a beautiful miss for the first time, should one not present a small gift to win her favor? Well, naturally. Unexpectedly, just a short while later, the Viscount began to set challenges for himself again. Moriarty raised an eyebrow and promptly replied, Esteemed miss, I beg your pardon for my haste, which has prevented me from preparing a more commendable gift. Please accept this flower as a token of my admiration for you. With that, Moriarty bowed slightly to the Pearl of Soak and directly offered her a half-bloomed red rose that had been pinned to his chest. The hall fell silent for a moment, the attendees momentarily taken aback. Despite everyone knowing that the evening's banquet was in celebration of the Viscount's birthday, to carelessly pluck a flower from one's attire and present it to the Pearl of Soak seemed rather reckless and absurd. After all, such an act starkly contradicted the traditional noble etiquette. What an outrageous fellow! What a childish boy! A violator of noble customs. The most vehement reactions came from the young noblemen closely following Mathilde. In their eyes, Moriarty's gesture was akin to sacrilege against their goddess. Though Moriarty's lineage was illustrious, the youthful fervor propelled these young men to boldly defend their goddess's dignity. Ironically, both Mathilde and the Viscount remained composed, continuing to gaze at Moriarty with warm smiles. This morning, in the garden of Ivy Manor, I chanced upon this rose embraced by DEW.IT was so radiant and fragrant. In the clear morning light, the red petals resembled frozen flames, threatening to sear one's gaze. Thus, I could not help but pluck it and place it upon my chest, hoping this flame would ignite my heart. Moriarty paid no heed to the young men's scorn, instead cradling the red rose in one hand while delicately brushing its tender petals with the other, as if caressing the soft visage of the maiden before him. What a beautiful poem! Unlike the envious and indignant noble youths, the other nobles in the hall, particularly the ladies, were deeply touched by Moriarty's poetic words. Mathilde's smile grew even brighter. Alas, after a long journey, this flame seems to have dimmed somewhat. much like all the beauty in this world. It is dazzling yet fleeting. At this juncture, Moriarty suddenly took a step closer to Mathilde, snapping his fingers with a resounding crack. Instantly, a magical radiance cascaded from his fingertips like stardust, slowly and intricately showering down upon the rose's petals like spring rain. Miraculously, the once drooping flower bloomed anew, encircled by a dreamlike halo that spun gracefully around the blossoming rose. Yet now, upon encountering the beautiful pearl of soak, this flame has reignited. Perhaps your beauty is the greatest enchantment in this world. With that, Moriarty extended his hand, gently placing the magically illuminated rose into the maiden's grasp. Wow, what am I seeing? What sort of trick is this? Silence. That is magic. Have you not heard that this youth is already an apprentice magician? No one anticipated that a seemingly ordinary red rose would, in Moriarty's hands, transform into a gift that no noblewoman could refuse. Thank you, Sir Ensberg. This magical rose from Ivy Manor is truly exquisite. Mathilde gazed at the enchanted rose in her hand, then smiled sweetly as she gently adorned it in her hair. In that instant, the beautiful maiden and the enchanting flower intertwined, becoming one. I am delighted that you like it. Moriarty, having skillfully completed his task, bowed with a flourish. I truly hope to visit Ivy Manor someday. I have heard that at least half of Kent County's beauty is cherished there. Suddenly, the maiden added, It would be my honor that I hereby formally invite you to Ivy Manor at your convenience. In accordance with noble etiquette. Moriarty replied, I accept your invitation. The maiden smiled again, and the Viscount beside her nodded in agreement. Humph, merely a trivial magical trick. What is there to commend? Just as the hall was abuzz with astonishment and praise for Moriarty's impressive display, a young man in lavish attire, of similar age to Moriarty, suddenly stepped forward, exclaiming loudly, Oh, may I inquire who you are? Moriarty quickly cast a glance at the Viscount, noting his subtle surprise, confirming that this was not another act orchestrated by the old man. Allow me to introduce. This is Sir Royanta, the eldest son of Lord Royanta. As the elegantly dressed youth interrupted, Mathilde's expression flickered with a hint of displeasure, but she quickly regained her composure, maintaining her impeccable smile as she addressed Moriarty, since Lord Royanta has gone to the capital. Sir Royanta represents him at my father's birthday banquet. Ah, it is Sir Royanta. I am pleased to meet you here. Moriarty regarded the young man with a slight smile. The Royanta family, likewise, wielded considerable political influence within Kent County. Though their title was merely that of a baron, they were an old noble family with deep roots. Notably, their ancestors had once attained the rank of Viscount, and they possessed a formidable castle, Rheinburg, rivaling Windsor Castle. Unfortunately, during the civil turmoil a century ago, the Royanta family was stripped of their Viscount title and vast lands due to their political stance, relegating them to mere barons. Ever since, the members of the Royanta family have tirelessly endeavored to restore their ancestral glory. Reliable reports indicated that after 3 generations of relentless effort, the Royanta family might soon be reinstated with the title of baron by the royal family. At that time, Kent County would witness the emergence of 2 viscounts and 2 barons simultaneously. I am also pleased to meet you, Sir Ensberg. Despite the clear disdain and hostility etched on his face, according to noble etiquette, Fox Royanta dutifully saluted Moriarty. Sir Royanta, it seems you harbor some discontent regarding the gift I presented to Miss Mathilde earlier. Am I mistaken? Moriarty took the initiative to inquire. Indeed, Sir Ensberg. I perceive that this is merely a disreputable display of magical trickery, hardly deserving of being called a gift, let alone one befitting the beauty of Miss Marty. The youth's words were exceptionally sharp, leaving no room for rebuttal. Oh, sir, you are familiar with magical trickery as well? Moriarty remained unfazed, retorting in kind. Sir Ensberg, not all nobles squander their time on mere accounting, though I am not a mage. I certainly recognize such trifles. If the boy's previous statement was incisive, this one bordered on the rude. It is widely known that the Ensberg family is among the wealthiest in Kent. Yet here, in such a public setting, the youth insinuated that they were nothing more than vulgar merchants obsessed with profit, a direct affront to Moriarty himself. Has the fire of jealousy rendered Fox Loyant irrational? Or has the Loyant family grown impatient to assert their strength against Ensberg? Several nobles pondered this as the atmosphere in the hall suddenly turned tense. Fox, you. Clearly, bringing embarrassment to the Ensberg family at Windsor Castle did not align with Soak's familial interests. The young lady was poised to intervene, but Moriarty restrained her. So what kind of gift does Sir Loyant believe would be suitable for Miss Marty? Moriarty inquired, stepping forward with a grave tone. It must, of course, be a precious and rare treasure. The youth held his head high, meeting Moriarty's gaze unflinchingly, then suddenly turned to Maddle and declared loudly, "Here, I wish to present my Hanoverian horse from Avalai as a gift to the Pearl of Soak." Chapter 12. The Hanoverian Horse. Retaliation, horse racing, wow. Instantly, the hall of Windsor Castle erupted in commotion. The nobles present could hardly claim their attendance was in vain. The earlier presentation of the Stanwell Morningstar armor and the portrait of the Griffin King by the Innsbruck family had already dazzled the crowd. And now the eldest son of the Loyant family had audaciously proclaimed his intention to gift a rare Avalai Hanoverian horse to Miss Soak. This all seems like a shameless display of wealth. Numerous lesser nobles muttered in disdain, yet watched with excitement. Upon hearing that Fox intended to gift her a Hanoverian horse from the distant northern forests, Maddle was momentarily taken aback and at a loss for words. The Avalai region had been inhabited by elves for millennia, making entry for outsiders exceedingly difficult. Later, although the evil necromancer alliance of Deja forcibly seized a large portion of southern Avalai land, this resulted in even greater difficulties and dangers for trade and interaction between Avalai and Eurasia. Nowadays, the caravans departing from the kingdom for Avalai either took long detours to avoid Deja's controlled areas or paid exorbitant sums to hire sufficient armed forces to protect their property and lives. Consequently, many of Avalai's specialties became exorbitantly priced by the time they reached Eurasia, far beyond the means of commoners. The Hanoverian horse mentioned by Fox was a prime example, highly sought after and beloved by the nobility of Eurasia. It is said that the Hanoverian horse is a descendant of the wondrous winged steeds of the Avalai forests, though the Hanoverian itself lacks the magnificent wings of its forebears and cannot soar freely in the azure sky. Its noble lineage renders it the swiftest and most agile land horse on the continent. Even Her Majesty the Queen is a devoted admirer of the Hanoverian breed. Alas, to this day, her royal stables contain only 2 stallions and 3 mares of this esteemed breed, underscoring the Loyant family's formidable standing and heritage. I hope the beautiful Miss Maddle will appreciate this modest gift. Noticing the young lady's momentary daze, Fox continued loudly, casting a sidelong glance at Moriarty. How amusing, Moriarty mused silently, observing the haughty demeanor of the youth. Was it merely an attempt to win the favor of the lovely maiden, or did it signify the Loyant family's overture to the Soak family? Fox's seemingly reckless gesture was far from simple in the eyes of the discerning. Now, it remained to be seen how Moriarty would navigate this precarious situation. "Sir Loyant, you just mentioned the Hanoverian horse from Avalai, did you not?" As the eyes of the crowd focused on him once more, Moriarty inquired with an air of calm. "Indeed, a robust 3-year-old Hanoverian stallion," Fox asserted with conviction. "I have heard that the Hanoverian horse is a rarity, one of the swiftest creatures on the continent," Moriarty continued. "Indeed, even a griffin may struggle to keep pace," Fox replied, somewhat perplexed by Moriarty's intentions but unwavering in his confidence regarding his steed. "Indeed, that is so," Moriarty nodded, but then pivoted sharply. "A genuine Hanoverian horse is naturally a perfect amalgamation of strength and beauty. However, Sir Loyant, how can you prove that your horse is authentic?" Moriarty's words sent the hall into a frenzy once more. Just moments ago, Fox had insinuated that the Innsbruck family were mere grasping merchants, and now Moriarty's retort implied that he doubted the integrity of the Loyant family's eldest son, branding him a liar. "Sir Innsbruck, your words are a grave insult to both myself and the Loyant family. As a noble, I demand satisfaction through a duel," Fox bellowed, his face flushed with indignation, and had it not been for the public setting, he might have lunged at Moriarty with a fist. "Please remain calm, Sir Loyant. I bear no disrespect," Moriarty replied, maintaining a placid smile. "Of course, I merely worry that Sir Loyant might be deceived by some unscrupulous merchant, mistaking an ordinary country horse for a Hanoverian. After all, such horses from Avalai are exceedingly rare within the kingdom." Wow, yet another cutting remark. The assembly had not anticipated Moriarty's response would strike so sharply at Fox's pride. Moments ago, Fox had accused another of deceit, and now Moriarty had turned the tables, portraying Fox as a crude, uninformed country noble. This was particularly poignant, given Fox's earlier self-aggrandizing claim of having some knowledge. What a splendid command of rhetoric! Many secretly applauded Moriarty's eloquence. If the impromptu poem gifted to Marty was akin to a captivating magical rose, then his words directed at Fox were akin to twin venomous serpents, striking at the heart. Faced with Moriarty's incisive and immaculate rhetoric, Sweat appeared on Fox's brow for the first time, unsure whether it was from rage or confusion. Very well, sir. Let us ease the tension. Moriarty suddenly turned to the other nobles. In fact, what I say may echo the doubts harbored in many minds. How about this, Sir Loyant? To prove that your gift to Miss Marty is indeed an unblemished Hanoverian from Avalai, let us engage in a small competition, if your steed can outpace mine in a race. Does that not prove my assertions to be erroneous? A race. The previously silent Viscount Soak's eyes lit up, and other nobles exchanged glances. Very well, let us have a race. Without a moment's hesitation, Fox shouted his agreement. His teeth clenched as he added, if the outcome finds you the loser, I demand a public apology and acknowledgement that you are nothing more than a mere jester. Agreed, no problem at all, Moriarty shrugged. Readily accepting the wager, then countered, however, should you lose, what would you offer? How could I possibly? Fox yearned to mock Moriarty's audacity and ignorance, yet recalling how readily Moriarty had accepted his terms, he could only ask, what do you desire? Nothing of consequence, Moriarty shook his head, if I win. I wish for you to transfer ownership of your steed to me. While it may not suit Miss Marty's riding, at least I could provide it with a spacious barn and a kind farmer to engage in lighter work. At this, laughter erupted from the crowd. Confronted with Moriarty's acerbic wit, Fox was clearly outmatched, and with a huff, he turned to Viscount Soak, saying, My lord, I request your permission to resolve our differences through this race and ask that you oversee the event to ensure its fairness. Of course, the Viscount nodded. Observing the restrained fury of Fox and the unflappable demeanor of Moriarty at this juncture, regardless of who was right or wrong, no one could prevent the race from proceeding. The majority of onlookers regarded this as a long-awaited confrontation between the Loyant family and the rising Innsbruck family. Let us hold the race at Windsor Castle. 2 noble knights each mounted their steeds, departing from the grand entrance to circle the castle and return. The one who reaches the starting point first shall be declared the victor. What do you think, young man? As the supervisor, the Viscount promptly established the rules. Absolutely no problem, Fox exclaimed loudly. Very well, Moriarty nodded in agreement. Then let us commence, to allow time for the 2 competitors to prepare. The Viscount led the gathered nobility out of the hall and onto the ramparts of Windsor Castle. Meanwhile, Fox and Moriarty, flanked by their attendants, retreated to their chambers to get ready. My lord, do remember what I mentioned on our way here. Your grip on the reins should be relaxed, your waist supple, and your hips must sway in rhythm with the horse. In the room, as Sir Hamilton assisted Moriarty in donning his riding attire, he spoke again in a serious tone. Although he held no confidence in Moriarty's chances of winning this race, which was pivotal for the honor of the Innsbruck family, he diligently fulfilled his duties as a family knight. All right, Lewis, I will remember, Moriarty replied, fastening the collar of his jacket and turning to Hamilton with a smile. If that fellow truly possesses a Hanoverian horse, what are my odds against him with my Sadies? 50%, Hamilton pondered before responding. I expected you to declare there was no chance at all, Moriarty laughed heartily. That 50% is contingent upon the Hanoverian encountering some misfortune or having an improper diet this morning, Hamilton remarked, observing the jovial Moriarty with a stoic expression. Improper diet. I must say, Hamilton, it's a pity you aren't pursuing a career as a bard. Moriarty chuckled uncontrollably at Hamilton's unexpectedly dry humor. Though I am uncertain why you proposed this race. As a member of the Innsbruck family, I hope you cherish our family's honor and fight to the end, Hamilton concluded solemnly as Moriarty made his final preparations. Indeed, I shall, Moriarty replied, his smile fading as he regarded Hamilton with equal seriousness. Nodding. Very well, knight, let us embark. At once, my lord. Hamilton placed a hand on his breastplate, donned his helmet, and lowered the face guard. Chapter 13. The spectators, the rules, and the marvelous start. The autumn sunset is always more resplendent than that of other seasons. The golden-hued evening glow cascades across the western sky like a vast and dazzling tapestry, awaiting Apollo's return to the horizon after a day's labor, upon the sturdy walls of Windsor Castle. The nobility gathered in clusters of 3s and 5s or stood alone, yet, at this moment, all eyes were fixated below the castle. There, the 2 knights, poised for an intense competition, stood side by side with their steeds, while before them stood Viscount Soak, the appointed overseer of the race. Gentlemen, are you both prepared? The Viscount called out, surveying the riders. All set. Indeed. It must be noted that Fox, dressed in the same riding gear, Cut a striking figure. His black fitted top, pristine white riding trousers, and a vibrant scarlet cloak commanded attention as he rode forth on his notably larger white Hanoverian. Many young ladies could not help but cheer for him. In contrast, Moriarty's attire was far less ostentatious. He merely wore the same outfit he had on the way there, with the addition of a black riding cap for good measure. Who do you think will claim victory? Lord Rinther or the Innsbruck? Some nobles on the ramparts began to place bets on the race. I wager 300 gold coins on Lord Rinther, one declared, quickly followed by others placing their bets. It seems Fox was not lying. His horse is indeed an Avalai Hanoverian. Just look at its stature, its gait, and its hoofprints. I can almost envision this magnificent steed in full gallop. Though it is somewhat begrudging, it appears that Lord Innsbruck has not chosen a worthy opponent. Despite having the upper hand in the previous exchanges, empty words are no match for solid strength. I too wager 500 gold coins on Lord Rinther. Perhaps a miracle may occur, some noble maidens retorted, suggesting that Moriarty had his own supporters. Oh, dear Miss Emile, it seems you are too soft-hearted. Know that in horse racing, success is 70% reliant on the horse and 30% on the rider. If Lord Rinther's mount is indeed the Hanoverian he claims, then Lord Innsbruck will find it exceedingly difficult to prevail. That I fear it may be a difficult day for Baron Innsbruck. That may not be the case. I wager 100 gold coins on Lord Innsbruck's victory. At that moment, a delicate white ivory fan suddenly unfolded. A few noblemen and women quickly turned to see the minority was none other than Miss Mathilde. I will follow Miss Mathilde's lead and wager 100 gold coins. I too wager 100. I support you. Miss Mathilde, I wager 100 gold coins as well. Instantly, the group of young noblemen who had been accompanying Mathilde joined in the betting. Of course, they did not genuinely wish to cheer for Moriarty. Nor did anyone believe he could win the race. In truth, if given the chance, they would prefer the two competitors to suffer mutual defeat. However, since the illustrious Soak had so boldly stepped forward, the admirers of the illustrious lady had no choice but to follow suit. Moreover, like Mathilde, they only bet 100 gold coins, an amount they could afford to lose without great consequence. With this gathering of like-minded individuals, the previously hesitant noble maidens also opened their purses to join the betting. In no time, the ramparts of Windsor Castle were abuzz with excitement. Outside the moat, Viscount Soak was making his final remarks. According to tradition, the challenger will start from the outer circle, while the contender enjoys the advantage of the inner circle. The Viscount announced, directing his gaze toward the two men. Windsor Castle is a quintessential circular stone fortress, with a diameter of approximately 800 meters, making the distance around the castle about 2.5 kilometers. This length is barely sufficient for racing, or perhaps it could be said to favor horses with strong sprinting capabilities. Lord Innsbruck, while your horse appears quite impressive, it is evident that it pales in comparison to my Hanoverian. How about this? I shall grant you the inner track this time. I will start from the outer. Fox regarded Moriarty with an air of arrogance. At this moment, having seen his opponent's mount, he was almost certain of his impending victory. After all, the superiority of a horse can largely be discerned from its appearance and demeanor. This is not to say that Moriarty's horse is inferior. At the very least, Sadie's is a warhorse of excellent lineage. However, when compared to the Hanoverian standing beside it, it was clearly lacking. Now that victory seemed assured, Fox was intent on making Moriarty's experience as humiliating as possible. No need for that, Lord Rinther. The etiquette of nobility is also part of the race. Only the pitiable parvenus would flaunt their foolishness at such a venue, Moriarty replied, casting a sidelong glance at his opponent with a faint smile. You. Fox could hardly contain his indignation. Well then, since neither of you has any objections, the race is about to begin. Seeing Fox's face flush with anger at Moriarty's jibe, the Viscount called out loudly, at the signal of my hand, circle the castle and return here first to claim victory. Prepare. Start. At last, the Viscount's left hand came down with force. Almost simultaneously, Fox urged his Hanoverian forward like an arrow released from a bow. The Hanoverian, renowned as one of the finest breeds in the continent, surged from a standstill to full speed in under 3 seconds. Its long strides ensured that with every gallop, it covered more ground than any other breed, and its broad hooves provided stability and assurance in every step. Wow, so fast. Truly, it is a Hanoverian. It resembles a white arrow in flight. At that moment, all attention was directed toward the swift start of the Hanoverian and Fox. Witnessing a race led by a Hanoverian was a source of joy and excitement, even for the nobility of Ilrasia. However, suddenly, A gasp erupted from the walls. Good heavens! Lord Innsbruck remains rooted in place. What on earth is happening? Has he truly given up? The crowd soon realized that while the Hanoverian galloped forward with vigor, Moriarty was inexplicably stationary at the starting line. Instantly, a myriad of speculations raced through everyone's mind, with most concluding that Moriarty had forfeited the race from the very beginning. However, those standing closer to the starting line, particularly Viscount Soak, did not share this belief about Moriarty's apparent immobility. As the thunderous hoofbeats of the Hanover receded like a distant drumroll, a mysterious and unfamiliar chant reached the ears of the Viscount. It is a spell. In an instant, the old man abruptly turned to face Moriarty. There sat Moriarty, calmly astride his horse, his hands weaving intricate gestures while he recited the incantation in a voice as placid as still waters. What on earth does this young man intend to accomplish? The Viscount's gaze was fixed intently upon Moriarty's countenance. Ever since Moriarty proposed the horse race, the Viscount had been pondering his motives. Unlike the other noble guests, he had secretly inspected the Hanover shortly after it was brought to the stables of Windsor Castle. Having been alerted by the butler, moreover, based on his assessment, he was certain that Fox's steed was undoubtedly an Hanoverian breed from Avalai. Thus, in the Viscount's eyes, Moriarty's suggestion to race was a foolhardy endeavor, a self-inflicted humiliation. However, constrained by the host's neutral stance, the old man felt unable to provide any hints to this increasingly likable young gentleman. Additionally, from a familial perspective, if the Roganta could, to some extent, curb the relentless rise of Innsbruck, it would align with the long-term interests of the Soak family. Yet now, Moriarty's actions had revealed that his challenge to Fox was not an act of reckless folly. Perhaps Fox's assertion that the magical rose was mere parlor trickery held some truth, but let us not forget that any competent apprentice of magic possesses far more than just frivolous sleight of hand. Under the keen scrutiny of the Soak Viscount, Moriarty completed his magical incantation. Approximately 10 seconds after the Hanover had taken off, a swift whirlwind suddenly swirled around Moriarty and his mount. Simultaneously, a dazzling flash of magic sparkled around the pair. Wow! What am I witnessing? What is that light? What on earth has that young man done? Instantly, the walls erupted once more with a cacophony of exclamations and inquiries. Amidst this uproar, Moriarty tugged at the reins, and his steed, Cedes, launched forward with an astonishing burst of speed, racing towards the distant form of the Hanover that had nearly rounded the bend. Chapter 14. A simple triumph, a simple victory, the race conclusion. Go, go. The leading fox continued to whip the reins with fervor, simultaneously spurring his Hanoverian steed with the heels of his boots, urging it to gallop on relentlessly. The 2.5-kilometer track was a mere 2 minutes for a Hanover. Easily conquered at full speed, Fox was confident he could conclude the race in a mere 100 seconds at that moment. The thought of being overtaken or surpassed was entirely absent from Fox's mind. His sole focus was on how to return to the starting point more swiftly, to claim victory, and then to sit leisurely upon the Hanover, watching Moriarty struggle in pursuit. Ultimately, he envisioned teaching this presumptuous, disrespectful youth a lesson before nearly all the nobles of Kent. Thus, throughout the race, Fox did not spare a glance behind him. There was simply no need. As a minute approached, Fox maintained his undisputed lead. After covering approximately 1.5 kilometers, the Hanover continued to advance with remarkable speed, just as it had at the outset. Fox couldn't help but smile triumphantly, nearly bursting with the desire to shout out his victory. But just then, a gentle breeze unexpectedly swept in from behind him. Before he could comprehend what was happening, a strange figure surged past him at an unimaginable speed. What was that? Fox glanced sideways, only to behold Moriarty riding Cedes as if in a dance, graceful, composed, yet irresistibly surpassing him. This is impossible. Faced with such a spectacle, Fox was nearly driven to madness. Heaven knows what sorcery Moriarty had employed to make his inferior mare achieve a speed that would astonish even griffins. Though Moriarty's riding speed was absurd, his horse appeared to be galloping effortlessly. The hoofs struck the ground silently, leaving scarcely a trace. Had the grass outside Windsor Castle become so firm as to support such a massive horse and its rider? In that moment, Fox was consumed by a tumult of anger and disbelief. Go, go, go. In the next instant, Fox began to lash the spurs with reckless abandon, vigorously swinging the reins. The Hanover, pierced deeply by the iron-tipped spurs, let out a pained whinny and surged forward even more frantically. Chase, chase, catch up. At this moment, Fox wished he could meld his own legs with those of the Hanover, He could scarcely bear to contemplate the humiliation of being overtaken and losing the race to a rival, especially with the Kent gentry eagerly awaiting at the finish line. Yet, no matter how fiercely he urged his steed, or how the Hanover sprinted under the near-abusive handling, he could only watch as Moriarty's form grew ever more distant. Even more intolerable for Fox was the fact that throughout it all, Moriarty had not once cast a glance in his direction. That it was as though he was not surpassing a formidable opponent, but merely brushing past a pitiful insect, or perhaps just a wisp of air. "You scoundrel!" Fox spit down hard on his lip, nearly drawing blood. At the finish line, the nobles of Kent were in a state of fervor. In just over a minute, there was hardly time to quell the excitement and confusion. Discussions about Moriarty's astonishing start filled the air. However, after the initial shock, some of the more erudite old nobles identified that Moriarty had utilized a form of magical prowess. Yet, opinions diverged on what kind of spell could enable Sir Innsbruck's horse, far from being top tier, to achieve such astounding speed. One consensus emerged: Moriarty's actions had once again deeply astonished all present. The concept of a noble magician had, for the first time, taken root in the upper echelons of Kent society. Soon, after what felt like a lengthy wait, anxious spectators caught sight of a rider approaching rapidly from the opposite side of Windsor Castle. Who is that? Is it Innsbruck or Roganta? Good heavens! Why can't I hear the sound of hoofbeats? The majority of the nobles immediately surged toward the nearest wall, whether they were esteemed lords, baronets, or beautiful ladies and maidens, all strained to catch a glimpse in one direction. "It's Innsbruck. It's Sir Innsbruck!" Finally, the first to discern shouted out, and the crowd erupted once more into a deafening roar. There was no time for further exchanges among the nobles. Moriarty, racing like a whirlwind, had already crossed the final stretch and returned to the finish line. Meanwhile, several hundred meters behind, Fox and his Hanover were slowing down rapidly. Immediately, everyone rushed toward the descending path, hurrying toward the castle's main entrance. Everyone sought to catch a glimpse of this newly crowned champion of the race. "Congratulations, Sir Innsbruck." The first to greet Moriarty was Hamilton, who had stood motionless at the starting point from beginning to end. "Thank you, Lewis," Moriarty replied with a smile to his captain, then gracefully dismounted. "Remember to prepare an extra meal for Ceres tonight. She deserves it." "Certainly, my lord." In addition to hay and beans, there will be a fine vintage of wine. Hamilton nodded, stepping forward to take the reins from Moriarty's hands. "Congratulations, young man. Though your riding style is rather unique, I believe it does not diminish your status as the champion of this race. Once again, congratulations, Moriarty." The Soak Viscount beamed with delight, as if Moriarty's victory were his OWNAT that moment. He had immediately declared Moriarty the winner, which, to some extent, revealed a considerable bias. "Thank you for your fair oversight and judgment." In response to the elder, Moriarty displayed courtesy, remaining neither arrogant nor impatient. "Congratulations, Sir Innsbruck. You and your steed were in perfect harmony. What a thrilling race, my lord." Soon, the nobles arrived at the castle's entrance. In the blink of an eye, Moriarty was surrounded by an excited crowd, showered with a flurry of praises akin to falling snow. "Thank you. Thank you." Moriarty smiled as he graciously acknowledged the accolades, even though it was evident not every compliment was sincere. "Look, Sir Roganta has returned too." Suddenly, another noble exclaimed, and all eyes swiftly turned to the other side. As the sun began to fade beneath the horizon, Fox, with his head bowed low, approached on the Hanoverian horse that was destined to become the talk of all Kent. Regardless of Fox's reluctance or his gritted teeth, he had no choice but to return here for the sake of the honor of the Royana family. "Alas, poor sir, what a pity, Hanover. It's not that you lack brilliance, but rather that your opponent is more formidable. It seems this Hanover is truly destined for Innsbruck." In the face of the vanquished, the nobles displayed no cruel inclination to rub salt into wounds. Naturally, this horse race would inevitably become a topic of discussion throughout Kent for some time, and Fox, as the central figure, would undoubtedly be the target of mockery and ridicule from numerous enemies. Yet, at least for now, many harbored a modicum of sympathy for this unfortunate young man. "Sir Innsbruck, you have triumphed." Though his steps were slow, Fox ultimately completed the limited distance before Moriarty and the Viscount Soak, displaying a sense of forthrightness. He opened with a generous acknowledgement of his defeat. It appeared that as the first heir of the Royana family, Fox was indeed competent. Even now, he remained perplexed as to why Moriarty's horse could run so swiftly. "Thank you." After thoroughly quelling the opponent's arrogance, Moriarty refrained from further sarcasm and merely nodded in acknowledgement with a neutral expression. Well then, if no one raises an objection, I shall now announce the results of the race, declared Viscount Soak. Surveying the crowd with satisfaction at this moment, no one dared to disrupt the proceedings. Although Moriarty had indeed employed a form of unconventional power during the race, it was still a component of his own prowess. As long as he did not harm his opponent, relying on his own strength to enhance speed was deemed entirely reasonable and lawful. I hereby declare that Sir Innsbruck has won this horse race. With Soak's proclamation, the crowd erupted into cheers once more. Chapter 15. Receiving, Giving. The banquet begins. The cheers of the nobility continued for approximately a minute, after which everyone instinctively turned their gazes towards the runner-up, Fox. Sir Innsbruck, this horse now belongs to you. Fox fully understood why the crowd's attention was fixed upon him. Having lost the race, and according to their prior agreement, the Hanoverian horse that rightfully belonged to the Royanda family would have to be surrendered to Innsbruck. This blow was likely even more severe for Fox than the humiliation of facing all the nobles of Kent. He could only imagine the wrath and dissatisfaction that would engulf Lord Royanta upon learning of this matter, as well as the punishment he would incur. After all, gifting the Hanoverian to the Soak family was one matter, but bestowing it upon the Innsbruck family was an entirely different scenario. However, the current circumstances left no room for Fox to retract his decision unless he wished to witness the complete collapse of the Royanda family's reputation in Kent. Very well. I accept. Moriarty, with no pretense, directly took the reins of the Hanoverian from Fox's trembling hands. Around them, many cast envious glances. Despite the Hanoverian having just lost a crucial race, it was evident to anyone with sight that it was indeed a magnificent steed. The horse's defeat was not a reflection of its own shortcomings, but rather a consequence of magical prowess. By acquiring this Hanoverian, the Innsbruck family not only reaffirmed its dominant status throughout Kent, but also gained a substantial and tangible asset. Through breeding and reproduction, it was highly likely that the Innsbruck family would possess a lineage of horses infused with Hanoverian blood. The immense political and economic implications of this were clear to every attendee present. However, I must retract my earlier statement. This is indeed a horse worthy of the Soak Pearl. Therefore, I request your permission to bestow it upon the lovely Miss Mathilde. Just as most were still caught up in their speculations, Moriarty suddenly spoke again. What, a bestowal? Moriarty's words once more astonished the nobles. Sir Innsbruck, this. Mathilde looked at Moriarty in astonishment, instinctively covering her petite mouth. Miss Mathilde, please do not decline. Moriarty gazed at the young woman, offering her no chance for refusal. I believe that with such a steed, your journey to Ivy Manor will be swifter and more comfortable. Very well, I accept your gift and I sincerely thank you, Sir Innsbruck. The corner of the girl's eye caught the Viscount's nod of approval, and her heart, indeed, cherished the splendid Hanoverian, leading her to joyfully accept the offering. I must say, young man, you truly know how to win a girl's favor. At this moment, the Viscount finally stepped forward. I believe that upon your father's return, I can discuss the establishment of a racing track with him. He had previously suggested such an idea, and I think the time has come. Good heavens, what did I just hear? The Viscount is speaking of a racing track. Instantly, the noble crowd erupted into excitement, for all were aware that, for various reasons, Kent had long been an area unproductive in horse breeding, although there existed a patch of quality pastures within the county. The ranch in the central region of Kent had remained neglected due to land divisions, primarily serving as grazing grounds for cattle and sheep. Now, if Viscount Soak and Baron Innsbruck were to unite, the combined area of their pastures would suffice to establish a medium-sized racing track. Consequently, Kent could shed its previous image of being devoid of horse breeding, and its political standing within the kingdom might experience a significant transformation. Of course, how the other Viscount, McLaren, would perceive this matter, whether in opposition or cooperation, or if the ever-adaptable Baron Innsbruck would proactively involve the McLaren family, remained uncertain. However, if there was any possibility, every noble present yearned to participate or even invest in this prospective racing track. The political and financial benefits were simply too substantial, not to mention, this would be a racing track boasting Hanoverians. Yet, undoubtedly, one person could not find joy in this. Fox stood frozen, gazing blankly at the unfolding spectacle, wishing for nothing more than to vanish from existence, merely due to a horse race. The dignity of his family, his personal honor, the wealth of the racing track, political alliances, and the favor of the Soak Pearl all had dissipated into thin air. If time could be reversed, Fox would rather engage in a life-and-death duel with Moriarty than ever bring up that damned horse race again. Regrettably, the dismay and sorrow of Lord Royanta were fated to go unnoticed by anyone. In contrast, Moriarty smiled as he graciously accepted the golden olive branch suddenly extended by Viscount Soak, assuring that he would promptly inform his baronial father of the relevant matters. Thus, the theatrical Windsor horse race drew to a close. Bathed in the final rays of twilight, the nobles escorted Viscount Soak and Sir Innsburg back to the castle, where the servants had long been prepared that a grand rectangular dining table was meticulously arranged at the center of the hall. Upon the pristine tablecloth, shimmering candlesticks were aligned in a straight line, with candles emitting a fresh beeswax aroma already lit. Floral arrangements adorned the corners of the table, while exquisite porcelain plates reflected a gentle hue under the candlelight. Upon witnessing the return of their hosts and guests, the well-trained servants promptly approached, respectfully guiding the dignitaries to their respective seats. The Moriarty's place was arranged to the left of Viscount Soak's main seat. Befitting the stature of the Innsburg family. To the right of the main seat sat the Soak Pearl. As for the left seat of Moriarty, it had originally belonged to Lord Royanta. However, the recently fatigued Fox claimed to feel unwell after the grueling race and had taken his leave from Windsor Castle. The guests expressed their understanding and sympathy regarding Lord Royanta's departure, recognizing that remaining would only deepen his humiliation and helplessness. After offering their blessings and concern, Fox and his entourage vanished into the encroaching darkness. Watched by the nobles. Now, seated beside Moriarty in place of Lord Royanta was Lord Helan. This venerable nobleman, aged 60, had long enjoyed a scholarly reputation in Kent, being a master in literature, noble etiquette, heraldry, and various other fields. Moreover, due to their shared appreciation for the arts, the Helan family maintained an excellent relationship with the Innsburg family. It was evident that the new seating arrangement by Viscount Soak was made with consideration for Moriarty's circumstances. Hoping to avoid any unpleasant incidents during the forthcoming banquet, Lord Helan, I have heard from my father that you are about to publish a significant work on noble heraldry. I eagerly anticipate it and can hardly wait to immerse myself in its pages. After gently wiping away the sweat from his face and hands with a warm towel, Moriarty turned to the old lord and spoke with utmost respect. Regarding this book, one could say that Philip is also one of its authors, were it not for the Baron's diligent efforts in retrieving those ancient noble manuscripts from various corners of the kingdom. I would not have been able to truly pen this work. The old lord and Baron Innsburg appeared to share a deep familiarity, and his gaze upon Moriarty resembled that of a mentor regarding a cherished protege. Indeed. Moreover, my father has often remarked that it is far better for such invaluable documents to find a home in your study, contributing to a new masterpiece, than to languish in the hands of illiterate parvenus. Gathering dust and decay, Moriarty could naturally sense the goodwill emanating from the other party, and smiled in return. Lord Helan, Sir Innsburg, what delightful discourse are you engaged in? It seems quite intriguing. At that moment, Mathilde, now adorned in a delicate white chiffon gown, gracefully took her seat across from them, her face aglow with mirth as she addressed the two men. Oh, I fear that what we discuss may not pique your interest. Mathilde, Lord Helan replied with a kind smile. Is it yet another tedious discourse on heraldry and etiquette? Oh, please, do not put me through such trials. As a noble, a foundational understanding of etiquette and heraldry was compulsory. Yet those who genuinely cherished these subjects were likely but a rare few. Instantly, the perceptive Miss Soak playfully interjected, perhaps, Mathilde, you could inquire of Moriarty regarding some matters of magic. I dare say that would be far more fascinating. The Lord, fully aware that the young lady's interests lay elsewhere, deftly encouraged her suggestion. Might you, Miss Soak? The young lady winked at Moriarty as she inquired. Of course, Miss Soak. You may simply call me Moriarty, he replied with a smile, secretly admiring the young lady's impeccable poise and demeanor, a veritable paragon of nobility. Very well. However, Moriarty, do call me Mathilde. Otherwise, I shall continue to address you as Sir in a spirit of revenge. It is my honor. Mathilde, Moriarty, did you truly employ magic during the horse race earlier? At last, the young lady voiced her burning question. Lord Helan beside her also exhibited notable interest. Indeed, it was a first-level spell. This was hardly a significant secret, and Moriarty saw no reason to conceal it. What sort of magic might that be? She pressed on. The spell is called Breath of Wind, a form of magic that assists in reducing weight and enhancing speed, Moriarty elaborated. Goodness! How wondrous! reducing weight and accelerating speed. Ah, no wonder that Hanover lost, the young lady and the old lord exclaimed in astonishment and admiration, respectively. Chapter 16. The banquet, the popular Moriarty, the ball, even among common folk, and especially among nobles, there exists a lingering curiosity and reverence for the enigmatic nature of magic. However, before Miss Soak could further consult Moriarty on the intricacies of magic, the Viscount Soak made his entrance into the hall. Guided by the butler, without the need for prompting, all present immediately rose in unison, applauding the arrival of the Viscount. "Ha ha! Thank you. Please, be seated." The Viscount, beaming with a smile, graciously acknowledged the noble assembly, before hastening to his designated seat and proclaiming loudly. Following the butler's lead, servants began to flit about the long tables of the hall like butterflies among flowers. The plethora of steaming, aromatic dishes was carefully arranged before the guests in the preordained order. Succulent, juicy lamb chops, a mushroom sauce delicately flavored with cream and sauteed onions, richly seasoned beef, an exquisitely roasted whole chicken, fluffy white bread, and a refreshing celery and lettuce soup, and, of course, the indispensable Soak family specialty, Garcia Estate wine. The sight of all these delectable dishes captivated each guest's attention. "Once again, I extend my heartfelt gratitude for your presence at Windsor Castle. Now, let us raise a glass together. As a noble knight." The esteemed Viscount seemed somewhat averse to the pomp and circumstance, lifting a silver goblet filled with deep red wine high above. "Your Excellency, may I wish you a very happy birthday." At that moment, Moriarty, standing beside the old lord, raised his goblet in unison, exclaiming loudly, "Happy birthday." Instantly, the other nobles echoed the sentiment. "Ha ha! Thank you. Cheers." Nearly everyone downed their drinks in one go, then returned to their seats to indulge in the sumptuous feast before them. Despite the myriad complex rules and regulations that characterized the aristocratic etiquette of Elerasia, some of which were rather peculiar and bothersome, the nobles of the kingdom were not opposed to engaging in cheerful conversation and laughter during banquets. Perhaps this inclination could be traced back to the first king, Griffinhard, who was said to have relished discussing military affairs and governance while dining with his subordinates and fellow nobles. Thus, as the grand feast commenced, the banquet hall of Windsor Castle filled with the enticing aroma of food and the sounds of lively chatter. "Ha ha, Mathilde, have you prepared a new home for your steed?" The old lord swallowed a generous chunk of beef and downed a half-full goblet of wine before beaming at his daughter. "Indeed, father." In contrast, Mathilde's dining posture exuded a noble elegance. With a knife in one hand and a fork in the other, she delicately cut a piece of lamb chop, no larger than a fingernail, and carefully conveyed it to her ruby lips. However, according to Theodore, my Hanover seems to have sustained some minor injuries, with several puncture marks on its abdomen. Fortunately, the heavens have smiled upon us, for they are but trivial wounds. As she spoke, Mathilde set down her utensils, daintily dabbed her mouth with a white napkin. "I suspect this was the result of Fox's spurs," the Viscount mused, turning to Moriarty with a smile. "It appears that Sir Rohan has exerted himself to the utmost during the recent races. Let us hope he recovers swiftly," Moriarty remarked, setting down his goblet as he regarded the old lord. "Ha ha, you." Moriarty's well wishes could be interpreted as a desire for the Hanover's recovery, or perhaps for Fox, who had claimed to be unwell and departed midway. The Viscount Soak could not help but laugh heartily at this. Mathilde and Lord Helen exchanged knowing smiles as well, observing the amicable banter among the key figures at the head table. The other nobles seated around the long table could not help but steal glances, their expressions varying in response. "Mathilde, I have heard that you placed a wager on Moriarty earlier." After a bout of laughter, the Viscount turned to his cherished daughter and inquired. "Indeed," Mathilde nodded, casting a beaming glance at Moriarty. "Moriarty's victory not only granted me a precious Hanover, but also a reward of 500 gold coins." At the time, Mathilde's wager had been a mere 100 gold coins, yet due to her astute bet on an underdog, she reaped a staggering fivefold return. The young noblemen who had wagered alongside Miss Soak also found themselves unexpectedly enriched. This turn of events gradually diminished the animosity that the young nobles had harbored towards Moriarty. After all, no noble would reject another who could bring them fortune. "Then, Mathilde, you ought to express your gratitude to Moriarty," the old lord chuckled. Moriarty noted that, were it not for the formal setting, the Viscount Soak seemed rather jovial and far from the rigid and stern figure he often portrayed, instead delighting in light-hearted banter. Let me ponder that." Mathilde feigned deliberation. Her brow furrowed thoughtfully. Across from her, Moriarty mirrored her anticipation with a hopeful expression. Moriarty, in appreciation for the good fortune you have bestowed upon me today, I grant you the honor of inviting me to dance the first waltz of the evening. After a measured pause, Mathilde finally spoke softly. Oh, the first dance with the soaked pearl. Moriarty exclaimed in delight, ensuring his voice was sufficiently muted to avoid drawing attention from potential rivals. Excellent, excellent. The Viscount Soak nodded approvingly, clearly satisfied with the exchange between Moriarty and Mathilde. Approximately an hour later, the banquet concluded. Sated nobles rose from their seats, making their way to the garden behind the Viscount's residence for a leisurely stroll. Meanwhile, the servants entered the hall in succession, clearing away the remnants of the meal, removing tableware, chairs, and long tables in preparation for the Grand Windsor Ball that was to commence shortly. As the ladies and young maidens retreated momentarily to change into evening gowns, the gentlemen remained, either in groups or alone, ambling along the tranquil garden paths. Good day, Sir Ensberg. I am Freeman. Greetings, Lord Freeman. It is a pleasure to meet you. Hello, Sir Ensberg. I am Pisa from the Glatchet family. Your race was truly spectacular. Good day, Mr. Pisa. Thank you for your kind words. Hello, Sir Ensberg. In stark contrast to the gaze of scrutiny Moriarty had received upon his arrival at Windsor Castle earlier that afternoon, the majority of Kent's nobles had begun to reintegrate this ill-reputed young nobleman into their social circles merely hours later. In response to the incessant greetings and overtures from the nobility, Moriarty remained exceedingly courteous and humble. Even when addressing the second son of a certain noble family, or a knight or scholar still aspiring to ascend the social hierarchy, he was unfailingly polite. After another hour had passed, the melodious strains of music began to waft from the distant hall of the manor, indicating that the orchestra had taken their positions. Consequently, the gentlemen of the nobility gradually curbed their conversations and returned to the ballroom. At that moment, the ladies and young misses had also donned their most resplendent gowns and made their entrance into the hall. In an instant, the dazzling jewels and exquisite visages transformed the space into a veritable ocean of beauty. According to prior arrangements, Moriarty strolled gracefully to Matilda, who was clad in a flowing crimson silk gown, and bowed deeply. Beautiful Miss Soak, may I have the honor of inviting you to dance? He inquired, extending his arm. Certainly, Sir Ensberg. I accept your invitation, Matilda replied with a charming smile, placing her delicate hand, adorned with exquisite lace gloves, into his. Together, they glided into the dance floor as the waltz began to rise in grandeur. Observing Moriarty, who gracefully embraced the soaked jewel and commenced to twirl in the center of the ballroom, the noble youths enamored with the young lady felt a mix of jealousy and helplessness. After all, Sir Ensberg had not only triumphed in a thrilling horse race through the aid of remarkable magic, but had also bestowed Matilda with the spoils of victory, the Hanover, while generously rewarding each of his supporters with substantial dividends. Thus, it was not that others lacked the desire to approach the soaked jewel for a dance, but rather that, apart from Moriarty, none possessed the confidence or decorum to do so. To put it more bluntly, Moriarty's commanding presence was so overwhelming that none could rival him. Consequently, despite their hearts brimming with envy and resentment, the young men could only remain by the edge of the dance floor, scheming overtly and covertly on how to become Matilda's second dance partner. In contrast, the other noble maidens in the hall were eagerly vying for their chance, though Moriarty's physique had yet to fully mature due to his youth, and he lacked the seasoned aura of an adult man. His profound gaze, noble lineage, illustrious background, and formidable prowess drew the attention of the noble maidens like moths to a flame. Perhaps they had entirely forgotten how they had once ridiculed this mother's boy in private. It seemed that, having received some unspoken signal, the first piece played at the ball was unexpectedly lengthy. Only when Matilda began to show signs of breathlessness did the final notes of the piece gently descend amidst the deep singing of the cello. As the applause of the nobility erupted, Moriarty and Matilda, hand in hand, bowed gracefully to the audience. You danced splendidly, Moriarty, Matilda remarked, taking a moment to steady her breath and smiling at him. Ah, it was mostly you leading me, Matilda. Otherwise, I fear I would have been booed off the dance floor long ago, Moriarty replied with a grin, speaking sincerely. Due to his disposition, the original Moriarty had seemed entirely uninterested in dancing and socializing. Fortunately, the steps of this new world's duet mirrored those on Earth. Thus, under Matilda's guidance, Moriarty managed to dance with a semblance of grace. Moreover, as the music progressed, he grew increasingly adept and at ease. However, their post-dance exchange was short-lived, as they were soon separated by a throng of eager young gentlemen and ladies, The orchestra then struck up a new tune, and pairs of dance partners began to laugh and commence their dances. On one side of the ballroom, the Viscount Soak was surrounded by a group of lords and knights, engaging in lively conversation. This evening, most of the discussion seemed to revolve around the upcoming racetrack. The Viscount listened intently, but spoke little. Yet, the more he remained silent, the greater the enthusiasm and eagerness of the representatives from various families grew. Chapter 17. Letters, Meetings, and the Call to Arms Beneath the Flowing Moonlight, a succession of spirited, melodious, and lively dance tunes resonated within the gilded hall of the Viscount Soak's manor. No one paid heed to the passage of time. As long as the majority remained undeterred by fatigue, the ball would carry on. The most laborious and bustling duo of the evening were undoubtedly Moriarty and Matilda. Hardly a moment passed without an invitation following the conclusion of a piece. In this regard, Matilda undoubtedly enjoyed a marked advantage. Approximately an hour and a half prior, the Soak Jewel had excused herself, citing fatigue, and retreated to her room for a brief respite. Meanwhile, Moriarty, as a gentleman, was obliged to maintain his smile as he was passed from one young lady to another. As midnight approached, the music from the orchestra grew increasingly subdued, lending an air of intimacy to the atmosphere. Even the candlelight within the hall was deliberately dimmed. At this moment, a brown-haired noble maiden gently rested her head upon Moriarty's shoulder, a satisfied smile gracing her face. Moriarty, maintaining a respectful distance, placed his arm around her slender waist, engaging in quiet banter. Just then, the door to the hall swung open slowly. The Soak steward entered with an air of urgency, making his way directly to the Viscount, a letter sealed with red wax in his hand. Upon noticing this, the group surrounding the Viscount dispersed automatically. The steward approached the Viscount, whispered briefly, and then presented the letter. The Viscount promptly opened it and began to read. The letter appeared to be brief, and within a minute, the Viscount had set it aside, yet he offered no response. The steward then withdrew. However, just a few moments later, the steward re-entered the hall, this time moving with even greater urgency. Upon reaching the Viscount's side, he leaned in to speak quietly. In that instant, Moriarty, who had already sensed something amiss, noticed that the steward's expression had suddenly grown grave. Simultaneously, an almost imperceptible wave of pressure swept through the hall. Instinctively, Moriarty understood that something significant had transpired. After imparting a few brief instructions to the steward, the Viscount turned and exited the hall. Most of the nobility paid little mind. Assuming the Viscount had a minor issue to attend to, everything appeared to be in order. The music continued to be enchanting, and the dancers remained engrossed. Yet, within the next few minutes, a dozen nobles, having received some indication from the Soak steward, began to exit the hall one by one. These individuals were the heads or representatives of the prominent families of Kent County. Before long, the Soak steward approached Moriarty on the dance floor. The young lady in his arms looked somewhat taken aback by the steward's sudden interruption. But after a moment of hesitation, she sensed the unusual nature of the situation and offered Moriarty a sweet smile before gracefully departing. "My lord, the Viscount requests your presence in the anteroom," the steward said apologetically to Moriarty in a hushed tone. "Very well," Moriarty replied, nodding as he stepped off the dance floor and exited the hall. Outside the hall, servants awaited his arrival. Upon seeing Moriarty, they immediately approached respectfully to lead the way. After traversing a long corridor, they arrived at a door leading to a tightly sealed room. "Please enter." "My lord." The servant gently knocked on the door, which opened immediately. Moriarty nodded and stepped inside. The room was a vast conference chamber. The Viscount sat at the center, surrounded by other invited nobles. However, from the state of the room, it was clear that the Viscount had not yet commenced the secret meeting, and the attendees were unaware of the reasons for their summons. Take a seat here, Moriarty," the Viscount said, nodding as he gestured to an adjacent seat. He then instructed the servant, "No one is to enter without my summons." "Yes, my lord," the steward promptly affirmed, ushering all the servants out of the conference room and securely closing the door behind them. "Viscount, what has transpired?" Every noble present understood that something significant had indeed occurred. As the eldest among those gathered, Lord Helen was the first to address the Viscount Soak. "Indeed, to be precise, two matters have arisen," the Viscount stated, his earlier jovial demeanor entirely absent, his face taut, as if cast from iron. "The first matter," before anyone could inquire further, the Viscount continued, "just 10 minutes ago, I received a letter from Baron Remibar of Og County. OG County. Baron Remibar. The assembly exchanged glances. Geographically, OG County lay to the northwest of Kent County, both regions of similar size and environment. Furthermore, the noble circles of the two counties had long been intertwined through intermarriage. Establishing a close relationship, the Baron Remibar mentioned by the Viscount was one of the three barons in OG County and was also the Viscount's nephew, as his mother hailed from Windsor Castle. Hence, the nobles of Kent County were quite familiar with Baron Remibar. Viscount, what does the letter from Baron Remibar say? One noble prompted. The letter is rather straightforward. He reports that several days ago, a band of nearly 100 thieves was vanquished by the local knights in OG County. Regrettably, nearly half of the band managed to escape the encirclement and have crossed into our Kent County. What? A band of thieves? A band of several dozen escapees? Oh my, exclaimed Viscount Soak, and immediately, a majority of the nobles in the conference hall gasped in astonishment. It was hardly surprising that they lost their composure. The long-standing peace in Kent had rendered the region unaccustomed to the clangor of arms. According to the letter from Baron Remibar, a band of desperate thieves numbering between 40 to 50 had infiltrated Kent. These cornered miscreants were even more fearsome than organized brigands, for they lacked any sense of restraint or moral obligation. They would ravage everything in sight like locusts, including farms, grain, livestock, and women. Why have the Knights of Ogshire allowed these dreadful marauders to escape beyond our borders? Do they not realize that a wounded wolf is the most dangerous? Lord Crite of the Crite family was the first to lose his restraint. Rising to voice his indignation. It was well known that the majority of the Crite family's holdings were situated near the border between Kent and Ogshire, making the peril to their estate all too apparent. Lord Crite, please take your seat, Viscount Soak replied coolly, casting a glance at him. Instantly, Lord Crite inhaled deeply and resumed his seat. Baron Remibar also mentioned in his letter that among this band of thieves, there are at least 3 mid-tier warriors and over 10 low-tier warriors. In combat, the thieves' combat prowess is nearly on par with that of noble knights, were it not for the united efforts of the nobles from Ogshire. It is quite possible that they might not have successfully vanquished their foes, Viscount Soak continued. 3 mid-tier warriors. Upon hearing this news, the hall was once again filled with murmurs of dismay. In Kent, only 2 viscounts, Baron Ensberg and a handful of noble families possessed vassals of mid-tier warrior rank. Most noble houses could only muster a few low-tier warriors or even peasant militias. Such strength was sufficient to suppress the serfs within their fiefs and maintain their daily dominion. However, when faced with a band of thieves boasting multiple mid-tier warriors and a small contingent of low-tier warriors, the disparity was stark. It could even be said that, had these marauders from Ogshire been at their peak, most noble families in Kent would lack the strength to confront them. However, Baron Remibar stated that during their breakout, one of the mid-tier thieves was slain on the spot, and nearly half of the low-tier warriors were also killed, Viscount Soak added. And what of the other 2 mid-tier warriors? Lord Helen clasped his hands together, his gaze cast downwards. It seemed that, despite the loss of 1 mid-tier thief, the remaining 2 and their band still left the nobles feeling far from secure. My lord, what of the other matter? At that moment, Moriarty turned his gaze towards Viscount Soak, inquiring. The other matter is related and exceedingly troublesome, Soak replied, looking back at Moriarty with a peculiar expression. What is it? Just 5 minutes after receiving the letter from Baron Remibar, I received further news that Sir Loya Tower's party was ambushed by unknown assailants on their return to Rhine Castle. Viscount Soak rose, surveying the assembly in the conference hall, and spoke slowly. Heavens! Sir Loya Tower! It must be those thieves. In an instant, the assembled nobles all stood up in alarm. What is the situation? Moriarty also rose to ask. According to a soldier from the Loya Tower family who escaped back to Windsor Castle, Sir Loya Tower was attacked near Executioner's Valley, due to the strength of the assailants. Sir Loya Tower's guard was overwhelmed in less than 5 minutes. Most of the guards perished, and it seems Sir Loya Tower has been captured as well, Viscount Soak spoke grimly. Moreover, the soldier mentioned that many of the assailants bore the accent of Ogshire. It appears that this was the work of that band of thieves. Lord Helen sighed heavily. And what of the soldier now? He succumbed to his severe injury shortly after uttering a few words, the Viscount concluded. Chapter 18, Deliberation, Assault, and Pursuit. It seems the situation is indeed dire. Moriarty furrowed his brow that a squad of noble family soldiers had been annihilated and a knight captured. This was an unprecedented crisis for Kent. If the captured Fox Loya Tower were not swiftly recovered, it would not only strip the nobility of their dignity, but could also undermine the morale and order within Kent. What of Sir Loya Tower himself? Is he injured? Others pressed for answers. For now, we remain in the dark. Viscount Soak shook his head. However, we must prepare for the worst before we apprehend that band of thieves. My lord, I propose we mobilize immediately to rescue Sir Loya Tower and eliminate these vile brigands, Lord Krite declared loudly. Whether for personal or public reasons, Lord Krite was eager to rally the support of the other nobles to track down and eliminate the thieves. What say you all? Viscount Soak regarded him and then turned his gaze to the others. Let us march. My lord, we must ensure the stability of Kent. We cannot sit idly by while we are attacked. The nobles in the meeting room expressed their consensus, united in the belief that they must organize armed forces to swiftly eradicate the gang that had intruded into their county. Sir Innsbruck, what is your perspective? At that moment, Viscount Soak shifted his attention back to Moriarty as the representative of the Innsbruck family. Moriarty's stance would significantly influence the decision to mobilize. Furthermore, it was clear that the captured Fox Loya Tower was not on favorable terms with Moriarty. And the entire Loya Tower family hardly counted as allies or partners to the Innsbruck family. Therefore, the assembly could only speculate about how Moriarty would represent the Innsbruck family's position. Firstly, I express my deep regret and apologies regarding the attack and capture of Sir Loya Tower. Had it not been for the recent horse race that left the knight unwell, necessitating his early departure from Windsor Castle, I believe this tragedy might have been averted, Moriarty contemplated before speaking. It is not your fault. My child, the elder nodded, continuing to gaze into Moriarty's eyes. Thank you, my lord. Nevertheless, I bear responsibility for this. Moriarty gently shook his head. Thus, I implore you to permit my guard and me to join and set out to Executioner's Valley tonight for a search and rescue operation. Ah. Splendid, Moriarty. Viscount Soak finally smiled, his eyes filled with admiration. In truth, among all present, Viscount Soak was the most ardent proponent of war. Firstly, for the sake of the Viscount's responsibility and the Lord's dignity. The elder felt compelled to personally capture all the criminals and see them hanged one by one. Secondly, the mere fact that these thieves had infiltrated Kent and committed such a grave crime near Windsor Castle posed a serious threat to the Soak family. Thirdly, as a mid-tier top warrior and an 8th-level knight, Viscount Soak's approach towards enemies was consistently direct and ruthlessly cold. Now, with Moriarty ardently expressing the Innsbruck family's willingness to join forces and even thoughtfully suggesting a night assault, the elder felt greatly pleased. Ladies and gentlemen, I hereby call upon the nobles of Kent to unite in a concerted effort to eradicate this nefarious band of thieves. Simultaneously, I hope you will cooperate with my actions and launch an immediate assault to rescue Sir Loya Tower, Viscount Soak declared, stepping forward with conviction. Indeed, my lord, the Krite family stands ready at your command. My guard shall accompany you without delay. As expected, Lord Krite was the first to vocally support the Viscount's declaration of war. The Helen family consents to the expedition. The Bidianla family awaits your summons. The Rosser family is willing to march. In an instant, the conference hall erupted with fervor, a palpable atmosphere of war igniting among the assembled nobles. Excellent. Seeing that all present agreed to the campaign, Viscount Soak's eyes sparkled with determination. Then, I urge you all to prepare forthwith. Time is of the essence, and we can no longer afford to summon more soldiers. I have resolved that the forces present shall form the backbone of our coalition. We shall set forth for Executioner's Valley in half an hour. Yes, my lord. With the declaration of war formalized, Viscount Soak naturally assumed command, and the nobles responded with solemn agreement. My lord, I propose we promptly inform Viscount McLaren, urging him to dispatch suitable warriors to support our endeavor, Moriarty suggested after a moment's thought. Additionally, we must immediately notify all villages within the county to bolster their defenses and organize peasant militias in anticipation of potential attacks by the thieves. Indeed, you are quite right, Viscount Soak nodded. Agreeing with Moriarty's proposal, despite the numerous conflicts with the McLaren family, Soak held no reservations in the face of an external threat. The necessary alliances and warnings must still be made. Moreover, with the coalition under Soak's command poised to depart, even if McLaren were to arrive with troops later, he would be unable to challenge Soak's authority. The command to go to war had been issued, prompting the nobles to hastily depart from the assembly hall, summoning their troops in preparation for departure. Naturally, the grand ball at Windsor Castle could no longer proceed. The ladies and young maidens were coaxed back to their quarters, half-heartedly persuaded, while the noblemen gathered closely around their lords and masters. Half an hour later, the heavy iron gates of Windsor Castle creaked open with a jarring crack, followed by the resounding thud as the drawbridge was lowered. And a procession of torch-bearing riders surged forth from the castle gates. "My lady, don your cloak, the night air is rather chilly." On a high terrace within Windsor Castle, Mathilde leaned against the railing, gazing into the distance as the flickering lights swiftly faded away, standing in silence for a prolonged moment. Behind her, her attentive maid approached cautiously, draping an exquisite cloak over the young lady's shoulders. "Have the other ladies and maidens returned to their chambers?" Wrapped snugly in the warm cloak, Mathilde sighed softly and turned to inquire. "Not yet. They remain gathered in the lily hall, each one wearing a look of deep concern," the maid replied. "Indeed," Mathilde nodded, despite efforts to suppress the news. The tale of Sir Royan Tower's ambush and capture, along with the swift mobilization of the Kinnish nobles to rescue him, spread like wildfire throughout Windsor Castle in a short span. Fortunately, Viscount Soak had issued a command to temporarily seal the castle to prevent further panic from the dissemination of such alarming news. However, this was merely a temporary measure. The castle could not remain closed indefinitely. Thus, the nobles were compelled to race against time, striving to locate and apprehend the vile brigands in order to minimize their losses. Yet, launching an urgent nighttime offensive against cunning thieves posed considerable risks, and despite the noble coalition's significant advantage in strength, Mathilde remained deeply apprehensive. "Let us proceed to the Lily Hall. What we require now is composure and patience," she declared, seemingly addressing her maid while also reflecting inwardly. She tightened her grip on the cloak and hastened back into the castle. Meanwhile, the noble coalition continued to distance itself from Windsor Castle. The armed forces departing consisted primarily of mounted troops. Though true cavalrymen made up less than half, the entire coalition comprised approximately 150 common soldiers, 60 lower-tier warriors, and 8 mid-tier warriors. Certainly, this was not the entirety of Kent's military might. However, the nobles had no time to leisurely summon their familial forces. Marching at night demanded order and cohesion. Thus, at the outset, Viscount Soak had organized the coalition's ranks. The vanguard was led by Lord Rosser and his 15 cavalrymen. Though the Rosser family was not particularly powerful in Kent, they were a storied knightly lineage renowned for their well-established tradition of knightly education. Consequently, both Lord Rosser himself and the other nobles were greatly satisfied with Viscount Soak's choice for the vanguard. The rear guard was entrusted to Lord Herlin. The Herlin family was not particularly famous for their martial prowess, yet Lord Herlin was known for his prudence and caution, suggesting he could provide sufficient vigilance for the coalition's back. The remaining noble soldiers marched alongside Viscount Soak's main forces, particularly Moriarty, who had been sternly instructed by the elder to keep pace. "Sir, 5 kilometers ahead lies the Headless Valley," Knight Hamilton dutifully reported, remaining steadfast in his protective role beside Moriarty. The other 19 family swordsmen rode in formation around Moriarty, ever ready to intercept any potential ambush. At this moment, Moriarty had donned a sturdy leather armor. Although as an apprentice mage, he might have been expected to wear a mage's robe, such attire was regrettably unavailable at Windsor Castle. "What is the terrain like nearby?" "It consists of hills." "Sir," Hamilton replied without hesitation, "it appears these brigands have indeed selected a rather advantageous site for their nefarious activities." Moriarty mused silently to himself. Given the valley's geographical features, it was evident that the Royan Tower family's forces, when ambushed, would struggle not only to resist but also to retreat effectively. "Inform Lord Rosser to reduce speed and advance slowly," Viscount Soak commanded. After traveling for a considerable portion of the night, they were finally approaching Headless Valley. The seasoned commander instructed the troops to conserve their strength in preparation for the imminent confrontation. Yes, a cavalryman immediately galloped forth to relay the Viscount's orders to the vanguard. "Halt! We move." Upon receiving the assault command, Lord Rosser bellowed, abruptly pulling the reins and charging ahead. "Yes, father." As the eldest son of Rosser, Hart, though only 20, had already attained the rank of a 5th-tier knight, stepping into the ranks of mid-tier warriors. With the Rosser father and son leading their cavalry, the forces of Lords Hayes and Robin followed closely behind, surging into the valley's entrance with formidable momentum. "Hamilton, why is this place called Headless Valley?" Observing the fiery trail of the charging knights, Moriarty quietly inquired of the knight beside him. It is because hundreds of heads once thudded to the ground here," Hamilton began to explain, only to be interrupted by Viscount Soak, who had overheard. Without waiting for Moriarty to speak again, the Viscount spurred his horse forward, slowly entering the valley. With the Viscount's advance, the entire noble coalition followed suit, gradually entering the valley amid the dust kicked up by Rosser and his men. Recognizing that further idle chatter was unwarranted, Moriarty refrained from continuing his conversation with Hamilton and rode forward in pursuit. Upon truly entering Headless Valley alongside Viscount Soak and the others, Lord Rosser and the two other noble vanguard commanders had already thoroughly scoured the valley. However, apart from the scattered remains of disfigured corpses and pools of congealed blood, there was naught else to be found. Lord Rosser, what is the situation? Viscount Soak inquired from his mount, his keen gaze scanning the valley through the observation slit of his dark iron helm. Report to the Viscount. There are no signs of any brigands within Headless Valley, nor have we seen Sir Royan Tower. Apart from 50 stripped corpses, there is nothing else. Lord Rosser replied succinctly, his seasoned military demeanor evident in the clarity and organization of his words. As anticipated, the Viscount nodded in acknowledgement. Lord Rosser, are you stating that only 50 stripped corpses remain in the valley? Moriarty interjected from the left rear of the Viscount. Indeed, Sir Innsbruck, Lord Rosser affirmed, showing no hint of condescension despite Moriarty's youth and inexperience. Have any abandoned weapons, flags, or deceased steeds been observed? Moriarty inquired, furrowing his brow. None whatsoever. Even the remains of fallen steeds have been mostly dismembered and removed. Those wretched brigands behaved like a horde of locusts, taking everything they could carry. Consequently, our warriors' corpses have been subjected to severe desecration. Sir Hayes interjected from the opposite side. Can we discern the direction in which the brigands fled? Viscount Soak surveyed the valley once more, noticing soldiers retrieving the bodies of various slain individuals from all corners. It was clear that some belonged to the Royan Tower family's household guard, while others were the grim, filthy corpses of brigands. This is a gang of seasoned criminals. Their retreat was executed so cleanly that they left almost no trace, Lord Rosser lamented, shaking his head in regret. Heavens, look, it is Sir McMara. Suddenly, a noble cried out from the crowd. Moriarty immediately turned his gaze toward the source of the voice, spotting a tall corpse being carefully lifted from the pile of bodies by the coalition soldiers. The figure was missing a hand and a foot, with its head nearly hanging by a thread of skin. Like the other corpses, this one was also laid bare. Who is he? Moriarty inquired, having no knowledge of the deceased. He is McMara, a 7th-tier knight vassal of the Royan Tower family, quite formidable. What a pity. Although Innsbruck and the Royan Tower family had a strained relationship, Moriarty could distinctly sense the rising anger in Hamilton's tone. For a knight, dying in battle for one's lord was part of the duty, not warranting excessive grief or lamentation. However, in comparison to life itself, a knight's dignity must never be trampled upon or desecrated. Regardless of whether they lived or died, the sight of brigands slaying McMara and then desecrating his corpse was what truly enraged the assembled nobles, especially fellow knights like Hamilton and others. My lord, let us pursue them. Indeed, we must not let those brutes escape so easily. I shall personally see to it that every last one of those thieves is hanged. As a pristine woolen cloth was gently laid over McMara's lifeless body, a group of impassioned young noble warriors could no longer contain themselves and swarmed around Viscount Soak, clamoring to join the fight. What are you all shouting about? This is no time for such nonsense. Silence at once. Without the need for the Viscount to utter a word, Lord Rosser's booming voice already quelled the fervent young nobles, the moment they witnessed Lord Rosser's wrath, coupled with the icy gaze of Viscount Soak. The previously tumultuous crowd fell into an immediate hush. This is a battlefield, and should anyone dare to speak frivolously again, they will face military law. Casting a cold glance at the now retreating young nobles, the Viscount let out a dismissive snort, his words ringing with the clatter of steel. Yes, my lord. Under the immense pressure of the elders' authority, no one dared to overstep, bowing and hastily retreating. Heim, what is your view on the matter now? Retrieving his gaze, Viscount Soak turned to Lord Rosser. My lord, to speak candidly, we have already lost the thieves' trail. If we are to pursue immediately, we will have to split our forces, Lord Rosser replied, surveying the distant darkness. Indeed, the Viscount nodded. Upon leaving Headless Valley, there are only 3 routes suitable for swift passage. Point 1 is our original path leading to Windsor Castle. The thieves would certainly not choose this route to avoid a direct confrontation with us. Lord Rosser continued. Correct. The Viscount concurred. The other 2 routes lead southeast and southwest. Therefore, if we are to continue our pursuit of these thieves, we must divide our forces and strike separately. However, doing so would dilute our strength. Should we encounter those thieves, we would lack overwhelming advantage, and casualties could be significant. Sir Robin, who had remained silent until now, expressed his concerns. Indeed, judging by the circumstances in Headless Valley, this band of thieves possesses formidable combat prowess. Otherwise, they could not have so easily slain Sir McMara. Sir Hazus, one of the three vanguards, added, having been the first to discover McMara's body and examine it closely. I have inspected the body. Sir McMara's fatal injuries consist of 3 knife wounds to his left hand, left leg, and neck. The wounds on his hand and leg were delivered with a single blow, severing through armor, while the cut on his neck appears to have been made with intent to spare, deliberately leaving a sliver intact. Humph, sand thieves. At this moment, Viscount Soak suddenly uttered a cold snort. My lord, what do you mean? The mention of sand thieves startled the other nobles, including Sir Hazus and Sir Robin. Decades have passed. Yet today I find myself encountering these vile insects, who revel in rolling in the sands, right here in our county. Lord Rosser bore a similar expression, his cold demeanor imbued with an air of menace. Sand thieves refer to the native warriors dwelling in the vast southeastern deserts of the continent. These individuals make their living through plunder and are merciless in their killings. They are accustomed to wielding curved blades and small shields, excelling in horsemanship and possessing great striking power, Hamilton explained solemnly beside Moriarty. I recall that 30 years ago, various counties in the east and south of the kingdom, including Kent, united to march into the desert to eradicate the sand thieves. Moriarty nodded, recalling a document he had seen in his father's study. Indeed. But that joint operation yielded little success. The harsh climate of the desert severely afflicted our forces, while the main body of the sand thieves remained elusive. After several tentative engagements, the coalition withdrew. Hamilton appeared quite familiar with that period of conflict. My lord, are you suggesting that these marauding thieves in our county are sand thieves? A noble queried nervously. It is widely known that sand thieves possess remarkable mobility. Should a band of sand thieves numbering in the dozens have infiltrated Kent, it would pose a greater challenge than dealing with hundreds of ordinary robbers, and the resulting destruction would be far more dreadful. It is not a band of sand thieves, but merely 1 or 2 stragglers. Otherwise, the guards of Royal Tower would have been reduced to mere heaps of flesh long ago, rather than remaining intact as they are now. Lord Rosser shook his head, seemingly displeased with the inexplicable panic within their ranks. A few sand thieves will not sway the overall situation, the Viscount added nonchalantly. Yet, Sir Hazus indicated that Sir McMara was slain by sand thieves. Although it appeared that both Viscount Soak and Lord Rosser were indifferent to the presence of sand thieves, a cautious noble stepped forward. That was only because the thieves relied on their numerical superiority to entrap Sir McMara. Allowing one of the sand thieves to seize the opportunity, as you can see, at least 10 or more thieves fell to Sir McMara's blade. Sensing that this timid inquiry might further provoke the elder, Moriarty interjected suddenly. Indeed. Following Moriarty's lead, the questioner quickly acquiesced and retreated, casting a grateful glance at Moriarty. As Moriarty spoke, Viscount Soak refrained from saying more, merely waving his hand to dismiss the surrounding young nobles. He also ordered that Lord Helen be summoned. Chapter 20 Deduction, Benny Village. The one-armed man, upon receiving the Viscount's summons, Lord Helen promptly arranged for the rear guard and hurriedly followed the messenger into Headless Valley. At this point, the blood-soaked battlefield had been largely cleared. The bodies of the Royal Tower family guards lay arranged in rows, covered with coarse burlap in preparation for their eventual burial, while the thieves' corpses were carelessly discarded in a pile. And soldiers were gathering large bundles of firewood, seemingly preparing for cremation. Robson, you have seen the current situation. What are your thoughts? After Lord Rosser briefed Lord Helen on the general situation, the Viscount inquired. My lord, as Lord Rosser stated, if we intend to continue our pursuit, we must split our forces. However, this will inevitably lead to some casualties, Lord Helen replied, adjusting his gold-rimmed glasses as he surveyed the scene. Shaking his head. Indeed, it seemed even the astute Lord Helen found himself at a loss, prompting Viscount Soak to exhale a resigned sigh to be honest, in the face of an unknown and formidable enemy. Viscount Soak would never agree to weaken their strength by splitting their forces unless absolutely necessary. Yet, given the current circumstances, to abandon the chase would grant this band of thieves even greater time and space to flee, potentially leading to even more devastating consequences. With his eyes closed in deep thought, the elder was unusually indecisive. My lord, make your decision, Lord Rosser urged, glancing at the dim moonlight above. Just then, Moriarty suddenly spoke up. Has Lord Royal Tower still not been found? No. Despite searching the entire valley, there has been no sign of him. However, all the bodies of the guards have been accounted for in the valley. It appears that Lord Royal Tower has been captured by the thieves, Lord Rosser responded. Casting a glance at Moriarty. Thank you, my lord. Moriarty smiled slightly, then turned to Lord Helen. My lord, may I inquire about the nearest farm or village along the southeastern and southwestern routes from Headless Valley? Which families do they belong to? To the southeast is Benny Village, belonging to the Balek family. To the southwest is Stonebridge Manor, belonging to the Royal Tower family. As he spoke, Lord Helen seemed to suddenly grasp the implications, abruptly stopping and casting a worried glance at Viscount Soak. Sir Innsbruck, what do you imply? After a moment of tense silence, Viscount Soak fixed an unprecedentedly severe gaze upon Moriarty. All present were veterans of the noble elite. How could they not perceive the underlying message in Moriarty's words? Yet, Moriarty's deduction seemed rather petty and even tinged with a hint of malice, so no one dared to interject hastily, save for Viscount Soak. Esteemed Viscount Soak and all noble lords and knights, facing the Viscount's penetrating gaze, Moriarty remained entirely composed, speaking with a solemnity that betrayed no fear. Let us temporarily set aside our titles and stand neutrally in the positions of the captured Lord Royal Tower and the thieves. And hypothesize, speak, the Viscount nodded slowly. Tonight, the thieves, having fled from OG County, unexpectedly encountered the Royal Tower family's cavalry and ambushed them in Headless Valley. From the conditions of the battlefield, it seems the thieves are not in a favorable position. They have not only plundered all the victims' possessions and weapons, but have even refused to spare the remains of the fallen horses. Clearly, this band of thieves is quite lacking in supplies. Indeed, Lord Rosser agreed. After enduring a fierce battle and securing some valuable spoils. What do the thieves most require? Moriarty posed the question. They need a place to start a fire, eat, and recuperate, Sir Hayes promptly responded. Correct. Thieves, too, require sustenance and rest. Moriarty nodded respectfully to Sir Hayes and continued, however. These thieves are mere marauders who have only just arrived in Kent and are unfamiliar with the geography and environment of this region. Thus, they require a guide to lead them to the nearest farmstead to seize it, interjected Viscount Soak in a somber tone. And a captive would serve as the best guide. Am I correct, Moriarty? That is a rational deduction, my lord. Moriarty replied to this point. He had expressed all he intended to say, and he inclined his head slightly to Viscount Soak before remaining silent. Moriarty, I must admit, although this deduction is rather unsettling and repugnant, it is likely the closest to the truth. After a brief moment of silence, Viscount Soak spoke coldly. Well then, my lord. Both Lord Rother and Lord Helen stepped forward simultaneously. I command a new target, the village of Benny to the southeast. All units, depart in 5 minutes. Yes, my lord, came the unified response. With that command, the entire coalition army erupted into activity once more, aside from a small contingent left to manage the aftermath in the Valley of Decapitation. The noble knights and soldiers hastily mounted their steeds, brandishing torches in preparation for departure. Moriarty, if your speculation proves erroneous this time, both you and your family must issue a formal apology to the Tower of Rhetoric. Casting a glance at the quickly regrouping coalition, the elder addressed Moriarty. Thank you for your trust, my lord. Moriarty bowed gently to the Viscount, then tugged at the reins, hastening to follow the elder's retreating figure towards the southeast. The countryside at night is always tranquil and serene. The weary farmers, having labored throughout the day, now find themselves enveloped in the sweetest embrace of slumber. Even the mongrel dogs kept by the farmers mostly whimper softly in their straw nests, refusing to stir. Alas, such tranquility shall not belong to Benny Village tonight. When the 5 strongest men of the village were felled to the ground, unable to rise, all the villagers, including the elderly and children, were terror-stricken and driven from their warm homes by bloodied blades, herded into the threshing floor at the village front. Fortunately, when the trembling villagers ceased their futile resistance, those filthy, unfamiliar thieves did not inflict further harm upon them. I apologize for waking you all at such a late hour. Standing before the villagers was a gaunt, haggard middle-aged man with a scruffy beard, his voice deep and hoarse. He wore a half-armor that was ill-fitting and heavily damaged, leaning on a sword that towered above him with his remaining left hand. Maintaining an upright posture, the villagers exchanged fearful glances, hesitating to speak as they regarded this one-armed man and the surrounding armed brigands. We require a place to stay for the night. We will leave at dawn. Therefore, you need not panic, but do refrain from causing unnecessary disturbances that may distress everyone. Of course, We shall leave behind some money as compensation for your food and lodging, the one-armed man spoke in a mild tone, seemingly devoid of the demeanor one might expect from a nocturnal brigand. We do not accept money, my lord. The elder of Benny Village, confronted with such an unusual situation, could only muster the courage to respond awkwardly. I am not a lord. Huh. The one-armed man shook his head, offering a desultory smile. Why, yes. The elder, at a loss for words, could only nod repeatedly. Take them to the barn, secure the door, and remember to leave a few blankets. The one-armed man sighed softly, waved his hand, and turned to depart. Subsequently, a young man wielding a short sword and bearing a crossbow led a dozen subordinates to herd all the villagers into an empty barn. After carelessly tossing in 3 blankets and 2 water skins, the barn door was heavily shut and locked. With the villagers confined within, the thieves ignited several large bonfires in the center of the threshing floor. Flatbreads, potatoes, and even a few sausages and rough wine were rummaged from the various farmhouses. They then set up a pot, boiling water, and tossed in chunks of horse meat and bones. Before long, the entire sky over Benny Village was permeated with the aroma of cooking meat. Centurion here. Once the horse meat was cooked, the young man with the crossbow first sliced off a generous, tender piece, sprinkled it with coarse salt, and accompanied it with some flatbreads and a jug of homemade country wine, presenting it to the one-armed man. Thank you. White, please sit and eat with me. The one-armed man released his grip on the sword and picked up a piece of exceptionally hard flatbread, gently tearing off a morsel and chewing expressionlessly. Seemingly accustomed to his leader's taciturn nature, White sat beside him, slicing off a long strip of fragrant horse meat with his dagger, wrapping it in a piece of flatbread, and devouring it heartily. Have the villagers been settled properly? After consuming a piece of flatbread and a slice of horse meat, the one-armed man ceased his eating, while the jug of wine remained untouched. All is well. Billy and Aiken are guarding the barn. White managed to respond after swallowing his mouthful. Has anyone violated the rules? The one-armed man's left hand returned to rest on the hilt of his long sword, wrapped in coarse black cloth. No. Ever since you split that scoundrel Wengobi in half with one stroke, no one has dared to act out of line. However, I noticed a few ruffians eyeing the village women, but they simply restrained themselves. As he spoke, White cast a disdainful glance towards a small group of thieves nearby, who were laughing heartily and drinking, some glancing towards the barn where the villagers were kept. The one-armed man nodded, lowering his head and exhaling silently. Chapter 21. Captives, Confrontation, Interrogation. Centurion, where shall we head next? Having swiftly consumed the remaining flatbread and boiled horse meat, White wiped the grease from his mouth and asked in a hushed tone. South, the one-armed man replied without raising his gaze, his voice steady. In the marching route, White pressed on. Go fetch the captive, the one-armed man stated after a moment of silence. But the woman claims the noble brat is her prize. She may not easily part with him, White pointed out, a frown creasing his brow. It matters not. She will acquiesce. Go. The one-armed man tightened his grip on the sword hilt, his tone unwavering. Yes, Centurion. This time, White refrained from further discussion and stood up, striding towards an unremarkable small fire in the southwestern corner of the threshing floor. What do you want? As White approached within 10 meters of the small fire, a shadow suddenly flickered from what had seemed an empty patch of darkness, blocking his path and speaking in a stilted tone. Under the dim light of the small fire, White-eyed the slender figure concealed within an oversized black cloak with heightened caution, his palms slightly sweating. The Centurion wishes to see the captive. White took a deep breath and gestured towards the small fire's opposite side, where a bound figure lay on the ground. That is mine, the slender figure replied coldly, filled with distrust, subtly shifting to assume a combat stance. The Centurion needs to interrogate the brat to determine the next course of action, White stated, struggling to keep his right hand from reaching for the short sword at his waist, feeling an overwhelming sense of danger and combativeness urging him to defend himself. Mine, my prize, came the rigid response from the slender figure, unwavering. Centurion wishes to see the captive. This time, White chose not to endure any longer. He swiftly stepped back, increasing the distance between himself and the slender figure while drawing his crossbow, aiming it directly at the obstructing figure. Eye in the face of the drawn weapon, the slender figure remained entirely indifferent. However, as a gust of night wind swept by, the slightly lifted edge of the cloak revealed 2 blades, one long and one short, gleaming with a chilling light. The other thieves in the center of the threshing floor seemed to be alerted by the unusual commotion, rising to observe, yet none dared to intervene. Clang! Just as a fierce internal conflict appeared imminent, a sharp sound of a sword ringing echoed from the opposite end of the threshing floor. Immediately, White relaxed his grip on the bowstring, lowering the arrowhead. The slender figure also ceased emanating hostility after a moment of silence. I shall accompany you. For reasons unknown, the slender figure suddenly agreed to White's request to borrow the prize. Though as its owner, she needed to be present as well. White let out a low grunt and nodded. Then, the slender figure let out a low whistle, summoning a scruffy black pony, tossing the prize onto its back before proceeding alongside White towards the one-armed man. Tear the cloth from the captive's mouth. The one-armed man, still wielding his sword with one hand, sat alone atop a haystack, appearing as lonely as a man nearing the end of his days. Upon seeing the slender figure deliver the captive, the one-armed man nodded slightly in acknowledgement before addressing White. Yes. Under the unwavering gaze of the gaunt figure, White forcefully tore away the large piece of coarse cloth that had been thrown back onto the ground, lodged in the mouth of the spoils. Immediately, the spoils began to retch uncontrollably. Give him some water, commanded the one-armed man. Observing the dirt-streaked Sir Rienta with an inscrutable expression. Very well. White smirked as he seized a large cup of hot water from the side and poured it over the knight's face. Although the water was no longer scalding, it still inflicted a sharp sting, serving quite effectively to revive him. Sir, are you awake? The one-armed man's tone was flat, sending a chill down the spine, utterly devoid of the previous warmth he had shown while conversing with the villagers. I am awake. Sir Rienta gritted his teeth, enduring the burning sensation on his cheek, and made an effort to respond clearly. Excellent. Then as per the usual protocol, I will ask the questions, and you shall answer, without any superfluous words. The one-armed man stated directly. Please, proceed, Sir Rienta replied, having long abandoned any thoughts of resistance or concealment. Besides the pain in his face, the few broken ribs in his chest served as a constant reminder that it was best not to remain silent or fabricate lies in the presence of this one-armed man, lest the consequences be dire. From here to fort, what routes can be taken? The one-armed man inquired loudly, his voice urgent and sharp, akin to the sword he wielded. 2 routes. Sir Rienta dared not hesitate, swiftly continuing with the conversation. Which 2? One route veers east, traversing the low grasslands, crossing the band's ferry, and then arriving at the fort. The other leans west, following the county road and the camelback trade route, leading directly to the fort. Sir Rienta replied once more. If you were me, which route would you choose? After a brief moment of silence, the one-armed man suddenly demanded. The western route, Sir Rienta replied instinctively. And the reason? It is the shortest distance. Sir Rienta hesitated slightly before hastily adding. Humph. The shortest distance? It is the route that is most likely to encounter pursuers. The county road? Bah, you noble wretch. At that moment, White, who had been silently listening, let out a cold snort and stepped forward to kick and strike at Sir Rienta's body. Enough. Take him away. The one-armed man finally spoke, after White had pummeled Sir Rienta for nearly a minute. Subsequently, White seized the battered Sir Rienta, covered in bruises, and unceremoniously tossed him back onto the back of the low-footed horse. Thank you. The one-armed man nodded towards the gaunt figure who had remained silent nearby. The latter offered no response, merely leading his mount's reins and returning with the spoils to the small fire. Centurion, shall we take the eastern route? It is remote, and the nobles' dogs won't easily find us. Once the gaunt figure had completely departed, White quietly sat down beside the leader, lowering his voice to inquire. No, we shall take the western route. The one-armed man contemplated for a long moment before finally responding. But, White questioned, while the western route is indeed the shortest, it is also more susceptible to being caught by the nobles' private soldiers and surrounded. The one-armed man seemed well aware of White's concerns. Then why are we still? White was utterly baffled. However, if we take the eastern route, I can assure you that before we even exit the grasslands, the nobles' heavy troops will have assembled on the opposite bank of the ferry at that point, no matter how remote the low grasslands may be or how much room for maneuvering exists. We will find ourselves trapped within, ultimately facing annihilation. Though the one-armed man had chosen the same route as Sir Rienta, his perspective was entirely different. I see. White nodded in understanding, silently lamenting that the centurion's experience and wisdom were far beyond what an ordinary foot soldier like himself could compare to. Very well. There are still a few hours until dawn. You should rest for now. I will keep watch. Having reached a decision regarding the next course of action, the one-armed man gently waved his hand, signaling White to make himself comfortable. White nodded, refraining from further words, and rose to leave the one-armed man's side, subsequently climbing atop a nearby pile of straw. sitting cross-legged. Then, he carefully removed the long crossbow from his back, taking out a piece of unknown animal hide from his bosom, slightly softening the bowstring, and began to diligently wipe it down, his movements graceful and rhythmic. Eat. At another corner of the granary, Sir Rianta remained tightly bound and cast upon the cold, muddy ground. However, he was no longer forced to endure the nauseating cloth stuffed in his mouth, bringing him some relief, seemingly unwilling to see his spoils perish too quickly. The gaunt figure intentionally tossed a fist-sized piece of dry dough before Sir Rianta. Gazing at the crude and unappetizing food, Sir Rianta was loath to eat. Yet, under the suffocating silence of the gaunt figure's stare, the once proud Sir Rianta, akin to a golden peacock, found himself struggling to move. Gnawing at the flavorless, dry dough with the determination of a maggot, his heart heavy with indignation. Nonetheless, there was at least one thought that could slightly alleviate Sir Rianta's despair. The western route he had recommended to this band of vile thieves was home to the renowned and beautiful estate, known throughout the county. Although he did not know which route the thieves would ultimately choose, Sir Rianta was determined to find a way to drag the Innsbruck family's core estate into the depths of hell. Even if he had only a 50% chance, only thus could he somewhat temper the seething rage within him, a fire capable of incinerating all. All of this suffering I endure is due to you. Moriarty, Innsbruck. Sir Rianta swallowed the coarse remnants of dough with difficulty, tears streaming down his face as he made a solemn vow. Once everyone had finished eating and the wounded received rudimentary bandaging, the thieves sought out the farmhouse, collapsing onto the dirt beds that were 100 times more comfortable than the muddy ground, falling into a deep slumber. Most of the thieves were not particularly fond of their one-armed leader. Yet they did not reject him either, with the former leader of the bandits having been pierced by a knight's lance during the breakout battle in Og County. The one-armed man, the strongest among them, naturally assumed the role of the new leader, even if this new leader, who had joined mid-journey, appeared more like a soldier than a thief. At least under his leadership, more than half of the thieves had broken through the noble's spear encirclement in Og County, leaping into the heart of Kent County, and had just managed to capture a plump noble lamb. Thus, even though the one-armed man had once cleaved a would-be rapist in half, most of the thieves felt a sense of reassurance knowing this seemingly less robust figure was standing behind them. Just like tonight, when everyone could sleep soundly, the one-armed man would undoubtedly keep watch alone for them. Chapter 22 White, Encirclement. Before dawn the night was long, yet seemed fleeting. Lying atop the straw pile, White slept lightly, frequently disturbed by the crackling sounds emanating from the fire. At such times, he would quietly raise his head to glance at the solitary figure of the one-armed man sitting atop the haystack, then let out a silent sigh and gently turn over, striving to drift back into slumber. What difference did it make if he fell asleep? Unable to resist, White gazed at the brilliant starry sky, feeling an overwhelming bitterness in his mouth. Unlike the clear skies of Kent County, White had long grown accustomed to the sight of endless layers of leaden clouds shrouding the heavens above. Having fought valiantly and struggled to survive in the harsh northern regions of the kingdom for countless days and nights, the vast expanse of stars overhead felt all the more unusual, evoking an absurd sense of guilt. What a bountiful place this is. White exhaled deeply, turning his face to gaze at the indistinct swaying wheat fields outside the village, sincerely marveling. Here, there was no war, no bloodshed, no restless spirits. Even the falling rain no longer carried the acrid stench of burning corpses. Everything appeared so peaceful, so blissful, so tranquil, reminiscent of his homeland. How serene it is. Once, it was with the noble aspiration to protect this tranquility that White journeyed to the northern borders of Eurasia, joining the royal army to fend off the invasion of the undead point. 3 years of bloody turmoil, countless brushes with death, and the unyielding sacrifices of numerous comrades transformed the once naive farm lad into a sharp and agile level 5 crossbowman. As fierce as a hawk to beat at the pale and grotesque skeletons, the foul-smelling blood zombies, or the cursed and terrifying specters, all were turned to dust beneath his bolts, returning to their eternal rest. Yet, the more he gained, the more he lost. Whether White wished it or not, the prolonged brutality of battle had silently reshaped his body and soul. The more fiercely he fought to protect the tranquility behind him, the further he drifted away from it himself. He could hardly recall the last time he had enjoyed a good night's sleep. During his time in the army, no matter how fatigued his body was or how exhausted his mind became, as soon as he closed his eyes, he would be enveloped by a series of nightmarish visions of slaughter, the grotesque undead, bloodied comrades, penetrating wounds, and death. These were the companions that accompanied White through the long, Dark nights. He had once heard old soldiers say that some warriors, unable to endure such cruel psychological and physical torment, eventually went mad or took their own lives. White too had pondered how long he could hold on. Yet the answer struck him as humorous, for he felt that by the time that day arrived, he would have already been torn to shreds by the relentless undead. Thus, in White's mind, the thought of one day living to leave the northern borders of the kingdom was utterly non-existent. Regrettably, due to the Centurion's influence, White ultimately emerged from that hellish fortress unscathed. Despite the fact that this former master archer has been expelled from his own legion and is now wanted by the kingdom as a dangerous fugitive, White harbors no regrets about abandoning the honor of a soldier. He does not fear being besieged like a rat in the street by the noble hounds. Having chosen to follow the Centurion, White is resolved to see it through to the end, undeterred by death. This day, White vividly recalls the moment he first encountered the Centurion. It was also a night, but one drenched in rain. The 10-man auxiliary squad to which White belonged found themselves besieged by hundreds of undead skeletons in a desolate village 5 kilometers from the fortress. At that time, White had only recently enlisted, and he and his comrades were desperately holding the only intact small hut in the village, struggling for survival. In the desolate night outside, countless ghostly green will-o'-the-wisps silently gathered, embodying the vengeful gazes of the undead. The 10 young auxiliaries were utterly powerless against the onslaught of the undead, and even the dilapidated hut soon succumbed to a tremor and collapsed. In despair and facing death, White closed his eyes, awaiting his fate. However, just as the bone blade, suffused with the stench of the undead, was about to pierce his warm chest, a patrol squad descended upon this forsaken corner like angels. In a haze, White saw a blurred red figure, a purifying holy flame that instantly reduced a multitude of skeletons to dust. This was the first time White laid eyes on the Centurion, who at that time still had both arms intact. Just as White was lost in his thoughts in a light slumber, a familiar low growl suddenly pierced the air beside him. With a swift motion, White instinctively leapt from the pile of grass and darted toward the one-armed man. At the same time, he seized his long crossbow, knocking an arrow. Centurion, upon reaching the one-armed man, White noticed the grave expression on his face and instinctively sensed that something was amiss. Wake everyone up and prepare for battle. The one-armed man fixed his gaze coldly toward the village entrance, his long sword in hand. Understood. Without a moment's hesitation or doubt, White hurriedly dashed toward the nearby farmhouse, shouting loudly to rouse the slumbering thieves from their dreams. Did you notice? Just as the awakened thieves emerged from their respective dwellings, their faces a mix of anger and confusion, a slender figure draped in a black cloak unexpectedly appeared beside the one-armed man. It's too quiet outside the village. So quiet that even the wild dogs have ceased barking. It seems the pursuers have arrived. The one-armed man glanced at the figure and replied coolly. Humph! A low grunt emanated from the cloak, neither affirming nor denying, before the slender figure turned and vanished once again into the heavy shadows. Chief, what is this? Amidst the commotion, an experienced thief was urged forward by his peers to cautiously approach the one-armed man and asked tentatively. Prepare for battle. Although he knew that the phrase prepare for battle held little meaning for thieves, the one-armed man nevertheless bellowed to his gathered subordinates. Battle? Who are we fighting? Have the nobles caught up to us? Why is there no sign of movement? Upon hearing the leader's command, the thieves erupted into a cacophony of buzzing voices. However, those who had survived to this day were seasoned rogues, despite their numerous doubts. They each drew their weapons and began to scan their surroundings, on high alert. A rabble. White, standing behind the one-armed man, looked disdainfully at the bustling companions before him and muttered, in this pitiful state, they would have been beaten to death with a military baton back in the legion. White, take position, establish a formation. The one-armed man understood that expecting this ragtag group of brigands to line up like a proper army was utterly unrealistic. So he did not press the issue, merely speaking softly to his old subordinate. Yes, Centurion, as he had done in the military. White snapped to attention upon receiving the battle order, saluting with his right hand over his heart, and then swiftly disappeared into the darkness of the village. After surveying the surroundings once more, he extinguished the numerous bonfires in the granary, leaving only one behind. The one-armed man took a deep breath. Suddenly extending his left arm, the enormous black sword pointed like a flaming arrow toward the front as he shouted, Since we have come, let us battle. What is there to doubt? I did not expect there to be true warriors among the thieves. Light the torches and advance into the village, with the one-armed man's roar. akin to a night lion's fierce cry. A deep, authoritative laughter echoed throughout Benny Village. In an instant, countless torches ignited from all directions, driving away the dense darkness that lingered before dawn. Then, the heavy sound of hooves ruthlessly shattered the tranquility of the night, carrying the blazing light into the village. It truly is the army of the nobles. They arrived far too quickly. Chief, we must retreat at once. Why are there so many of them all of a sudden? Upon realizing they had become encircled by the heavily armed forces of the Kent County nobility, even the most seasoned thieves felt their hearts race and their fingers trembled. It was known that nearly half of their number had perished in the recent breakout battle in Ugg County. And now, witnessing a large contingent of noble warriors and knights surrounding them, no one could ascertain how many more would die before they could carve a path to freedom. Halt. After the noble soldiers advanced a certain distance into the village, Lord Rosser, at the forefront of the ranks, suddenly raised his left hand, halting the entire army's advance. Subsequently, in units formed by families, one squad after another dismounted, forming ranks on the spot. It was as if a series of barricades constituted of blades and spears had swiftly encircled the band of thieves in the center of the village, leaving no escape. Meanwhile, the real cavalry remained stationed a bit further back, ready to charge forth at their commander's command, like an unstoppable flood, to sweep away, scatter, and annihilate the enemies before them. Thieves, you have 1 minute to release Sir Royada and surrender. I assure you that each of you will receive a fair trial. As the frontline commander of this campaign, Lord Rosser gazed expressionlessly at the shadowy figures lurking in the dim corners behind the granary, his eyes only glimmering with a hint of appreciation as they passed over a solitary figure. A fair trial? I fear there may not be enough gallows in Kent County to accommodate that, the one-armed man coldly retorted, casting his gaze upon the once familiar military might before him. Attacking the nobles is a grave offense. Those guilty should naturally face retribution. At this moment, Lord Helen interjected. Thieves may indeed deserve punishment, but what of the nobles? Are the gallows and the guillotine merely reserved for the commoners? The one-armed man did not even glance at Helen, but instead directed a sarcastic inquiry at Lord Rosser, his tone as frigid as ice. Warrior, if you believe you have suffered injustice, why do you not seek vengeance against the wrongdoers, instead of directing your sword at the innocent? A young voice calmly posed the question. To this, the one-armed man unexpectedly fell silent. At that moment, neither the Kent County noble coalition outside the village nor the thieves hidden within uttered a word. After a brief pause, the one-armed man raised his head, his eyes glowing like flames, even overpowering the light of the campfire. I have already punished the one who did evil. However, this wicked world still requires swords and fire for purification. As if a war horn had sounded. With the one-armed man's furious roar, akin to a volcanic eruption, a massive red halo suddenly illuminated beneath his feet, accompanied by waves of heat that surged forth as if they were aflame. A similarly crimson fire erupted from the one-armed man's black sword, blazing fiercely. In this twilight before dawn, the one-armed man, wielding a sword and a flicker of purifying fire, charged forward. Chapter 23, Halo vs. Halo, the fierce battle. Charlie, the invasion burned like fire. Whether among the noble army or the band of thieves, every individual's eyes seemed to ignite with a frenzied flame in an instant. The flame was so intensely scorching, so blindingly bright, and so relentlessly forward that most had to shield their eyes with their hands to avoid being seared by the radiant glow of a flame halo. As a seasoned veteran of the battlefield, Lord Rosser would not be so delicate as to require shelter from the glaring light like an ordinary soldier. In an instant, a brilliant yellow halo erupted at the other end of Benny Village. Then, Lord Rosser urged his steed forward, enveloped in a shield-like yellow light, charging directly toward the oncoming inferno. Kill. With Lord Rosser's command, the Battle of Benny Village officially commenced. The noble coalition advanced in units of 2 or 3 families, combining seasoned lower-tier warriors with numerous ordinary soldiers, crashing toward the darkened center of the village like a tidal wave. Simultaneously, from mid-tier knights led small squads of cavalry, charging in from the rear. The heavy sound of hooves reverberated like the drumbeats of death in the hearts of every thief. What instilled even greater fear and dread in the thieves was that, in addition to the attacking noble soldiers, another contingent remained tightly encircled around the village, effectively quashing any hopes of exploiting the chaos to make a break for freedom, whether by chance or design. The influx of the noble coalition did not disturb the fierce confrontation between the one-armed man and Lord Roseth. The valorous clash between warriors has always been revered and respected by the world. Even when facing a rebellious thief, no one would dare to intervene until a victor emerged. To do so would not only be a sacrilege against the chivalric traditions of the kingdom, but also a profound disrespect toward Lord Roseth himself. Ignoring the tumultuous army surging around them, the one-armed man and Lord Roseth collided like two comets on intersecting trajectories. Their encounter marked by breathtaking heroism and resolved, in an instant. The fiercely burning crimson aura intertwined with the weighty yellow aura, distorting, trembling, and consuming each other in a chaotic embrace. At that moment, the one-armed warrior appeared as a fiery demon from the depths of hell, wielding a blazing sword with a terrifying heat capable of melting gold and severing jade. Striking at Lord Roseth with relentless speed, enveloping his opponent like a torrential rain of flames. In contrast, Lord Roseth stood immovable like a towering mountain, his bright yellow shield unwavering against the relentless inferno, while his silver lance deftly parried the one-armed man's frenzied assault with practiced ease, leaving not a single opening. Lord Roseth and that thief are both mid-tier elites. Such a duel is seldom witnessed. "Sir, please remain vigilant," murmured Moriarty, who continued to shadow the Viscount, while Hamilton stood closely at his side, offering a quiet reminder. Indeed, Moriarty nodded. This was, after all, Moriarty's first encounter with a genuine life-and-death battle between mid-tier warriors. Despite his previous mental preparations, he found himself profoundly shaken. If low-tier warriors represented the pinnacle of ordinary human skill and endurance, then mid-tier warriors belonged to an entirely different echelon of martial prowess. The most significant distinction of mid-tier fighters, compared to common soldiers and low-tier warriors, is their possession of a unique spiritual aura, according to ancient texts of the kingdom. Before the Griffin family established the nation and achieved continental supremacy, humanity had been subjugated as slaves or serfs, ruled by elves and barbarians for millennia. During that dark epoch, humanity was frail and culturally backward. Thus, in the eyes of both the magically adept elves and the physically formidable barbarians, humans were unarguably a second-rate race, fit only to serve as expendable thralls. Throughout that age of darkness, the blood and flesh of humanity were spread across every corner of the continent, laboring in mines, building cities, paving roads, and tilling the fields. The more menial and grueling the task, the more it fell upon humanity's shoulders. Stumbling, struggling, and enduring, the human collective fought to survive. Finally, after countless years of accumulation and maturation, the wise among humanity began to lead their kin toward a brighter future. In a bid to counter the elves, humans secretly studied the mysteries of magic, ultimately surpassing their teachers. To vanquish the barbarians, humanity challenged their limits, unearthing the potential of both spirit and body, igniting a unique spiritual aura. When humanity truly mastered the dual wings of magic and aura, the history of the continent was irrevocably altered, ushering in a new era of racial supremacy upon the stage of Enros. The aura, at its core, is the manifestation of a warrior's spirit. A martial artist who does not comprehend this will forever be unable to attain their own spiritual aura, remarked Viscount Soak, casting a glance at Moriarty while observing the ongoing battle between Lord Roseth and the one-armed man. "Indeed, my lord," replied Moriarty, grateful for the Viscount's insightful guidance, even though his path was destined to ascend the realms of magic. "Lord Roseth as Earth's guardian is beginning to falter. It may not endure much longer," Hamilton suddenly stated in a grave tone. "Indeed. Time is aging. Over time, his stamina naturally wanes," the Viscount agreed, nodding thoughtfully and sighing gently. As if to validate Hamilton's and Viscount Soak's observations, under the relentless onslaught of the one-armed man's fiery sword, Lord Roseth's bright yellow aura began to slowly contract. The protective yellow shield that had shielded him from the searing flames grew increasingly thin and fragile, wavering precariously. Suddenly, with a thunderous roar, the one-armed man's black sword ignited with crimson flames that surged several meters high. In a powerful, well-rehearsed spinning slash, Lord Roseth's silver lance was cleaved asunder. A fiery whirlwind then engulfed both Lord Roseth and his steed, as if a ravenous fire dragon had devoured its prey whole. "Father," in the throes of life and death, Hart could no longer concern himself with the chivalric code. He charged forward on horseback. Like his father, Hart's spiritual aura also manifested as Earth's guardian, albeit not as pure or robust as Lord Roseth's. In the blink of an eye, Hart plunged into the seething inferno. Moments later, amidst the anguished cries of battle steeds, Hart emerged from the flames, cradling the seemingly unconscious Lord Roseth while their mount was ignited, transforming into two towering torches. Observing Lord Roseth, who lay in Heart's arms, appearing to have lost consciousness, the one-armed man unexpectedly refrained from pursuing his advantage, choosing instead to remain motionless, watching as the two withdrew. Meanwhile, on the opposite side of the battlefield, the tide of battle unfolded in stark contrast. The organized noble soldiers, under the leadership of their knights, relentlessly segmented, severed, and eliminated the thieves within the village, even in the most advantageous nighttime conditions. The thieves, faced with a fully armed and well-coordinated noble coalition, could only retreat in disarray. Some thieves, relying on their agility and combat prowess, launched desperate assaults against the noble soldiers, inflicting considerable casualties. However, upon identifying such counterattacks, nearby noble warriors would converge swiftly, exterminating the attackers in no time. Even at the risk of incurring the thieves' dying retaliations, they pressed on. Others among the thieves sought to hold their ground within certain residences. The noble soldiers would simply set the buildings ablaze, incinerating them alive. This exemplified the fundamental difference between the chaotic thieves and the organized military forces that in smaller-scale skirmishes, particularly in ambushes or assassinations. Thieves may hold a distinct advantage. However, once engaged in large-scale confrontations, the rigorously trained and organized regular army would emerge as the ultimate victors. Nonetheless, the thieves were not entirely passive victims that in just a few minutes. Over a dozen noble soldiers had perished beneath a barrage of arrows from the shadows. Without exception, each fell with a single arrow through the throat, slain on the spot. The only one to survive an arrow-esque strike was a fifth-tier knight, whose heightened senses and reflexes spared his life, though a fearsome bolt had still pierced through the seams of his armor, striking his shoulder and unseating him. Attack! Beware the crossbowmen! Charge! The remaining 3 knights on the battlefield remained acutely alert in response to the elusive crossbow assaults. Yet, it seemed unlikely that they could locate the hidden assailants amidst the chaos. Their only recourse was to command their soldiers to intensify the assault and bring the battle to a swift conclusion. Next, who will come? Unperturbed by the surrounding thieves, the one-armed man raised his flaming sword once more, addressing Viscount Soak and the others with icy resolve. It was evident that he intended to capture the leader of the noble coalition, forcing their retreat through sheer will. Such a solitary challenge against 100 could only be realized within the ranks of the kingdom's knights. Gazing at the one-armed man before him, Viscount Soak slightly lifted his chin, locking eyes for a moment before slowly turning his head to address his companion behind him. Charles, subdue him. Yes, my lord. The sound of galloping hooves heralded the emergence of a tall knight from behind the Viscount. Unlike Lord Roseth's rapid assault, this seemingly unremarkable knight approached steadily and calmly, gradually increasing his speed. Yet, amidst this seemingly mundane acceleration, a magnificent golden lance, shimmering with radiant light, materialized from the knight's grasp, solidifying into an awe-inspiring, indomitable golden dragon lance, aimed directly at the one-armed man's chest. Is that him? Moriarty gasped, startled by the sudden revelation from the typically stoic Hamilton. Chapter 24. High Tier, Hellfire, the Blade in the Shadows, the Golden Dragon Lance. Accompanied by the unhurried knight, continued its deliberate charge. Upon reaching the one-armed man, the knight delivered a straightforward thrust, devoid of any embellishment. Were it not for the lance's extraordinary nature, most spectators might have mistaken the scene for an apprentice knight's feeble attempt. However, facing such a seemingly mundane strike, the one-armed man grew gravely serious. In an instant, the flames of the aura beneath his feet surged as if infused with a potent catalyst, boiling violently. The oppressive heat waves swept through the air, even reaching Moriarty and others standing several dozen meters away, causing an immediate sense of suffocation. At the same time, a flicker of crimson golden light danced swiftly upon the black longsword. In the blink of an eye, the fierce flames that had been roaring atop the blade began to tremble and retract inward, coalescing into a nearly imperceptible blade of crimson gold light. Kill! The one-armed man, having unleashed all his combat prowess, bellowed as he swung the shimmering blade towards the golden dragon spear. With a thunderous crash, the golden and crimson golden lights shone brilliantly, illuminating the entire village of Benny as if it were broad daylight. The Round Table Knights truly live up to their reputation. That man, what a pity. Just as Moriarty was momentarily blinded by the dazzling light, Hamilton's low voice, mingled with admiration and regret, echoed beside him. Indeed, that man is quite remarkable, managing to condense a pseudolite sword, truly a half-step into the higher ranks. However, facing the Round Table Knights, at that moment, the Viscount Soak also remarked quietly from the other side. After a brief pause, the radiance dissipated, and the village of Benny returned to the embrace of night. Moriarty focused his gaze and found the one-armed man kneeling, bloodied, before the figure of the knight, his left hand gripping the sword's hilt, refusing to fall. Yet the crimson flames on the black longsword had vanished without a trace. No longer resembling the formidable sight it once was, the golden dragon spear in the knight's hand was poised, its tip resting against the one-armed man's heart, ready to deliver a fatal blow with the slightest push. Centurion. Suddenly, a loud cry erupted from the village behind them, and a figure leaped from a rooftop, a halo resembling the wings of a falcon illuminating beneath their feet. With a twang, a crossbow bolt surged forth. Imbued with a chilling aura of death that in less than a second, the arrow was already before the knight, its sharp tip aimed directly at his eye socket. Faced with such a lethal attack, the knight remained unfazed. With a mere flick of his wrist, the tip of the golden dragon spear met the arrow's head with pinpoint accuracy. Crack! The sharp sound of shattering echoed as the crossbow bolt disintegrated mid-air. Reduced to mere dust. There is even a mid-tier sharpshooter. The Viscount Soak raised an eyebrow as he observed White, who had exposed his position and was now ensnared in the encirclement of noble soldiers. It appears he truly hails from the military. On the rooftop, White dodged the incoming thrusts of swords and halberds with unrelenting agility. Simultaneously, he unleashed a relentless barrage from his crossbow, eliminating each soldier that attempted to scale the rooftop. Just as the standoff continued, a flash of silver light flickered from the direction of the village entrance. Before White could react, a dazzling magical arrow struck his chest, followed by a sudden explosion of arcane energy. He immediately spat blood and plummeted from the rooftop. His fate uncertain. A magical arrow. Huh. Moriarty, you've once again surprised us. The elder chuckled, unable to suppress his grin upon witnessing the sharpshooter felled by Moriarty's spell. It was merely a modest exertion, after all. The Innsburg family has yet to contribute anything substantial since our engagement. Moriarty, having completed his incantation, gently lowered his hands and exhaled, responding. If one were to speak, magic is indeed a wondrous thing, though the preparation time is rather lengthy. Its potency is quite impressive. The Viscount's commentary struck true. Despite the assistance of the crystal grimoire, Moriarty's powers far exceeded those of his peers among apprentice mages. However, techniques such as silent casting, delayed casting, or even instantaneous casting remained beyond his current grasp. Mastery of such techniques requires not only a reservoir of magical energy and mental fortitude, but also a profound understanding of magic itself, one that cannot be achieved through shortcuts. Well, it seems the outcome is already determined. The Viscount Soak glanced at the ongoing battle in the village, now drawing to a close, before redirecting his attention to the one-armed man, announcing loudly, "Soldier, what is your rank and name?" The one-armed man, laboriously raising his head, met the Viscount's gaze, his expression complex yet defiantly tightening his bloodied lips, refusing to reply. "I am not addressing you as a Viscount, but rather as a retired brigadier of the southeastern army of the kingdom. Soldier, what is your rank and name?" The elder calmly regarded the one-armed man, reiterating his inquiry. "Dawn Fortress, Red Baron Cavalry Regiment, Hellfire Squad, Centurion, Lawrence." Drawing from an unknown well of strength, the one-armed man pushed himself upright. Trembling as he stood tall, presenting a crisp military posture before the elder, his demeanor resolute and composed at that moment, the golden dragon spear, which had been poised at his chest, was slowly withdrawn. "You are the traitorous chief, Centurion, Hellfire Lawrence of Dawn Fortress." The Viscount Soak, taken aback by the revelation of the one-armed man's identity, softened his gaze, laced with a complex emotion. "I have heard of your tale. Had it not been for that unfortunate incident, you would have been the vice-commander of the Red Baron Regiment by now. Unfortunate incident. Claiming military honors and wantonly slaughtering innocents is merely an incident." At the mention of the word, the one-armed man's eyes ignited with fury. "That matter has been settled, has it not? The corrupt military judge was executed, and the principal perpetrator faced trial. Why do you persist?" The Viscount inquired. "Trial? Are you referring to the kind where one is sent home to sleep soundly? Perhaps with a paycheck in hand? Humph. Is this what the nobility calls fairness?" The one-armed man shouted, his expression twisted in rage. "So you took his life?" "Indeed. The one-armed man calmed, lowering his head, shadows casting over his gaunt face. Yet that was indeed a breach of military law. The Viscount sighed softly. That was not military law, but merely the evil of the nobility enslaving the populace. Why should I adhere to it? The one-armed man shook his head, disdain evident in his words. Then, at this juncture, do you have anything else to say? Truth be told, the Viscount Soak felt a mix of 3 parts indignation and 7 parts regret towards the one-armed man before him. Having served in the military for many years himself, the elder harbored no less animosity for the vermin that undermined the kingdom than Lawrence did. However, in the realm of men, there are times when even a viscount must compromise, yielding to maintain the greater good. After all, beyond being a soldier, he was also a noble. Nothing more to die at the hands of a round table knight is already a commendable end. Lawrence raised his gaze to meet the knights, who, to his surprise, nodded slightly in return. Yes, we both understand. You violated military law, killed comrades, joined brigands, and assaulted nobility. These are heinous crimes, deserving of death. However, if you can safely deliver Sir Llewellyn Tower, I may grant you one final wish. Consider it my personal compensation for your years of service at Dawn Fortress. At this point, the Viscount Soak could only conceal the emotions within him, speaking coldly. This, Lawrence sensed the flicker of kindness and regret hidden behind the elder's icy words. Despite being one of the nobility he despised, as a fellow upright soldier, there existed an innate camaraderie between them. Lawrence even believed that had he not served at Dawn Fortress but under the elder's command, his military career would have been infinitely better. Unfortunately, fate had not bestowed upon Lawrence a trustworthy superior. After a moment of contemplation, Lawrence gradually knelt, adopting the posture of a subordinate officer as he addressed the Viscount Soak, General. Soldiers who perish in battle possess no right to protest. However, as a centurion, I must implore you on behalf of my men to grant them a fair trial and a chance to survive. The sharpshooter. The Viscount Soak gazed at Lawrence, bloodied and struggling to support himself, kneeling before him, and let out a heavy sigh, saying softly, I understand. Thank you, General. In his final moments, receiving the elder's promise, a wave of relief washed over Lawrence, as a pallid hue swiftly spread across his face. As for the captured noble, he, just as Lawrence was about to fulfill his duty and disclose the whereabouts of Llewellyn Tower, a blade of emerald, curved like a crescent moon, sliced forth from a dense shadow merely 10 meters from Moriarty. As if a whirlwind of sand, howling and piercing through the barrier formed by the swordsman, descending mercilessly towards Moriarty's neck. Chapter 25. The female thief, the half-blood, forced back, seeing the emerald blade rushing toward him. Moriarty instinctively prepared to sidestep. However, despite his quick reflexes, his recently strengthened body could not synchronize with his intent, even as he barely avoided the critical strike to his neck. A large area of his chest remained exposed beneath the blade's edge. What audacity! In that critical moment, Hamilton, who had been guarding Moriarty, sprang into action. A lion's head halo ignited beneath his feet, accompanied by the faint sound of a lion's roar, as Hamilton's knightly sword, glistening with a deadly crimson hue, cleaved toward the emerald blade. Clang! The clash of steel echoed. Under the ferocious sweep of the blood-colored knight's great sword, the azure blade was unceremoniously sent flying, along with the slender form of the ambusher. Without hesitation, Hamilton deftly redirected his sword, pursuing the enemy with unrelenting intent. Swish! In an instant, the knight's great sword struck the airborne slender figure. Yet, just as the onlookers believed the skirmish was drawing to a close, a sudden flash caught their attention. A shadow, swift as lightning, descended from above, hurtling towards the position of Viscount Soak. Simultaneously, a smaller, narrower, yet deadlier azure blade emerged from the shadow's hand, aimed directly at the unprotected visage of the Viscount. It was only at this moment that a rather ample black robe was shredded into tatters beneath the knight's sword, cascading down like confetti. Huh, Sandworm, you've finally shown yourself. As the true target of the ambush, Viscount Soak erupted into jubilant laughter. Amidst his mirth, a silver rectangular warhammer, marred with numerous intersecting scars, silently manifested in the old man's grasp. Whoosh! In the next heartbeat, propelled by an immense tempest, the silver hammer lunged forth like a thunderous plow, sweeping towards the shadow and its azure blade. Astonishingly, the surface of the hammer appeared to erupt with countless violent sparks of electricity. In the flickering light, everything around became strikingly vivid. A woman. At that moment, Moriarty recognized the assailant aiming to sever his neck, a petite girl. seemingly startled by the Viscount's formidable might, and perhaps unwilling to confront the terrifying thunderous hammer directly. The girl emitted a low, raspy grunt. Her previously straight trajectory twisted into an incredible arc, narrowly evading the hammer's onslaught. Only a few strands of her hair were singed to cinders in the wake of the Viscount's weapon. Meanwhile, Hamilton's knightly sword surged forth once more, even more ferocious and incisive than before. After all, when dealing with a despicable ambusher, there was no need to adhere to any chivalric code. Seeing herself caught between a pincer attack, the girl, realizing escape was futile, executed a somersault towards an open space, seeking to break free. However, the surrounding noble soldiers and swordsmen had already arrived, swiftly encircling the assailant, trapped within the encirclement. Despite her extraordinary agility, the girl found it impossible to breach the defenses in such a short time. She could only evade continuously, striving to distance herself from Hamilton and Viscount Soak. Her gaze darted anxiously towards the Round Table Knights, as if she held a profound fear of the knightly shadow. It was she who killed Knight McMara. Hamilton had no intention of pursuing further. Observing the encircled ambusher, he sheathed his great sword, standing vigilantly beside Moriarty. Though this female worm is young, her stealth is impeccable, Viscount Soak remarked, nodding in agreement, equally refraining from making a move. Meanwhile, the Dragonlance Knight did not even cast a glance in their direction. Noting that the three most powerful knights present remained inactive, the girl felt a slight easing of tension, yet her expression hardened as she hastened to escape. Suddenly, a series of low, clear incantations echoed from above. Instantly, the girl's hair stood on end as she frantically wielded her two azure blades, charging forth with ferocity, even at the cost of sustaining injuries, desperate to flee into the vast shadows not far ahead. Alas, her speed in breaking through could not outpace Moriarty's incantation. Just as the girl barely succeeded in breaking free, the spell's incantation came to an abrupt halt. In that fleeting moment, her chestnut hair billowed without wind, and her previously forward-leaning posture flipped to face the onlookers. Simultaneously, her slender arms crossed fiercely over her chest, veins pulsating, writhing as if they were convulsing worms. Her dark eyes transformed into a striking blue and yellow pair of slitted pupils, fixated intently on Moriarty. Crack! Almost simultaneously, a brilliant arcane arrow pierced the night sky, striking the center of the girl's crossed arms. Thud! Blood mixed with the scattered brilliance of magic, resembling an extraordinary flower blooming upon the girl's chest. Yet, unlike White, who had succumbed to a similar magical assault, the girl, despite spitting blood, utilized the explosion's force to propel herself into the shadows behind, disappearing from sight after a few agile leaps. Frenzied transformation? A half-breed behemoth. This female worm seems rather extraordinary. Observing the fleeing figure of the ambusher, Viscount Soak clicked his tongue. Are you suggesting a half-orc? Though Moriarty's spell failed to incapacitate the opponent, he remained unfazed. Exhaling slowly and turning to the old man. Do you not think so? The Viscount replied with a knowing smile. Not particularly. Moriarty shook his head. Although he had never encountered a half-orc, the descriptions in the Continental Chronicles painted them as brutish, crude, and physically imposing, traits that the ambushing girl clearly did not possess. Despite only catching a fleeting glimpse, Moriarty could discern the girl's fundamental characteristics. Yet, it was perplexing that she had withstood a magical arrow, relying on a transformation akin to frenzy. Thus, Soak's designation of her as a behemoth was not entirely erroneous. Perhaps a mutated hybrid. Who knows, a mixture of sandworm and behemoth, The old man remarked nonchalantly. The person you seek is in that female sand thief's possession. At this moment, a one-armed man spoke in a low, intermittent tone. Charlie, find her. Upon hearing this, Viscount Soak's expression turned serious as he commanded loudly. Yes, my lord. The Dragonlance Knight turned his steed towards a nearby thicket. Meanwhile, the severely wounded one-armed man finally could no longer sustain himself, collapsing with a thud. Soon, crimson blood thoroughly soaked the earth beneath him. May I inquire about that knight? Moriarty asked, gazing toward the golden light illuminating the forest. Charlie is my chief bodyguard. He served with me in the Southeast Legion, the Viscount replied with a faint smile. Spear of Dawn, Charlie. The Round Table Knight most likely to challenge the sanctuary within the next decade, a true paragon of our kind. Hamilton regarded the direction of the knight, offering a solemn salute. Lionheart Hamilton, if I am not mistaken. You are nearing level 8, are you not? Merely a step away from the Round Table Knights. Viscount Soak appeared quite impressed by Hamilton, smiling as he spoke. The chasm between level 8 and level 9. Though it may seem but a stone's throw, is a vast divide between mid-tier and high-tier. Throughout the kingdom's history, thousands of mid-tier knights have existed, yet how many have truly crossed that line to join the Round Table? Moreover, we are still far from the pinnacle of mid-tier, Hamilton replied, maintaining a calm demeanor, bowing slightly in response to Viscount Soak's praise while casting a glance at the one-armed man, whose breath was fading in the pool of blood. Humility, honor, sacrifice, bravery, compassion, honesty, spirit, justice. As long as you steadfastly uphold a knight's heart, I believe that day shall not be far off, the old man declared, his words deliberate and measured. I too hold this conviction, Moriarty affirmed. Thank you, gentlemen. Hamilton nodded in gratitude. Just then, a sudden burst of golden light erupted from the distant woods, followed by a panicked cry resonating from within. Look, Charlie has caught the worm. Viscount Soak smiled. The perception of a high-tier warrior is sufficient to pierce through most concealments and evasions. Unless it is a sanctuary or a grand archmage, no one can freely traverse before the Round Table Knights. Noting Moriarty's look of confusion, Hamilton elaborated. I see, Moriarty nodded. Look, the female worm is being driven back. As Soak spoke, the girl who had barely escaped emerged rapidly from the forest atop a short-legged horse. Behind her, Round Table Knight Charlie trailed leisurely, his golden dragon lance occasionally pointing at the girl's back. As if herding cattle. Let me go, or I will kill him. The girl, finally driven back into the encirclement by Charlie, had lost all semblance of composure, her eyes ablaze with fury as she shouted at Viscount Soak, Moriarty, and Hamilton, while simultaneously pulling the bound Royant Tower closer. The azure blade pressed firmly against the captive's throat. Chapter 26. The Dilemma. Resolved. A missed opportunity, Sandworm. You have nowhere left to flee. Surrender. Viscount Soak addressed the girl. Unexpectedly using a foreign language with a distinct Roldar accent, a widely spoken dialect from the desert regions, the Momoer tongue. A true desert warrior never knows the meaning of surrender. Upon hearing the old man suddenly utter a phrase in his native dialect, the young girl couldn't help but pause for a moment, only to feel her face flush crimson as if subjected to an affront. In a rapid torrent of more language, she vehemently retorted, Huh. It seems the habits of the vermin remain unchanged, as stubborn as ever. Even the female vermin is no exception. The Viscount chuckled heartily, choosing not to flaunt his linguistic prowess any longer, and mockingly scoffed in the royal tongue. Despicable creature. Let the devil consume you. The title of female vermin seemed to further provoke her, exhausting her patience completely. The girl shouted fiercely, Let me go, or I shall kill him. The two curved blades pressed against Roya Tower's neck, twisted downward, leaving two fine, hair-like trails of blood before the onlookers, with droplets of crimson cascading down. Ladies and gentlemen, what do you think? Observing the scene, Viscount Soak gradually retracted his jesting demeanor and turned to the nobleman who had gathered behind him. We must prioritize saving the person. Sir Roya Tower has already been injured and cannot withstand any further turmoil. One nobleman, aligned with the Roya Tower family, immediately asserted. To let the thief go so easily would be a disgrace to our nobility. Moreover, how can we ensure this female thief will not wreak havoc in other villages? A young member of the Balek family quickly countered loudly, while the Balek knight beside him regarded the female sand thief and the encircled Roya Tower with an impassive expression. However, regardless of the circumstances, we must prioritize the life of Sir Roya Tower. As nobles of the kingdom, how can we easily retreat in the face of threats? The debate over whether to execute or release the thief rapidly divided the noble coalition into two factions, the pro-war and the pro-peace, leading to a heated argument driven by their respective interests. Moriarty, what is your opinion? In response to the opposing views, Viscount Soak remained non-committal and once again turned to Moriarty, while the others fell silent, awaiting a statement from the Ensberg family. Viscount, each perspective has its merits, making it truly difficult to decide at this moment. Moriarty glanced at the old man and then surveyed the assembly, offering a slight smile. However, I believe that regardless of our debates, the most crucial factor is the opinion of the party involved. What say you? No one anticipated that Moriarty would directly pass the decision to the captive, Sir Roya Tower, leaving the room momentarily speechless. Meanwhile, Roya Tower, firmly pressed against the horse's back, disregarded his pain and the sharp blade at his neck upon hearing Moriarty's words. He struggled violently, turning to fix a furious gaze on his calm opponent, grinding his teeth in desperation. Undoubtedly, Moriarty's seemingly casual maneuver had once again thrust Roya Tower into the perilous spotlight of either death or disgrace. Ladies and gentlemen, what do you think of Sir Innsburg's opinion? Viscount Soak, taken aback by Moriarty's deft maneuver, casually inquired of the nobles, his eyes betraying a profound appreciation. Agreed. No objections. Let Sir Roya Tower decide for himself. As they gazed upon Moriarty's youthful visage, all the nobles of Kent County couldn't help but feel a sense of admiration for the audacity of youth. Regardless of their stance, pro-war or pro-peace, they all realized that the eldest son of the Roya Tower family had, under the thumb of Sir Innsburg, suffered a crushing defeat. Sir Innsburg's penchant for vengeance and his unique tactics had left a lasting impression on the entire county of Kent in the mere span of a night. It was evident that any family contemplating a challenge to Innsburg in the future would undoubtedly recall today's events. Thus, given the circumstances, even the factions sympathetic to the Roya Tower family were unwilling to incur the stigma of harboring thieves. Consequently, all the nobles voiced their agreement with Moriarty's stance in unison. Then, Sir Roya Tower, it is your decision. After surveying the surroundings, Viscount Soak seemingly impartially adopted the consensus, speaking coldly, despite being trapped under the thief's blade and appearing so wretched and pitiable. The old man seemed devoid of any sympathy. Once again the focal point of attention, Roya Tower kept his head bowed, trembling violently, his hands bound behind him by coarse ropes, clenched into fists, with nails digging painfully into his flesh, drawing blood. Yet, he found it impossible to speak. You speak now. The female sand thief, now utterly impatient, swung her curved blade, plunging it into Roya Tower's thigh. The unexpected stab caused Roya Tower to cry out in agony, his body writhing like a shrimp. But the more he struggled, the greater the pain. Speak. The girl disregarded his struggles, instead seizing one of his ears and yanking his head up harshly, while pressing the tip of her other blade against his eyeball. Let me go. Sensing the terrifying pain at his eye, Roya Tower's stubbornness shattered in an instant. Tears streamed down his face as he begged for mercy, his dignity utterly lost, echoing through Benny Village. The female sand thief looked disdainfully at the spineless captive, contemptuously spitting on him, before turning her gaze coldly to Viscount Soak. Release Sir Roya Tower, and you may leave. The Viscount did not even glance at the pitiable figure of Roya Tower, fixing his gaze on the girl as he spoke. You swear by the military banner. Upon hearing Viscount Soak's words, the female sand thief still did not release her hostage, instead shouting loudly at the old man. You little pest actually know about the sacred crown oath. This remark drew a laugh from Viscount Soak, who quipped, Which old fool taught you that? Quickly swear. Ignoring the Viscount's mockery, the female sand thief shouted again. Very well. The old man suppressed his smile, raising his left hand to accept the crown griffin banner presented by a soldier nearby, lifting it high and proclaiming, in accordance with the glorious pact established with the heart of the griffin and the 12 holy knights, I, Harrington Soak, hereby swear upon the inviolable crown griffin banner that if the other party releases Sir Roya Tower immediately, the noble coalition of Kent County shall allow you to depart freely and refrain from pursuit for 24 hours. Having finished, Viscount Soak dramatically waved the white battle flag and firmly planted it into the earth beside him. Now, you may release the sir. After completing the sacred crown oath, Viscount Soak turned to the girl once more. The female sand thief scrutinized the white flag adorned with the golden-crowned griffin of the Eurasia Kingdom, paused in silence for a moment, and then unceremoniously tossed Roya Tower from the horse's back. Someone, assist Sir Roya Tower and attend to his injuries at once. Viscount Soak immediately instructed a nearby attendant, then addressed the female sand thief. Now, you may depart. The girl glanced back at the round table knights and the multitude of soldiers gathered around, yet remained still. An amusing little pest. The old man watched her with a half-smile, shaking his head before nodding slightly at the high-ranking knight Charlie and gently waving his left hand. Instantly, the coalition's formation parted to create a path for the female sand thief to leave. The round table knights pulled on their reins, gradually returning to stand behind the Viscount, and the dazzling golden dragon spear vanished from sight. Seeing that Viscount Soak truly honored his promise, a hint of relief flickered in the girl's eyes. Subsequently, she urged her short-legged horse forward, hastening along the path cleared by the noble coalition. Remember, female pest, you have only 24 hours to escape. As he watched her swiftly retreating figure, Viscount Soak offered a final, well-meaning warning. However, his only response was the sound of rapidly pounding hoofs. Viscount, should we send men to set up checkpoints along the way? Once the female sand thief had vanished from sight, some nobles, still unwilling to relent, approached to suggest in hushed tones a somewhat underhanded pursuit of the girl. No need. The matter of capturing the female pest will be entrusted to Lord Merlin. Surely, the Viscount who missed tonight's feast will find it quite intriguing. The old man seemed disinclined to linger on the matter. Dismissing it coolly as he had previously stated, a solitary band of thieves posed no threat to the safety of Kent County. Therefore, having achieved a resounding victory, Viscount Soak no longer cared whether or not this elusive female pest would be captured. Finally, the night of conflict drew to a close. After a night of relentless pursuit and fierce battle in Benny Village, the Kent County Coalition had managed to capture dozens of thieves fleeing from Og County within the span of merely 12 hours. Including an 8th-level warrior, the Coalition had slain 26 thieves and captured 15 for the 5th-level crossbowman. He was taken as a prisoner to Windsor Castle, directly under the custody of the Soak family. Chapter 27 concludes, returning to the late returning Baron. Overall, the damage inflicted on Kent County by this incursion of thieves was not excessively severe, aside from the 30 or so noble Coalition warriors who had perished or been injured. There were no further casualties to report, although a significant sum would be required afterward to compensate the deceased families and treat the wounded. The amounts owed by each family were not substantial. Particularly moved was Sir Balek, who, upon witnessing his subjects emerge unscathed from the confines of the barn, exuberantly declared on the spot that he would generously bestow an additional 3,000 gold coins as a reward to the valiant noble soldiers. Undoubtedly, the family that suffered the gravest losses was that of the Royanta. Following the misfortune of losing a precious Hanoverian horse to the Innsbruck family at the Windsor Castle races, Sir Royanta's guard met with total annihilation in this recent incident. The death of Sir Macmara was particularly unbearable for the Royanta family. Moreover, during the course of being held hostage by the bandits, Sir Royanta not only sustained multiple broken ribs and a stab wound to his thigh, but his left eye was nearly punctured by the female bandit. His final moments of pleading and weeping would inevitably mar the prospects of the Royanta family's resurgence. As he gazed at the soldiers industriously engaged in their tasks amidst the morning mist. Moriarty took a deep breath, savoring the distinct aroma of dew-laden air, which invigorated his spirit. "Moriarty, I must confess, your performance continues to astonish me," remarked the elderly Soak Viscount, leisurely strolling through a sparse woodland. Accompanied only by the Round Table Knight and Hamilton, the old man, observing the faint blush of dawn on the eastern horizon, spoke slowly. "But these are merely trifles, hardly worthy of note." Trailing half a step behind the Viscount, Moriarty smiled and replied, "Yet you, my lord, have achieved such a resounding victory in commanding the Coalition forces that it will undoubtedly elevate both your stature and that of the Soak family throughout the county and even the kingdom. Congratulations once again, my lord." With that, Moriarty offered a solemn salute to the elder. "Ha ha, Moriarty, your eloquence rivals that of your father." The Viscount laughed heartily, revealing his evident delight that it was no wonder, given that in the long-standing Twin Pillars situation within Kent County, the elder had successfully shattered the stalemate and claimed the glory of vanquishing the bandits, a boon for suppressing the McLaurin Viscount's faction and further consolidating alliances. "Well, it seems the battlefield has been sufficiently cleared. Moriarty, how about spending a few more days at Windsor Castle?" The Viscount gradually withdrew his smile and invited, "I appreciate your kind offer. However, after the recent bandit incursion, I would prefer to return to Ivy Manor as soon as possible," Moriarty replied apologetically, bowing slightly. "That is entirely understandable." The elder nodded in comprehension, not taking offense at the refusal, recognizing that as the sole heir of the Innsbruck family, it was Moriarty's duty. "But do remember your promise to Mathilde. Do not keep her waiting too long." "Rest assured, my lord," Moriarty promptly assured, his mind instantly conjuring the bright smile of Soak's jewel, a radiant image. Like Moriarty, after the battlefield was cleared, most nobles bid farewell to the Soak Viscount and returned to their respective domains. As for the injured Sir Royanta, he was eager to depart and, under careful escort, had long made his way back to the Royanta family estate. After exchanging cordial farewells with the other nobles, Moriarty and his family guard set forth on their journey home, illuminated by the dawn's glow. As for the carriage and other belongings left at Windsor Castle, they would be returned to Innsbruck by the Soak family's attendants. "Hamilton, how long do you think the momentum of the Royanta family will be stifled following this incident?" With no outsiders in earshot, Moriarty continued his equestrian lessons, while candidly addressing Hamilton beside him. That is difficult to predict. However, within 2 to 3 years, the military strength of the Royanda family will undoubtedly experience a significant decline, Hamilton replied, maintaining his usual serious demeanor, though his tone seemed more amiable towards Moriarty. Indeed, the complete annihilation of a guard and the loss of a mid-tier knight. Such losses cannot merely be compensated for with gold, Moriarty responded with a faint smile. It was evident that aside from the triumphant Soke Viscount, the true benefactor of this bandit incursion was the Innsbruck family, which had dealt a heavy blow to its potential adversaries within the county. Following this conflict, Moriarty's own reputation had shifted from a negative to a positive, and undoubtedly, the value would be substantial. Well then, the remaining matters shall be left to my father to ponder. Moriarty shook his head, opting to change the subject. Lewis, are you truly on the verge of crossing into the 8th tier? Yes, Hamilton replied candidly, nodding. And what of the Round Table Knights? Moriarty inquired with a hint of longing. To be accompanied by such a striking bodyguard as the Spear of Dawn, Charles, would not only enhance security, but also significantly elevate one's presence. However, possessing a Round Table Knight as a subordinate was a privilege not afforded to an ordinary Viscount. McLaren Viscount certainly lacked such fortune. The Round Table Knights. This simple phrase seemed to carry exceptional significance for Hamilton, who lowered his head and remained silent for a moment. I do not know. Is it truly that difficult? Moriarty observed Hamilton's hesitation for the first time and pressed further. Yes.To join the Round Table is the greatest aspiration of every knight in the kingdom, Hamilton affirmed with a nod. And what of the sanctum? The sanctum. I have never harbored such lofty ambitions. Hamilton shook his head, his eyes reflecting a mix of reverence and a faint hint of longing. You will, Lewis. At the very least, I am confident that you will one day take your place at the Round Table. Moriarty looked earnestly at him. Thank you. My lord, the knight replied, meeting Moriarty's gaze with a smile. Of course, while most of the Kent County nobles returned to their respective homes, a number of families chose to accompany the Soke Viscount back to Windsor Castle once more. Additionally, the many ladies and maidens remaining within the fortress required arrangements for their transportation back. Charles, what do you think of that lad? Leading the procession, the Soke Viscount retrieved a bulging wineskin from his saddle. Taking a hearty swig before exhaling contentedly and tossing the skin to the nearby Round Table Knight. His combat prowess is quite poor, barely on par with a first-tier warrior, replied Charles, his face adorned with a grizzled beard. As he accepted the wineskin and tilted it back, draining its contents before stopping, the air was soon thick with the pungent aroma of strong liquor. Ha! A killer, still so fond of drink, the elder chuckled, scolding lightly when he noticed Charles leaving him none of the precious liquid. Besides, he is merely a mage apprentice. He cannot be expected to fight like the likes of you and me. In Eurasia, the path of a mage is destined to be short-lived. In the end, he will merely become an ordinary, shrewd noble. Charles casually hung the wineskin at his waist, belched, and shrugged. In my view, the Innsbruck Knight is the real man. Hamilton is indeed impressive. Within a year or two, he should reach mid-tier peak. The question remains whether he will have the opportunity to become a Round Table Knight. With this thought, the Viscount let out a soft sigh. If he could forsake everything and venture to the Northern Territories or Fort Castle to join the kingdom's border regiments, surviving past 40, he would undoubtedly attain high rank. Charles regarded the elder and said flatly, indeed, without the crucible of war, without navigating the hell of life and death, how could one ever earn the glory of the Round Table? The elder nodded thoughtfully. Regrettably, there is Lawrence. His foe Lumina Blade possesses considerable allure. Should he successfully escape into the southern wilderness, it wouldn't be long before the name of Hellfire echoed throughout the hurricane wastes. As he spoke, Charles glanced back at the rear of the procession, where a crude wagon bore the lifeless form of a one-armed man, mingling silently among the bodies. Let us find a proper place to bury him. After all, he was a good soldier. The Viscount sighed softly. Indeed, my lord. Charles nodded, quietly sighing. By the afternoon, Moriarty's party returned to the land of Ivy. The butler, noticing the young master's return in lighter attire, felt it peculiar but refrained from questioning further. Promptly arranging for servants to take the horses and prepare warm water for Hamilton and the other guard soldiers, they were naturally welcomed by the manor's staff, seeing that everything at the manor was in its usual order. Moriarty felt a sense of relief wash over him. Although the bandits had been thoroughly apprehended in Benny village, there remained the possibility of a few stragglers having slipped southward after shedding his leather armor. Moriarty bathed and changed clothes under the attentive care of a maid, while recounting the day's tumultuous events to the elder Hugo. Upon hearing this, the butler immediately issued commands to bolster security both inside and outside the manor, ensuring vigilance until the situation had completely settled. "Let us also dispatch a contingent to greet my father," Moriarty stated after washing away the grime of the day, donning a comfortable robe as he stepped onto the lawn outside the main building to address the elder butler. "Very well," Hugo nodded. "However, it appears the Master's schedule has undergone some adjustments." "Oh, is there new information?" Moriarty raised an eyebrow, inquiring further. "Yes, we received word from the Master this morning. The Baron will be staying in Rural County for a while longer." With no specific return date yet, the elder butler replied. "Rural County, I understand." Moriarty nodded, turning to make his way to his study. Chapter 28. The visit of Matilda, the Knights of the Round Table, and afternoon tea in the month following the visit. Moriarty diligently managed the affairs of Ivy Manor and the daily operations of the Innsbruck family. The aftermath of the robbery incident gradually faded into oblivion as the languid summer days rolled on. As anticipated by Viscount Soak, the seldom-seen Viscount McClurlin, having missed the grand hunt, paid a rare visit to his old adversary and eagerly took on the task of pursuing the elusive female thief. Unfortunately, despite his relentless efforts to ensnare her, he could not grasp even the slightest fragment of her cloaked. In a state of frustration and humiliation, the Viscount resorted to offering a substantial bounty for her capture. As for Sir Royanta, who had hurriedly returned to his family to recuperate, he vanished from public discourse as if he had never existed. Meanwhile, Lord Royata, who rushed back from the capital of Standerville to address the aftermath, was reported to have stormed directly to Windsor Castle, demanding the execution of all captured thieves. Nevertheless, Viscount Soak had yet to provide any definitive response, merely informing Sir Royanta that a decision would be made after consulting with the other nobles in the county. After all, this victory belonged to the entire coalition of Kent, and the Royanta family, as the rescued party, had little say in the matter. Moriarty remained indifferent to all these developments. Whether it be the overt and covert rivalry between the two viscounts or the myriad rumors circulating among the aristocracy, none of which piqued his interest in the slightest. Adhering to his established routine, Moriarty continued his daily regimen of physical training, self-directed magical studies, and managing family affairs in a methodical manner. The only concern weighing on his mind was the Baron's prolonged absence from Rural County, which seemed rather peculiar. However, despite Hugo's attempts to send messages to the Baron, the returning envoys consistently reported that the Baron was in good health, and there were no issues to speak of. The reason for the Baron's delay remained entirely elusive. "Very well, my father shall return whenever he chooses. After all, there are no significant matters concerning the family at present, and he deserves a lengthy respite." Unable to procure any concrete information, Moriarty resolved not to dwell excessively on the matter. "Indeed, my lord." Hugo, the steward, recognized Moriarty's disinterest and would not dare to overstep his bounds. "Hugo, have the preparations in the manor been completed? Miss Soak is expected tomorrow." With the arrival of autumn, Ivy Manor entered its most resplendent season of the year. To fulfill his promise, Moriarty had dispatched a formal invitation to Windsor Castle a week prior, receiving confirmation from the Pearl of Soak. "Everything is in order," the seasoned steward remarked with a slight smile, seemingly proud of his young master's ability to invite a lady from the Soak family. "That is splendid," Moriarty nodded. He could discern the underlying meaning behind Hugo's smile but chose not to elaborate. Rumors had begun to circulate, albeit semi-publicly, regarding the relationship between the young master of the Innsbruck family and the lady of the Soak family. And it was particularly curious that Viscount Soak had not erupted in rage to refute these claims. Thus, Moriarty found no reason to concern himself with it. After all, he would not be the one to suffer in the end. On the following afternoon, under the radiant sun, a finely crafted carriage adorned with the Soak family crest, drawn by a magnificent white Hanoverian horse, gracefully approached the gates of Ivy Manor. To Moriarty's astonishment, in addition to a maid, 2 nurses, and a fully armed escort, Sir Charlie, a Knight of the Round Table, accompanied the young lady as the captain of the guard. "I extend a heartfelt welcome to you, the beautiful Pearl of Soak. Your arrival has overshadowed the fragrant autumn blooms all around," Moriarty proclaimed, adhering to noble etiquette as he personally opened the carriage door for Matilda, assisting her as she alighted. He gently took her delicate left hand through the exquisite white lace glove and bestowed a light kiss upon its back. I am equally delighted to visit Ivy. Moriarty, your compliments always bring such joy, Matilda replied with a soft laugh, her expression filled with delight. This place is truly beautiful, even more so than the tales I have heard. Matilda gazed around, entranced by the vast lawn's splendor. Welcome, esteemed Sir Charlie. Moriarty greeted him with a solemn expression, turning to the high-ranking knight to offer a respectful salute, his words succinct, yet powerful, a knight of the Round Table. Charlie truly deserved the honorific. Even in the capital of Standerville, a knight of the Round Table could enter the royal court with their head held high, receiving due reverence. Welcome, my lord. Hamilton, who had hurriedly arrived upon hearing the news, knelt on one knee, performing a standard knightly salute. It is my honor as well. Charlie nodded slightly to Moriarty before placing his arm gently upon Hamilton's shoulder. Matilda, let us proceed inside, after your long journey. I imagine you must be somewhat fatigued. Perhaps a moment of rest would be in order. Sensing Charlie's goodwill, Moriarty offered a slight smile and then returned to Matilda's side, suggesting, Indeed, Uncle Charlie, you should join us as well. I have heard that Ivy is renowned for its afternoon tea. Matilda, ever considerate, called out to the Knight of the Round Table before leading the way up the white stone steps of the main building, guided by Hugo. Very well. Although it was evident that Sir Charlie held little interest in afternoon tea, he indulgently nodded with a smile. Thus, Moriarty and Matilda led the way, with Hamilton and Charlie following behind. As they entered the main building to eye in the reception room, a lavish array of refreshments had already been prepared. Meanwhile, freshly picked flowers adorned various corners of the room, harmonizing beautifully with the exquisite oil paintings and sculptures that graced the hall. Oh, Uncle Charlie, look, it's Rembrandt's Black Tulip, and this one is Lecoq's Sea Witch. My goodness. What do I see? It's the Master Constantine's sculptural masterpiece, Hymn to Aphrodite. Upon entering the reception room, Matilda was utterly captivated by the Innsbruck family's rich collection, her excitement unrestrained as she roamed about, exclaiming in awe, Matilda, please do take a seat. We have all the time in the world. Moriarty smiled, observing the girl's animated demeanor without surprise. All right, Matilda replied with an adorable smile before reluctantly settling onto a nearby sofa. My lord, shall I serve the tea? Hugo inquired softly. Yes, please serve rose tea for me and Miss Soak, and for Sir Charlie and Hamilton. Please prepare a stronger brew of Leicester black tea. Moriarty pondered briefly before responding. Very well. Hugo then discreetly instructed the waiting servants. And shortly thereafter, a maid carefully approached, presenting a tea tray with 4 cups of afternoon tea before each of them. Matilda, please enjoy, Moriarty said with a smile. This rose tea is so fragrant, the flavor is so unique. It feels as if flowers are blooming on my tongue. It's simply marvelous. Matilda exclaimed, her delicate brows unfurling in delight as she savored a small sip. Quickly tell me, Moriarty, how's this made? Quite simply. Fresh rose petals are steeped in water of the right temperature, Moriarty replied with a gentle smile. But that doesn't seem right. Windsor Castle also has rose tea, yet it does not taste like this, Matilda remarked, looking curiously at Moriarty, pouting her pink lips in a mock display of annoyance. Are you keeping a secret from me, Sir Innsbruck? Dear Matilda, I would never deceive you, Moriarty quickly added, captivated by the charming visage of the lovely girl. However, the rose petals used here are of a variety not found outside. Oh, what kind of rose is so precious? Matilda's eyes widened with curiosity at this revelation. They are magical roses, Moriarty explained. Magical roses? Like the ones you sent me last time? Matilda inquired. Not entirely. Moriarty shook his head, lifting his teacup and taking a gentle sip before continuing. As you know, my mother was a sorceress during her lifetime. She cultivated a small magical garden within the estate, where she grew various extraordinary flowers and plants. The rose petals used here are sourced from that magical garden, hence the tea's unique character. Oh, so it is the magical garden of Lady Innsbruck. Matilda nodded in realization before pausing to consider. She then cautiously approached Moriarty with a request. Although I know this may be an unreasonable request. Moriarty, I cannot help but wish to see that wondrous garden. Is that possible? With that, Matilda's watery eyes lowered slightly, her hands clasped together in front of her chest like a kitten yearning for a ball of yarn. Well, very well. Moriarty stifled a smile and nodded in agreement. Ah, splendid. Upon hearing that her request would be granted, the young girl leapt joyfully from the sofa, nearly bursting into a dance upon the carpet of the sitting room. All right, Uncle Charlie, you just remain here and enjoy your tea and snacks. I shall go and explore the flower beds. With that, Mathilde seized Moriarty's hand, pulling him up from the sofa, and cheekily grinned at the round table knight. Very well. I have no objections. I find the tea here quite delightful. Charlie seemed unexpectedly pleased with the strong-flavored Leicester tea, preparing for a second cup. Lewis, I leave the task of entertaining Sir Charlie to you, Moriarty instructed Hamilton, who stood nearby. Certainly, my lord, Hamilton replied with a smile. Now, Moriarty, let us be on our way, for nightfall approaches. Under Mathilde's urging, Moriarty could only offer an apologetic smile before leading the girl away from the sitting room, deep into the estate behind the main building, leaving Charlie and Hamilton seated, sharing a knowing smile. Chapter 29. A letter from the Viscount. The Baron returns, and a new guest by the time Moriarty returned to the main building. Accompanied by the excited Mathilde, who still wore an expression of lingering delight, evening had set in. Thanks to the crisp autumn air and pleasant temperatures, the old butler had thoughtfully arranged the welcome dinner on the expansive lawn. A row of elegantly curved tables, adorned with pristine white linens and glowing candlelight, displayed an array of delectable dishes artfully arranged. The evening's main course featured a renowned dish from Ivy, creamy asparagus braised base. The primary ingredient was the White Star base sourced from the clear rivers near the estate, known for its rich, smooth flesh devoid of any fishy taste. The asparagus, freshly harvested from the estate's own gardens, was of the season's finest quality and could even be enjoyed raw, offering a unique flavor. The two exquisite ingredients, after being delicately cooked with cream, basil leaves, mint, and rosemary, merged beautifully, creating a taste that lingered long after the first bite. As dinner concluded, the hosts and guests reveled in the evening's merriment. However, as the night grew late and the day's travels weighed upon her, Mathilde began to feel fatigued. Consequently, Moriarty instructed the servants to assist the young girl and the Round Table Knight in returning to their respective chambers for rest. Yet, upon Mathilde's persistent insistence, Moriarty promised to accompany her the following morning for a formal tour of the estate. In the week that followed, Mathilde found herself enchanted by the autumn scenery and numerous artistic treasures within Ivy Manor. Utterly captivated, naturally, with a distinguished guest residing at home, Moriarty's usual routine was inevitably disrupted. Nonetheless, his daily magical meditations and self-study remained unwavering. Mathilde expressed her complete understanding and support for this, never perceiving it as a slight. While the Round Table Knight quietly admired and respected Moriarty's dedication. During this time, a messenger from Windsor Castle occasionally visited Ivy Manor. Besides inquiring about the well-being of the young lady, he also delivered a personal letter from Viscount Soak. After reading the letter, Moriarty simply instructed the butler to treat the messenger to a fine meal before he departed, without any intention of sending a reply or message back. What did your father's letter say? Did he urge you to return? Mathilde softly inquired, watching the messenger leave the estate, elated after a hearty meal and a gold coin reward. The Viscount merely expressed his concern for your well-being. Inquiring whether you are enjoying your time here, it is evident that he misses you. Yet there is no indication of any urgency for your immediate return. Moriarty replied with a smile, casually slipping the letter back into its envelope and tucking it into his sleeve. That is reassuring, Mathilde sighed with relief, only to furrow her brow again, feigning caution as she asked Moriarty, "And what of you? Have you grown weary of my presence? Or do you secretly wish for my swift departure?" "Ha, cunning Mathilde," Moriarty laughed heartily, their familiarity allowing them to adopt affectionate nicknames. "I welcome you to stay at Ivy for as long as you desire, until the Viscount can no longer withstand his longing for his daughter and leads an army to the estate to retrieve you." "Hee. You are quite thoughtful, Moriarty," Mathilde giggled, then playfully turned to him, saying, "It is time to water the plants. I shall head to the Green Sea now." With that, she wandered off towards the back of the estate, while several maids hurriedly curtsied to Moriarty before following her. "Ha, what a delightful young lady," the old butler remarked, standing behind Moriarty and watching Mathilde's retreating figure with a gentle smile, as though witnessing a familiar scene replaying at Ivy. "Indeed," Moriarty replied noncommittally, then turned to Hugo. "When will father return to the estate?" "Tomorrow," the butler assured him. "Very well." Moriarty nodded lightly before making his way to his study. The next day, after nearly 2 months away from home, Baron Innisberg finally returned to Ivy Manor. Moriarty, the butler Hugo, Knight Hamilton, and even Miss Soak, who had been a guest at the estate for over a week, along with Round Table Knight Charlie, all gathered at the grand entrance of Ivy to welcome the Baron. Welcome home. My dear father, Moriarty greeted with a smile as he watched Baron Innisberg descend slowly from the carriage, bowing respectfully. In the luxuriously appointed carriage, a mysterious woman was also present. However, the assembled guests momentarily chose to overlook her. I am equally pleased to see you, Moriarty, the Baron replied, exuding the refined demeanor of a noble scholar, his elegance commanding immediate admiration. Upon seeing his long-absent son, Baron Innisberg's smile was broad, clearly pleased with Moriarty's recent conduct. Yet, as an observer, the Round Table Knight discerned a subtle tremor in the Baron's expression, hinting at some unspoken emotion, which, when combined with the poised figure still seated in the carriage, caused Charlie to furrow his brow slightly. Welcome to the Innisberg family, the Pearl of Soak, the Baron said warmly to Mathilde, his expression softening. It is my honor, Uncle Philip, Mathilde replied, clearly familiar with the Baron, curtsying lightly before adding with a playful smile, it is quite unfortunate that I have been here for so many days without seeing you. Unfortunate? Is that so? The Baron cast a knowing glance at the girl, causing her cheeks to flush. Welcome, Sir Charlie. Your presence brings great honor to the Innisberg family. Turning to offer a formal salute to the Round Table Knight. It was evident that the Baron and Sir Charlie were also well acquainted. Ivy is beautiful, and the wine is quite splendid. I truly enjoy it here. Charlie chuckled heartily, returning the knightly gesture. As a high-ranking knight, Charlie had not yet obtained a formal title, yet his standing in noble circles was comparable to that of a common baron. Indeed, any count capable of conferring a baronial title and granting land would eagerly seek to recruit a high-ranking knight as a vassal, and upon success, would likely find himself smiling in his sleep. This was one reason why, during Kent's twin conflict, Viscount Soak had consistently held an edge over Viscount McLaren. He had a formidable Round Table Knight, the Spear of Dawn, at his command. Father, who is this young lady? Moriarty suddenly inquired, as if just noticing the presence of someone in the carriage. Hannah, come, step down, the Baron replied, glancing at his son before turning towards the woman in the carriage, extending his left arm in a gentlemanly manner. Have we finally arrived, Philip? It is truly beautiful here. A noble woman clad in a flowing white gown with golden tresses gracefully descended from the carriage, her lips adorned with an impeccable, gentle smile. Yes, this is Ivy. I hope you will enjoy it, the Baron responded with a smile. Indeed, I adore it. It is as if I have stepped into Alice's Wonderland, the lady remarked, effortlessly linking her arm with the Baron's, as if it were an everyday occurrence. Allow me to introduce. This is Lady Hannah from the Farasha family in Ruhr County. Her father is the Viscount Farasha, the Baron introduced, casting a discreet glance at the delicate hand entwined with his arm. Welcome, Lady Farasha, Moriarty said, addressing the nearly peer-aged Hannah with a smile. Thank you, Moriarty, the lady replied gracefully, nodding and casting a sweet smile at those present. Very well. Let us all go inside. The midday sun may be a bit too harsh for the ladies, the Baron stated before leading the way into the estate with the lady at his side. Let us proceed, Moriarty said, casting a glance at Mathilde, whose expression was somewhat unusual, and with a calm smile, he followed suit. The others joined them as they returned to the main building. That evening, the Baron hosted a grand welcome ball for the lady in the Swan Hall. Besides Moriarty and his companions, knights and family members from the vassal families of the Innisberg clan also attended. Before the gazes of the attendees, some filled with doubt, others with speculation, and yet others remaining inscrutable, Lady Farasha consistently responded with gentle, graceful replies and an impeccable noble smile, enveloping those around her in a refreshing spring breeze. What a charming lady she is, wouldn't you agree, Moriarty? As Moriarty's dance partner, Matilda remained steadfastly by his side throughout the evening. However, regarding the suddenly emerging Miss Hannah, Matilda evidently harbored little affection. Although she concealed it perfectly, it was only in the privacy of a secluded corner with Moriarty that a hint of emotion surfaced as she remarked lightly, indeed, Miss Farasha is exceptionally beautiful and possesses a most gentle disposition, truly embodying the ideal of a noblewoman. Moriarty gently swirled the crystal goblet in his hand, the dark red liquid within clinging to the transparent walls of the glass like viscous honey, while the refreshing aroma of the wine began to waft through the air. Yet, this distinguished lady seems less like a guest of Ivy and more akin to its mistress, Matilda observed, glancing at Moriarty but finding no discernible emotion on his placid face. prompting her to lower her voice. Perhaps, after all, Ivy currently lacks a lady of the house. Moriarty cast his gaze toward the Baroness, nestled beside the Baron, her smile radiant. Matilda, perhaps it is time for us to take our leave. Yes, I believe so. As she regarded Moriarty's calm demeanor, an inexplicable sense of relief washed over her. But do take good care of the green sea, for the lavender fields there are nearing maturity. Rest assured. I will, Moriarty replied, nodding, before he gently clinked his goblet with Matilda's, across from them. The Baroness' gaze flickered. Chapter 30. Marriage, farewell, and severed glances in the early hours. The ball came to a close, and the guests, guided by servants, proceeded to the guest rooms prepared for their rest. Only Moriarty received the Baron's instructions ahead of time, awaiting a meeting with his father in the grand study. Take a seat, Moriarty, the Baron said, settled in his customary high-backed leather chair, a steaming cup of rich black tea resting on the oak desk before him. Thank you, father, Moriarty replied as he took a seat on the opposite sofa. Observing Baron Ensberg, I am aware of the events at Windsor Castle and the coalition actions in Benny Village. You have performed admirably, Moriarty. The Baron lifted his teacup and took a delicate sip. In the mist rising from the tea, his blue eyes appeared somewhat hazy, as if glimmering with a concealed light. I appreciate your praise, father, Moriarty responded with a faint smile. Indeed. The Baron set down his cup, leaning back in his chair, nodding slightly. For a moment, father and son exchanged silent glances, the study enveloped in stillness. Moriarty, I heard that yesterday, Viscount Sork dispatched a letter to you. The Baron finally broke the peculiar silence, speaking in a measured tone. Yes, Moriarty replied openly, adding, it seems the Viscount is somewhat nostalgic for his jewel, and thus wishes me to send Miss Sork home promptly. However, as you can see, Miss Sork has no immediate intention of returning, and that letter was subsequently confiscated by her. Is that so? The Baron nodded noncommittally, pausing before abruptly shifting the conversation. Moriarty, what are your thoughts on Miss Farasha? She is indeed a very beautiful noble lady, possessing exquisite features and a gentle temperament, likely to be the object of pursuit for many noblemen. Moriarty pondered before articulating his thoughts with care. Indeed. The Baron nodded, letting out a soft sigh as he spoke gravely. Moreover, she is the only daughter of Viscount Farasha, the second heir to the Farasha family. Oh, that is quite impressive. Not only is she a rare beauty, but she also stands to inherit considerable wealth. She is akin to a gold mine, Moriarty responded with a hint of exaggeration, although he remained firmly seated on the sofa. Indeed, much like a gold mine, and now, this gold mine has come to Ivy with your father, seeking to become its new mistress. What do you think, my son, Moriarty? Without excessive circumlocution or probing, the Baron laid his cards on the table, meeting Moriarty's gaze directly. Then, if this union were to materialize, what benefits would it bestow upon the Ensberg family? Moriarty held the Baron's gaze, rising slowly to respond in a measured tone. Shared access to 2 new trade routes, the timber agency rights for the entire Ruhr district, a 15-year mining contract for a medium-sized copper mine, and the future inheritance of 5 estates from Viscount Farasha. Baron Ensberg answered each of Moriarty's inquiries with a calmness akin to a business negotiation, though this time, the counterpart was none other than his own son. Trade routes, trading rights, the family's long-coveted mining industry, and thousands of acres of future territory. These represent nearly 1 million gold coins in long-term gains. Father, I can conceive of no reason to refuse. Moriarty sighed silently, speaking earnestly. Indeed, I cannot refuse. Although I know that, at least until this moment, I do not truly love that woman. As the head of the Ensberg family, I have no right to reject a marriage that could bring immense benefits to the entire family. The Baron nodded, his voice somewhat hoarse and gravelly. Therefore, Moriarty, I hope you understand. Although this is not an easy matter. No, father, I can comprehend your decision. Observing the flicker of uncharacteristic helplessness and guilt on the Baron's face, Moriarty spoke sincerely. Had the former Moriarty been in this situation, he might have been driven to madness or fainted before his father. Yet, as someone who had traversed this path, the current Moriarty understood that in the presence of substantial benefits, most things in the world are marked with a price: loyalty, marriage, and love alike. To be honest, I am quite astonished, the Baron admitted as he gazed at Moriarty, who stood a few meters away, seemingly both familiar and suddenly foreign. This is simply what any qualified Ensberg would do. Father, Moriarty replied, casting his eyes toward the portraits of past heads of the Innsbruck family adorning the wall. Indeed, it is how the Innsbruck family has thrived through the generations. The Baron followed Moriarty's gaze, his eyes gradually becoming fixed upon the wall of portraits. So, when do you intend to hold the wedding, Father? Moriarty turned back, asking directly. It should be in a year's time, as there remains much work to prepare beforehand. Noble marriages are never merely a matter between two individuals. Especially in unions between prominent families such as the Innsbrucks and the Farashes, countless interests must be coordinated, streamlined, and laid as groundwork. I understand, Moriarty nodded, resuming his seat on the sofa. Rest assured, Moriarty, although I will have a new wife, the position of first heir to the family remains yours. This will not waver. Observing his solitary son across from him, the Baron felt an inexplicable surge of guilt, leading him to speak out. I have no doubt about that. Moriarty smiled casually. Yet he did not take it to heart that it was a jest. For land and wealth, the Baron could sacrifice his own happiness. Thus, should new bargaining chips arise in the future, Moriarty had no doubt the Baron would place him on the scales of exchange without hesitation. However, Moriarty did not particularly care about the so-called first heirship. What are your plans moving forward, Moriarty? Your maturity and competence have made you capable of standing on your own, that I intend to entrust you with managing all 5 trade routes in the south and transfer the shares of the fur workshops soon to be established in Tartaglia to your name. After all, the concept of local processing was originally yours, and I believe that having you oversee it will yield better results. It was evident that the Baron wished to compensate Moriarty financially. In truth, he also understood that once he had offspring with his new wife, the balance of inheritance within the Innsbruck family would inevitably shift. Thank you, Father. However, there is something I wish to report to you as well. Moriarty sat unmoved, stating, Speak. The Baron felt a stir within him. A few months ago, I received a letter from Burkata, sent by Uncle Schmidt. I am aware of that. Please continue, the Baron replied, resuming his seat and lifting his teacup once more. In the letter, Uncle Schmidt expressed his hope that I would go to Burkata to continue my studies in magic. After much contemplation, I have finally decided to accept his suggestion and pursue my studies in Burkata. With that, Moriarty stood and bowed deeply to the Baron. You have made your decision. The Baron gazed at his son, who seemed both familiar and suddenly distant, murmuring, Yes, I have made my decision. Moriarty spoke firmly, each word decisive. When do you intend to depart? The Baron let out a deep sigh, then smiled wryly. In a month's time, I suppose. Moriarty pondered for a moment and replied, A month, then. The Baron wished to intervene, yet found himself bereft of any valid reasons to do so. Much like Moriarty earlier had no justification to thwart his impending marriage. Henceforth, the family shall provide you with an annual stipend of 5,000 Burkata gold coins for tuition and 1,000 coins for living expenses, until you attain the status of a formal mage. Is that agreeable? The Baron fell silent for a moment before speaking in a low, weary tone. I am most grateful for your generosity, dear father. Moriarty responded with a deep bow. 6,000 Burkata gold coins were roughly equivalent to 10,000 kingdom gold coins, representing the total profit from a single long-distance trade by the Burkata caravans. Moreover, within a year, the caravans to Burkata could only make such journeys twice at most. Additionally, Father, in preparation for my departure in a month, I intend to vacate the manor starting tomorrow, Moriarty continued. Is that so? The Baron seemed somewhat indifferent. Where do you plan to relocate? I have yet to decide, but the family must have several tranquil locations in other estates, Moriarty replied. Then you should go to the Shell Villa. It was once a favored retreat of your mother, situated near at town, yet remarkably serene. I believe you will find it appealing. You may simply instruct Hugo to arrange it, the Baron suggested after a moment's thought. Thank you, Father. Moriarty nodded and remarked, If there is nothing further, I shall return to my room. Very well, go ahead. The Baron waved his hand wearily, his gaze fixed upon the now cold red tea. I take my leave then. With that, Moriarty turned and exited the study. Moriarty. Just as he was about to step out and close the door, the Baron suddenly lifted his gaze and spoke. Yes? Moriarty paused. Remember, my son, that I shall always be your father. The Baron gazed after his son, who was about to disappear behind the door, and said softly, Indeed. I shall always bear that in mind. Good night, Father. Observing the Baron left alone in the study, Moriarty slowly nodded and closed the door, severing their line of sight. Chapter 31. Farewell, the Viscount's goodwill. The flower room, a new day dawned. The sun rising as usual. The manor's servants awoke early to prepare a fresh and delectable breakfast for their master and guests. However, during the breakfast gathering, when Baron Innsberg publicly announced his intention to wed Lady Falasha, as well as Moriarty's imminent departure from Ivy and journey to Bracata for his studies, an eerie silence enveloped the Swan Hall, broken only by the sound of breathing. All eyes darted between the faces of the Baron, Moriarty, and Miss Falasha, yet none dared to speak first. Whether it was the Baron's union with the Viscount's daughter or the departure of Moriarty, the family's first heir from Ivy, both were momentous changes for Kent County. Let alone for those present, who were all part of Innsberg's own people, their interests tightly intertwined with the fate of the entire Innsberg family, making it increasingly difficult to extricate themselves. Thus, faced with such a sudden shift, even the most astute individuals found themselves at a loss for words. "Congratulations, my Lord Baron," was the first to shatter the silence, spoken by Soap Pearl, who was the most neutral party present and thus had the least to consider. "Thank you, Mathilde." The Baron smiled faintly, as if he were entirely unfazed by the circumstances. "Congratulations, my Lord Baron." "Congratulations, Miss Falasha." With Mathilde's opening, the vassals of the Innsberg family soon followed suit, offering their congratulations and well wishes to the Baron and his future bride. However, from the somewhat forced expressions on their faces, it was evident that they had yet to fully process the unfolding reality. Moriarty stood slightly apart from the Baron and the lady, his demeanor calm, neither worried nor joyful. Once all the guests had extended their wishes to the Baron, Moriarty cleared his throat gently and stepped forward. Instantly, the Swan Hall returned to a hush. "Due to my personal studies, I shall soon be leaving Alasia for Bracata. It may be a considerable amount of time before I see you all again. Therefore, I raise this wine in gratitude for your unwavering support and assistance." "Thank you." With that, Moriarty lifted his glass of white wine high. "Wishing you safe travels," the guests echoed, raising their glasses in unison. "Innsberg, may your legacy endure." "Thank you." After downing the contents of his glass, Moriarty exhaled deeply, set the glass down, and bowed slightly to his father before departing the Swan Hall. At by noon, Moriarty sat alone in a carriage, leaving Ivy Manor for Shell Villa, located near at town, in preparation for his studies a month hence. Meanwhile, Miss Soak, after expressing her gratitude for the warm hospitality of the Innsberg family, returned to Windsor Castle under the protection of the Round Table Knights. The rest of the guests hurriedly departed as well. "My dear, it seems to have become rather desolate all of a sudden," Miss Falasha murmured, clasping the Baron's arm as they stood on the steps of the manor, watching the departing figures. Clearly, in just a short morning, the vassals of the Innsberg family had yet to fully digest the reality of the lady's impending assumption of control over Ivy, and the blessings offered were little more than mere formalities. "Do not worry, Hannah, all is well," the Baron replied, glancing down at his fiancée's fair visage and graceful hairdo, offering a gentle smile. "Yes, I believe so." Miss Falasha returned the smile softly, resting her head lightly on the Baron's shoulder. Choosing not to speak further, seated in the carriage, Moriarty gazed out at the fields and farms rushing by outside. Enveloped in silence, eye in his hand, the letter from Viscount Soak was unfurled once more, fluttering in the breeze that wafted through the window. "If Ivy cannot be occupied, Windsor Castle stands ready." The Viscount's note was brief, composed of only a few words, yet Moriarty found himself rereading it countless times. It was evident that the astute old man had already gleaned wind of the Baron's marriage plans through some channels, and had promptly dispatched this letter to Moriarty, akin to a recruitment missive. Could it be that Viscount Soak truly valued talent so highly? Or had he sensed his daughter's unmistakable affection and acted accordingly? Perhaps it was merely the old man's chivalrous assistance. "I fear none of those explanations suffice," Moriarty mused, casting his gaze once more over the gilded letter, shaking his head slowly. From one perspective, noble life is inherently political. The two realms are interconnected and unified, a powerful Viscount poised to dominate Kent County. The old man had no reason to offend a formidable ally like Innsberg for the sake of a young man about to lose his claim to the family inheritance, should Moriarty truly be cast aside by Ivy. And Windsor Castle openly take him in, it would be tantamount to Soak declaring war against Innsberg. Therefore, no matter how fond the Viscount might be of Moriarty, or how publicly Soap Pearl might declare her intent to marry only him, such sentiments would never sway the old man's political judgment. After much contemplation, The only conclusion Moriarty could draw was that Viscount Soak had developed a wariness towards the rapidly strengthening Innsbruck family following their alliance with the provincial nobility and had begun to prepare for potential changes in the future. As for Moriarty, he had become a significant pawn in the old man's eyes, a means to counterbalance the opposing faction. After all, even if Moriarty, the sole heir of the Innsbruck family, were ruthlessly cast out by the Baron, his influence within the Innsbruck system would remain immeasurable. Moreover, should circumstances shift one day, Moriarty could very well serve as an ideal pretext and banner for the Viscount to directly intervene in Innsbruck's internal affairs. The nobility, such is the nature of the aristocracy, Moriarty sighed, shaking his head. However, for him, neither Ivy nor Windsor Castle was his true objective. Only the snow-capped peaks and icy plains of Bracada represented the genuine first step of his new life. Thus, no matter how compelling the Viscount's letter might be, it would merely be cast aside like an empty shell. As night fell, after a long journey, the carriage finally arrived at Shell Villa. The villa was a uniquely designed two-story white structure. Perched atop a small hill, below lay at town, an important commercial hub in Kent County and a trade center for the Innsbruck family. Despite its proximity to the bustling town, the villa's location on the outskirts, combined with a challenging ascent, rendered the area tranquil and sparsely populated. It was said that 5 years prior, when the villa was constructed, it was designed personally by Moriarty's mother. The villa's shape resembled a half-open, half-closed white oyster, hence its name, Shell Villa. Moriarty alighted from the carriage, whereupon a man and a woman's servant promptly approached to greet him. Shell Villa had primarily served as a holiday retreat for the Innsbruck family. It was not typically staffed with numerous servants. Moreover, with Moriarty's mother having passed away, the villa had remained sealed for some time. It was only due to the urgent summons from Ivy that servants had been dispatched from town to tidy up and prepare everything before Moriarty's arrival. According to the direct instructions of the old steward, nearly 10 individuals, including the cook, maids, and footmen, have already taken residence in the Shell Villa to attend to Moriarty's daily needs. "Welcome to your new abode, Master Moriarty," the steward announced, as the assembled servants respectfully bowed before him at the villa's entrance. "Very well. Have dinner served in the study. We shall discuss other matters tomorrow," Moriarty replied with a slight nod, following the steward into the villa's study, where he remained for the entire night without re-emerging. As news of Baron Innsbruck's imminent wedding and Moriarty's impending departure swiftly spread throughout Kent County, the nobility, both great and small, found themselves fervently discussing these significant events. For outsiders, the remarkable changes within the core of the Innsbruck family were arguably the most sensational news in Kent County in recent years. Aside from the incident involving the thieves, for those within the family, the emergence of the new mistress of Ivy and the marginalization of the original heir, Moriarty, were matters directly concerning their own vested interests, warranting extensive scrutiny and analysis. "Matilda, what do you think of that, Hanafarasha?" In a greenhouse within Windsor Castle, Viscount Soak observed his daughter, who was delicately watering a small cluster of roses, while puffing away on a pristine white meerschaum pipe. "What else is there to say? Just a love-struck noblewoman," Matilda replied quietly without turning her head, then wrinkled her delicate nose in mild annoyance before turning to her father and lamenting. "Oh, father, please refrain from smoking that pipe here. Look, my flowers are turning black from your smoke." Very well, the Viscount hastily replied, pressing his thumb against the bowl to quell his daughter's displeasure. "So, you don't think highly of Innsbruck's new union?" he inquired with a smile. "It's merely a typical political marriage." Matilda seemed indifferent to the news regarding the Innsbruck family, returning her focus to her flowers. "However, our young friend may face some troubles. After all, as the old saying goes, with a stepmother comes a stepfather. The seat of the Innsbruck heir won't be secure for long," the Viscount remarked nonchalantly. "Perhaps. But Moriarty seems to have his own plans," Matilda countered, turning to regard her father earnestly. "Let us hope so. However, there are plenty waiting to enjoy the spectacle and those eager to throw him into the abyss." The Viscount shrugged as he exited the newly constructed greenhouse, leaving Matilda alone to stand before the roses in contemplative silence. Chapter 32. Rhine Castle, Brothers and Sons. Rhine Castle is situated in the southeastern part of Kent County, adjacent to the kingdom's border. Further east lies an endless expanse of arid desert, while to the south lies Fort Ford, the garrison of the Southeastern Legion, and even further south, Bracada. Thus, Any merchant caravans seeking to engage in trade with the desert or intending to pass through Fort Ford to enter Burkata regards Rhine Castle as a crucial way station and supply point. For many years, the Loyant family has reaped substantial profits from the merchants passing through. Thanks to this strategic geographical position, it is said that when constructing Rhine Castle, the Loyant family invested over 20 years and countless resources. Therefore, despite being merely a castle of local nobility, its scale and structure rival that of a proper kingdom-level fortress, a fact that even Windsor Castle, known for its fortitude, seems to slightly fall short of. Consequently, some suggest that Rhine Castle serves as a secondary fortress to Fort Ford. Should Fort Ford falter, Rhine Castle could immediately become the second formidable defense safeguarding the kingdom's southeastern frontier. Due to the expansive grounds of Rhine Castle, the Loyant family primarily resides in the inner keep, while the outer areas host numerous inns, markets, and taverns to accommodate the merchants, undoubtedly aimed at extracting more profits from them, since being injured in a robbery and returned to Rhine Castle. Fox Loyant has not appeared in public for nearly 2 months. Speculation abounds regarding whether he remains incapacitated or if there are deeper issues at play. One undeniable fact, however, is that a month ago, 3 shops and a tavern, previously under the direct control of Sir Loyant, were suddenly transferred to his younger brother, Little Loyant. Such a shift, regardless of its underlying reasons, was perceived by outsiders, and even many within the Loyant family, as a clear indication of Sir Loyant's profound dissatisfaction with his eldest son. In the wake of this setback, the once powerful Fox faction within the family experienced a dramatic shrinkage, while Little Loyant, who had previously been suppressed by his elder brother, unexpectedly seized the opportunity to step into the limelight and gradually strengthen his own faction. Today marks the Loyant family's annual autumn meeting, a significant occasion. According to tradition, during the autumn meeting, Sir Loyant will outline the most crucial matters concerning the upcoming harvest and lay the groundwork for the family's plans for the next year. For every member of the Loyant family, the autumn meeting serves as a pivotal moment to redefine allegiances and delineate territorial boundaries. Thus, no one dares to be absent. Consequently, even if reluctant, Fox Loyant must attend this meeting. As he entered the vast circular conference hall located at the top of the inner keep, leaning on a cane, his body wrapped in bandages, and a black leather eye patch covering his right eye, an immediate hush fell over the assembly. All the vassals, knights, family stewards, and guards turned their rapt attention to Fox, their expressions a mix of astonishment and reverence. It seems your health has finally improved. Brother, this is truly wonderful, exclaimed Little Loyant, who had already arrived, rising to greet Fox with genuine delight. However, compared to the well-dressed and meticulously groomed Little Loyant, Fox appeared pitiable, with his appearance marred and reeking of medicinal scents. Thank you for your concern, dear brother, Fox replied coolly. Casting a sidelong glance at Little Loyant at that moment, one of Fox's loyal stewards hurriedly stood up, carefully assisting him to his designated seat, which bore his name. Brother, does your foot still hurt? I heard from Dr. Kingston that your injury is not easily mended. With a broken rib and a wounded eye, you must take care to rest, Little Loyant continued, not intending to let his brother off easily, stepping closer to Fox to speak loudly. Humph. Fox glanced at his smiling brother, a low grunt escaping him, filled with ire. When one is unwell, it is only natural for emotions to run high. Since you prefer solitude, I shall not disturb you further. Someone, please bring my brother a cup of mint tea to soothe his throat, Little Loyant concluded, retreating to his seat with a smile and refraining from further comment. You, Fox glared at Little Loyant as he sauntered away, and with the stewards quickly surrounding him once more, his anger intensified. Yet, given his current physical state and the scolding he had received from their father, he lacked the strength to counter his ambitious brother, leading him to endure in silence. The Lord is here. At that moment, a footman stationed by the entrance to the conference hall called out loudly. Instantly, everyone rose to their feet. Amidst a mix of respect and trepidation, a stocky, even somewhat portly middle-aged man slowly entered the circular hall, followed by a stern-looking elderly gentleman clad in a black robe. Please be seated, Lord Loyant commanded as he approached his seat, his gaze sweeping across the faces of those present before he sat down and gestured for them to take their seats. The elderly man remained expressionless, standing directly behind the Lord. This year's autumn meeting will focus on 2 main topics. First, the upcoming harvest in a few weeks. Second, some personnel adjustments within the family for the coming year. Lord Loyant's voice, although not loud, resonated powerfully, ensuring that even those seated at the far end of the hall could hear him clearly. Let us first discuss the second item, he continued, deviating from the usual practice of first hearing reports from the estate stewards and instead directly addressing the personnel changes that everyone was most concerned about as the opening act. This seemingly ordinary yet exceedingly sensitive alteration immediately captured the full attention of everyone in the hall. Some attendees even involuntarily shifted in their seats, their expressions betraying unease, yet they were too intimidated by the Lord's authority to make any overt movements, resorting instead to discreet exchanges of glances. Most of these uneasy individuals belonged to Fox's faction. "Indeed, father, please came the response from little Loyant, who had only recently begun to establish himself within the family, appearing more relaxed and composed. He even stood up with a smile, taking a warm glass of water from a nearby servant and placing it beside the Lord's table. Lord Lyanna cast a glance at his youngest son, whose expression subtly betrayed a hint of excitement, and nodded lightly. He then lifted his cup and took a small sip. Immediately, the smile on young Lyanna's face blossomed even more radiantly. "Harold, please make the announcement," the Lord said, setting down his glass, leaning heavily against the back of his chair. Half closing his eyes and slightly turning his head to instruct the white-haired elder standing behind him. "Yes, my lord," the elder replied in a somewhat sharp voice, slightly bowing before retrieving a scroll from his robe and slowly unfurling it. As the chief steward of the entire Lyanna family, the white-haired elder had served the Lord for many years and held significant power within the family hierarchy, with a deeply rooted background. However, he was notorious for his rigid demeanor and lack of empathy on occasion. He even engaged in considerable conflict with the Lord over family matters, despite the fact that the chief steward, Harold, often had to yield to the Lord's ultimate authority. His fundamental nature was unmistakably strong. Thus, even Fox and young Lyanna found themselves treading carefully in the presence of Chief Steward Harold, treating him with a respect akin to that reserved for Lord Lyanna himself. The family personnel adjustment plan is as follows, in keeping with the elder's character. Chief Steward Harold read the contents of the scroll in a nearly pedantic tone, enunciating each word with precision. Rainburg Line, Acorn Inn and Little Lace Tavern managed by Thompson, Green Island Bar and Red Skirt Dance Hall managed by Lando, White Horse Station and Gondola Lodge managed by Roberts. Management rights of Rhine Market reverted to the Lord's direct control. Farm Line, Stone Bridge Manor and Millen Manor managed by Master Ferdinand, Lado Village and Charles Village managed by Baramo. Caravan Line, towards Blacata, as the elder's rigid voice, reminiscent of an old organ, reverberated through the circular conference hall. The audience first stared in astonishment, then reacted with a mix of sorrow and joy. Their expressions varied. The sorrowful were predominantly those close to Fox, while the joyful were primarily the wise ones who had maintained neutrality and the recently flourishing young Lyanna faction. Approximately 10 minutes later, Chief Steward Harold concluded the reading of all adjustments, slowly rolling up the scroll and lowering his gaze in silence. "Did you all hear clearly?" At this moment, Lord Lyanna reopened his partially closed eyes, a glimmer of intensity sweeping across the entire hall as he asked in a loud voice. However, what responded was a stifling silence. All eyes in the hall converged on Fox Lyanna. There was pity, mockery, regret, and even concealed delight. At that moment, Fox appeared as pale as a specter. His trembling lips quivered open and closed, resembling a beached salmon gasping for its final breath. His somewhat emaciated hands clutched the white porcelain cup on the table. But the mint tea within swelled and rolled like a tide, occasionally sending forth rising waves. "Fox Lyanna, it is over." The same thought echoed in the minds of everyone present. Just then, Lord Lyanna's gaze abruptly fell upon his eldest son, Fox. "What do you say?" The Lord's tone was flat and devoid of warmth, as if conversing with a stranger. Chapter 33. Fox's Madness. Life for a letter. Fox Lyanna could not recall how he had answered his father's question, nor could he remember how he ultimately left the circular conference hall, by midnight. This once arrogant and self-assured young lord, filled with aspirations of inheriting the family title and hoping to marry the Pearl of Soak, now sat alone in a dim corner of his balcony, resembling a withered and decayed tree. Even Harris, the old servant who had attended Fox since childhood, felt an overwhelming sorrow at the sight of his master in such a state. "Have you heard? The Lord publicly announced today the revocation of Master Fox's right to inherit the title," a lower-ranking maid whispered to another maid while cautiously peering towards the balcony. "Of course I've heard." The news has spread throughout Rainburg. Even the merchants below are fiercely discussing this matter. The younger maid, with a slightly sharper voice, replied, "Indeed, Master Fox is truly unfortunate. Ever since he returned over a month ago, he has been battered and bruised. Not only are many of his bones broken, but he even lost his eyesight. Just think, the former young master was so handsome." Unable to see the activity on the balcony, the older maid sighed with a hint of pity, though her eyes gleamed with a sense of schadenfreude. Who could disagree? And today, the Lord even uttered such terrifying words in public, as if to drive Master Fox to his death. The younger maid seemed a bit more straightforward, expressing a sense of injustice for Fox Leanta. "Shoo, lower your voice." The older maid quickly waved her hand to urge her companion to speak softly, but soon leaned closer to inquire in a hushed tone, "What exactly did the Lord say?" "I didn't quite catch it. Could you repeat it for me? What did he say?" The younger maid regarded the older maid's ignorance with disdain, but patiently recounted. "The Lord said, 'The Leanta family does not require cowards.'" "Huh. Yes, that was it, cowards." Upon hearing the word again, the older maid became somewhat giddy, even gesticulating in excitement. "What nonsense are you two babbling about? Depart at once." At that moment, Harris appeared before the two maids, admonishing them in a low but stern tone. "Yes, Steward Harris," the maid squeaked in alarm, bowing hastily before scurrying away. Alas! Watching the rapidly closed door, the old servant sighed deeply. Such is the nature of noble families. Those in power command respect and obedience, while those who fall from grace suffer not only personal loss, but also the scorn of even the lowly servants. Harris, burdened with worry, had no desire to further punish the two maids. Even if he were to impose severe penalties upon them at this moment, it would provide no assistance to Fox Leanta, only earning a reputation for venting anger on servants. Glancing at the large clock against the wall, he noted that the hour hand pointed to 1 o'clock in the morning. Harris sighed once more and entered another small room, soon returning with a plate of cold roasted chicken and a basket of scentless crescent rolls to the balcony beside Fox. "Master, please eat something. You haven't dined for an entire day." Harris placed the plate on the round table on the balcony, gently approached Fox's reclining chair, bent down, and whispered in his ear, "Ah, it is you." "Harris." Fox slowly turned his head as if awakening from a dream, staring vacantly at the familiar old servant, managing a smile that was more sorrowful than tears. "Master, try to be more at ease. The Lord was merely angry for the moment. Perhaps in a few days he will forgive you," Harris said, turning his head away, unable to bear the sight of the young man before him. Though he uttered words of comfort, he did not believe himself. Father did not speak wrongly. The Leanta family does not require cowards. They do not require cowards. Indeed, I am a pitiful coward. Oh heavens! Why did I not die gloriously on that day, but instead choose to live so cowardly? Fox murmured to the old servant, tears cascading like fine rain, soaking the balcony floor. "Master, master." Seeing Fox on the brink of collapse, Harris hurriedly urged, "This is not your fault. You are the true victim. All of this is the wicked deeds of those vile thieves. May heaven punish them. Why has Viscount Soak not yet hanged those thieves on the gallows?" "The thieves' fault. Yes, it is the thieves' fault. But there is also Moriarty. The true culprit is that detestable Moriarty. He robbed me of my Hanover. He forced me out of Windsor Castle. He made me a coward. A coward despised by my family and father." As if he had suddenly identified the true architect of his misfortune, Fox Leanta struggled to rise from the reclining chair, his eyes ablaze with hatred and fury, almost capable of igniting the entire Rainburg. "Master, are you referring to Sir Innsburg?" Upon hearing the name Moriarty, the old servant was taken aback, then softly inquired, "Yes, that villain who harmed me." Fox gritted his teeth, crimson blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. "I heard rumors today that Baron Innsburg is about to take a new wife. And Sir Innsburg has also left Ivy Manor." Harris contemplated and remarked, He has his comeuppance now. Truly poetic justice. He caused me to lose my right to inherit and everything, and now he too, like a stray dog, is cast out from his home." Suddenly, Fox Leanta erupted into maniacal laughter, his voice echoing into the tranquil night. But, observing Fox's deranged laughter, the old servant hesitated to speak. "But what?" Fox's laughter faded, and he inquired sharply, "However, I have also heard that soon Sir Innsburg will be leaving Kent County to pursue his studies abroad." Harris promptly added, "Does Moriarty intend to flee? This fiend seeks to escape after committing such heinous acts." Fox's face contorted into a mask of fury, resembling that of a malevolent spirit. It should be so. For a moment, the elderly servant Harris felt a twinge of fear at the sight of Fox's terrifying gaze, trembling as he spoke. No, I shall not allow it. I will not permit him to evade justice. If the heavens do not punish him, then I shall take it upon myself. Fox, Royanta, stamped his foot with a resounding thud, momentarily forgetting his injured leg, nearly toppling over. Master, be careful. Harris rushed forward to support him. Harris, how many gold coins remain in my account? Allowing the old servant to steady him, Fox gazed at the dark, starless sky and rasped his inquiry. There are 5,000 gold coins left. As Fox's most trusted confidant, Harris directly managed his private treasury. Withdraw them all. What are you planning to do? The old servant gasped in surprise. I intend to purchase his life. Fox, Royanta, looked at the startled servant with a sinister grin, a blend of despair and twisted delight evident upon his face. It had been nearly 3 weeks since he bid farewell to Ivy Manor, and Moriarty had been quietly residing in Shell Villa. Much like a recluse, during this time, Baron Innsberg had sent emissaries to visit twice, yet both visits were brief, leaving no trace of conversation. Conversely, Mathilde would send letters every few days, inquiring about Moriarty's well-being and seeking advice on floral arrangements. However, at the end of each letter, Mathilde would particularly include the latest gossip from the county. This included the news of Fox Royanta's disinheritance and how the noble circles of Kent County had deemed him one of this year's most tragic figures. Moriarty was fully aware of these rumors surrounding his fall from grace, yet he remained indifferent, focused solely on his predetermined plans and studies. Aside from no longer being able to engage in swordplay with Sir Hamilton each morning, Moriarty's life remained largely unchanged, perhaps due to the special attention of the old steward Hugo. The servants stationed at Shell Villa dared not exhibit any disrespect towards Moriarty despite the family's internal upheaval. Instead, they served him with heightened caution and deference, especially during his daily meditation sessions, when all of them would instinctively gather in the farthest kitchen on the ground floor, sitting in a circle, not daring to make a sound. All right, you may retire for the night, Moriarty said as midnight approached. Having completed his daily routine, he accepted a cup of ivy tea from the steward, smiling as he spoke. Yes, master, and please do rest early, the steward replied with a bow before exiting the study. It is indeed late autumn. After sipping half a cup of mint tea and feeling his spirits rejuvenated, Moriarty glanced out at the moonlit forest before turning his attention back to a pale pink sheet of stationery on his desk. It was a letter from Mathilde received that afternoon. The content was still filled with mutual greetings and trivial inquiries about flowers. However, at the letter's conclusion, Mathilde mentioned that the nobles of Kent County were about to reach a resolution regarding the final handling of the thieves. I hope someone survives, Moriarty sighed softly. Draining his cup, Chapter 34. Zalonzuo, Shell Villa, flames at the same moment. In Rhine Fortress, Fox Royanta clutched the cold marble railing of the balcony, staring intently towards the west. Master, come inside. The wind is strong tonight, and standing out here for too long may lead to illness, the old servant Harris urged gently, his gaze involuntarily following his master into the darkness ahead. No, I must remain here, watching as that Moriarty is cast down to hell. Heh. Having gone several days without grooming or changing clothes, Fox's hair was unkempt, his face dirty, and he bore an unpleasant mixture of perfume and body odor that was nauseating. Yes, master, seeing that Fox had become nearly deranged and would heed no counsel, the old servant retreated to fetch a woolen cloak for him. Harris, when do you think Zalonzuo and his men will strike? Without glancing at the cloak draped over him, Fox continued to fixate on the horizon, murmuring, that is hard to say. The old servant shook his head anxiously. Master, can those men be trusted? Of course. Fox, hearing Harris's doubts, turned around in a fit of anger and shouted, Zalonzuo will surely be able to sever Moriarty's head and bring it back to me as a gift. Yes. Yes. The old servant dared not say more, remaining silently by Fox's side, both gazing westward, awaiting the inevitable conclusion. Meanwhile, 100 miles away in at town, 5 dark figures swiftly traversed the town square under the cover of night, hastening towards the small hill at the town's rear, where Shell Villa, belonging to the Innsberg family, stood. Remember, when the time comes to act, be swift and ruthless. Everyone inside the villa, regardless of who they are, must be killed. The leader of the 5 was a stout man with a powerful build, followed closely by 4 agile companions, clearly not of common peasant lineage. Understood, boss Zalonzuo. The closest man, a scar-faced fellow wielding a short sword, responded in a low voice, yet remained undeterred, asking, however, since the Shell Villa belongs to the immensely wealthy Innsbruck family, there must be plenty of riches inside. Moreover, it has been a while since the brothers have feasted, if we happen upon a pretty maid or cook. Haha. Indeed, boss, the others chimed in, chuckling softly in agreement. Quiet down. Zalonzuo shot a glare at the scar-faced man, slowing his pace as he contemplated, then commanded, once the job is done, searching for gold and jewels is permissible. But no one is to lay a hand on the women. You worthless lot can indulge yourselves at the tavern after this score. Yes, the boss is wise. The 4 men responded with excitement. As if already ensconced in a world of gold and beauty, in all honesty, when the old servant Harris approached Zalonzuo with a handwritten letter from Fox Royanta and a blank promissory note for 2,000 gold coins. Zalonzuo had been reluctant to accept this perilous contract. The reason was simple. The target for Fox's bounty was none other than the eldest son of the Innsbruck family, and opposing the Innsbrucks in Kent County was nearly a certain path to death. Yet, Zalonzuo had once received favors from Fox during his early days as a patrol captain in the Rhine market. After being caught for bribery, it was Fox who interceded on his behalf, allowing him to escape with his life. Subsequently, Zalonzuo, along with a group of comrades, established a farmhouse near Rhine Fortress, running an underground casino and various illicit businesses, all while under Fox's protection, avoiding the wrath of the Royana family. Thus, despite knowing the high risks of assassinating Sir Innsbruck, Zalonzuo ultimately gritted his teeth and accepted the job, demanding full payment before the deed was done. As for the escape plan, Zalonzuo had already devised one. With the 5,000 gold coins from Fox Royanta's bounty, coupled with the potential spoils from Shell Villa, he would have enough to flee to another county and seek a new life. In the early hours, Zalonzuo and his 4 subordinates finally arrived at Shell Villa. In the cloak of darkness, most of the villa's rooms were shrouded in shadow, save for a few windows on the 2nd floor that still glimmered with light. Is everyone clear? The Innsbruck young master is an apprentice mage and is said to possess genuine abilities. Therefore, as soon as we burst in, we must locate and eliminate him without delay. We cannot allow him the time to cast any spells. Having drawn near to the villa's entrance, Zalonzuo issued his final instructions. Yes, boss. The scar-faced man tightened his grip on the short sword, grinning wickedly. This was not the first time he had participated in such a murderous endeavor, but this time, the target was a rare noble of considerable stature. The scar-faced man believed that upon hearing their battle cries, the unfortunate young noble would be so frightened that he would be unable to stand, let alone cast any spells. Charge. Once all his men were prepared, Zalonzuo unsheathed an iron sword from his waist and bellowed, leading the charge towards Shell Villa. Bang, bang, bang. In the midst of slumber, the villa's steward was jolted awake by a series of terrifying crashes from the front door. He quickly leaped from his bed and hurried towards the entrance, clutching a candlestick. Bang! Just as the steward descended the stairs and had not yet reached the villa's foyer, he witnessed the elegantly crafted white front door of Shell Villa shatter under some unseen force. Instantly, shards of various shapes flew into the air, and the dust raised filled the entire foyer of the villa. Steward, steward! At the same time, the other hastily arriving servants, upon witnessing such a scene, were rendered speechless, their expressions frozen in astonishment as they helplessly gazed at the butler. Just then, 5 masked figures wielding blades rushed into the villa with the swiftness of a chilling gale. In the hazy light, the butler felt a bone-chilling cold in the gazes of these 5 men, as if their eyes were infused with the essence of blood. Who are you? How dare you trespass upon the domain of the Innsbruck family? Despite the panic seething within, the butler, as the representative of the Innsbruck family, steeled himself and demanded, "Speak. No more chatter, kill them all, and find the target immediately." Zoran, casting a glance at the villa's servants still clad in their nightwear, grinned wickedly and was the first to strike. Kill. The scarred-faced man and the other 4 swiftly followed suit, unleashing their blades upon the clearly unprepared victims. Run. Help. Faced with the merciless slaughter, the servants cried out in despair as they scattered in all directions. However, how could the noble servants, accustomed to the chores of domesticity, hope to escape the pursuit of semi-professional thieves skilled in combat? In a matter of moments, all but the butler lay slain amid pools of blood. Tell me, where is Moriarty? Zoran pressed the tip of his sword against the butler's chest, his voice icy. In. The butler stole a glance at the grim fate of his colleagues, and as if resolutely making a decision, he suddenly shouted, "Young master, flee." The butler's cry was cut short as the cold steel of the sword pierced his searing heart, twisting the blade until his very heart was reduced to a mass of flesh. "Boss, what do we do next?" The scarred-faced man approached Zoran, his clothes stained with blood. "Have you searched the first floor?" Zoran extracted his sword from the butler's chest and coldly inquired. "Yes, we've checked everywhere." "Not a soul left behind," the scarred-faced man replied solemnly, knowing that this was no time for jest. "Good, let us ascend to the second floor. The young master awaits our arrival." With that, Zoran led his 4 subordinates up the grand, ornate staircase, splitting into 2 groups as they rushed toward the second floor of the villa. On the second floor, there were only 4 rooms: the master bedroom, guest room, study, and a small reception room. At that moment, the doors to the master bedroom, guest room, and small reception room stood wide open. Only the wooden door to the study remained firmly shut, with a faint glow seeping through the crack beneath it. "Go. Check those 3 rooms." Zoran, experienced and vigilant, fixed his gaze on the study door, gesturing for one of his men to investigate the other 3 rooms. Soon, the subordinate returned after a quick search, shaking his head to indicate he found nothing. "It seems the young master of the Innsbruck family is not as clever as the tales suggest," Zoran scoffed dismissively. Pointing at the study door, immediately, the scarred-faced man bellowed and kicked the wooden door. Bang! Just as the study door was easily kicked open, a massive fireball erupted before the 5 intruders. It was as if flames from the depths of hell unleashed upon them, before Zoran and his accomplices could react. The terrifyingly hot orange flames had consumed the scarred-faced man and another subordinate standing close by. Help! The 2, who had moments ago exuded menace and lethal intent, were now engulfed in flames, screaming in agony as they writhed on the ground. Yet, no matter how they tried to extinguish the flames engulfing them, they could not quell the inferno, which continued to blaze furiously, within half a minute, under the horrified gaze of Zoran and the others. The scarred-faced man and his companion were reduced to 2 piles of charred remains, unrecognizable in their original forms. "Speak, where is Moriarty?" Zoran demanded, the sword now pressed against the butler's heart, his voice cold as ice. In. The butler, having glimpsed the horrific fate of his colleagues, seemed to have suddenly resolved himself, shouting, "Young master, run." His cry was abruptly silenced as the icy blade plunged into his searing heart, twisting until his heart was reduced to a mass of flesh. "Boss, what do we do next?" The scarred-faced man rushed to Zoran's side, blood covering him. "Have we searched the first floor?" Zoran pulled the sword from the butler's chest and inquired coldly. "Yes, we've checked everywhere." "Not a soul left behind." The scarred-faced man nodded firmly, aware that this moment allowed for no jest. "Good, let us ascend to the second floor. The young master awaits our arrival." With that, Zoran led his 4 subordinates directly up the marble staircase, splitting to the left and right as they headed toward the second floor of the villa. On the second floor, there were only 4 rooms: the master bedroom, guest room, study, and a small reception room. At that moment, the doors to the master bedroom, guest room, and small reception room stood wide open. Only the wooden door to the study remained firmly shut, with a faint glow seeping through the crack beneath it. "Go. Check those 3 rooms." Zoran, experienced and vigilant, fixed his gaze on the study door, gesturing for one of his men to investigate the other 3 rooms. Soon, the subordinate returned after a quick search, shaking his head to indicate he found nothing. "It seems the young master of the Innsbruck family is not as clever as the tales suggest," Zoran scoffed dismissively. Pointing at the study door, immediately, the scarred-faced man bellowed and kicked the wooden door. Bang! Just as the study door was easily kicked open, a massive fireball erupted before the 5 intruders. It was as if flames from the depths of hell unleashed upon them, before Zoran and his accomplices could react. The terrifyingly hot orange flames had consumed the scarred-faced man and another subordinate standing close by. Help! The 2, who had moments ago exuded menace and lethal intent, were now engulfed in flames, screaming in agony as they writhed on the ground. Yet, no matter how they tried to extinguish the flames engulfing them, they could not quell the inferno, which continued to blaze furiously, within half a minute, under the horrified gaze of Zoran and the others. The scarred-faced man and his companion were reduced to 2 piles of charred remains, unrecognizable in their original forms. Chapter 35. One arrow, then another, Departing in present-day Alasia, the number and caliber of mages can no longer be compared to the standards prior to the Frost Apocalypse. Not to mention ordinary kingdom commoners. Even lesser nobles such as barons and lords may go their entire lives without witnessing the presence of a mage, let alone witnessing true magic. Therefore, when the massive fireball exploded before them, mercilessly consuming the scarred-faced man and another subordinate, turning them to ash, Zoran was engulfed by an involuntary terror. Desperate thieves may fearlessly tread the blade's edge, risking life and death. Yet when confronted with supernatural powers of magic, instinctual fear and trepidation arise within most hearts. However, they remained oblivious to the fact that the fireball that had devoured the two thieves was, in reality, generated by a rather mediocre magical device, a contraption that Moriarty had cobbled together from equipment acquired in Bracada that was essentially beyond repair, based on the instructions found in Beginner's Guide to Alchemy. Yet, this seemingly trivial one-time-use fireball device had effortlessly sent two lives to the depths of hell in the blink of an eye. Zoran forced himself to regain composure, having crossed the threshold of the Shell Villa and slain the servants of the Innsbruck family. There was no turning back for the gambler who had placed his bets. Charge, storm in, do not allow that person a second to cast again. In an instant, a phrase from Fox's letter flashed across Zoran's mind, awakening him as he shouted and swung his sword to clear the remaining flames. Charging into the study at that moment, the other two subordinates were jolted back to reality by Zoran's frantic call. Though fear gripped their hearts, they steeled their resolve, stepping over the charred remains of their companion to follow their leader into the room. Moriarty stood at the far end of the study, the night breeze wafting through the window behind him, flickering the candlelight on the desk. Zoran and his two companions, their faces twisted with rage, yet eyes betraying deep-seated dread, surged through the thin veil of fire. Moriarty regarded them with a cold smile. Just then, the incantation he had been whispering reached its conclusion. Moriarty raised his left hand, extending his index finger toward the leading Zayuran. At that very moment, a silvery light coalesced at his fingertip. Go! Before the trio could react, Moriarty uttered the command, and a silver magical arrow shot forth from his fingertip, striking Zoran squarely in the chest. Zoran had no time to evade, the silver arrow piercing his lung, causing him to cough up blood and lose consciousness. Boss! The two remaining men, witnessing Zoran struck down by the silver light and collapsing into a pool of blood, were immediately engulfed by terror, rushing forward to support him. Yet, no matter how they called out, Zoran remained unresponsive, blood frothing from the wound in his chest like a gushing fountain. Flee! Seeing Zoran's fate uncertain and sensing Moriarty preparing another spell, the two exchanged a glance and simultaneously let out a desperate cry. Turning to escape the study, they fled in panic. Moriarty exhaled deeply. Truth be told, had the remaining two not succumbed to fear and instead pressed forward with courage, Moriarty would have had no choice but to escape through the window and battle his foes upon the rooftop. However, they were not professional assassins or soldiers. Upon witnessing their leader fall unconscious and their comrade slain, their morale shattered in an instant. Casting a glance at Zoran, who lay at the study door, his breath growing faint, and at the two charred bodies outside, Moriarty sighed. He then opened a nearby wardrobe, retrieving a finely crafted short sword, and swiftly approached the unconscious Zoran, plunging the blade into his neck. Zoran writhed in pain for a moment before drawing his last breath. Next, Moriarty stepped to the window on the opposite side of the study. Looking out toward the descending path, beneath the bright moonlight, he spotted two figures racing down the winding mountain path, one in front of the other. Moriarty lowered his sword, fixing his gaze on the figure at the rear, and began to cast again. Whoosh! Soon, another magical arrow pierced through the heavy darkness, accurately striking the target's back. A chilling scream shattered the night's tranquility as the figure trailing behind fell to the ground, lifeless. Only one remains. Such a pity. Glancing at the last person hastily disappearing into the shadows of the forest, Moriarty shook his head. Just then, a crisp twang of a bowstring resonated, and a bolt, sharp as a viper's fawn, shot forth from the darkness, accompanied by the wails of the damned and the notes of death. It struck precisely at the neck of the fleeing figure, driven by tremendous inertia, pinning the corpse firmly against the end of the mountain path. That is. Moriarty's pupils constricted slightly as a name flickered through his mind. It seems you are not entirely an inept noble fool. At that moment, a shadow emerged from the darkness behind the shell villa. Sauntering to the window on the second floor, lifting their head to regard Moriarty with indifference, a military-grade crossbow firmly gripped in hand. "Long time no see, White," Moriarty remarked upon seeing the uninvited guest, a smile breaking across his face. "Care to come in for a drink?" "Certainly, though I hope the wine here isn't as watered down as that at Windsor Castle." Confronted by Moriarty's gaze, White offered a lukewarm nod, sheathing his crossbow as he stepped into the blood-soaked shell villa. Days later, when news spread throughout the county that Sir Moriarty of Innsbruck was attacked at Shell Villa, his fate uncertain, the noble class of Kent, including Viscount Soke, Lord Rother, Lord Helen, and even Viscount Macrillan, erupted in righteous indignation. Among them, Baron Innsbruck's fury was unparalleled. However, informed sources disclosed that the nature of Moriarty's assault starkly contrasted with the previous incident of banditry, suggesting it was perpetrated by insiders from Kent itself. Furthermore, 5 corpses of the marauders found at the scene bore critical evidence. Just yesterday, Viscount Soke convened a private meeting at Windsor Castle, joined by Baron Innsbruck, Lord Rother, Lord Helen, and the intriguingly notable Lord Ruyanta. Following the meeting, an anonymous steward from Windsor Castle described Lord Ruyanta's pallid complexion as he exited the chamber, resembling that of a corpse. In an uncanny coincidence, on the very night Lord Ruyanta hastily returned to Rhine Castle, news broke of Fox Ruyanta's sudden demise due to illness. Simultaneously, Fox's long-serving servant, Harris, succumbed to the same dreadful affliction shortly after. The simultaneous misfortunes of Moriarty's assault and Fox's death, 2 tragic figures of the year in Kent, undeniably added an ominous hue to the entire affair, providing conspiracy theorists with ample material for analysis. Nevertheless, on the surface, the aristocrats of Kent maintained their customary facade of unity and brotherhood. Under the initiative of the 2 viscounts, all families united to issue a statement condemning the despicable acts of banditry, pledging unwavering resistance to violence within the county. Yet, all of this bore no relevance to Moriarty any longer. Although he commenced his magical studies slightly ahead of schedule, Moriarty embarked on his journey without relying on his family's influence. One morning, he departed from his temporary lodgings in a town in a discreet manner, joining a caravan named Doro for his southward voyage. Accompanying him was White, who had become Moriarty's follower. The distance between Kent and Bracada spanned thousands of miles, requiring 1 to 2 months for a one-way trip at the pace of a standard caravan. The route involved traversing Fort Fortress and braving the perilous hurricane wilderness before finally arriving. Thus, solitary travelers often chose to join a caravan for safety. While this required them to pay a fare as hitchhikers, it was deemed worthwhile in light of the numerous dangers along the way. The Doro caravan belonged to a medium-sized merchant guild, Doro Angela, headquartered in the northern part of the kingdom. Unlike the various caravans associated with the Innsbruck family, the Doro caravan maintained a stance of complete neutrality, having no servile ties with the noble families within Kent, and was known for its understated operations and excellent reputation. Hence, Moriarty ultimately selected it as his long-distance coach. Of course, Moriarty concealed his identity upon joining the caravan. However, with a note of assurance from Hugo, the head steward of the Innsbruck family, and Moriarty's willingness to pay 200 gold coins as fare for himself and his companion, Franklin, the caravan steward, gladly accepted the 2 temporary travelers, assigning them a somewhat worn-out cart. Shedding his ostentatious noble attire, Moriarty donned soft armor beneath an old black cloak, appearing no different from an ordinary young adventurer. In contrast, White, though clad in simple robes, bore the unmistakable marks of a seasoned soldier, his years in the army evident. Fortunately, the caravan occasionally employed retired soldiers as bodyguards, rendering White's presence less conspicuous. On the first night after departing at town, the caravan camped on the outskirts of a small farm. Due to the large number of people, there was insufficient space for everyone to stay inside the farm. Thus, as per tradition, the caravan set up camp outside the village by a bonfire. After a brief discussion with Steward Franklin, Moriarty procured an adult pig for 3 gold coins from the village to serve as a special meal for the caravan that evening. His thoughtful gesture immediately garnered enthusiastic cheers and praise from the entire caravan of over 100 individuals. Although not everyone would be entitled to taste the succulent pork, at the very least, a bowl of fragrant meat soup would be guaranteed, a rare delight for the weary laborers of the caravan. Chapter 36. Academic Discussions, Pyramids, Followers. Soon, a large pig weighing over 300 pounds was cleaned and butchered into various chunks of meat and bones, which were tossed into two enormous iron cauldrons filled with hot water at the center of the camp. Additionally, a large basket of peeled potatoes and some freshly foraged herbs such as wild celery, cilantro, and fern roots were added for seasoning. Heartfelt thanks for your generosity, Mr. Moriarty. Just look at how delighted the lads are, Franklin remarked. Standing alongside Moriarty, who shared a smile as he observed the eager expressions of the caravan members. It is nothing, Moriarty replied with a smile. It seems dinner is nearly ready. I believe, Mr. Franklin, you should personally oversee the distribution, otherwise. Indeed, I must attend to it immediately. Otherwise, these ravenous creatures will likely devour the cauldrons themselves. Franklin chuckled, acknowledging Moriarty with a nod before striding towards the bonfire, calling out to keep certain individuals away from the meat. With a single pig, UVE won the hearts of an entire caravan. Such is the artifice of nobility? White observed from a distance, his tone laced with cynicism. In truth, the essence of noble education lies in the study of interpersonal relationships. From this perspective, White, your insight is astute. You are indeed a level 5 crossbowman, Moriarty replied, seemingly unfazed by White's cool demeanor, as he approached him calmly. In truth, the relationship between White and Moriarty had been rather delicate in recent days. Since that night when White unexpectedly appeared outside Shell Villa and dispatched the last intruder with a single arrow, he had remained by Moriarty's side, claiming he would accompany him to Bracada. Despite Moriarty's repeated inquiries regarding his motives, White offered no response. It was evident that White harbored a less than friendly attitude towards Moriarty, often responding with palpable provocation. In light of this, Moriarty chose to observe patiently. Finally, 2 days later, a letter from Mathilde clarified everything, alleviating Moriarty's concerns. So, you erected a gravestone for the Centurion as a means to win my favor? White suddenly lifted his gaze to meet Moriarty's eyes intensely, as if attempting to peer into the depths of his soul. Clearly, this question had echoed in White's mind countless times. To be honest, I did not expect you to emerge alive from Windsor Castle, Moriarty replied calmly, meeting White's hawk-like gaze, and then, with a faint smile, he transformed White's piercing inquiry into a mere jest. Indeed, neither did I, White conceded, somewhat flustered by Moriarty's smile, retracting his gaze with a hint of relief. A warrior deserves a grave befitting his valor. That is my rationale. Noticing White's retreat, Moriarty had no intention of pressing the advantage. Instead, he turned to observe the gathering crowd preparing to share their meal and spoke earnestly. Yet, that warrior is determined to eradicate the nobility? White countered, adopting a more serious demeanor as he posed the question. Eradicate the nobility? Such is a grand ideal, yet fundamentally unattainable, Moriarty replied with a faint smile, adopting an entirely academic approach as he engaged in discourse with White. What is the reasoning behind that? White inquired, somewhat perplexed by Moriarty's perspective. A noble scion, engaging in dialogue with a former thief regarding the feasibility of annihilating the nobility, left White questioning whether he had lost his sanity or if Moriarty had lost his. It is dictated by the structure of society, Moriarty explained slowly, settling onto the grass and gesturing for White to join him. Please, continue. After a brief hesitation, White ultimately took a seat beside him. In simple terms, the current political framework of the kingdom comprises the royal family, local nobility, an elite class, and peasant tenants. It resembles a tiered structure, each layer supporting the next, ultimately achieving overall stability and balance. Moriarty picked up a dry twig and sketched a 4-tier pyramid structure in front of White. Indeed, the peasants and tenants bear the labor of the entire kingdom, yet remain subjected to the oppression of the so-called nobility and elite, White remarked, glancing at Moriarty with a hint of surprise. A remarkably simple shape encapsulated the entirety of the Eurasia kingdom, a sight that White had never before encountered. Even the centurion he revered and followed could not articulate such succinct and sagacious words. Nevertheless, the crossbowman maintained a stoic demeanor, continuing to assail Moriarty's views with Lawrence's perspective. Indeed, within the kingdom's hierarchy, commoners and tenants occupy the lowest tier. Moreover, they frequently endure oppression and injustice from those above them, a fact that cannot be denied. Moriarty nodded in acknowledgement, candidly stating, thus, the centurion's words bear truth. The nobility are akin to weeds that ravage the crops, and they ought to be entirely eradicated. White, seizing a twig, forcefully marked a large cross over the great triangle representing the royalty and nobility. Yet, Regrettably, despite the perpetual exploitation they suffer at the hands of the nobility, commoners cannot sever their ties with them. Moriarty glanced at White, gently shaking his head. Why? Why can we not break free? Without the nobility, we could still farm, perhaps even better, and reap greater rewards. Seemingly incensed by Moriarty's remarks, White abruptly rose, vehemently rebuking him. If Erasia were a secluded smallholding, I would agree with your viewpoint, White. But alas, this is a world rife with peril. Moriarty also rose, gazing into the distant night sky, intoning gravely, and solely relying on commoners and tenants cannot withstand the terrifying threats that lurk beyond our kingdom. For example, the Durga undead, which you are most familiar with. This, upon hearing the term Durga undead, images that had long been forgotten, yet never truly distant flashed across White's mind, leaving him momentarily at a loss for a rebuttal. He could only struggle feebly. However, if the centurion could eliminate all the nobility, he could lead us to continue battling the undead. But at that point, what identity would he possess to lead others? Merely a commoner? Then his subordinates would forever remain commoners and tenants. Moriarty regarded the dejected White, posing the question. I do not know. White found himself unable to respond to Moriarty's inquiry. Indeed, even if, as White claimed, Lawrence were to slay all the nobles within the kingdom, he would inevitably become the new nobility himself. Otherwise, he could not lead nor unite the kingdom's forces to confront external threats. It was a conundrum without resolution. Today, Moriarty had made White unmistakably aware of this point for the first time. Until certain conditions are met, the soil for transformative societal change is non-existent, Moriarty concluded. Offering no further elaboration at that moment, Franklin, the steward, approached with a large basin of steaming boiled pork chops and a jar emitting the fragrance of wine, presenting them to Moriarty and White. Ah, Mr. Moriarty, the meat is ready. Come, savor it while it's hot. The young lad's culinary skills are truly commendable, and look, what is this? Red wine. While it may not be the finest vintage, it complements pork exquisitely. Franklin boisterously chatted as he handed the meat and wine to Moriarty. Thank you, steward, Moriarty replied with genuine warmth. Oh, no need for thanks. I should be the one expressing gratitude. The middle-aged Franklin chuckled heartily, the flesh of his cheeks quivering. You all enjoy. I must return to keep an eye on things. Those rascals are never a moment's peace. Thank you for your trouble, Mr. Franklin. Moriarty smiled as he bade the man farewell, then placed the aromatic basin of pork upon the grass and beckoned White to sit. Come, have a sip. Moriarty first lifted the wine jar and took a generous swig before passing it to White. You truly do not resemble a noble in the slightest, not at all. Accepting the jar, White inhaled deeply before taking a long drink, exhaling the wine's aroma as he regarded Moriarty with an odd expression. Oh, in what way do I not resemble one? Moriarty directly seized a piece of meat, dipped it in gravy, and savored it with delight. No noble would share a wine jar with a commoner, nor would they ever directly grasp meat with their hands. Setting down the wine jar, White also took a hefty chunk of meat and began to chew vigorously, mumbling, to be honest, I am no longer a noble. Moriarty chuckled. You truly can part with such a grand estate and a baronial title? White raised his head to glance at Moriarty, inquiring. The interests of my family necessitate my relinquishment of everything, and upon doing so, I no longer belong to that family. Does it sound somewhat convoluted? Moriarty recounted calmly. Since you are no longer a noble, I think perhaps we could attempt to become friends. After devouring a substantial piece of meat and washing it down with a hearty gulp of wine, White suddenly declared, Of course, it would be my honor. Moriarty laughed as he extended his right hand to White. This. White looked at the greasy hand extended before him, then at his own, and for the first time, a smile appeared on his face. Subsequently, their hands gently clasped. Did Miss Mathilde speak to you? Setting his hand down, White resumed grasping another piece of meat while continuing. What? I shall become your follower, White stated. You need not concern yourself with that. Although Mathilde implored Viscount Soak to ultimately release you under that condition, it does not imply that I can compel you to do anything. Moreover, I am merely an apprentice mage at present, without the qualifications to accept followers. Very well then, once you officially become a mage, I shall seek remuneration. White shrugged nonchalantly, resuming his drinking. Chapter 37. Fort Fortress, Golden Barley Wine, Crossbow. After a journey of more than 2 weeks, which was by no means arduous, the Doro merchant caravan finally arrived at the southern border stronghold of Eurasia, Fort Fortress. Prior to this, the caravan had, as customary, passed through Rhine Castle. However, well prepared, Moriarty and White attracted no attention from the Royana family. Furthermore, due to the misstep of Fox Royanta, the internal dynamics of the Royana family had been undergoing intense upheaval and adjustment, leaving them temporarily disinclined to focus on passing merchant caravans. Around midday, the lengthy caravan of the Doro merchants finally reached the fort of Fort Fortress. Constructed from black stone, Fort Fortress rose majestically like a beast crouching between the kingdom's plains and the hurricane wastes. The fortress walls, comprising dual star-shaped structures that intertwined and fitted together, securely guarded the castle's inner core. That a broad moat encircled the fortress, with several hidden springs and turbulent underground rivers flowing beneath. Eliminating any risk of being cut off, that a 5-meter-wide drawbridge, forged from black wrought iron, spanned the moat, exceptionally sturdy. At the front of the iron bridge, thick iron chains connected to the massive winch within the fortress. If necessary, the drawbridge could be raised within minutes, transforming into an insurmountable iron barrier. Behind the moat, at the fortress's main entrance, stood an exceedingly formidable gate. The outer layer of the gate was encased in refined brass, while the gate panels were constructed from cedar core. This design rendered the gate both robust and resilient, capable of withstanding fierce flames or battering rams. One could easily imagine the toll it would take to breach such a fortress. Merely traversing the moat would demand a grievous price. Even if one managed to approach the fortress, the interwoven star-shaped walls capable of delivering crossfire, or the fortress's main entrance, fortified with an iron barrier and a brass gate, would require an incalculable number of bodies to succeed in breaching the inner fortress with a mere few hundred soldiers. Of course, the cost of constructing such a massive bastion was undeniably astronomical, requiring vast resources, wealth, and manpower. An astronomical figure. It is said that the Griffin royal family had united the nobility of several provinces in the kingdom's south, mobilizing half the nation's strength to bring it to fruition. Consequently, Fort Fortress has always belonged to a shared property of the royal family and local nobility, with the garrison commanders typically dispatched by both central and local factions to maintain a certain stability and balance. White, how does Fort Fortress compare to Dawn Fortress? Seated atop a cart laden with flour, Moriarty inquired while gazing at the imposing castle before them. Fort Fortress appears larger and more intricate, replied White, walking leisurely alongside Moriarty rather than riding. Intricate. So, you believe Fort Fortress pales in comparison to Dawn? Moriarty chuckled, continuing to probe. Not necessarily that. In fact, from an exterior perspective, Fort Fortress seems sturdier than Dawn. It's just. At this point, White seemed momentarily at a loss for how to continue expressing himself. Moriarty did not rush him, merely appreciating the grandeur of the black bastion under the radiant sunlight. It's just that I can't shake the feeling that this castle lacks something. As if it were not a fortress that demands flesh and blood for war. After a while, White slowly added, I believe I understand your sentiment. Indeed, without the trials of iron and blood, without the dying laments of souls, without generations of sacrifice, no matter how magnificent a castle may be, it remains nothing more than a flower house for noble maidens. Moriarty turned his head and smiled at White, saying, according to historical records, this fort has not encountered any significant battles worthy of being chronicled since its establishment. One might wonder whether this is a stroke of fortune or misfortune for Fort. No wonder I always feel that it lacks the suffocating sense of oppression that Dawn possesses. As Moriarty and White casually assessed the fort before them, the Doro caravan had completed the necessary procedures to enter the fortress. After discreetly handing the gatekeeper a customary bribe of approximately 50 silver coins, the caravan's vehicles proceeded grandly into the stronghold. Naturally, before any cargo vehicle could pass through the gates, the soldiers stationed at the fortress conducted thorough inspections to prevent foreign spies or contraband from being smuggled into the castle. However, given that the Doro caravan was a regular client, the inspections, facilitated by Franklin's arrangements, were merely a formality. Mr. Moriarty, you and your companions are welcome to explore the fortress, but please ensure you return to the caravan's base by noon tomorrow, as the caravan will officially depart from the kingdom of Eurasia then, Franklin informed Moriarty as the caravan settled into a designated lodging within the fortress. Very well. Mr. Franklin, my companions and I shall make sure to return on time. You need not worry, Moriarty replied. He then departed the inn with White, heading towards the market located in the southern part of the fortress. A bustling hub filled with shops, taverns, and various artisans, a favored locale for merchants to leisurely wander. White, teach me how to use a crossbow, Moriarty said, strolling along the narrow pathways of the castle, observing the hurried and perspiring pedestrians passing by. Why the sudden interest in that? Aren't you supposed to be heading to Blacada to study magic? White queried, somewhat puzzled. That is not contradictory, White. Moriarty shook his head and explained. You see, before I become a fully fledged mage, my combat abilities are not particularly formidable. One could even say I am vulnerable in face-to-face encounters with foes. Despite my earnest efforts in swordsmanship, I have barely managed to reach the level of a novice warrior. Therefore, I need to acquire an additional combat skill beyond magic that will enhance my survivability. But your spells were quite powerful. You not only defeated those 4 assassins, but also... White hesitated, instinctively touching his chest as if the wound from the magical arrow still throbbed. Haha, my apologies, White, Moriarty said, patting his shoulder apologetically. Come, to make amends, I shall treat you to a drink. With that, Moriarty led White into a tavern on the street. Perhaps due to the time of day, the small tavern named Pumpkin Carriage was not crowded, with only a solitary drunken old man sitting in a corner, clutching an empty wine cup and mumbling incoherently. 2 large mugs of golden ale, please. Approaching the bar, Moriarty produced a gold coin from his sleeve and placed it before the owner, who was diligently polishing a pewter mug. With a slight smile. Of course, the owner replied, eyeing the coin before pocketing it. He then turned to an old, dark wooden barrel, opened a handle adorned with a faded dragon motif, and golden liquid began to pour forth. Frothy and enticing, filling the large pewter mugs. Your drinks. Once the 2 mugs were filled, the owner placed them in front of Moriarty and White before returning to his tasks behind the bar. Give it a try. This golden ale comes highly recommended by Franklin, and it is said not everyone gets the chance to taste it. Moriarty lifted his mug and clinked it against White's. Wow, what a rich and smooth ale, White exclaimed after taking a sip, instantly captivated by the golden ale that cost 5 silver coins per mug. In light of this exquisite drink, I have decided to forgive you, Moriarty. Laughing heartily, White took another large gulp, letting out a satisfying belch. Previously, when you said I relied on magic to single-handedly defeat 4 assassins, that isn't entirely accurate. Once the tavern owner had stepped away from the bar, Moriarty continued the earlier topic. Then what do you mean? Take a look at this. Moriarty set down his mug and pulled out a black object from his robe. Placing it on the bar, White leaned in to examine it, discovering a collection of charred remnants, barely recognizable as a halved 5-pointed star emblem and a broken pocket watch with no hands. It's surface marred. What are these? White asked, confused. These are magical artifacts. I acquired these defective magical items through special channels. Then with some simple reassembly and a reinfusion of magical energy, I created a new, one-time explosive device, Moriarty said with a smile, a hint of pride mixed with regret in his expression. Unfortunately, after eliminating 2 assassins, this device was rendered completely inoperative. Moreover, in most cases, such rudimentary magical devices do not provide me with significant assistance. You crafted a magical weapon yourself? White stared at Moriarty in astonishment, nearly shouting. Although White was merely a professional soldier from Dawn Fortress and lacked in-depth knowledge of the magical realm, he was aware that magical weapons and armor were the most expensive and rarest equipment in the world. Even among the senior officers of Dawn Fortress, not all possessed a magical sword. White's greatest dream had always been to one day acquire a magical crossbow. Haha, it is not crafting, merely the most basic modification. I am still far from being able to independently create magical equipment. At least, it is nearly impossible to achieve before becoming a full-fledged mage, Moriarty replied, shaking his head as he reclaimed the remnants of the fireball explosion device from the bar. I don't understand all that. However, Moriarty, I promise to teach you archery. But you must promise me one thing in return. At this point, White had ceased to care about Moriarty's elaborate explanations and was now fixated on Moriarty's eyes. What do you want? Moriarty nodded, waiting for White to make his demand. If you gain the ability in the future, you must create a magical crossbow for me. That is my condition. Can you accept it? White grasped Moriarty's arm firmly, conveying a sense of urgency that he would not take no for an answer. White, do you not know? It is a mage's duty to arm their followers. Moriarty gently extricated himself from White's grip. lifted his mug of golden ale, and took a leisurely sip before responding. "Oh, you are quite cunning, Moriarty. Even without nobility, you remain as shrewd as ever, ha." White suddenly burst into laughter at Moriarty. Chapter 38. Crossbows. Cloudy lands, and a series of acquisitions. After downing a hearty mug of golden ale and receiving a promise for a future magical crossbow, White's spirits lifted considerably, setting down the emptied pewter mug. Moriarty and White walked side by side out of the pumpkin carriage. It was the peak of the afternoon sun, yet the towering fortress towers and the undulating battlements cast vast shadows across the streets within the castle. So the passers-by did not feel particularly overheated. Indeed, due to the late autumn chill, there was a slight coolness in the air. If you wish to learn the crossbow, I advise you to specialize in the hand crossbow. After all, you are a mage, and a longbow or large crossbow may not suit you well. White began to explain as they walked alongside each other. Hand crossbow? Yes, a hand crossbow, a favored weapon among assassins and thieves. Unlike my military longbow, the hand crossbow is typically compact, cleverly folding to conceal within the sleeve of one's arm without detection. When using steel-tipped bolts, it can penetrate standard hardened leather armor within a range of 20 meters. With good aim, it might even pierce scale armor, White elaborated, demonstrating considerable knowledge of archery. And what are the drawbacks of the hand crossbow? Moriarty inquired, nodding in understanding. Its effective range is limited. It loses its striking power against targets beyond 50 meters. Moreover, reloading the hand crossbow can be cumbersome. Thus, it is best to equip one with a repeating mechanism, though such quality craftsmanship is difficult to come by. White continued. Discreet, suitable for close defense, and decent lethality. Sounds precisely like what I require, Moriarty reflected. Then turned to White and said, as for the drawbacks you mentioned, I believe I do not need a range beyond 50 meters. That is your hunting territory as for acquiring a good hand crossbow. I am confident that gleaming gold coins will lead us to one. You make a valid point, Moriarty, White replied with a smile, evidently in agreement with Moriarty's perspective. After turning a few corners, Moriarty and White arrived at the bustling torch market within the fortress. Around 3 in the afternoon, the market was at its busiest and most lively. The already narrow streets were filled with vendors and throngs of people, while the shops lining the road saw a continuous stream of patrons entering and exiting. Even Moriarty discovered the presence of various barbarous races such as the Baimen and Goblins amidst the throng. However, these foreign merchants appeared to be respectable traders, and the humans engaging with them wore expressions of familiarity and ease. Damn it, a military fortress allows enemies to come and go so brazenly. Has the commander's head been struck by a mule? Faced with the sudden influx of non-humans, including the Cluralad orcs, with whom the kingdom had periodic border skirmishes, White could not help but mutter a curse. A fortress that has not seen war for many years is bound to evolve into something resembling a bustling marketplace. While Moriarty was also skeptical about the military stronghold permitting so many outsiders, he could only sigh, as he was not in a position to interfere in matters of state. Let us go inside and take a look. After patting White on the shoulder, Moriarty led the way into the market, with White muttering another curse before following suit. Come, see here, cheese from the Icefield pastures, sweet as honey. A diminutive goblin merchant shouted enthusiastically. Crystal stones, red crystals from the Rexar caverns, ground down by the claws of golden behemoths. A large-eared barbarian from Cluralad hawked inferior quality crystals in clumsy language. Try my sunflower oil. Genuine from Og County, fragrant and clear, just a drop will make your meals delectable. The human merchants primarily offered edible oils, flour, and other foodstuffs, which sold remarkably well, strolling along the main thoroughfare of the torch market. Moriarty and White observed their surroundings, eventually making a turn towards a 2-story shop named Home of White Clouds, located at the southern corner of the market. Prior to their visit, Moriarty had gleaned from Franklin that this establishment was regarded as the most reputable merchant within Fort Fortress. Welcome, esteemed guests. Upon their arrival at the shop's entrance, a middle-aged shopkeeper with a warm smile emerged to greet them, clad in a clean cloth robe adorned with a white cloud emblem on the chest. He welcomed them. Hello, Moriarty responded, stepping inside the shop under the shopkeeper's enthusiastic invitation. I am Thompson from Home of White Clouds. How may I assist you gentlemen today? Upon entering the lobby, the shopkeeper promptly presented each of them with a cup of barley tea. Served at a perfect temperature, before inquiring. Thank you. After taking a small sip, Moriarty smiled faintly at Thompson and said, I need to procure a batch of high-quality black tea and some newly harvested mint leaves. Might your esteemed shop have these in stock? Black tea and mint leaves, of course. Home of White Clouds is one of the largest shops in Fort Fortress. We can certainly meet your needs. After a brief moment of surprise, Thompson nodded vigorously with a smile that it was evident that Moriarty's purchase order had somewhat exceeded his expectations. Typically, merchants from within the kingdom visiting Fort Fortress either sought to engage in foreign trade or planned to procure imported goods from Burkata or Cluralad, such as cheese, cattle, precious ores, and exquisite handicrafts. It was rare to see human merchants purchasing domestic goods at a border outpost. Furthermore, items like black tea and mint leaves belonged to a rather niche category of trade. Nevertheless, the needs of the customer were the merchant's goal. Thompson had no intention of delving into the customer's motives. As long as there was business to be had, Home of White Clouds would wholeheartedly serve its clientele. Esteemed guest, how much do you require? For black tea, we have the finest 5-leaf black tea from the Lockton pastures. As for mint leaves, we just received a fresh batch of bud moon-picked a few days ago. Though the quantity is somewhat limited, I hope it meets your needs. As he spoke, the shopkeeper retrieved 2 small pouches from another counter containing samples of the black tea and mint leaves. Indeed, it is locked in 5-leaf. Yes, the mint leaves are very fresh. I am quite satisfied with your goods. Moriarty did not directly take the pouches, but instead selected a few leaves from each, examining them closely before bringing them to his nose for a sniff, then nodding in approval. I am delighted that you are satisfied. Rest assured, the quality of the products we sell at Home of White Clouds is beyond reproach. The shopkeeper seemed quite proud of his establishment, smiling as he spoke. And what is the price? Moriarty inquired, placing the samples back into their respective pouches. The 5-leaf black tea from Lockton pastures is 10 kingdom gold coins per pound. As for the mint leaves, as you may know, their yield has always been low, so the price is 25 kingdom gold coins per pound. After a moment's thought, Thompson added, if your order is substantial, I can offer you a 3% discount. 10 coins. 25 coins. Moriarty calculated in his mind, estimating that it was approximately 1.3 times the domestic price, but still within a reasonable range. Then, how much would 200 pounds of Lockton 5-leaf and 40 pounds of mint leaves come to? He asked swiftly. In total, may I quote you 2,800 kingdom gold coins? This is already the most favorable price we can offer. Thompson promptly provided the final quote, appearing even slightly cheaper than a 97% discount. Agreed. Moriarty had no intention of haggling further and finalized the transaction. He then produced a coin pouch from his inner garment and handed it to the shopkeeper, saying, this contains a deposit of 100 gold coins. Please deliver the goods to the Doro Merchant Guild's residence by 8 o'clock tomorrow morning, at which time I will settle the remaining balance. Is that acceptable? Of course, sir. Thompson respectfully accepted the gold coins, his face alight with excitement. Securing a deal worth nearly 3,000 gold coins, his own commission would be quite substantial. Sir, is there anything else you need? Our shop has other products worth exploring. Carefully securing the pouch containing 100 gold coins, Thompson beamed even more broadly at Moriarty. Nothing else piques my interest, Moriarty replied with a faint smile. However, I do wish to browse for some smaller items. Please, go ahead, the shopkeeper said, stepping closer with a bow. You see, we are travelers preparing to depart the kingdom. Out in the world, one might encounter some unsavory situations. So I was considering purchasing some good things for self-defense. Do you understand? Moriarty looked at him, speaking slowly. Ah, I see. Thompson nodded gently, understanding the implication, and lowered his voice, saying, according to military regulations at Fort Fortress, the sale of standard military arms is prohibited within the fort. However, minor arms trades are generally permissible. May I ask if you require a knight's longsword or something else? What I wish to purchase is a crossbow, Moriarty said, a subtle smile gracing his lips. A crossbow, at the mention of the word. Thompson was taken aback, glancing quickly outside the shop before leaning closer to Moriarty and whispering, that is strictly forbidden military equipment, not only at Fort Fortress but even within the kingdom. Any civilian daring to manufacture or sell crossbows would face execution. I am well aware of that. However, if it weren't for the power of a crossbow, I would not be so insistent. You need not worry. I am not seeking a military-grade longbow. Besides, even if I could procure one, it would not suit my needs, Moriarty replied, shaking his head. Then what do you mean? A wrist crossbow, specifically one capable of rapid fire, Moriarty stated, his voice firm. For a moment, the shopkeeper seemed at a loss on how to respond to Moriarty's request. Standing there speechless. If your shop encounters difficulties, it is no matter. I could inquire at Blue Beard across the street, Moriarty remarked, as if preparing to leave. Esteemed guest, please wait. Without waiting for Moriarty and White to take a step, the shopkeeper swiftly blocked their path. It would be foolish to let them leave for another shop, as the deal for the black tea and mint leaves, now nearly secured, could easily be snatched away by someone else. A customer who could effortlessly spend several thousand gold coins on luxury tea would certainly not be deterred by a mere 1 or 200 gold coins in deposit. Chapter 39, Fortnight Market. Different, Roland Tavern. I understand that such a request may indeed put you in a difficult position. How about this? If you can assist me in finalizing this transaction, I will pay you an additional 10% personal commission based on the price of the wrist crossbow. What do you say? Observing the shopkeeper sweating slightly, but still hesitating to speak, Moriarty empathized further. All right, as if finally making up his mind, Thompson nodded firmly and stepped closer to Moriarty, saying, Sir, might I ask if you are free tonight? I know a place that may fulfill your needs. Tonight? Yes, I am free, Moriarty said, meeting the shopkeeper's gaze with a satisfied smile. Then, shall we meet at 9 o'clock this evening at Roland Tavern? It's not far from the market and should be easy to find. Thompson quickly agreed on the time and place. 9 o'clock. Roland Tavern, no problem. Moriarty reiterated, pleased that there were no objections, and after exchanging pleasantries, prepared to depart home of white clouds. Sir, please wait a moment. Suddenly, the attendant blocked the two men once more. Is there anything else? The fortnight market we are heading to tonight is remarkably special, so it is imperative to keep it confidential and refrain from mentioning it to a fourth party. Moreover, the prices of the goods within are generally quite steep, so Thompson carefully added some precautions. Understood. I will make the necessary preparations in advance. With that, Moriarty and White exited the shop together. Upon stepping outside, dusk was fast approaching, yet the business at the torch market was increasingly bustling. Some merchants who had only just entered the fortress in the afternoon were now eagerly squeezing into the market, engaging in trade, buying, and selling. Do you think that place Thompson mentioned is credible? As they navigated through the crowd, White took the initiative to walk ahead of Moriarty, occasionally shielding him from the oncoming throngs. The Cloudy Haven is one of the most reputable establishments in the Ford Fortress, so the staff they employ should not pose any significant issues. Moriarty replied leisurely, admiring the array of wares lining the streets. As for tonight's fortnight market, I suspect it is likely a black market or something akin to an underground auction. Perhaps even having some clandestine connections with the fortress authorities. Are you suggesting a black market operated by the Legion? White turned back, astonished, and whispered to Moriarty. Incredible, isn't it? Moriarty calmly gestured ahead, indicating they should continue walking, and added, however, without the tacit approval and protection from the Legion's higher-ups, a black market simply cannot survive within the fortress. This is outrageous. Don't these soldiers possess any sense of responsibility or honor? White finally could not contain himself, muttering under his breath. Such is the nature of the world. You must realize that not all soldiers are like you or Lawrence. Moriarty gently shook his head that in truth, there were some thoughts Moriarty kept to himself. His understanding and knowledge of Ford Fortress far surpassed that of White. Although both were newcomers, Moriarty had, through past dealings with family affairs, encountered Ford Fortress several times, either directly or indirectly. Take, for example, the Berkata caravan, which Moriarty once managed directly. Every time the caravan entered or exited the fortress, it was required to pay a donation of 1,000 kingdom gold coins to the aid of a certain general within the fortress. In return, the caravan enjoyed a customs duty that was half of the official minimum tax rate during their clearance. Moreover, when transporting certain sensitive goods, they would not face stringent inspections from the fortress guards. Additionally, several high-ranking officers from the capital, Standwell, had secretly organized a fox hunt club, specializing in the trafficking of foreign populations. Their merchandise was primarily sold to the inner kingdom, catering to the peculiar tastes of noble gentlemen and ladies. It was said that the club's business thrived, with orders accumulating to exceed a complete financial year's workload. Therefore, in such a transformed military fortress, it would be abnormal if 1 or 2 underground black markets did not emerge. or if clandestine auctions were not held periodically. Thus, even if Thompson did not step forward as a guide at the Cloudy Haven, Moriarty was confident he could find the correct direction through other channels. Let us move on. Do not dwell on such matters. Let's find a place to enjoy a proper dinner. We have much to attend to tonight. Noticing White's discontent, Moriarty stepped closer, placing a hand on the crossbowman's shoulder with a smile. Let us go. Casting a glance at Moriarty, White growled softly, wrapping his arm around Moriarty's neck in return. After navigating a few turns to exit the torch market from another direction, Moriarty and White soon spotted Roland's bar. It was not that they were actively searching for it. Rather, the bar's signage was strikingly conspicuous. Unlike other taverns or bars that typically had a wooden sign hanging from the eaves, Roland's bar boldly constructed two small, yet vividly colored flower stands on either side of its entrance, each adorned with a stunningly clad hostess. The one on the left was a voluptuous human beauty with flowing golden locks, while the one on the right was a roulade fox girl, modestly draped in a few narrow strips of leopard skin over her most delicate areas. Accompanied by the enchanting melodies wafting from Roland's bar, the two welcoming beauties swayed their slender hips, captivating the passers-by. What is this? White, having never encountered such a scene, stood frozen in the street, gaping at the sign of Roland's bar, his mouth agape in sheer astonishment. Hey, White, are you all right? With a slight smirk that quickly faded, Moriarty patted his companion's back. Oh, what? I'm fine, of course I'm fine. As if his soul had been momentarily whisked away by an underworld siren and then suddenly returned, White jolted back to reality. Though still somewhat flustered, his cheeks flushed. Haha, that's good. Let us move on. Moriarty had no intention of mocking White. He merely offered a faint smile and proceeded toward Roland's bar, behind him. White hurriedly followed suit. Oh, handsome boy, welcome to Roland's bar. Upon reaching the pink revolving door, the golden-haired beauty on the left smiled seductively, making a welcoming gesture while winking at Moriarty. Indeed, do come in. I assure you will fall in love with this place. The exotic fox girl on the other side gently coaxed. Her pronunciation of the royal language was not quite standard, carrying a hint of a wild accent, yet her voice was melodious, akin to a delicate feather, effortlessly tickling the ears of every man nearby. Come, step inside. After exchanging smiles with both the golden-haired beauty and the fox girl, Moriarty pushed open the revolving door. White, following closely behind, seemed hesitant to look too much, trailing Moriarty like a shadow, entirely unlike a seasoned fifth-level crossbowman. Ignoring the chime-like laughter that echoed from behind, Moriarty and White emerged from the other side of the revolving door into a spacious hall. At the far end of the hall stood an arching bar approximately 20 meters in length. Similar to ordinary bars, high stools were placed in front of the bar. However, these stools were sparsely arranged, with considerable spacing between them, almost appearing wasteful. Behind the bar was a service area, yet no waitstaff or bartenders could be seen. Further back, a massive decorative wall adorned with countless red and black squares loomed. On either side of the wall were two doors. One was a tightly shut iron door, while the other was a narrow wooden door, slightly ajar. The overall aesthetic exuded a dark, Gothic allured. In the center of the hall stood a nearly 1 meter high mini stage. Surrounding the stage were a series of round tables, both large and small. Filling the remaining space at that moment, a red-haired woman clad in a black netted gown was softly singing a gentle, enchanting tune of unknown title on the stage. As she sang, the red-haired woman occasionally danced lightly, her skirt fluttering, revealing glimpses of delicate allure beneath the fine mesh. Nearly 80% of the circular tables around the mini-stage were already occupied by a diverse array of patrons, most of whom appeared utterly entranced, seemingly captivated by the beauty before them and the melodic sounds gracing their ears. Let us sit there. Quickly surveying the surroundings, Moriarty noticed that the tables closest to the stage were already fully occupied. So he and White settled down at a small round table tucked away in the corner. It's only dinner time, and this bar is already so busy, truly impressive. White instinctively chose the seat with the best view, a reflexive action for a crossbowman. However, this allowed him to better appreciate the remarkable performances at Roland's bar. But this place is indeed quite special, I assent it. Moriarty also felt a sense of long-lost familiarity as he experienced such a bar style for the first time in Alasia. Gentlemen, what can I get for you? We have the finest red dew, the purest Ritas, and the best gin. Whatever you wish to drink, Roland has it. Just as Moriarty and White settled in, a strikingly adorned young woman with a hint of wild charm approached their table. She placed her hands on the table, casting a playful glance at both men, exuding confidence. Gazing into the vibrant green eyes of the young woman, Moriarty pondered for a moment before inquiring earnestly, "May I ask, what is the main course for dinner tonight?" Seemingly unable to endure the peculiar gaze cast by the waitress as she departed, White, after the young woman had walked away, murmured a suggestion. Let us indulge in dinner first. After all, having journeyed for 2 weeks, we have not savored a proper meal in quite a while. Moriarty shook his head, signaling White to dismiss the waitress from his mind, and then turned his attention to the performance on the miniature stage. "Very well. I have no objections," White shrugged, relinquishing his insistence that I in the center of the hall. The song of the red-haired singer grew increasingly enchanting, ethereal and melancholic, like the fleeting shadow of a lark gliding across the midsummer night sky, penetrating the dense clouds and warm rain, momentarily nesting within your heart, only to vanish upon closer inspection. Clap. Such splendid singing, Pagras. Please, sing another. Finally, as the red-haired chanteuse concluded her extraordinarily beautiful performance with a distant, yet somewhat playful trill, the bar erupted into thunderous applause, mingled with cheers in various accents and dialects. After casting a graceful smile to the audience, the alluring Pagras lifted the hem of her black mesh gown and gracefully descended from the stage. Making her way straight to the bar.at that moment, a cheerful little jester ascended the stage from the opposite side, commencing yet another performance. Henceforth, the previously tranquil Roland bar was suddenly awash with a cacophony of sounds, resonating more fittingly with the atmosphere of a proper tavern. "That song was truly delightful," White remarked. Having watched Pagras's slender silhouette vanish behind the narrow door at the bar, he sighed heavily, genuinely impressed. "Indeed. It was profoundly moving," Moriarty concurred, as if the soul were singing. "Of course. Yet I must say, you two are rather fortunate. You see, it is exceedingly rare for Madame Pagras to grace the stage. I've heard her sing today. You must surely have been favored by the goddess of luck." At this juncture, a green-eyed maiden approached Moriarty's table, briskly carrying a large platter brimming with food. Seemingly having overheard their conversation, she interjected, "Is Madame Pagras the star performer of Roland Bar?" Moriarty, unfazed by the girl's bold interruption, merely smiled and inquired, "Star performer? One could indeed say that." The green-eyed maiden flashed a charming smile, but did not answer Moriarty directly. Instead, she began placing the dishes from the platter onto the round table. "Gentlemen, please enjoy your meal." After meticulously arranging the dinner before Moriarty and White, the maiden promptly turned and departed. It seems the young lady is miffed, all because you did not order her recommended drink," White remarked, casting a sidelong glance at Moriarty as he watched the maiden's slender figure retreat. "Do not worry, she will return shortly," Moriarty replied confidently, then commenced with their dinner. According to the long-standing traditions of Alasia, meals are served in a shared style, a practice upheld by both nobility and commoners alike. Thus, before Moriarty and White lay 2 large wooden platters in the center of the plates. A robust golden-brown roast lamb chop exuded a rich aroma, surrounding it. A circle of creamy mashed potatoes and a long, succulent sausage glistened with grease. Atop the lamb, a small mound of dark, translucent beads, akin to grape seeds, stood out like a solitary hillock. "Is this truly the finest dinner Roland Bar has to offer?" "Moriarty, did you really request the best?" White asked, holding his knife and fork, gazing at the meal with a hint of disappointment. "Perhaps." Moriarty leaned forward slightly, inhaling the fragrant steam rising from the platter, revealing a look of unexpected delight. "Come. Do try it." With a pristine silver knife, he slowly cut into the golden lamb chop, the slightly charred crust producing a satisfying crunch as the blade glided through the meat. A clear, rich juice oozed forth, enveloping the edge of the knife. He took a piece roughly 2 centimeters square, along with some of the dark beads, and tasted it. The lamb from Othello's yearling is fresh and springy, the foreleg cooked to perfection over delicate charcoal. And during roasting, a hint of truffle from the Berton forest was added. The black beads. They hail from the southern coast of Bracada. Exquisite caviar. Moriarty savored the morsel for about a minute before swallowing silently and looking up at White. "You can even discern that?" ? At that moment, White's mouth was filled with lamb and caviar, his expression one of awe. unsure whether to commend Moriarty's palate or the delectable dish itself. It is merely due to the pronounced flavors and characteristics of these ingredients. Moriarty sampled the mashed potatoes and sausage slices, but refrained from further culinary commentary. In less than 10 minutes, White's platter was entirely cleared. Eventually, he even used his knife to scrape up every last morsel and greasy residue from the plate into his mouth. It seems the kitchen staff will have fewer dishes to wash tonight. At that moment, the green-eyed maiden reappeared uninvited, suddenly appearing beside Moriarty. Upon seeing White in such a gluttonous state, she wore a triumphant expression, her sparkling eyes seemingly saying, "You are not as impressive as you appear." However, when she turned her gaze back to Moriarty, she was astonished to find him savoring the golden lamb chop with a calm and gentlemanly demeanor, were it not for the bustling noise and the throngs of patrons around them. The green-eyed maiden might have doubted whether she stood in a tavern or a noble banquet hall. "Do you not find it delicious?" the maiden inquired incredulously of Moriarty. "The lamb chop here is remarkable. Both the quality of the meat and the grilling technique can be deemed exceptional. The truffle seasoning is exquisite, devoid of any burnt flavor. The caviar is also a rare delicacy from the Diamond Coast, a luxury item that is typically elusive in Alasia, yet here we encounter it at Roland Bar. It is truly a commendable dinner. Should the opportunity arise, I would like to personally express my gratitude to the head chef of your establishment." Moriarty placed down his knife and fork, rinsed his mouth with a glass of water, and then addressed the green-eyed maiden. "Equated with gold?" Before the maiden could respond, White exclaimed in astonishment, as if he had never eaten food worth its weight in gold before. "Of course. Do you think Diamond Coast caviar is akin to eggs laid by roadside hens, readily available by the dozen?" White's exclamation startled the green-eyed maiden. However, at that moment, the maiden no longer dared to exhibit her displeasure towards the enigmatic Moriarty. Instead, she directed her ire towards the unfortunate White. "No, that is not what I meant." For some inexplicable reason, the formidable level 5 god archer, renowned on the battlefield, found himself utterly lacking when it came to dealing with the opposite sex, barely reaching the level of a lowly peasant. "So, what is the price of this lamb chop?" White inquired, having become Moriarty's follower, with his needs being largely taken care of by the latter. Thus, he had no particular reason to be concerned. Yet, tonight's sumptuous feast was both delightful and impressive, prompting White to ask. "Not expensive," the green-eyed maiden replied, taking a deep breath, her demeanor reminiscent of a lioness poised to pounce after a lengthy ambush. "The price for a Roland golden lamb chop set is 50 royal gold coins." 50 gold coins. White gasped, his mouth agape as if struck by a heavy blow. "Oh, and I forgot to mention, there is an additional 10% service charge for each guest," the maiden continued, showing no mercy as she opened her bloodthirsty maw, revealing an expression more devilish than that of a demon. Adding, "So, thank you for your generous patronage. The total bill comes to 110 royal gold coins. Please make your payment." The green-eyed maiden had audaciously begun to demand payment on the spot, leading one to question whether she was a mere waitress or a collector of debts. White had no doubt that Moriarty could cover the cost, yet he still wore a conflicted expression. For the god archer found it hard to accept the harsh reality that he had consumed a meal worth 50 or 60 gold coins in just a few bites. Are you two having trouble settling the bill?" "I must remind you, since the day Roland Bar opened, there has never been a case of anyone leaving without paying that I recall last month. A group of big-eared creatures from Krulad drank here, but couldn't pay. And it seems they each lost a left hand as payment. But you two need not worry too much. Our bar's kitchen is currently hiring, and if you both apply enthusiastically and work diligently, you should be able to repay your meal in a few years." Like a lark that had finally caught hold of Moriarty and White's vulnerabilities, the green-eyed maiden chattered away animatedly. As she spoke, her enchanting green eyes flitted back and forth between the two, seemingly endeavoring to persuade them to recognize the propriety of the moment. Yet her gaze was predominantly filled with the delight of a successful prank. Earlier, when Moriarty had declined to order a drink, it had been the young lady's cunning ploy to entice him into ordering the Roland Golden Lamb Chops. As for the exorbitant price of the lamb chops, well, that revelation would only be disclosed after they had indulged in the dish. Chapter 41. The promissory note, the challenge at the bar, and the afterglow. 110 gold coins, is it? Moriarty calmly reiterated, not exhibiting the outrage that the green-eyed girl had anticipated, nor did he leap to his feet in indignation or murmur a plea for mercy. Indeed, 110 gold coins, not a single coin less. Otherwise, haha. The girl, somewhat uncertain of Moriarty's temperament, nodded, displaying her small canine teeth in a mock threat. Here is a promissory note issued by the Cassiliath Trading Company, valued at 200 kingdom gold coins. Please accept it. Additionally, could you serve my companion another order of the Roland golden lamb chops? As for the change, let it remain on your establishment's account until we depart for a consolidated settlement. Wiping his lips with a napkin, Moriarty produced a note adorned with intricate patterns, featuring a lily emblem and several distinct signatures, presenting it to the girl. The Cassiliath Trading Company is one of the largest trading firms in the Kingdom of Alasia. Having been established for over 5 centuries, with rumors of royal connections lending it exceptional credibility. Thus, a promissory note from this company is nearly equivalent to gold coins for transactions within the kingdom, and it is likewise widely accepted in overseas regions like Blokada, which engage in frequent trade with the kingdom. Therefore, before leaving Innsbruck, Moriarty had exchanged his personal assets, including the first year's living expenses granted by the Baron and the majority of the spoils seized from Zoran, into a series of Cassiliath promissory notes of varying denominations for convenience. The girl momentarily appeared dazed as she accepted the promissory note, her eyes filled with astonishment. For such expensive lamb chops, perhaps it's best not to. Witnessing Moriarty's insistence on ordering yet another portion of the exorbitantly priced delicacy, White felt a twinge of embarrassment. Just wait. I shall find someone to verify this paper. The girl, having regained her composure, pursed her thin lips defiantly before hastily striding toward the bar. Moriarty, truly, there's no need for that, White interjected as the girl stormed off in a huff. It's quite all right, White thought, if it weren't for my limited appetite. I would genuinely desire another serving as well. One must understand that such exquisite lamb chops are not easily encountered, and since we have the opportunity today, why not indulge a little? With a smile and a shake of his head at White, Moriarty resumed his dinner with knife and fork. Observing this, White ceased his persuasion and even began to anticipate the experience, after a considerable time had passed. As Moriarty delicately sliced the final piece of meat from the bone and dipped it in black caviar before savoring it, the green-eyed girl returned, bearing a large platter to their table. Here you are, esteemed guests, please enjoy. With a feigned air of servility, she placed the fresh order of Roland golden lamb chops before White, her voice tinged with a mock sweetness that barely concealed her vexation. Oh, splendid. Casting a glance at the charming waitress, who appeared flustered from her failed prank, White could hardly suppress a laugh, though he quickly stifled it and prepared to tackle his second lamb chop. Thank you for your excellent service. Meanwhile, Moriarty crossed his knife and fork atop the empty plate, cleaned his lips and fingers, and then produced a gold coin, offering it to the girl. This is your tip. Thank you, sir. The girl glanced at the gleaming gold coin nestled between Moriarty's fingers, gritted her teeth, and snatched it away with fervor, expressing her gratitude. However, as she did so, it seemed she muttered something under her breath about new money. To this, Moriarty merely smiled in response. Now, could you recommend some fine wines from your establishment? Once the girl had cleared away the used utensils, Moriarty casually inquired, faced with Moriarty's infuriatingly charming, devious smile. The waitress felt a profound sense of contempt and injury. Consequently, her demeanor abruptly shifted from her earlier rigidity, adopting a somewhat coy tone as she began to recommend the specialty wines of the Roland Bar. Sir, as I previously mentioned, the wines of the Roland Bar are the most fragrant, the finest, and the most exquisite throughout Fort Fortress. Whether it be Retz or grape wine, you can find the pinnacle of quality here. As she spoke, the girl gently bent at the waist, leaning closer to Moriarty's ear, her breath fragrant like orchids. However, these are merely the ordinary selections. One can still taste them elsewhere with a little effort. Yet, there exists a singular wine that cannot be found outside of Roland. Oh, what wine is so rare? Moriarty feigned curiosity, turning his head so that their lips nearly brushed against each other. It is called Afterglow. Struggling to suppress the urge to sweat at the lecherous man, the green-eyed girl trembled slightly as she sought to entice him. Afterglow, what a splendid name. Casting his gaze upon the girl's soft pink lips, which exuded a delicate fragrance, Moriarty resolved to temporarily refrain from teasing her, leaning back in his chair and increasing the distance between them. Then, I shall have 2 glasses, please. However, there are rules to drinking Afterglow at Roland. Upon sensing his concession, the green-eyed girl finally relaxed, smiling as she spoke. Truth be told, She had been genuinely apprehensive that Moriarty might suddenly attempt to kiss her, in which case she would surely have wept. What rules? White, too, seemed intrigued, swallowing his morsel of lamb and interjecting with a question. Do you see the bar over there and the high stools? The girl gestured toward the bar and inquired. I do. White nodded. In the Roland bar, which was bustling with patrons, it was peculiar that only one of the 5 or 6 high stools at the bar was occupied while the others remained vacant. With no additional patrons eager to claim a seat, behind the solitary customer at the bar, a purple-haired elven woman gracefully swirled a silver wine vessel, shortly thereafter pouring the liquid into a crystal glass. In an instant, the rainbow-hued liquid cascaded into the glass like a waterfall, reflecting the candlelight with dazzling multicolored glimmers, while a fresh fruity aroma wafted through the air, mingling with the scent of the wine. At that moment, the nearby round tables erupted into thunderous applause. Only those seated at the bar may partake of afterglow, the girl explained. Is that seat not open to just anyone? White probed further. At the Roland bar. Merely possessing wealth does not grant you the right to sit at the bar. The green-eyed girl began her second challenge to Moriarty. Each seat at the bar corresponds to a unique and exquisite bartender. To gain the opportunity to sit at the bar, face to face with the beautiful bartender, and savor the special wine, one must first complete a riddle presented by the bar's owner. A riddle? How intriguing. They must be quite challenging, I presume. Moriarty observed the sparsely occupied high stools, expressing his admiration. Indeed, did I not mention that mere gold will not suffice to secure a seat there? The girl further tempted him. Then, what riddles might there be? Moriarty, ever fascinated by puzzles, inquired. That is not fixed. The waitress shrugged casually, slightly embarrassed. The riddles posed by different bartenders vary. Then, to which bar does Afterglow belong? Moriarty asked directly. Naturally, it belongs to the one at the very center. The green-eyed girl pointed to the golden position located in the middle of the arched bar. And who is its proprietor? Madame Pagris, the girl proclaimed proudly, her voice ringing with exuberance. The renowned songstress. Moriarty nodded in acknowledgement. And she is also the owner of the Roland bar, the girl added with even greater pride. Then, what must I sacrifice to attempt to sit in that position? Moriarty naturally inquired, aware that the bar owner's riddles would undoubtedly carry significant difficulty, and that not just anyone could qualify to solve them. Smart of you, the green-eyed girl remarked, surprised by Moriarty's astuteness, yet grinning mischievously. However, the cost is within your expertise. To gain a chance to taste Afterglow, you must first pay the bar a fee of 500 kingdom gold coins. Of course, this money is non-refundable, regardless of whether you ultimately secure a seat at the bar. 500 gold coins. White gasped once more, astonished. Indeed, it is a bargain, the green-eyed girl replied, somewhat displeased by White's exaggerated reaction, pouting slightly. Certainly not expensive. Now, please arrange that for me. With that, Moriarty once again retrieved a Cassiliath promissory note worth 500 gold coins from his pocket and handed it to the waitress. Very well. Please hold on for a moment. Seizing Moriarty's banknote with an urgency that suggested a fear of his sudden remorse, the girl with emerald eyes swiftly turned and dashed away like a gust of wind. Her laughter ringing out. At last, I have succeeded, hee hee. Hey Trishy, who have you deceived this time? Which unfortunate lamb have you ensnared? Do share with everyone. Evidently, the girl's exuberant laughter instantly stirred a ruckus among a group of regulars at the bar, who erupted in boisterous exclamations, clearly well acquainted with the waitress. Haha, someone dares to challenge the Afterglow, Trishy shouted, before disappearing through a small door behind the bar. Is someone craving the Afterglow? Another newcomer from out of town. I presume. Poor 500 gold coins. How many fine wines could that buy? Upon hearing this news, half the Roland Tavern erupted in excitement. Several patrons even rose from their seats, searching for the unfortunate fool who had been hooked by Trishy. Chapter 42. Roland Gal, the red-haired songstress, addressed Moriarty. Are you unperturbed? It seems your 500 gold coins are destined to vanish. Although I know nobles are often affluent, such a manner of play is rather foolish, White remarked. Observing the commotion within the tavern with concern. In Alasia, the annual income of an average commoner might amount to merely 10 kingdom coins, making 500 coins nearly the entirety of one's lifetime earnings. White, not all nobles are affluent, Moriarty replied calmly, seemingly unfazed by the surrounding laughter and clamor. In truth, you are not entirely mistaken. spending 500 coins on a drink or to maintain one's facade is indeed somewhat foolish. Then why do you? White asked, perplexed. White, have you ever heard of an organization called Roland-Gal? Moriarty suddenly changed the subject. Roland-Gal? I am not familiar. White shook his head. It is an intelligence organization that, while lacking fame, possesses remarkable influence, Moriarty stated solemnly. An organization of remarkable influence? White exclaimed in surprise. Indeed. It operates a vast and clandestine network of information, from commerce to military affairs, from agriculture to industry. This organization excels at gathering and selling various types of intelligence. Many, including nobles from various counties, scholars, knights, merchant associations, and caravans, have been or still are clients of this organization. More formidable than the intelligence officers of the legions. White found it hard to believe. The military's intelligence officers focus solely on warfare, whereas Roland-Gal is in the business of trade. Thus, from a certain perspective, Roland-Gal's intelligence capabilities are more powerful and intricate. Then what connection does Roland-Gal have with those 500 coins? White deftly redirected the conversation. Because, as far as I know, Roland-Gal has a branch in Fort, and the head of that branch, the red-haired songstress, is Pagreles. Moriarty replied with a slight smile that he had acquired this insider information during his time with the Innsbruck family. Not long ago, he had even signed off on a request from a family line to purchase commercial intelligence from Roland-Gal. Therefore, even if Thompson had not designated the Roland Tavern as the meeting place for tonight, Moriarty would have made a personal visit. Before departing Alasia for Blacada, he needed to confirm some critical matters, all of which depended on precise intelligence. I say, esteemed patron yearning for the afterglow, please come this way. Over here. At that moment, the girl with emerald eyes, Trishie, briskly emerged from behind the bar and deliberately stood in the center of the tavern, loudly calling out in Moriarty's direction. Come, White. Under the gaze of almost every patron in the tavern, Moriarty rose from his seat with an air of composure. Do I really have to go? White seemed somewhat uncomfortable with the attention of the crowd, appearing conflicted. Of course, you are my follower. With that, Moriarty strode towards the bar. Just then, the door behind the bar swung open once more, and Lady Pagreles gracefully stepped out. Unlike her previous black lattice gown, the red-haired beauty had donned a white pleated fishtail dress. Draped with a light pink silk shawl, her signature seductive red hair was elegantly styled with a golden crown. Most notably, perched upon her high, graceful nose was a pair of petite round glasses made of white shell, imbuing her presence with an air of intellectual elegance. Good evening, esteemed red-haired songstress Lady Pagreles. It is an honor to meet you, Moriarty said, disregarding Trishie's antics as he approached the bar's center, standing before Lady Pagreles, who was nearly his height, separated by a 30-centimeter oak table, and bowed gently with a smile. White followed closely behind. I am equally delighted to host you here at the Roland Tavern, the promising mage apprentice. Sir Moriarty Innsbruck, Pagreles replied, casting a glance at the girl with emerald eyes, who discreetly stepped back, leading the surrounding patrons to settle down in silence, ceasing their previous uproar. And you, Mr. White, the successful marksman who has emerged from Windsor Castle, I hope you will also find pleasure here. Slightly tilting her body, Pagreles acknowledged White, who lingered a bit behind. Indeed, at that moment, White had entered a state of heightened alertness, simply nodding in acknowledgement. Then, Sir Innsbruck, are you hoping to enjoy a drink of the afterglow tonight? From a certain angle, as an intelligence dealer, Pagreles was not unfamiliar with Moriarty, the heir to the Innsbruck family who frequently required to purchase intelligence. Thus, after a brief exchange of greetings, the red-haired lady directly inquired, indicating her straightforward nature. Yes. Your esteemed establishment's waitress highly recommended the afterglow to me. Although the price is considerable, I hope to have the chance to try it, Moriarty replied, standing still, then added, moreover, given that I am about to embark on a journey abroad, I would like to purchase a few pieces of information from you, red-haired songstress, before I depart. Certainly, the desires of our clients are the wishes of Roland-Gal. However, which would you prefer to address first? The afterglow, or the pieces of information? Pagreles' black eyes resembled a deep pool, nearly reflecting Moriarty entirely. Although she did not smile or exhibit any alluring expressions, she effortlessly radiated an enchanting charisma that could ignite the deepest flames within any man's heart at a mere blink, or a slight quiver of her nostrils exuded an intangible yet palpable allure. I believe I shall first sample the afterglow, Moriarty replied, gazing intently into those black eyes, focused yet not entrapped, as if he were peering into a beautiful well. Very well. The red-haired songstress gently tilted her cheek, as if to allow him to better appreciate her sculptural elegance. Trichy should have informed you of the rules. Yes, indeed. In order to savor the afterglow, one must first take a seat on that stool, and prior to that, one must complete a task you set forth. As he spoke, Moriarty's right hand lightly rested upon the smooth leather surface of the high stool. The leather seat gleamed without a wrinkle or crack, indicating that since its arrival at the tavern, few had had the opportunity to occupy it. Sir, are you prepared? Pagreles inquired, brushing her shoulder-length red locks. Please. My lady, Moriarty replied, crossing his hands before him on the bar. My task is this. Tell me an amusing joke. Leaning slightly forward, Pagreles felt a surge of rare amusement as she addressed the challenger. An amusing joke? Upon hearing such a seemingly simple task, Moriarty furrowed his brow. Lady Pagreles, could you clarify what constitutes an amusing joke? Of course, a joke that makes me laugh, the red-haired lady explained in a remarkably straightforward manner, her smile remaining radiant while the effect was somewhat maddening. A joke that makes you laugh. Moriarty's forehead creased with several lines of worry. In other words, regardless of whether the joke he would tell was humorous or not, the authority to determine its merit rested solely with the red-haired lady. It was no wonder Trichy had been so enthusiastic in recommending the afterglow. It appeared that the possibility of indulging was entirely contingent upon the tavern owner's mood. However, having approached the bar, Moriarty was resolute in his intent not to retreat. Very well, I understand. After a moment of contemplation, Moriarty nodded and began his joke. This happens to be a tale about a tavern. I am eager to hear it. The red-haired beauty replied with keen interest. One day, a dragonfly from Tat Alia entered the Roland Tavern for a meal, and Trichy served as its waitress. Following customary practice, Miss Trichy recommended the Roland golden lamb chops, and the dragonfly was thoroughly satisfied with the meal. However, when it came time to settle the bill, a problem arose. Before departing, Longying clearly did not possess such an abundance of gold coins, leading to a dispute with Terexy. At this point, Moriarty paused momentarily. Casting a sidelong glance at the green-eyed girl who was intently eavesdropping, and offered her a faint smile, the girl promptly shot him an adorable eye roll, evidently displeased to find herself the subject of Moriarty's jest. And what transpired subsequently? A dispute at the time of payment is indeed quite troublesome. As the official listener, Pagreles dutifully probed further, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. Of course, Terexy would not easily allow Longying to escape, even if she could not resort to severing a hand like she would with the freeloader. The big-eared creature, she would at least have to clip Longying's wings. Moriarty continued to recount the tale unhurriedly. Upon hearing this, the red-haired lady shot Terexy an exasperated glare, to which the green-eyed girl responded with a tongue-out gesture. Her expression one of feigned submission. Naturally, Longying would not surrender without a fight. Relying on her swiftness, she deftly evaded Terexy, leaving the latter slightly dazed, and seized the opportunity to slip out of the bar. Moriarty looked at Pagreles and continued, What shall we do if a guest absconds without paying? The red-haired lady feigned panic, delicately touching her scarlet lips with her slender fingers, when Terexy finally regained her composure. She found Longying had vanished, which filled her with rage. That moment, she unexpectedly spotted a Naga at a nearby table, just finishing her meal and rising slowly. Miss Terexy immediately shouted and rushed forward, grabbing the Naga's arm and scolding, You pesky fly, do not think I would not recognize you just because you've puffed yourself up. Upon hearing this, the green-eyed girl could no longer contain herself and burst into laughter. However, she quickly realized that she was the butt of the joke and, in mock fury, raised her fist towards Moriarty. Across from Moriarty, Pagres's dark eyes sparkled with amusement, though her demeanor remained composed. Had Moriarty's jest fallen flat? Nonetheless, it was clear that Moriarty's barroom tale was far from over. The Naga, unjustly accused of owing Terexy, did not comply meekly. She angrily hurled Terexy away and then turned to leave Roland's bar. Although Terexy was slightly injured, her strong sense of responsibility and mission compelled her to rise bravely once more and dart to the back to seek assistance. At this juncture, recalling the green-eyed girl's swift retreat after pocketing 500 gold coins. Even the ever-watchful White could not help but chuckle. When Miss Terexy led a throng of kitchen staff back into the main hall, She, of course, could not find the Naga. Just then, a Medusa happened to enter the bar through the revolving door. Terexi promptly advanced, firmly grasped the Medusa's shoulder, and exclaimed, "You wretched fly! Do you think you can hide behind a new hairstyle? Pay up!" With this, the tale reached its conclusion, and Moriarty shrugged in resignation, his expression akin to that of the innocent Medusa with her newly styled hair. Ha! Ha ha! Both the green-eyed girl and White behind her erupted into hearty laughter. Under Moriarty's tranquil gaze, the corners of Pagris's mouth finally curled into a smile. Chapter 43, Mixology, Shattered Glass, Departure. Many years later, the story of Terexi and Longing remained a staple at Roland's bar. Moreover, as time passed, Terexi's saga continued to spawn numerous new versions and episodes, with the green-eyed girl becoming one of the most renowned barmaids in the kingdom of Eurasia and even the continent of Antigrish. However, at that very moment, Terexi was unable to contain her laughter as she playfully stuck her tongue out at Moriarty, filled with embarrassment and indignation. Her delightful giggles instantly captured the attention of many patrons. Suddenly, the other patrons were astonished to discover that a radiant smile, akin to a blooming water lily, graced the face of Lady Pagris, a smile that was no longer merely polite, but genuinely filled with joy and mirth. "Oh, what did that fellow say to make the lady laugh? Goodness, I have never witnessed anyone successfully challenge the dusk before. Am I too inebriated, or has today's Ritus been particularly fierce? Is my eyesight failing? Can anyone enlighten me?" As if witnessing a miracle, the entire bar fell silent for an instant, only to erupt into a cacophony loud enough to rattle the roof. "Lady Pagris, may I take a seat?" Moriarty, still wearing a subtle smile, bowed slightly to the red-haired lady, seemingly grateful for her smile. "Of course, sir. Your joke was truly delightful and quite befitting Roland's bar," Pagris replied, her lips still curving upwards, casting a glance toward Terexi, who immediately flushed and hurriedly fled. "Thank you." Moriarty nodded, stepping forward to occupy the precious, high round stool. Look, he truly sat down. "Indeed, Lady Pagris has granted permission." "Oh, I cannot wait to hear that joke," asked Terexi. She was just beside him. The tempest of excitement within the bar escalated as patrons eagerly speculated about the nature of the joke that could amuse the exquisite and noble bar owner. However, every attempt to extract the truth from Terexi was met with her resolute refusals and merciless rebukes, further fueling the intrigue and gossip among the patrons of Roland's bar. Lady Pagris glanced at Moriarty seated before her and chose to remain silent, reaching for 2 unlabeled bottles from the side rack, alongside several empty glasses and a slender silver stirrer, initiating the preparation of dusk. In stark contrast to her emotive and melancholic demeanor while singing, Pagris exuded an air of competence, independence, and unique grace as a bartender in that moment. Her flowing red hair resembled waves, swaying with every precise motion of mixing, akin to flames or banners, foregoing the flamboyance or complexity typical of ordinary mixologists. She simply combined 2 unknown liquor liquids, swiftly stirring them with the silver stick. Soon, 2 glasses of dusk, bearing a deep, sunset-like golden red hue, were prepared. Pagris then slid 1 glass before Moriarty while taking the other for herself. "To the future Archmage. May your journey be smooth." The red-haired lady gently clinked her glass with Moriarty's before taking a sip. "May your melodies remain enchanting, and your wines ever fragrant," Moriarty replied with a slight smile, raising the drink to his lips. Whether it was the true essence of dusk or the infusion of some special emotion by the red-haired lady into the golden red liquid, as the fiery and sharp flavor surged down his throat like a knight's charge, Moriarty did not experience the anticipated explosive heat and burning sensation. Instead, he felt a subtle sorrow, reminiscent of unspeakable parting pangs. With his eyes closed, he allowed dusk to swirl and dissipate within him. After an indeterminate period, Moriarty gradually opened his eyes, stood up, and gazed at Pagris, forcefully smashing his glass onto the floor. Crack! With a crisp sound of shattering, the glass splintered into countless shards, scattering across the ground, reminiscent of a fallen knight's shattered remains. What is happening? Although Terexi had been fleeing in embarrassment since earlier, her gaze remained fixed on the central bar. Upon witnessing Moriarty's glass shatter, the green-eyed girl gasped in astonishment. What could have prompted the usually gentle and composed Moriarty to break a glass? As Terexi and the other patrons stared in bewilderment, The red-haired lady suddenly unveiled a sincere smile, one that had rarely graced Roland's bar before, and, to the astonishment of all, she too hurled her glass to the ground. "Your drink is quite special. Dusk, is it truly just dusk?" Moriarty inquired, locking eyes with Pagris from a distance. "No, certainly not," Pagris replied, her gaze steady and her smile reminiscent of an old friend's. "May I try the other half?" Moriarty posed a peculiar question, seemingly perplexing. "Regrettably, it is not yet time." The red-haired lady slowly retracted her smile, shaking her head, her lovely visage displaying genuine regret. "Indeed, it is a pity, such an exquisite drink that I hope that one day I may have the chance to taste it." Moriarty sighed, returning to his round stool. "I too hope for such a day," Pagris nodded. But she had already reverted to her role as the perfect bar owner. "Well, having tasted dusk alone is already a cause for immense delight. I should not be so greedy." Moriarty cast a glance at the shattered remnants of the wine glass on the floor beside him and offered a sheepish smile to Pagris. "I am also complicit in this," the red-haired lady replied, waving her hand dismissively. "The afterglow has faded. Now, let us discuss business." "Indeed, it is time for business," Moriarty nodded. Thus, as the two wine glasses lay in ruins, Moriarty and Pagris, akin to old friends, faced each other across the bar. Replenishing their drinks and engaging in hushed whispers, the surrounding patrons, including Tereshire, were left baffled by the unfolding events. Could it be that the afterglow was truly a maddening libation? The passage of time seemed suspended amidst the flickering candlelight of the bar. An hour passed, then 2, and 3. The so-called business should have concluded long ago, yet Moriarty and Pagris remained seated, toasting cup after cup of nameless elixirs, exchanging only a few words amidst a more profound, tacit understanding. Around 8:30, Thompson arrived at Roland Bar. Like the others, this attendant from the land of the white clouds was taken aback upon first sight of Moriarty seated opposite the red-haired lady. "Well, I must take my leave. Another appointment awaits." Moriarty noticed Thompson standing at the door, smiled at Pagris, drained the remnants of his drink, and rose. "Farewell, Moriarty." The red-haired lady's cheeks flushed slightly, her dark eyes veiled with a hint of mist, resembling dust-covered obsidian. "Thank you for the afterglow. I shall cherish it." Moriarty retrieved a small black velvet pouch from his pocket and offered it to Pagris. "A small token of farewell. I hope you will find it pleasing." "Thank you. I look forward to the day when you invite me for another drink." Pagris smiled sincerely at Moriarty, glanced at the pouch in her hand, and then turned to vanish through the small door behind her. "Let us go. White, after standing for so long, it is time to stretch our legs." Moriarty watched the fiery red hair disappear from view, rose from his seat, patted White's shoulder, and made his way towards Thompson at the entrance. "At last, we can attend to business." White chuckled, signaling that there was no need to mind his prolonged wait, and followed closely behind Moriarty as they approached the revolving door. "Hey, Tereshire, thank you for your hospitality. Farewell." As they reached the center of the bar, Moriarty did not forget to bid farewell to the green-eyed girl. However, the response he received was her playful grimace and amusing gestures, akin to shooing away a duck. "Ha!" Both Moriarty and White burst into laughter, finding the green-eyed girl delightfully cheeky. "Mr. Thompson, it is a pleasure to see you again. Now may we go shopping?" Moriarty approached Thompson, his demeanor calm and composed, entirely uncharacteristic of one who had been indulging in drink for some time. "It is a pleasure for me as well. Esteemed sir, that if it pleases you, we can set off immediately." Thompson responded with increased deference, evidently intimidated by the earlier scene between Moriarty and Pagris. "Then let us not waste any more time. Onward we go." With that, Moriarty, White, and Thompson filed through the revolving door, disappearing into the thick night enveloping White Fortress. Chapter 44. Iron Rod Bill. Arrival. The rules of the black market. Upon stepping outside, the street bustled with life. The distant torch market was alive with the din of voices and brilliant lights, even more vibrant than in daylight. Yet, perhaps due to the encroaching night, there appeared numerous patrols of soldiers. However, the faces of these night watch warriors bore expressions of leisure, as if they were merely out for a casual stroll rather than fulfilling a duty. "Thompson, is the night in Fort Ford always this lively?" Moriarty inquired softly, observing the eclectic mix of pedestrians and merchants surrounding him as he walked behind Thompson. "Indeed, the outer fortress remains open until 3 in the morning." At which point curfew is enforced, so there is ample time. Thompson assumed his patron was concerned about the fortress's night restrictions and promptly clarified. I see. Moriarty nodded and fell silent. Meanwhile, White discreetly spat to the side, his face a mask of disdain. Following Thompson's lead, Moriarty and White traversed the vibrant streets of the fortress's nightlife. Heading southwest. As they passed through the heart of the commercial district, the area gradually grew quiet and desolate. Not only were the merchants absent, but even the patrols seemed to vanish. Are we close? White asked, walking shoulder to shoulder with Moriarty, his keen eyes scanning every shadow and corner with the acuity of a ravenous night owl. We are nearly there, just a bit further. Thompson, seemingly unable to withstand White's penetrating gaze, explained hastily, fearful that any misstep might provoke his guest's dissatisfaction or suspicion. This place is so quiet. It seems rather peculiar, and we are quite near the inner fortress. What purpose does it serve? Moriarty inquired, gazing at the towering arrow towers and arrow-slit walls of the inner fortress. There, rows of imposing armored soldiers patrolled the illuminated ramparts, the synchronized clanging of their metal boots echoing far and wide. This was once a prison within the fortress. It is said that during the kingdom's civil war, a significant number of rebel prisoners were held here. Eventually, for reasons unknown, this prison fell into disuse and remained abandoned. Later, when the night market was established, it was repurposed, Thompson explained in hushed tones, as if fearing that the soldiers above might overhear. A prison. That explains much. Moriarty chuckled silently, lapsing into contemplation once more. After walking another 5 minutes, suddenly, Moriarty halted, while White swiftly positioned himself in front of Moriarty. His left hand instinctively reaching for his inner pocket, his gaze coldly fixed on a shadowy corner ahead. Oh, if it I told Dog Thompson. It's been a while. What brings you to the night market today? Oh, I see you've brought a guest. Haha. I hope this time your guest isn't like last time. Too broke to settle the bill and ended up getting beaten to death. Otherwise, you might find your old dog leg in need of another severing. A voice, dripping with sarcasm, emerged from the shadows. A scrawny man clad in a half-worn leather jerkin, wielding a stout iron rod, sauntered forth, disdain etched across his face as he regarded Thompson. Ah, Bill, are you on gate duty tonight? Thompson appeared quite apprehensive of this sudden apparition, plastering a smile on his face as he greeted the man, though he dared not respond to the earlier slights. No need for idle chatter. I merely wish to remind you to adhere to the rules once inside. Otherwise, Bill's triangular eyes shifted past Thompson, glaring ominously at Moriarty and White, laden with warning. Thank you for your counsel, Moriarty replied with a faint smile, then raised his hand, sending a gleaming gold coin arcing gracefully towards Bill. Ah, a gold coin. Bill, though seemingly rough around the edges, displayed remarkable agility, catching the coin deftly and promptly shoving it into his mouth, biting down with his yellowed teeth. Ha! We heartily welcome you to Ford Night Market, esteemed guest. With the unexpected reward of a gold coin, Bill's demeanor underwent a complete transformation, his face now a mask of humble gratitude as he bowed deeply to Moriarty. Are there many guests today? What interesting wares have arrived at the night market? Moriarty gestured for the somewhat dazed Thompson to continue leading the way while casually engaging with the hastily respectful Bill. Haha. Quite a few guests have arrived, but most are unfamiliar faces, rather stingy. As for interesting wares, we do have some. Bill, unable to draw closer due to White's presence, endeavored to curry favor from a distance. Oh, what are they? Moriarty inquired. A few days ago, a shipment of good fellows just came in from above the fortress, considerable in quantity and variety. Coincidentally, they were just delivered to the night market today. If you're interested, you can visit Black Knife's armory. Additionally, Lame Jack has a few pieces of dubious diamond jewelry that are quite appealing. The sort that would surely charm a woman. And, as he continually assessed Moriarty's expression, Bill rattled off various tidbits about the night market, seemingly eager to ascertain his interests to tailor his offerings. Yet, regrettably, until they reached the entrance of the night market, Moriarty maintained a gentle smile on his face. Due to certain restrictions, Bill could not proceed further. Thank you for the introduction, Bill. Until next time, Moriarty cast a glance at the somewhat disappointed Bill, silently handed over another gold coin before leading White and Thompson through the gates of the former prison. Ah, despite his youthful appearance, Thompson's decisive actions reveal a certain audacity. It seems this old dog has indeed stumbled upon a stroke of fortune. As he watched the three figures gradually recede into the distance, Bill vigorously rubbed the face of the gold coin in his hand until it was warmed through, before cautiously tucking it into his coat. He then picked up his iron rod and began to make his way back along the path they had come. Upon entering the Ford night market, he was immediately greeted by two imposing copper and iron doors towering over 4 meters high. The enormous handles of the copper doors were in a state of disrepair, with the verdant surface marred by patches of black and gray rust, suggesting they had weathered many years without proper maintenance. Nevertheless, as one passed through these ancient doors, which had long ceased to close, a heavy sense of trepidation and an unsettling anxiety would inevitably wash over them. Beyond the grand copper doors lay a long, dimly lit corridor. For reasons unknown, the proprietor of the night market had opted not to install new lighting along this main thoroughfare, instead relying on the prison's original layout, where torches were sporadically placed every 20 meters in iron brackets affixed to the damp, weathered brick walls. Consequently, the flickering yellow light of the torches cast an eerie glow that made the entire corridor appear to sway unnervingly, akin to an enormous, moving coffin. Fortunately, there were individuals already waiting within the corridor. Upon spotting Thompson approaching alongside Moriarty and White, one of them promptly stepped forward to greet them. This time, it seemed that Thompson had a decent rapport with the individual, as he faced neither ridicule nor harassment. After exchanging a few brief words, the individual stepped aside to allow the trio to enter. Welcome to the Ford night market. Due to its transformation from prison cells, the stalls are relatively spaced apart, allowing for a more private browsing experience without unwarranted disturbances. As they traversed the corridor, the interior space opened up considerably. The original cells had been repurposed into independent shops, with black market traders setting up their wares directly within the confines of the cells. Indeed, some more powerful merchants had even combined several adjoining cells to create expansive trading spaces that are in stark contrast to the bustling atmosphere of the torchlit markets outside. The true Ford night market was eerily quiet. Although there were numerous individuals haggling and inspecting goods within the cells, their voices were hushed and their conversations shrouded in secrecy, clearly intent on keeping their dealings concealed from outsiders. Here, you can engage in transactions with peace of mind, as no unscrupulous behaviors will transpire. Having finally brought Moriarty to their destination, Thompson took a moment to catch his breath before quietly outlining the rules of the black market. However, at the Ford night market, vendors only accept cash and reject any form of credit. Furthermore, all items must be counted in person. Once you leave, the seller bears no further responsibility. That said, you need not worry excessively. The merchants permitted to sell within the Ford night market have all been vetted for their credibility, many possessing substantial backgrounds. Moreover, as the items available here are often rare finds not seen in ordinary markets, the likelihood of encountering counterfeit goods is significantly reduced. Indeed, you make a valid point. Merchants dealing in specialized trades tend to value their reputation and credibility far more than ordinary vendors, for without those, they are left with nothing. As he spoke, Moriarty slowly scanned the surroundings of the cell shops. You articulate that splendidly. It is precisely the case. Thompson nodded emphatically, then remarked, shall we first visit Black Knife's shop? Though Bill may be a rogue with a foul mouth, his information is always reliable. I believe he might indeed have the goods you seek. No, Moriarty pondered for a moment before suddenly smiling. Let us first pay a visit to Lame Jack. Oh, yes, of course. Thompson was momentarily taken aback, but under Moriarty's steady gaze, he quickly regained his composure and agreed, leading Moriarty and White towards Lame Jack's shop. Chapter 45. Lame Jack. Bargaining. Mermaid Brooch. Lame Jack's shop was situated in a secluded corner of the prison's eastern side, making it rather difficult to locate. Moreover, for reasons unknown, most of the old cells in this area were unoccupied, with no other black market merchants setting up shop. As a result, Lame Jack's store effectively monopolized this isolated section. However, the vacant external spaces held little value for Lame Jack. Perhaps stemming from a heightened sense of security, the iron gate in front of Lame Jack's shop was securely locked. In addition to the original aged lock, 2 gleaming brass padlocks had been affixed to the top and bottom ends of the iron gate, giving the shop an illusion of impenetrability. This is it, Thompson announced as he brought Moriarty and White to the tightly shut cell door. Inside, a hunchback clad in a grayish-brown robe sat vacantly facing a barren cell wall. Aside from a long wooden bench beneath him, the cell contained only a solitary metal box, safely tucked away in a corner. Hey, Lame Jack, you've got visitors, Thompson called out. Ah, it's you, Thompson, Lame Jack replied slowly. Rising with a low chuckle that was rather grating to the ears that as he fully turned around, Moriarty realized that this lame Jack was actually a small, frail old woman with a face covered in dark spots. Bill mentioned you had some interesting wares, and my guest would like to take a look. Thompson seemed eager to avoid wasting time and got straight to the point. Bill, that rascal's nose is always keen. Indeed, I possess quite a few delightful trinkets. However, they do not come cheap. Lame Jack replied with a shiver of her shoulders, her voice sharp. What is of value is the best transaction. Lame Jack, let us see what you have, Moriarty said coolly. Heh, well put. Let us take a look then, Lame Jack replied with a cold smirk, retrieving a small cloth pouch from her robes and tossing it through the gaps in the iron bars to Moriarty. Smack. White. Quick on his feet, rushed forward to catch it, weighing it in his hands before passing it to Moriarty, though he couldn't help but cast a bewildered glance at the old woman and the tightly locked door. Moriarty accepted the pouch and opened it in the flickering torchlight, revealing 4 sets of dazzling diamond jewelry, a thumb-sized pear-shaped diamond pendant, a 3-carat heart-shaped diamond ring, a pair of teardrop-shaped pink diamond earrings, and an exquisitely crafted mermaid diamond brooch. What is the price? Moriarty inquired, examining each piece of jewelry closely before placing them back into the pouch and returning it through the iron bars. The pendant is 5,000 kingdom coins. The ring 4,005, the earrings 3,000, and the brooch 4,000. Lame Jack stated as she received the pouch back, glancing at Moriarty as she quoted her prices. I have no interest in the pendant, ring, or earrings. The brooch is too expensive, Moriarty replied after some contemplation, shaking his head. Young man, if you wish to impress a lady, you must be willing to invest a little. Otherwise, you might as well find a streetwalker for the night, Lame Jack retorted disdainfully, her eyes narrowing at Moriarty. The price of the brooch is entirely unrelated to my intentions. Unfazed by the old woman's scornful gaze, Moriarty replied calmly, I believe 800 kingdom coins would be a more reasonable offer. Oh, are you out of your mind? Hey, old dog, is your guest still asleep, or has he had too much to drink? 800 coins. Does he intend to rob my humble shop? Nonsense. Upon hearing Moriarty's offer, Lame Jack erupted into a loud screech, as though someone were attempting to harm her. In truth, the leap from 4,000 to 800 was indeed quite audacious. Even White and Thompson, standing beside him, looked on with uncertainty, unable to discern Moriarty's intentions behind such an outrageous offer. Was he genuinely aiming to conclude this transaction, or merely toying with the situation? For the next 5 minutes, the old woman unleashed a stream of curses, insults, and shrill screams at Moriarty, yet all he offered in return was a cool, detached gaze. I ask you, young man, what exactly do you want? Perhaps fatigued from her tirade, or perhaps disheartened by the futility of her performance under Moriarty's calm scrutiny. Lame Jack suddenly fell silent. After a brief pause, she posed her question anew. Lame Jack, do you genuinely believe my price to be unreasonable? Moriarty said with a slight smile, returning the question. Give me your reasoning. Or be gone, the old woman replied coldly, returning to her wooden bench. Your goods are tainted, Moriarty stated simply. Huh. Listen to this absurdity. Do you think this hellish place serves any other purpose? Huh, tainted goods, young man. Go back to your mother's breast. Upon hearing Moriarty's claim, Lame Jack leapt up once more, revealing 2 thick black clubs concealed beneath the hem of her robe. The other 3 sets of jewelry may be overlooked. But that brooch is particularly unclean, Moriarty added, casting a glance at Lame Jack's legs, further clarifying his point. What do you mean by that? The deep-set wrinkles at the corners of the old woman's eyes twitched slightly, though her voice remained sharp. I believe there is no need for us to engage in riddles. What does the mermaid represent? I am well aware, and so are you. Thus, aside from myself, there should be no other jewelers within the kingdom interested in this brooch. Regarding the barbarian from Krulode or the goblin merchant from Blakata, it is unlikely they would come here to purchase any brooches. Moriarty gazed intently at the limping Jack within the cell and remarked, I never imagined you would recognize this, so you are a noble after all. For the first time, the elderly woman sheathed her sharp wit and neuroticism, addressing him in a tone befitting a normal person. You could say that, Moriarty replied with a courteous smile. 1,000 gold coins to it cannot be less than this amount. Otherwise, I would prefer for this brooch to rot in my hand. After a prolonged exchange of glances with Moriarty, Jack suddenly sighed softly and stated in a deep voice, Deal. Without hesitation, Moriarty struck a bargain with the old woman. After presenting her with a promissory note of 1,000 royal gold coins, he successfully acquired the mermaid diamond brooch and turned to leave Jack's humble shop. The elderly woman then turned her back to the cell wall, resuming her desolate vigil. I must ask, Mori, how did you manage to persuade that madwoman to obtain a brooch originally priced at 4,000 for merely 1,000 gold coins? After walking a short distance, White could no longer contain his curiosity and inquired of Moriarty, who was leading the way. Thompson, too, wore an expression of keen interest. It is quite simple. That mermaid brooch is stolen property, and its original owner should be the Duke of Lorraine, Moriarty replied with a faint smile. The Duke of Lorraine, the infamous Lord of the Storm Sea? White exclaimed in surprise. Indeed, Moriarty affirmed, nodding. The family of the Duke of Lorraine has controlled the kingdom's sole seaport for generations, monopolizing nearly 50% of Eurasia's maritime trade. The mermaid motif of the brooch is unmistakably derived from the renowned crest of the Lorraine family. No wonder. Upon hearing this, White and Thompson finally understood. If it truly is property stolen from the Lorraine family, then even if it were purchased by someone from within the kingdom, they would dare not display it. Similarly, no one would be willing to accept such hot merchandise for resale, should the brooch be recognized. It would undoubtedly invite immense trouble. Precisely, Moriarty nodded that in truth, if it were merely an ordinary low-ranking noble or not a merchant specializing in gold and silver ornaments, they might not immediately recognize the source of the mermaid diamond brooch. However, Moriarty had recently perused Lord Herland's latest publication on heraldry, allowing him to identify it without error. So now that you have acquired it, what do you intend to do with it? Is it a gift for Miss Mathilde? But wouldn't that imply? White suddenly inquired. I do indeed plan to present it as a gift. However, the recipient is not Mathilde, Moriarty replied, shaking his head and choosing not to elaborate further. Consequently, White refrained from pressing the matter. After walking for nearly 10 more minutes, traversing several dimly lit passages and dark corners, the trio arrived at the armory of Black Knife, which was nearly the deepest part of the prison. This establishment was formed by merging 5 adjacent cells, resulting in a spacious interior. Numerous torch baskets were arranged around the shop, providing significantly better illumination than other areas of the Fort Night Market. Peering into the shop from outside, one could see the long row of prison walls adorned with an array of weapons and shields, including daggers, short swords, long swords, knightly swords, lances, one-handed battle axes, two-handed double-edged axes, short bows, long bows, heavy crossbows, round shields, large round shields, kite shields, tower shields, and so forth. And on the ground in front of the wall, several sets of various styles of leather armor, hardened leather armor, scale armor, chainmail, and even a complete suit of steel full armor, standard equipment for knights and of considerable value, were displayed. Goodness, this place is nearly on par with a legion, White exclaimed, surveying the interior of Black Knife's shop, finally exhaling a long breath and instinctively cursing. Legion? Goodness, that is the merchandise I supply. Before White could finish his sentence, a powerful voice suddenly resonated in the ears of the three. The towering figure clad in blacksmith attire, standing over 2 meters tall and sporting a bald head, strode purposefully towards Moriarty. Hello there. Black Knife, it has been a while. Today, I have brought guests. Thompson greeted the approaching giant with a broad smile. Get out of my way, old dog. Don't obstruct my path, Black Knife replied, seemingly unimpressed with Thompson's presence. As he roughly shoved the unfortunate shop assistant aside in mere seconds, the giant had reached Moriarty. However, as he attempted to advance further, he was abruptly halted by White. Black Knife paused, casting a glance at the man blocking his path. While White returned the gaze coldly, the two men, strikingly different in demeanor, stood their ground, locked in a silent standoff as if preparing for a life-or-death duel. Yet, after a brief moment of mutual scrutiny, the bald giant suddenly broke into a grin, taking a couple of steps back before loudly addressing White. You are quite something, a true man. You must have taken quite a few lives, haven't you? I cannot recall, White replied, remaining guarded despite Black Knife's retreat, his instincts warning him that this imposing figure could rival the formidable Hellfire Lawrence if the giant were to suddenly unleash an attack from this distance. White doubted he could endure for even a minute. Haha, don't be so tense, young man, Black Knife chuckled, seemingly aware of White's underlying hostility, before turning to Moriarty and inquiring, is he one of yours? He is my companion, Moriarty confirmed. stepping forward to stand alongside White. Well then, since we are here, let us not just stand outside. Come in and take a look, Black Knife said, glancing at Moriarty and White before turning to lead the way into his shop. Exchanging glances, Moriarty and White followed him inside the armory-like establishment. That moment, two other customers were already perusing the goods within, neither of whom were merchants from the kingdom, but rather barbarians from Krulode. Hey, what's the price on this iron axe? One short barbarian, adorned with an oversized goat skull hat, bellowed, his voice reverberating throughout the shop. This, 500 royal gold coins, Black Knife replied coldly, casting a sidelong glance at the customer with a butcher's glint in his eyes. 500? What the hell? Why don't you go out and rob someone? A fine double-edged axe outside only sells for 400 gold coins, the short barbarian retorted, his temper flaring. Well then, why don't you just go buy it outside? You little runt. Black Knife spat contemptuously at the barbarian. You. The short barbarian's face flushed with anger, nostrils flaring as if ready to explode. Feeling upset, then be quick about it and get lost. Don't hinder my business, Black Knife continued, seemingly oblivious to the barbarian's fury, further stoking the flames. Damn it. Finally, the short barbarian could no longer contain his anger, clenching his fists and preparing to charge at the bald giant. Just then, a long, powerful finger landed on the barbarian's shoulder. Instantly, the short barbarian froze as if doused with a bucket of ice water, calming down and stepping aside in silence. 500 gold coins. Is there any room for negotiation? The figure standing behind the short barbarian was a wolf woman clad in a striking red cloak. Exuding beauty and wildness, her pale blue eyes, cold yet alluring, seemed to encapsulate the ancient glaciers of distant plains, radiating a deadly charm. No, there isn't, Black Knife replied, glancing at the wolf woman and shaking his head to dismiss her bargaining attempt. Though he at least refrained from further provocation. Then what about this battle knife? Surely it must be cheaper than the axe. The wolf woman did not press further about the iron axe but pointed to a different slender curved blade hanging on the wall. Inquiring.it was a steel curved blade with a crescent shape, approximately 1 meter in length and weighing about 10 pounds, classified as a light weapon. The blade was thin, giving it a keen sharpness. But if misused or recklessly hacked at hard objects, the edge would quickly bend and lose its lethality. This one is 350 gold coins apiece, and there is no negotiation, Black Knife stated, tilting his bald head as he made his offer. 350 gold coins. All right, I'll take 100. When can you deliver? The wolf woman responded decisively, almost without hesitation, accepting the price before immediately following up with her question. If you pay now, you can take the goods immediately, Black Knife replied, his gaze flickering as he spoke. Very well, the wolf woman said with a satisfied smile. Then, she reached for a small gray pouch at her waist, untied the strings, and turned the pouch upside down. Swish! Suddenly, a continuous cascade of golden sand poured forth from the mouth of the pocket, resembling a miniature waterfall, cascading onto the ground and swiftly beginning to accumulate. Spatial pocket. Moriarty gazed at the gray pouch in the she-wolf's hand, his brow arching slightly. Nearly a minute later, the she-wolf retrieved the small pouch, readying it securely to her belt. By this time, a small hill of golden sand nearly a meter high had formed on the shop's floor. There's approximately 35,000 gold coins here. You may verify it, the she-wolf remarked. Glancing at the black blade with an enigmatic smile, the black blade furrowed his brow, casting a glance at the mound of golden sand, then back at the she-wolf, before reluctantly stepping forward to half-crouch and carefully inspecting a handful of sand. Are you one of Wolfgang's people? He inquired, vigorously rubbing the tiny golden particles in his hand, suddenly standing upright and demanding loudly. Indeed, I hail from Wolfgang, but what of it? Or are you, an old wretch expelled from Sanctuary of Light, contemplating killing me here outright? The she-wolf's laughter was cold, her fangs glinting, her arrogance unmistakable. This was the true visage of the she-wolf. The earlier restraint and concession were merely superficial facades. What does Wolfgang do? A short distance away, White could not help but whisper. The largest bandit organization in the wasteland. Possessing a privateering license issued by the Krulode military, Moriarty replied softly. And what of Sanctuary of Light? I am not certain about that. Moriarty shook his head. Just as Moriarty's words faded, the black blade suddenly erupted into laughter. Amidst his mirth, the black blade slowly extended his right hand, retrieving an exceedingly long greatsword from the wall beside him. Simultaneously, A rust-colored aura began to glow faintly beneath his feet. "Little girl, care to give it a try?" The sword's blade pointed straight at the she-wolf. Yet the black blade smile transformed into a fierce grimace. "Very well, let us see." The she-wolf narrowed her eyes slightly, a chilling blue gleaming from her gaze. In that instant, two distinctly different, yet equally potent auras of combat coalesced, intertwining and boiling between the black blade and the she-wolf. Even Thompson, who was hiding outside the shop, could discern that this time, the black blade and the barbarian were genuinely prepared for conflict. Should a clash truly erupt, it would undoubtedly be a brutal and bloody battle, likely concluding with one party's utter demise. However, just as the intense martial spirit was on the verge of boiling over during the oppressive standoff, unexpectedly, the black blade's sword-bearing arm silently fell. Clang! The great sword slipped from his loosened grip, crashing heavily onto the hard floor, then rebounding and falling again, as if burdened by an inexplicable struggle and helplessness. The rust-colored aura beneath the black blade's feet dimmed reluctantly after flickering several times. "Take it, go find Frank outside to collect the goods, and then just leave," the black blade uttered, his head bowed deeply. His expression obscured, casually tossing a copper plate inscribed with strange numbers to the she-wolf, then remaining motionless. Smack! The she-wolf caught the copper plate, glanced at it, then handed it to the short barbarian beside her, who immediately turned to leave. Approximately 5 minutes later, the short barbarian returned, whispering a few words to the she-wolf. Good," she nodded in satisfaction, casting one last glance at the discarded sword of the black blade before stepping out of the shop. Just before departing, the she-wolf suddenly smiled coldly. "Sanctuary of light. Ha, and then disappeared into the dim, damp corridor alongside her barbarian companion. "Let us go, we should proceed." Moriarty observed the barbarian's retreating figure, then turned his gaze back, striding towards the black blade. White closely followed. "Greetings, warrior. May we now select our goods?" Moriarty approached the black blade, gazing up at the much taller bald man, speaking calmly. "Boy, are you mocking me?" The black blade flicked his eyelids, appearing to want to laugh but unable to do so, grumbling. "No, I harbor no intention of mocking you. This is merely my honest opinion." Moriarty shook his head. "Honest opinion? Do you truly believe that a warrior who abandons his weapon in the face of battle can be deemed a warrior?" The black blade's voice was low, as if questioning Moriarty, or perhaps himself. "Those who dare to kill merely prove they are not cowards. Yet, those who dare to kill themselves are the truly brave. That for killing oneself is 100 times more challenging than killing an enemy," Moriarty articulated deliberately. "I witnessed it all. I saw a warrior, driven by a sense of duty and conviction, courageously kill himself. And that person is you, Black Blade. Boy, you truly know how to speak." After a moment of silence, the Black Blade slowly lifted his head, a rugged smile returning to his darkened face. "However, I find myself beginning to like you. It is my honor. Naturally, I hope that later you might offer me a certain discount, rather than gouging your customers as you did earlier," Moriarty replied with a smile. Nodding, "Rest assured, my blade will always strike only at my foes." The Black Blade laughed heartily. Chapter 47. A Toast. The small square, Paradise in Hell. Approximately half an hour later, Moriarty, White, and Thompson exited the Black Blade's armory. "Thompson, here is your commission. Thank you for your attentive service tonight. You may return to rest early now." In a secluded corner, Moriarty produced a 100 gold coin Caecilius banknote and handed it to the shopkeeper. "Ah, thank you, sir," but, upon seeing the banknote, Thompson instinctively reached out to take it, but then forcibly restrained himself, stating, "According to our agreement, the commission you owe me should be 10% of the goods price. However, just now, the Black Blade only charged you 1 kingdom coin. Therefore, observing the intertwining fervor and struggle in Thompson's gaze, Moriarty smiled gently. "Please accept it. It is your rightful compensation. After all, I have already spent 1,000 gold coins at Lame Jack's, have I not?" "Oh, my heartfelt thanks to you, generous and noble sir." Thompson exhaled deeply, excitedly whispering as he gratefully accepted the commission. "Well then, see you tomorrow. I hope the red tea and mint leaves I ordered arrive on time." Moriarty waved his hand, concluding, "Of course, sir, absolutely. I shall return to White Cloud Town to prepare immediately, ensuring your goods arrive before 8 o'clock, Thompson declared loudly. "Then, good night. Be careful on your way," Moriarty nodded. "Good night, sir." Thompson bowed deeply before departing alone. Once Thompson's somewhat excited figure turned the corner and vanished from sight, Moriarty and White exchanged smiles, Their mission at the black market had now concluded, transitioning into a time of leisure. Shall we head directly back to the inn to rest? Or wander around here a bit longer? White suggested. What time is it now? Moriarty inquired. About 11 o'clock, White replied. Lacking a pocket watch or any timekeeping device, his keen biological clock still allowed him to approximate the hour. Thompson mentioned that Fort Ford would impose a curfew at 3 in the morning. So we have about 4 hours left. Moriarty pondered, glancing at White. Let us return to the Black Blade's establishment. Return? White was momentarily taken aback. Heh, yes. I find that bald fellow quite agreeable, having taken advantage of him earlier. I feel somewhat guilty, thus I wish to invite him out for a drink, Moriarty explained with a smile. What do you think? You make a valid point. A rare 5-shot magazine crossbow, along with 20 tungsten steel arrows. And he only charged you 1 coin. He truly gave you a substantial discount. White chuckled, glancing at Moriarty's slightly bulging left sleeve. Then let us go. Moriarty smiled as well. The two turned around and made their way back to the Black Blade's shop. Haha. I didn't expect to see you two again so soon. Upon spotting Moriarty and White reappearing, the Black Blade immediately laughed, rubbing his bald head. What? Do you wish to purchase something else? But let me be clear. There won't be any more bargains like before. I must at least recoup my costs. Haha. Recoup your costs. That is certainly no problem, Moriarty responded with a smile. However, at present, I have no further goods I wish to acquire from you. Therefore, I intend to invite you out for a drink. How does that sound? Do you have the time? Drink? Haha. Boy, you've fallen right into my hands. The Black Blade erupted into hearty laughter, as if he had received the best news in the world. Come. Watch how I handle you, little novice, at the drinking table. Without even removing his soiled blacksmith's attire, the Black Blade seized Moriarty's arm and strode out. What about your armory? Don't you need to find someone else to watch over it? Moriarty stumbled slightly from being pulled and asked. Haha. Rest assured, this junk is so worthless that even if I gave it away, no one would want it, the Black Blade replied nonchalantly. Worthless junk, White remarked, utterly bemused. These wretched goods. Just now I managed to extort a substantial sum from that female werewolf. Yet, to be fair, the merchandise here at Black Blade, whether weapons or armor, is undoubtedly of impeccable quality, truly deserving to be classified as top-tier. In contrast, even if those barbarians were to spend double the money at an ordinary weapon shop outside, they could never acquire anything comparable. No common merchant in the kingdom would dare to sell weapons in such large quantities to Krolad. That would be treason. Which tavern shall we visit? The Flamingo is quite delightful. The ladies there are sure to leave you dizzy with their allure. The Pumpkin Carriage is also a viable option. I haven't had a pint of golden ale in 2 days. And I find myself yearning for it. Or we could head straight to Bells and Cats, one of the few taverns in the fortress that dares to operate all night long. Haha, which shall we choose? Brace yourself, lad, your wallet is about to suffer. Suddenly entering a state of exuberance, Black Blade bellowed while dragging Moriarty outside. What about Roland's Tavern? I quite fancy that place, White suggested, unable to contain himself as he trailed closely behind. Roland. Upon hearing this name, Black Blade halted inexplicably, but quickly regained his composure and inquired. Isn't that notorious for its exorbitant prices? Have you two been there? Moriarty and I just emerged from there 3 hours ago. But you're right, a single afterglow costs 500 gold coins. More ruthless than you. White lamented, clearly still haunted by the memory of that drink. You managed to savor the afterglow. Black Blade abruptly stopped, gazing at White with a peculiar expression, as if disbelieving yet astounded. Not I, but Moriarty, White shrugged. Pointing at Moriarty. I can't tell jokes. Is that so? Black Blade nodded, continuing his brisk pace but releasing Moriarty's arm. Did Paris really charge you 500 gold coins? After taking a few steps, Black Blade seemed to recollect something and turned to fixate on Moriarty. Indeed, Moriarty replied with a faint smile. Paris declined my payment, hoping to save it for the next round. The next round? Black Blade furrowed his brow. A genuine afterglow, Moriarty remarked, the image of the red-haired singer, silently indulging at the bar, flashing in his mind. Ah, I see, Black Blade observed Moriarty, a slow smile spreading across his face, one filled with genuine amusement. What's so funny? White asked, perplexed by Black Blade's strange demeanor. Come now, enough chatter that I've made up my mind. We'll head to the old cabin. That's where good friends enjoy their drinks. As if suddenly resolute, Black Blade seized Moriarty's arm once more and laughed heartily, striding forward, with Black Blade, a formidable figure, leading the way. Moriarty and the others no longer needed to navigate the complex and disorienting prison corridors. After traversing several hidden passages, Black Blade guided Moriarty and White to a sunken plaza. The presence of a plaza within the confines of an old, abandoned prison was undeniably peculiar. Even more astonishing was the immense circular skylight embedded in the ceiling of the plaza, through which the twinkling stars of the night sky were clearly visible. Surrounding the plaza were numerous fragmented colossal statues, many of which appeared to have suffered severe damage, their heads almost entirely severed, with several toppled and reduced to shattered remnants. "Do you find this peculiar?" Blackblade asked, glancing at Moriarty's face as he advanced. Indeed, Moriarty quickly surveyed the surroundings, nodding. A dark enclosure, yet accompanied by a glimmer of freedom. The existence of this plaza feels rather incongruous, given its past as a prison. Light amidst darkness. Blackblade chuckled enigmatically, laced with a hint of self-deprecation. It's hard to imagine how the former inmates must have felt as they traversed this plaza, standing directly beneath the plaza's vaulted ceiling. Moriarty gazed up at the starry sky and mused. "Oh, what do you think their sentiments would have been?" Perhaps due to the plaza's reflection, Blackblade's voice sounded unusually somber, echoing slightly. To gaze upon heaven from the depths of hell, Moriarty sighed silently, lowering his gaze. "To gaze upon heaven from hell? I must admit, you possess quite the imagination," Blackblade remarked, his robust chest rising slightly as he shook his head. "Yet perhaps what we term hell may have once been paradise. Is hell indeed paradise?" Moriarty turned to face Blackblade's iron-like visage, his brows knitting tighter. "Enough, let us proceed. Regardless of whether it is heaven or hell, these matters do not concern you. Fine wine awaits us," Blackblade stated, locking eyes with Moriarty for a moment before suddenly shrugging and moving forward. Watching Blackblade's shadowy silhouette, Moriarty's furrowed brow gradually relaxed, yet his gaze involuntarily drifted toward the distant, damaged statues that eye in the hazy moonlight. These towering, headless, wingless statues stood in eerie silence, perhaps in a distant past. They were once magnificent, revered by countless admirers, but now they lay in ruins, mere remnants of their former glory. "What troubles you?" White softly inquired, noticing Moriarty's distraction. Moriarty withdrew his gaze and shook his head. "Let us go." With that, he and White hurried to catch up with Blackblade. As the trio crossed the plaza and entered a dimly lit corridor on the opposite side, Blackblade at the front and White at the rear suddenly halted in unison, entering a heightened state of alertness. However, their reactions differed. White instinctively shielded Moriarty behind him, while Blackblade stood like an iron wall, completely blocking the corridor. "I smell blood." Blackblade's eyes narrowed, his broad nose slightly raised. Chapter 48. The carnage in the black market, the onset of battle, the siege. This was the second time Moriarty had witnessed Blackblade in a combative state. The first time, although Blackblade wielded a sword, his demeanor was cold and restrained. Yet this time, despite being unarmed, the gaze of Blackblade was as searing and lethal as boiling rust. "Blood. I can smell it." Blackblade tilted his head slightly, facing the corridor ahead, his nostrils flaring as if savoring a scent both familiar and enticing. "It's fresh, likely not more than 10 minutes old, and it's thickening." White, seasoned from countless battles against the undead at Dawn Fortress, noted with acute sensitivity. "Who oversees security at Fort Night Market?" Moriarty quickly whispered. "The Sword and Shield Brigade of Glass. However, that fool only understands profit. Everything else is beyond his concern," Blackblade replied coldly. "What about the guards within the market?" Upon hearing Blackblade's words, a foreboding sensation surged within White. "Guards? Huh. They're probably patrolling the inner walls of the fortress right now," Blackblade spat disdainfully. "At most, those sword and shield warriors might glance down a few times while marching in step at midnight." As expected, Moriarty's heart sank. Given that Fort Night Market was situated near the inner fortress, neither the market's founders nor the merchants who frequented it believed anyone would dare commit a crime there. For any disturbance, the soldiers stationed at the fortress would swiftly descend like thunder, quelling any chaos at its inception. Thus, aside from a dozen or so attendants of the black market and a few muscle-bound thugs performing basic patrol duties outside, the interior of Fort Night Market was virtually unguarded. "Do you have any companions outside?" Blackblade turned to Moriarty and White. "None." Moriarty shook his head, wishing luck to Thompson. "Consider that a stroke of good fortune," Blackblade sneered coldly, then turned back toward the corridor. "Stay close and protect yourselves. Hopefully, We can settle this matter and still make it to the tavern." Moriarty and White exchanged glances, then quickly followed suit. The further they advanced, the more pronounced the stench of blood became. Approaching the corridor's exit, a stream of warm blood completely soaked the ground. As Moriarty's boots pressed against the slowly flowing crimson, he felt an unsettling slickness. Without hesitation, Black Blade strode out of the corridor, pausing at the exit. Meanwhile, with White providing cover, Moriarty leaned against the wall, discreetly observing the scene outside. Beyond the corridor lay a spacious foyer. Directly opposite was the passage that Moriarty and White had previously traversed, leading directly to the long, dark corridor that exited the prison. However, in the current foyer, dozens of still warm corpses were piled together, forming a small mound of bodies in the center. Each victim bore a deep gash at their throats, from which warm blood flowed, pooling beneath the mound like a crimson lake. With merely a fleeting glance, Moriarty fortuitously stumbled upon the figures of two acquaintances amidst the heap of corpses, one being Iron Rod Bill, and the other, Thompson. In an ironic twist of fate, the man who had once held a contemptuous view of the old dog, Bill, now found himself heavily compressed beneath Thompson's lifeless body. Their eyes were wide open, as if engaged in a silent yet fierce stare down, yet all that remained in their gaze was a haunting abyss of despair and death. Beyond the overlapping corpses and spilt blood, on the other side of the entrance, a cadre of lurid werewolves, armed with bloodied curved blades, vigilantly patrolled their surroundings. Under the watchful protection of these formidable guards, a female werewolf draped in a crimson cloak leisurely observed several merchant-like, large-eared barbarians meticulously and swiftly sifting through the belongings of the victims heaped on the ground, among whom was Wolfgang, who had purchased a full 100 slender curved blades from the Black Blade. Upon seeing the Black Blade emerge from the passage, the guarding werewolves immediately turned their heads in unison, brandishing their blades high, ready to charge forward. However, their leader raised a hand to halt them. "Oh, I didn't expect to see you so soon, Blacksmith. I was planning to seek you out in a while, but it seems you have made an appearance on your own." The female werewolf's eyes sparkled with a bright, cold allure as she regarded the Black Blade across the mound of corpses. "Look, the curved blades you sold are truly remarkable. My soldiers wield them with great ease. How dare you, a wolf of no manners, sully the sanctity of Fort Furt? Or is it that all of Wolfgang's new pups are this audacious and foolish?" The Black Blade, lowering his gaze slightly, regarded the female werewolf as if she were a dying prey. "You know, Blacksmith, I find your eyes at this moment quite captivating. Chaotic, dark, yet brimming with the brilliance of slaughter. If you permit, I hope to collect them after your demise." The female werewolf, with her nearly waist-length golden hair, laughed, and as she did, her long braids swayed gently like a golden viper. "Hee, I can hardly wait to see them floating in a crimson crystal vial." "Is that so, she-wolf? Alas, I have no interest in your body. Perhaps I could find a few stray mutts on the street to satisfy you," the Black Blade retorted coldly. "Your tongue is quite foul, you old relic of the light of sanctuary." The female werewolf narrowed her eyes slightly. "Let us clean things up with your blood." With that, she waved her hand lightly, and dozens of werewolves surged forth, brandishing their curved blades, silently rushing towards the Black Blade from all directions. Casting a glance at the black tide of werewolf warriors charging towards him, the Black Blade scoffed, and the rust-colored halo beneath his feet flared to life. Simultaneously, the blacksmith's garb he wore cracked ominously, revealing a red, rust-colored breastplate beneath. Secured to the back of the breastplate was a long-bladed, black, square-headed cavalry saber, its hilt barely fitting in one hand. The werewolves advanced with great speed. In the blink of an eye, the foremost werewolf warrior had already ascended the summit of the corpse mound. Then, with a spring, the werewolf leapt from the peak, hurtling towards the Black Blade. Its blood-colored curved blade sliced through the air with a piercing wind, like a lightning strike aimed at the Black Blade's head. In the face of the ferocious onslaught from the werewolf warrior, the Black Blade smiled coldly, his right hand sweeping through the air, the cavalry saber arcing forth with a terrifying gale to intercept the werewolf's blade with a resounding clang, with the force of a hot knife through butter. The Black Blade's strike proved insurmountable. The werewolf warrior and his blade were cleaved in twain in an instant. A torrent of blood mixed with entrails cascaded from above, drenching the ground before the Black Blade in a mire of gore. The severed body parts fell neatly to either side of the passage, resembling grim markers of death, warning all to keep their distance. "Shall we engage?" Within the passage, White, gripping a hardwood crossbow, regarded the scene with a gaze as cold as ice. Wait, Moriarty shook his head slightly, his focus unwaveringly fixed on the female werewolf. Despite witnessing the slaughter of their comrade, the remaining werewolves showed no sign of retreat. Instead, they charged at the Black Blade with renewed ferocity. As if spurred by a primal instinct in a heartbeat, countless curved blades, claws, and fangs converged into a maelstrom of slaughter, overwhelming the Black Blade entirely. "Curse you, wretches, perish!" In the eye of the storm, the Black Blade stood resolute. Like a towering cliff, beneath him, the rust-colored halo morphed into a deadly ring. Any entity that dared to step within this circle would face the merciless judgment of the Black Cavalry Saber. Blood, severed limbs, shattered bones, and lifeless forms danced joyfully to the symphony of flesh and death. In a mere minute, 6 werewolf warriors had fallen before the Black Blade, their bodies piling up to form a low fence encircling him. Truly worthy of the light of sanctuary, your warriors have reached level 8. Indeed, ferocious. The female werewolf observed the brutal battlefield across the entrance, her tone suddenly contemplative as she signaled her werewolf warriors to momentarily withdraw. Due to the vast disparity in strength, the werewolves, generally equivalent to human level 3 warriors, found it nearly impossible to inflict harm upon the Black Blade, even at the cost of their lives. Most werewolves were unable to even graze the Black Blade with their curved blades before being cut down. Thus, until a substantial number of cannon fodder amassed, a warrior of the Black Blade's caliber had nothing to fear from being besieged. Only warriors of equal standing could balance the scales in such close-quarter combat. "She-wolf, summon all your kin, otherwise I shall come for you." After a brief yet intense clash, the Black Blade was drenched in the blood of his foes, resembling a demon emerging from a sea of carnage. Yet it was evident that he had yet to unleash his full might. "Hiki, you were quite astute." The female werewolf chuckled, her laughter imbued with appreciation and delight. "In that case, yore, you may take action." "Yes, mistress." As soon as the female werewolf's command fell, a squat barbarian wearing a ram's head hat stepped forward, followed closely by 10 robust half-orcs. These half-orcs, though generally short in stature, boasted exceptionally muscular upper bodies. Particularly, their arms were so thick they approached the girth of their legs. Each half-orc bore 2 rows of crossed wide leather belts tightly securing their frames, with sharp hand-sized axes meticulously arranged within the belt compartments. Gleaming coldly, half-orc grenadiers, the Black Blade observed the 10 half-orcs rapidly forming an arc around him, a flicker of intrigue crossing his eyes. Half-orcs, the offspring of beasts and barbarians, inherited the formidable genes of both lineages, endowing them with immense strength. However, their intellectual capacity was typically low, coupled with a propensity for rage, rendering them highly destructive. For ages, the Kingdom of Eurasia had prohibited half-orcs from entering its borders. Once again, we meet. Blacksmith, yore, standing at the forefront of the arc, glared at the Black Blade with a sneer. "Oh, it's you, the spawn of a dwarf and a goblin." The Black Blade scoffed disdainfully. "Do you mind jumping a little when you speak? Otherwise, I can hardly tell which fool is blabbering." "You." The Black Blade's provocation and insult ignited a flush of anger in yore's face, his eyes blazing with fury and violence. Yore attack, observing her subordinate's emotions flaring up once more under the opponent's taunts. The female werewolf frowned and commanded. "Yes, mistress." Yore inhaled deeply, pointing an arm sternly at the Black Blade. "Grenadiers, fire. Hamlin, attack." At yore's command, the 10 half-orcs roared in unison. Amid their battle cries, the chests of the half-orc grenadiers began to swell dramatically, and thick, blue veins bulged on their arms, writhing like snakes. "Be cautious." For the first time, a grave expression flickered in the Black Blade's eyes. Following his solemn warning, he suddenly shifted his stance and propelled himself forward like a cannonball, hurtling towards yore and the female werewolf. "Cover the Black Blade." In the passage, Moriarty stepped back. Simultaneously, the eagle and falcon halo beneath white flared to life. The Black Blade charged forth with astonishing speed, reaching the summit of the corpse mound in an instant. Clearly, his target was the female werewolf leading the charge. However, the Black Blade was not a warrior known for speed and agility. Just as he set foot atop the mound, the enemy's fierce onslaught erupted. With a cacophony of piercing winds, 20 hand axes soared from the powerful swings of the half-orc grenadiers, whistling towards the Black Blade from every direction. There was no time or space to evade. The halo beneath the Black Blade flared brightly, and an iron-colored barrier enveloped his body. Almost simultaneously, the incoming hand axes pierced the barrier. Yet, astonishingly, upon contact with the rust-colored shield, the 20 hand axes began to corrode visibly. The corroding halo. The female werewolf's brow twitched slightly at this sight. However, due to the astonishing speed of the hand axes and the immense kinetic energy they carry, even though their blades have dulled from erosion, they nonetheless inflicted considerable damage upon the body of the Black Blade upon impact. Particularly vulnerable were the unarmored legs of the Black Blade, which were immediately lacerated with several deep gashes, just as 10 half-orc grenadiers were unceasingly retrieving new hand axes from their chest harnesses. A sudden swoosh echoed as a faint arrow shadow shot out rapidly from the corridor, striking one of the half-orcs squarely in the head before anyone could react. The sharp arrowhead pierced effortlessly through the skull of the grenadier, emerging from the back of his head. Consequently, the poor half-orc's head erupted like a punctured water sack, spewing forth a gruesome mixture of red and white. Seizing the moment when all were momentarily stunned, the Black Blade roared and leaped heavily from the mound of corpses, accelerating toward the female werewolf. However, the surrounding werewolf warriors reacted with remarkable swiftness, apart from a small group that immediately turned to charge down the corridor. The majority of the warriors once again surrounded the Black Blade. In this round, both sides unleashed their full firepower. Curved blades, fangs, claws, and the dark cavalry sabers collided, intertwined, and entangled in a tempest of flesh and blood. Life, in that instant, was devalued to mere refuse, as the specter of death leisurely picked and chose its victims. Despite the corrosive influence of the golden aura, the werewolf warriors' curved blades rusted at an astonishing rate. Yet, the orcs' fearless fighting spirit propelled them forward like relentless waves. Faced with the werewolves' desperate and reckless assault, every step the Black Blade took was fraught with difficulty. Meanwhile, in the direction of the corridor, White had taken the place of the Black Blade, swiftly loosing bolts from his crossbow. Enhanced by the falcon's aura, White's shooting speed was remarkable, and each arrow found its mark with deadly precision. The werewolf warriors charging towards him barely had time to close the distance before being picked off one by White. However, as the half-orc grenadiers resumed their fire, White's situation suddenly turned dire. Seemingly receiving orders, the half-orc's attack focus shifted from the momentarily besieged Black Blade to White. Confronted with a torrential downpour of hand axes, White could no longer stand his ground at the corridor's entrance. Forced to maneuver rapidly while seeking opportunities to retaliate against the half-orcs. Fortunately, despite the ferocity of the Curelid grenadiers' throws, their aim was generally lacking, and the space within the entrance was sufficient for the sharpshooter to evade. Thus, against the odds of 1 against 9, White managed to maintain a tenuous balance between offense and defense. Oh, is it one of those two from earlier, on the other side of the battlefield? The female werewolf's azure gaze flickered between the struggling Black Blade and the swiftly maneuvering White. For reasons unknown, a sense of unease began to stir within her. It felt as if some crucial element had been overlooked. Orcs are the most instinctively intuitive of races, for such instincts are bestowed upon them by the war god. Without hesitation, the female werewolf's eyes gleamed, and an ancient silver-handled staff materialized in her grasp. At its apex sat a golden wolf-head sculpture, exuding an air of majesty and ferocity. Clearly, she intended to bring matters to a swift conclusion. With both hands, the female werewolf raised the staff high. Simultaneously, a resonant battle hymn began to echo above the battlefield, the stirring winds, from the distant horizon, carrying the breath of the war god, ruffling the long hair of the behemoth. A mangled thumb grazes the blood-stained battle attire. Within her palm, the broken swords remain sharp. Ahead, new foes have gathered. Listen, the thunder of war drums resounds once more. Raise your chest, brandish your weapons high. Let us roar, that our battle hymn may resound across the earth. Either victory or death, the valiant behemoth fears nothing, regardless of glory or solitude. The great behemoth stands opposed to all. As the female werewolf's battle hymn grew increasingly fervent, both the werewolf warriors and the half-orc grenadiers found themselves roaring in unison, as if harmonizing to the simple yet fervent song. Fearless behemoth battle hymn breath of the war god, you are indeed a behemoth shaman. Upon hearing the female werewolf's stirring anthem, the Black Blade, caught in the thick of battle, was taken aback and shouted, the behemoth shamans, an ancient and venerable order. Once upon a time, when the myriad races of the continent were still ensnared in the ignorance of their slumber, when the powerful elven empire wielded its advanced magical achievements to oppress other primitive civilizations. It was the behemoth shamans who brought the spark of wisdom to the entirety of Antagrasai, allowing countless beings to truly open their eyes for the first time and behold this wondrous and magical world. Moreover, during the epic war that decided the fate of the continent against the Elven Empire, it was the behemoth shamans who led the various insurgent armies, carving a path through thorns, shedding blood, and ultimately overthrowing the Elven hegemony that had persisted for millennia, driving it into prolonged exile. It can be said that the behemoth shamans were the original mentors of the principal civilizations of Antagrasai today. This fact is undeniable, even by those humans who no longer acknowledge their former ties to the behemoth. However, as time relentlessly marched on, the once glorious behemoth shamans could not escape the fate of decline, especially after the rise of humanity, which defeated the behemoth empire and drove the orcs and savages into the barren deserts of the northwest. The esteemed status of the behemoth shamans was gradually supplanted by mages and priests, forcing them to retreat from the center stage of history. Today, the legacy of the behemoth shamans is confined to the kingdom of Kurulad. As one of the hands wielding the highest power in Kurulad. The behemoth shamans, alongside the military junkers, maintain and safeguard the development and security of the entire kingdom. Generally speaking, the core mission of the behemoth shamans is the enlightenment of wisdom and the dissemination of civilization. However, as servants and devotees of the war god, the behemoth shamans also possess various extraordinary abilities granted by the deity. Among these, the most widely known is the behemoth battle hymn. Some say the behemoth battle hymn is a branch of the ancient Elven Empire's magical civilization. Others claim it is an unparalleled gift from the war god. Regardless, since the day the behemoth battle hymn was born, this powerful and miraculous force has been revered and feared by the world. Even its enemies, when confronted with the surging, invigorating melody, cannot help but lower their proud brows temporarily to express sufficient respect. However, becoming a qualified behemoth shaman, even at the lowest tier of the initial radiant shaman, is no easy feat. In fact, compared to the promotion rate of the Berkata mages, the birth rate of behemoth shamans is considerably lower. Therefore, it is astonishing to witness such a young female werewolf already ascended to the rank of staff shaman. Even at the lowest tier of the initial staff shaman, it is impressive indeed. Chapter 50, Behemoth Shaman, Decapitating Strike. Anti-magic in the eyes of the majority of Alasia's populace, Kurulad is almost synonymous with savagery and violence. In this land of behemoths, whether orc, savage, or the mixed-breed half-orcs, none can associate with noble terms such as civilization, morality, or wisdom. Indeed, some ignorant scholars have even brazenly declared the behemoths to be upright beasts, deriding them as uncivilized filth. Yet, the undeniably awkward truth is that those who deeply despise the behemoth kingdom simultaneously harbor a profound fear of it. Whether it be the swift wolf riders, the wildly greedy ogres, or the legendary golden behemoth giants, all are terrifying entities capable of instilling dread. Particularly for the southern counties of Alasia, the behemoth raiders roaming the wilderness are a nightmare from which they cannot awaken. However, as a retired, seasoned veteran, a former protector knight, the Blackblade's understanding of the Kurulad United Kingdom undoubtedly surpasses that of those so-called experts in international affairs. When comparing from the perspective of species traits and innate genetics, it is evident that the behemoth's physical attributes are far better suited for the brutalities of combat than those of humans. Their wild temperaments, robust physiques, resilient skin, and even their yet-to-be evolved fangs and sharp teeth all serve as formidable assets for behemoth warriors to dominate the battlefield and stand tall against their foes. Under one-on-one conditions, an ordinary human warrior is nearly incapable of defeating a behemoth. This explains why humans typically suffer defeat in small-scale conflicts. However, once the scale of battle escalates to a campaign or even total war, the balance of victory and defeat shifts back toward humanity. Thanks to the highly disciplined military structure and potent collaborative combat capabilities, human legions not only compensate for their soldiers' physical shortcomings, but also leverage the advantages of group tactics to launch devastating assaults against the disorganized and poorly coordinated behemoth forces. After all, war is the slaughter of ordered a behemoth army, laden with brute force, yet lacking a well-structured military organization and strong command, cannot hope to vanquish human legions. This fundamental reality is what allowed humanity to rise and supplant the behemoths in the struggle for dominance over the continent. Consequently, within the traditional views of mid-tier or high-tier warriors in Alasia, There has always been a lack of fondness for the behemoth military junkers, who control the war machine of Curelid, often deeming their military proficiency to be of a subpar standard. However, conversely, the officers of the human legions maintain a profound respect for the formidable individual warriors and shamans of the behemoth. It was they who, at the moment of the behemoth empire's catastrophic collapse, secured a glimmer of hope for their fleeing kin through their boundless blood and sacrifice. Nevertheless, respect notwithstanding, when they meet on the battlefield, the knights of humanity will exert their utmost to vanquish their foes. This is particularly true for the behemoth shamans, who are regarded as primary targets for elimination. The presence or absence of a behemoth shaman can entirely alter the dynamics of a battle, especially those capable of chanting powerful war songs, whose contributions can rival even the colossal behemoth knights. Therefore, upon hearing the exhilarating strains of the fearless behemoth war song, Breath of the War God, Haida charged forward with all his might, striving to interrupt the she-wolf's incantation. Yet, the relentless resistance from the wolf warriors continually hampered Haida's advance, rendering him unable to reach his target. Meanwhile, White, although lacking an understanding of behemoth war songs, could unmistakably sense the overwhelming power emanating from the soaring melody. However, under the sustained pressure from the half-orc grenadiers, the divine crossbowmen were equally unable to pose a significant threat to the she-wolf. Finally, as the last notes of the war song rang out with resounding clarity, the silver staff in the she-wolf's grasp began to radiate a blinding light. At the top of the staff, a golden wolf's head slowly bared its fangs, and a sphere of crimson light swirled rapidly within its mouth, growing larger with each moment. Just then, a silver arrow, shimmering with magical brilliance, suddenly shot forth from the corridor. In an instant, the enchanted arrow soared over the mounds of dead, swept past the fierce skirmishes, and pierced through the ranks of half-orcs, aimed squarely at the heart of the behemoth shaman. This was the long-awaited decapitation strike. From Moriarty A.S. the silver arrow was about to strike the she-wolf's ample chest. A radiant, multicolored light erupted from the shaman's red cloak. Within this brilliance, a transparent crystal shield silently materialized before its master, completely obstructing the she-wolf from the oncoming arrow. There was no explosion of magical energy, no blinding flash of light, and not a sound was uttered. When the magical arrow struck the crystal shield, it merely created a ripple akin to a small stone dropped into a pond before vanishing without a trace. An anti-magic artifact. Upon witnessing the magical arrow being fully deflected by the crystal shield, Moriarty in the corridor could not help but exclaim in astonishment that an anti-magic artifact is one of the rare means capable of resisting magical attacks. Essentially, unless one belongs to dragons or a select few extraordinary races. No matter how robust or towering one's physique, and irrespective of whether one embodies a biological, undead, or elemental form, one remains defenseless against the might of magic. Only magic can counter magic. Generally, mages can enhance their own or their allies' magical resistance through the casting of spells. For instance, the first-tier spell, Fire Magic Defense, can effectively grant the recipient resistance against fire-based magical assaults. Moreover, the higher the mage's level, the greater the magical resistance they can provide. However, magical resistance cannot entirely nullify the impact of spells. It merely strives to mitigate the damage. To completely evade the effects of magic, a different magical effect, anti-magic, is required. Anti-magic refers to the utilization of an anti-magic field that renders all spells entering that field completely ineffective. It is evident that anti-magic is far more comprehensive than magical resistance. Yet achieving it is equally more challenging. To realize anti-magic, one must either find a grand arcanist capable of casting the legendary 5th-tier spell, Anti-Magic Field, or create an anti-magic artifact using advanced alchemy and costly, rare magical materials. Clearly, the she-wolf's red cloak is such a precious anti-magic artifact. However, as the rippling waves in the air gradually dissipated, the cloak that had deflected the magical arrow also began to shatter, fragmenting into countless tiny shards before vanishing entirely. Simultaneously, in the ancient and distant drumbeats that echoed from the final strains of the war song, Breath of the War God finally descended upon this small yet intensely contested battlefield. The red holy light began to permeate the air like surging waves. The wolf-headed staff in the behemoth shaman's hand functioned as a beacon, guiding the tide of sacred light to swirl and gather around itself. At the staff's pinnacle, the blood-red sphere had reached an extraordinary fullness. As if brimming with boiling blood, in the next moment, the light sphere suddenly erupted, enveloping all the wolf warriors and half-orc grenadiers within a massive circular curtain of blood. As if summoned by this sanguine veil, the surrounding holy light surged forth like oil ignited by fire, boiling with fervor. Instantly, a potent aura of slaughter, frenzy, and bloodlust ascended from the roiling crimson light. As if savoring the most exquisite flavor in the world, the wolf warriors, barbarians, and half-orcs inhaled deeply with ecstatic fervor, their eyes shining with a fervent devotion. At a visibly accelerating pace, the behemoth warriors, imbued with the breath of the war god, began to swell, their dense fur standing erect like sharp steel needles, their bloodshot eyes reflecting only the zeal for battle, devoid of any other emotion, instilling a sense of dread in those who beheld them. False frenzy. Observing the unfolding scene, Haida felt his heart sink. Hemelin, the wolf warriors, empowered by the war song, howled as they charged towards Haida. Although only a handful of wolf warriors remained, their sudden surge of attacking momentum felt as formidable as a 1,000-strong army. Haida swung his black great sword viciously at an approaching wolf warrior. Crack! The wolf's curved blade was instantly severed. Yet as the great sword's sharp edge sank deep into the wolf warrior's chest, it failed to cleave the foe in twain as before. Instead, the wolf warrior clamped down fiercely, ensnaring Haida within a prison of muscle and shattered bone, rendering him helpless. This was the formidable power of the breath of the war god, which enabled a wolf warrior of less than 4th tier to enter a state akin to frenzy for a brief period, significantly enhancing their strength, speed, endurance, and even vitality, thus greatly augmenting their temporary combat prowess. In the realm of magic, there exists a 1st-tier fire spell known as Bloodlust, capable of enhancing the recipient's combat effectiveness. However, in terms of efficacy, it pales in comparison to the fearless behemoth war song Breath of the War God. It is essential to recognize that behemoths capable of independently wielding the frenzy skill are at least comparable to mid-tier knights or warriors among humans who possess the aura of spiritual energy. The ability to assist ordinary behemoth warriors in entering a frenzy state, even if it is merely a far cry from true frenzy, termed false frenzy, is a skill that can be deemed extraordinarily powerful. This underscores the irreplaceable significance of behemoth shamans to the kingdom of Clurid. Fortunately, those who can summon such formidable war songs as Breath of the War God are exceedingly rare, typically requiring a staff of considerable caliber. Otherwise, facing an entire army of behemoths in a frenzy state, even the mightiest human legions would undoubtedly fall short of being their adversaries. Of course, such temporary enhancements akin to stimulants impose a significant physical and mental burden on the recipients, potentially leading to irreversible side effects. Yet, in the face of life and death, who would ponder such concerns? Moreover, in the eyes of behemoth warriors, the power derived from these war songs is regarded as the supreme blessing of the war god, symbolizing glory and honor. How could they possibly resist or reject it? Chapter 51. Frost Javelin, Block, Retreat. Upon seeing Haida's weapon ensnared for the moment, the other wolf warriors seized the opportunity to charge forward. Their curved blades, combined with claws, mercilessly tore through the flesh of their adversary. In an instant, Haida's body was crisscrossed with numerous wounds, blood and flesh in disarray. Prior to this, the wolf warriors had suffered the loss of over 20 of their own, yet had only inflicted a few minor injuries on Haida, illustrating the extraordinary power of their frenzy state. Almost simultaneously, Jur, similarly empowered by the war song, roared and entered a frenzy alongside the half-orc grenadiers. It was only at this moment that it became apparent that Jur was, in fact, a half-orc. Generally, the physical traits of half-orcs are markedly distinct from those of pure-blooded orcs and barbarians, particularly the pronounced brow ridge that serves as a hallmark of half-orc appearance, easily recognizable to any observer. However, for reasons unknown, this pattern did not seem to apply to Zhe. It was only when he entered a false frenzy due to the breath of the war god that his half-orc essence became evident. Seemingly fueled by anger over the despicable ambush from the corridor, or perhaps driven by intense self-reproach for failing to protect his mistress, Jure's frenzy was far more profound than that of the other grenadiers. Unlike the other half-orcs who wielded axes as throwing weapons, the berserker threw his arms wide and, while howling, swiftly conjured a frost javelin from the air, radiating an intense chill. Not good. That mongrel possesses the bloodline of an ice giant. Get away. Haida immediately recognized Jure's outburst and shouted in alarm. Ice giants are natives of the far northern glacial regions, Unlike the Titans, who inhabit the southern ice fields of Bracada and possess a highly advanced civilization and formidable power, the ice giants belong to the uncivilized realm of wild giants. In terms of lineage, they are more closely related to the Cyclopes and hill giants, often referred to as lesser giants. Naturally, the haughty Titans would never acknowledge any connection with these so-called lesser giant races. Indeed, on the surface, there is little distinction between the Titans and the lesser giants. Having resided for long periods in the frigid glacial regions, ice giants inherently possess unique ice-based magical abilities. Legends speak of the most powerful deep blue ice giants, who can conjure a spear of frozen mist to strike down dragons soaring high in the skies. Thus, unless absolutely necessary, no one would dare venture into the frigid north, risking being crushed into a mere pulp or frozen solid. To provoke an ice giant. Similarly, due to their inability to leave the cold belt, the ice giants' movements remain confined to the glaciers. Therefore, overall, the mightily powerful ice giants can still be categorized as a peaceful race in this world. However, the presence of Yore, a half-orc bearing the bloodline of ice giants, has almost overturned the established knowledge of the veteran Blackblade at IT. Is no wonder that the esteemed Baiman shaman would choose such an unremarkable, short, barbaric figure as a follower, given such a concealed background. Yet, Blackblade's warning came too late. In what seemed like a mere breath, a frost spear, exuding an excruciating chill, had fully formed in Yore's hand. It was evident that Yore had exerted all his strength to manifest this spear. His rough, large hands trembled incessantly, struggling to maintain the spear's stability. Surely, had it not been for the formidable assistance of the breath of the war god, he would not have been able to summon the ice giant's bloodline within him to conjure such a weapon at his current level. Tagluo. Die. With a thunderous roar, Yore stepped forward, took aim, and with a coordinated motion of his waist and arms, transformed into a fierce cannon, hurling the frost spear with great force. Swish, leaving behind a breathtakingly beautiful trail of blue crystalline frost. The spear flew swiftly towards the depths of the passage like a brilliant aurora. Inside the passage, Moriarty found himself unable to evade, effectively resigned to his fate. Be careful. In a moment of peril, White leaped forward, his body soaring through the air to shield the entrance of the passage. With a soft thud, the frost spear struck White squarely in the right shoulder, piercing through completely, causing him to crash heavily to the ground. Shattering upon impact, momentarily stunned, Moriarty quickly snapped out of his shock, rushing forward to cradle the already gravely injured and unconscious White, swiftly dragging him into the passage. At that moment, White's complexion was as pale as wax paper. The shoulder pierced by the frost spear showed no sign of blood, but was eerily blocked by a mass of blue ice spikes, exuding an extraordinary cold. Moreover, a bluish-gray frost was steadily spreading from the wound towards White's chest and right arm. As Moriarty touched it, he discovered that he could not peel it away. It felt cold and rigid, as if it were intent on turning flesh and blood into ice. Gazing at White, who lay in his arms, lifeless, Moriarty gritted his teeth, his eyes filled with bloodshot fury. Since awakening in this new world, it was the first time he felt a profound sense of defeat and helplessness. Get away from me. Seeing White gravely injured while protecting him, Blackblade roared, swinging his sword with all his might to temporarily repel the surrounding werewolf warriors. Then, with a swift turn, he dashed towards the passage, enduring a heavy blow from a half-orc thrower. Blackblade charged into the passage, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Once inside, he quickly glanced at the two, promptly sheathing his black horse-slaying sword on his back, and then hoisted the injured White while firmly grasping Moriarty's arm, racing towards the inner side of the passage. Pursue. Observing Blackblade swiftly vanish into the dark corridor with Moriarty and the wounded White, the female werewolf immediately led the remaining werewolf warriors in hot pursuit, leaving only Yore and the sluggish half-orc thrower behind. Burdened by the additional weight of two individuals, coupled with the werewolf's keen sense of smell, Blackblade found it impossible to shake off his pursuers. Had it not been for his ample knowledge of the black market's architectural layout and familiarity with all the passage configurations, their escape would have been thwarted long ago, as the agile werewolf warriors would have caught up with them. As Blackblade continued to flee and his enemies relentlessly pursued, the trio soon found themselves cornered in the depths of the old prison, within the Blackblade armory. Arriving here was tantamount to being trapped with no way out. Ultimately, relying on the narrow terrain of the sole entrance, Blackblade managed to secure the armory's main entry with his horse-slaying sword drawn. the narrow passageway, allowing only two to pass side by side. Significantly limited the werewolf warrior's numerical advantage, forcing them to adopt the terrifying tactic of advancing one by one. After swiftly dispatching the first two werewolves that charged in, Byman immediately withdrew his assault. Recognizing the unfavorable situation of engaging without the support of his comrades. As the leader, Byman Shaman clearly understood that without the collective onslaught, even a small number of pseudo-frenzied werewolf warriors would not stand a chance against mid-tier peak human warriors. Continuing to send wave after wave to fight, one-on-one, would only result in needless casualties, sacrificing his soldiers' lives. Haha, come in, you she-wolf wretch. Otherwise, if you delay any longer, those big shots in the inner fortress may come hunting. In his characteristic style of not losing face even in defeat, Blackblade taunted the retreating female werewolf from his position at the entrance, as if he were not the one being pursued. Humph, the big shots in the inner fortress. Rest assured, no one will emerge from the inner fortress before 3 in the morning. On the other side, Byman Shaman let out a cold laugh, directly piercing through Blackblade's psychological warfare. As for the patrol teams outside, they likely lack the courage to inspect this area. It is said that your Lord Sir Glass has dealt harshly with those who dared to approach the black market for profit. Damn it. This she-wolf knows that too. Upon hearing Glass's name, Blackblade couldn't help but curse loudly again. Clearly, this audacious female werewolf shaman had conducted thorough investigations, acquiring ample knowledge about the various aspects of the fort night market before daring to take such a risk within the fort. Humph. Even if you succeed here, do you think you and your subordinates can escape? You've gone too far this time, nearly cutting off a certain big shot source of income. Even if you flee to Klardos, the capital of Krulot, that general will not let you off. Blackblade suppressed his anger, continuing to engage in verbal sparring with the female werewolf. Klardos, do you think that Count Shalon Strylup would dare to step outside this fortress? Byman Shaman retorted with indifference. We both know that this valiant general has been preoccupied with hosting various salon parties since he arrived at Fort 3 years ago. In his eyes, the allure of suits and perfumes surely far outweighs that of long swords and armor. Thanks to him, many lives in the wilderness have improved considerably over the years. Faced with the female werewolf's taunts, Blackblade found himself at a loss for words, realizing that empty threats held no value. As for our escape route, the dead need not know. At this, the female werewolf suddenly waved her hand, signaling several werewolf warriors who had returned to their senses to place down the wooden barrels they had been carrying. Chapter 52, Fire Oil, another song. An exit. It turned out that while the female werewolf had been engaging in lengthy conversation with Blackblade, she had dispatched her subordinates to swiftly bring back some special items from outside. Throw this in. Glancing at the tightly sealed barrels, the female werewolf grinned wickedly. Clang. Upon hearing the leader's command, a werewolf stepped forward, smashing open a corner of one of the barrels, then hoisted it up and hurled it towards the armory entrance at the other end of the passage. When the barrel hit the ground, the immense impact caused it to shatter completely. Immediately, a torrent of dark brown liquid, accompanied by a pungent odor, surged forth towards Blackblade and the surrounding area. It's fire oil, you despicable she-wolf. Blackblade instantly recognized that the dark, volatile liquid was highly flammable fire oil and of remarkably high purity. You're right. This is indeed the highly prized fire oil from the northeastern part of Alasia. I must thank this grand black market. It seems to have everything one could desire. Before coming here, I was troubled about how to handle the aftermath, but it seems the lovely humans have prepared these fine items to obliterate all evidence. Byman Shaman seemed to revel in the situation. Damn it. Which fool brought such dangerous materials in here? They deserve to be killed. To avoid contact with the fire oil, Blackblade was forced to retreat. At this point, he wasn't worried about the werewolf warriors charging in again, for they no longer found it necessary. Why must you curse others? Did you not just sell weapons to us, your enemies? Or perhaps you are simply a fool? The female werewolf retorted sharply. You know nothing. Blackblade spat back bitterly, yet refrained from offering any further rebuttal. Meanwhile, other werewolves proceeded to hurl several wooden barrels filled with flammable oil towards the armory. In an instant, the spilled oil covered a vast expanse of ground, and the air was thick with a noxious odor that assaulted the nostrils. It appeared that even the slightest spark could ignite the entire Blackblade armory in a ferocious blaze. Blacksmith, it is time to say goodbye. Do you have any final words? The female werewolf quickly retreated with her subordinates, holding a piece of fire starter in her hand. And remember to bid farewell on my behalf to that valiant crossbowman and that despicable mage. With 3 of us embarking on the same journey, it should not be lonely. At this point, Blackblade found himself too weary to quarrel further with the female werewolf. He turned away, gazing at Moriarty and the still unconscious White. Blackblade. Find a way to buy us 1 more minute. I can cast Breath of Wind once more to speed you up, and then you can break through, with the strength of an 8th level warrior and enough speed. You should be able to escape. At that moment, Moriarty carefully laid White down on the ground, then stood up, calmly looking at Blackblade. And what about you? Blackblade's question seemed somewhat foolish, but he quickly shifted gears. Perhaps I can take one of you with me. Do you wish to come? Then take White. But be quick, he cannot hold on much longer. A glimmer of joy flickered in Moriarty's eyes as he prepared to lift White from the ground. At that moment, White's entire right arm and half of his chest were covered in a chilling blue frost. And his breath was faint. Had he not possessed the foundation of a 5th level crossbowman, an ordinary person would have succumbed to death due to the extreme drop in body temperature. Are you willing to remain behind and perish in the flames? Blackblade crouched down, hoisting White back onto his shoulder, and looked down at Moriarty, inquiring, White has saved me once. Now it is my turn to return the favor. Moriarty glanced at White and offered a slight smile. And if one of us must descend into hell today, I hope it is me who walks alone. You know, kid, you truly do not resemble a cowardly mage in any way, not at all. Blackblade stared intently at Moriarty, his eyes wide as if trying to see through him completely. Indeed, I do not, for I am still merely an apprentice mage, Moriarty replied, shaking his head apologetically. To sacrifice his own life for White's survival was a choice Moriarty made without regret. It was his principle as a person, as well as an unwavering oath of a true soldier. For the chance to live is always reserved for comrades. Kid, could you tell me your true name? Blackblade turned to glance at the entrance, where he faintly saw a flame flickering in the distance. Moriarty Innsbruck. And you? Without waiting for Blackblade's response, Moriarty began to chant the spell for Breath of Wind. Ivan Gonzalez. As he looked into Moriarty's eyes, Blackblade suddenly burst into hearty laughter, exclaiming, Do you know, Moriarty, the so-called light of sanctuary is actually a den of thieves, filled with all manner of scoundrels and rascals. These individuals disregard rules and have no sense of honor, nor do they care for the so-called knightly spirit. Yet, at any time and place, there is a battle song that will forever resonate in the hearts of every knight of sanctuary. What song? Moriarty asked, astonished, halting his incantation and raising his gaze toward Gonzalez. You will never walk alone. When you traverse through a storm, hold your head high. Do not fear the darkness. At the end of that storm lies a golden sky and the sweet song of the lark. Through the wind, through the rain, your dreams may shatter, but press on with the hope in your heart. You will never walk alone. In a moment of daze, a faint, raspy melody began to resonate in Moriarty's ears, not as grand or stirring as the battle songs of the behemoth, nor capable of granting any substantial power to the singer. Yet to Moriarty, this seemingly plain tune, You Will Never Walk Alone, encapsulated the most fundamental beliefs and purest hopes of an ordinary soldier. This simplicity and purity transcended time and space, dimensions and realms. Amidst the gentle strains of the song, Moriarty found himself momentarily distanced from the dark, damp depths of the prison, standing tall beneath the fluttering banner of battle. That blacksmith sings beautifully, Blackblade's voice echoed outside. As the female werewolf gazed toward the armory, listening for a long while before igniting the fire starter in her hand and expressionlessly tossing it onto the oil-soaked ground. Boom! Instantly, a massive flame erupted. Racing swiftly along the path of the oil toward the deepest recesses of the prison, the blaze was so fierce that even the behemoth shamans and werewolf warriors standing more than 10 meters away were nearly singed by the licking flames. Let us go. Turning away. No longer listening to the hoarse melody, the female werewolf led her subordinates away without a backward glance. In the armory, the spreading fire quickly lunged toward Moriarty and the other two, while the weapons and armor surrounding them were immediately engulfed by the flames. Driven by the terrifying heat, the 3 had retreated to the innermost stone wall. Yet, even then, it would be difficult to endure for much longer than a minute. The rapidly depleting air and noxious smoke threatened to snatch away their fragile lives even before the flames could. Your song is wonderful. Thank you for letting me hear it, Moriarty said calmly to Gonzalez amidst the blinding light of the fire, seemingly prepared to face the final moments. Blackblade's choice not to escape puzzled Moriarty, yet he had no intention of asking further questions, for at this juncture, all inquiries had lost their significance. This is also the only reason I like the light of sanctuary. Gonzalez seemed unfazed by the imminent sacrifice, instead grinning broadly, sweat glistening on his brow. Now I understand why Paisley's offered you Afterglow for free. I did pay 500 gold coins as a venue fee. Moriarty shrugged, indicating that he was not a freeloader. That is insignificant. Gonzalez waved his hand dismissively, not concerning himself with such trivial sums. But soon after, this amusing bald man wiped the smile off his face, his rough features stiffening like a knight about to face life and death. Because you are a true warrior, I choose to believe in you. The temperature around them had already soared, yet Gonzalez's words bore the chill of iron and the weight of conviction. What you are about to witness, I hope you can forget quickly. At least, before you drink another cup of Afterglow, never let it resurface in your mind. Without waiting for any response from Moriarty, Gonzalez thrust his fist against a brick on the nearby stone wall with formidable force. Crack. With the impact of his mighty blow, the brick that appeared identical to the surrounding wall suddenly collapsed inward. Following a series of faint sounds of chains and gears rolling, the stone wall, centered around the recessed brick, began to retract, revealing a dark opening that a wave of stale air rushed forth from the passage, carrying a nauseating stench that threatened to churn the stomach, suppressing the urge to retch. Moriarty stood at the threshold, peering into the darkness, unable to discern anything within. Let us go. The fire is at our backs. Gonzalez sighed silently, glancing at the opening and hunched over, carrying White as he entered first. Moriarty quickly followed suit. The stone wall gradually sealed shut behind them, leaving the flames to continue their relentless dance on the other side. Chapter 53. The tunnel, the jungle, and the sea. The iron gate upon entering the tunnel. Darkness enveloped them, rendering visibility non-existent as the stone wall closed tightly behind them. The unbearable stench intensified, compelling Moriarty to limit the breadth of his breaths. Otherwise, even if he were not consumed by the flames outside, he feared he might succumb to poisoning. Suddenly, a clack of firestones striking against one another pierced the silence. Soon after, a flicker of light shattered the darkness. Moriarty turned toward the source of illumination to find Gonzalez holding a bronze gauntlet torch. The flame of the torch glowed with an eerie blue hue, reminiscent of the phosphorescence found in graveyards. Continue onward. Adjusting White on his shoulder, Gonzalez led the way, torch in hand, whether it was due to the confined space or not. Gonzalez's footsteps echoed dully, reminiscent of treading upon a hard coffin. Following the bluish glow ahead, Moriarty quickened his pace, observing his surroundings. The tunnel was a narrow passage, barely 2 meters high, forcing Gonzalez to bow his head as he walked. The walls were composed of rock bricks, much like the previous wall with its mysterious mechanism, an entirely artificial construct. The tunnel sloped downward and extended long into the abyss. As Moriarty walked, he could not shake the eerie sensation of stepping toward the underworld. Due to the limited illumination of the bronze torch, Moriarty was unable to discern what lay ahead on the path. However, there was no doubt that the increasingly potent stench of decay wafted from the unknown darkness before him. As they traversed the tunnel, both Gonzalez and Moriarty remained silent, as if wary of disturbing the slumbering spirits buried beneath the earth. Only the monotonous sound of their footsteps echoed, akin to the rhythmic ticking of a mechanical pendulum. After approximately 10 minutes of descent, Moriarty believed he had delved significantly into the depths below when Gonzalez suddenly halted. From this point on, no matter what you witness, I implore you to remain silent, he said. Without turning. Understood, Moriarty replied. Continuing forward, the elongated tunnel finally reached its terminus. Before them lay a vast, silent expanse. From a distance, it appeared as though countless floating orbs of light meandered aimlessly within, reminiscent of homeless waifs. Without waiting for Moriarty, Gonzalez boldly stepped into the space, while Moriarty lingered at the entrance, his gaze extending into the darkness, guided by the flickering glow of the bronze torch. As if sensing the intrusion of fresh air. The once dispersed orbs of light converged eagerly towards the approaching flame, as if reuniting with an old friend. Simultaneously, more lights stirred from what seemed like a deathly slumber, gradually illuminating and drifting towards Gonzalez. Ultimately, all these lights coalesced into a hazy, swirling band of luminescence, centering around the bronze torch and casting light upon the entire space. That it was with this precious illumination that Moriarty first glimpsed the harrowing reality concealed beneath the boundless darkness. Corpses, countless bones and flesh, innumerable severed limbs and shattered bodies lay haphazardly piled, overlapping, and compressed like dilapidated building blocks, layer upon layer, cluster upon cluster, they filled Moriarty's entire field of vision, stretching endlessly, for reasons unknown. Vivid images of jungles and oceans flashed through Moriarty's mind. Yet, the jungle was a thicket of bones, with countless black arms reaching skyward like lush foliage. The ocean was a sea of death, with rolling vapors of decay serving as ceaseless waves. Moriarty silently observed this grotesque tableau, his hands gradually clenching into fists, perhaps due to the confined nature of the space, despite the majority of the bodies being devoid of flesh. They did not reveal their skeletons. Cracked skin and desiccated hair tightly enveloped each corpse, exuding a hauntingly deep blackness, darker than hell itself. That a mere glance around allowed Moriarty to discern the genders of the deceased: men, women, innocent children, and elderly souls. Death had acted as the most skilled of artists, freezing all in a moment of tragedy. With a deep sigh, Moriarty stepped into this nameless graveyard, adhering to his agreement with Gonzalez. He traversed the solitary maze constructed of death, his steps light and deliberate, his gaze shadowed, concerned that Moriarty might become lost in this vast tomb of silence. The bronze torch paused after a short distance. Waiting, unperturbed, Moriarty continued to advance, seemingly oblivious to the presence behind him, which trailed slowly, brushing against the lifeless bodies, severed limbs, and desiccated heads, growing ever longer. Suddenly, a dry, crisp sound shattered the stillness of the space. Moriarty halted, lifting his gaze to see a round black shape tumble down from a nearby tangle of twisted limbs. That it rolled along an invisible path until it gently collided with the tip of Moriarty's shoe. Coming to a stop, Moriarty silently regarded the object at his feet, then bent down, extending his hands to lift it. It was the head of a child, gray and hard, small as a melon. The indistinct features of the face, devoid of discernible gender, bore hollow eye sockets that seemed to lead into an unfathomable abyss. The thin lips had nearly vanished, revealing a jagged row of tiny teeth, slightly parted as if still attempting to utter sounds. Gazing at the remains in his hands, Moriarty felt an uncontrollable urge to lean forward, as if wishing to whisper to the forlorn child. Yet, he ultimately froze midway, unable to utter a single word. After a moment of silence, Moriarty let his arms drop, then removed his outer robe, carefully wrapping the child's head within, securing it tightly before placing it back at his feet. "We must move on," came Gonzalez's low voice from ahead. Moriarty immediately rose, exhaling heavily, his expression somber. Time indeed would not permit him to linger any longer. After a silent farewell, he gently stepped over the child's remains and continued onward. Upon reaching Gonzalez's side, the latter regarded him for a moment before parting his lips, yet no sound emerged. He then turned and resumed his journey. Though it lasted but an instant, Moriarty clearly perceived the unvoiced words formed by Gonzalez's lips: "Thank you." The subsequent path was shrouded in a poignant solitude, a melancholic sentiment enveloping both Gonzalez and Moriarty. Unconsciously, they both lowered their heads, as if unwilling to let their gazes touch anything in their surroundings. The tiny orbs of light, resembling fireflies, trailed the glow of the bronze torch for some time, before ultimately seeming to exhaust their energy, gradually dispersing back into the vastness of darkness. The only illumination that remained in the space was that of the torch's azure glow. After approximately a quarter of an hour, Gonzalez led Moriarty out of the immense grave, entering another steep upward passage. Unlike the previous tunnel, this incline was quite pronounced, nearly at a 60-degree angle. Fortunately, the ground was not entirely smooth, providing some leverage for their ascent. Initially, Gonzalez appeared concerned that Moriarty's strength might not suffice to complete the climb, for the frailty of a mage's physique was well known. Yet, to the warrior's surprise, Moriarty showed no inclination to seek assistance. Instead, he relied entirely on himself, closely following Gonzalez's upward pace without faltering. This prompted Gonzalez to silently commend Moriarty in his heart. However, he remained unaware of the arduous training Moriarty had undergone over the past 6 months, exercising daily regardless of weather, never missing a single day. Moreover, Gonzalez was oblivious to the fact that Moriarty had already attained the strength of a level 1 warrior, a determination made by the rigorous Knight Hamilton. Some might dismiss the status of a level 1 warrior, viewing it as the lowest tier of combatants, unworthy of note. In reality, a level 1 warrior represents a significant threshold between ordinary soldiers and true professionals. A civilian could achieve the basic requirements of a low-level soldier after approximately 3 months of training. However, To transition from a soldier to a level 1 warrior necessitates marked improvement in both physical prowess and combat skills. To simplify the comparison, under the same conditions with weapons, a level 1 warrior could typically defeat or even slay 5 ordinary soldiers without sustaining significant injury. Thus, it becomes apparent how remarkable it is for Moriarty, as an apprentice mage, to possess the capabilities of a level 1 warrior. Yet, efforts always yield rewards, and in Moriarty's plans, being a level 1 warrior was far from the end goal. After 3 uninterrupted minutes of climbing, Gonzalez and Moriarty reached a small platform. Regulating his breath, Moriarty peered into the platform's interior, finding it utterly empty save for a closed iron door standing against the far stone wall. Sensing something, Moriarty gradually held his breath that a faint breeze filtered through a narrow gap beneath the iron door, gently brushing against Moriarty's fingertips. There could be no doubt. Beyond the iron door lay the outside world. Without further ado, Gonzalez inserted the bronze torch into a recess in the wall on one side of the platform, then strode purposefully towards the iron door, grasping the protruding handle. Chapter 54, An Unexpected Return. Reflection and self-examination, state of emergency. There were no intricate mechanisms, nor any special passwords. It was akin to opening an ordinary door, with a turn and a pull of the iron door's handle. It swung open soundlessly. Instantly, a refreshing breeze rushed in from outside, carrying with it the vitality of life, the coolness of midnight, and a hint of a familiar wine aroma. The flame of the bronze torch had extinguished. Yet a single candle's glow sufficed to illuminate the surroundings. Moriarty stood within the doorway, gazing outward, seemingly entranced, yet also somewhat bewildered. After a long and eerie journey beneath the ground, he had finally arrived at a mysterious exit, which turned out to be the Roland Bard. In that moment, Moriarty experienced an acute sense of unreality. It seemed as though the peculiar experiences of the past few hours were merely the phantoms of intoxication, as if the true self had never truly departed. However, reality was ultimately different, for at this moment, Moriarty was no longer seated outside the bar, but rather stood within its confines. The hour had grown late, and according to the customary practices of the tavern, Roland's patrons had long since dispersed. In the main hall, all the round tables had their cloths removed, revealing the sleek, black wooden surfaces beneath. Hundreds of chairs had been turned upside down, their legs pointing skyward like newly sprouted chives. Yet, in one corner of the hall, a solitary table remained undisturbed, for there sat a lone figure, drinking quietly by candlelight. Upon hearing the iron door creak open, the languid silhouette slowly rose from the table and turned to face the bar. The cascading red locks of hair danced lightly as they caught the dim light, casting a soft glow in the shadows. "Trouble in the market?" Pagris inquired, her demeanor unexpectedly calm as she fixed her gaze on Gonzalez and Moriarty, continuing to gently swirl the petite wine glass in her hand, though it was unclear whom she was addressing. "A young shaman from Wolfgang has been causing a ruckus and a fight broke out, though someone was injured." Stepping through the iron door, Gonzalez carefully laid White down on the bar, simultaneously grabbing a bottle of lest and uncapping it, forcing it into the wounded man's mouth. "A young shaman." The red-haired woman cast a peculiar glance at Gonzalez as she swiftly approached the bar. "All right, I concede. It was a staff-wielding shaman. He appeared quite youthful yet was capable of summoning the breath of the war god. Good grief, this world is becoming increasingly deranged." Unable to withstand Pagris's gaze any longer, Gonzalez relented and confessed, then could not help but voice his grievances. It was a frost javelin. Could there possibly be an ice giant involved in Clurid's operations? The red-haired lady ignored the bald man, setting her wine glass aside before tearing open White's outer garments to examine the wound still pierced by the icy shard, frowning as she did so. "He must be a half-orc of ice giant lineage. White took the hit to protect me." Moriarty, standing behind the bar, looked apologetically at Pagris and nodded slightly. "Pagris, can you handle this?" At that moment, Gonzalez removed the bottle of lest from White's mouth, then took a swig himself, inquiring, "Is that possible, Pagris?" Moriarty gently placed his hand on White's cold forehead, turning to the red-haired lady with a grave expression. "I will do my utmost," Pagris replied, meeting Moriarty's gaze before turning to Gonzalez. "First, take him to the guest room upstairs and prepare hot water and a silver knife. Furthermore, we cannot simply disregard the black market situation. If we can find a way to corner Wolfgang's prodigy shaman at Fort, then we might hope to recover our losses, although I believe the chances of success are slim." All right. As per usual, You call the shots, and I will comply. Hearing Pagris's words, Gonzalez smiled and nodded, lifting White from the bar and calling out to Moriarty as he disappeared through a narrow door. Thank you, Pagris. Moriarty watched Gonzalez leave, finally exhaling deeply, exhaustion evident in his eyes. You should return to the Doro caravan's base. Curfew will soon be in effect, and tonight is destined to be anything but peaceful. Pagris gently shook her head, retrieving her wine glass and handing it to him. Rest assured, I will do everything I can to assist your companion. Thank you. Moriarty accepted the glass, its rim still faintly marked by delicate crimson lips. Inhaling deeply before downing the remaining wine in one gulp. He then stepped out from behind the bar, passing by Pagris and exiting Roland's Tavern. For the third time, Moriarty traversed the revolving door of Roland's Tavern. Finding himself alone on the fortress streets in the early morning. In the distance, the lights of the torch market had dimmed. After a long day of toil, the merchants had finally packed away their wares and retired for the night. To avoid unnecessary trouble, Moriarty did not linger, hastening back along the route etched in his memory towards the relay station. The street was nearly deserted, with nearby shops shuttered for the night, only the distant sound of patrols. Their boots clattering in disarray offered a fleeting sense of security. Approximately 15 minutes later, Moriarty arrived at the caravan's base without encountering any unforeseen troubles. At this hour, the members of Daro had all succumbed to slumber. Worn out from the day's exertions, they lacked the means to indulge in revelry or late-night festivities, for in just a few hours, the sun would rise again, heralding yet another arduous journey. Within the relay station, only an elderly night watchman remained, dozing at his post. Moriarty did not disturb him, instead making his way directly to the modest room designated for himself and White to spend the night. Gently closing the door behind him, Moriarty seated himself beside the low wooden bed. A slanting beam of moonlight filtered through a small vent above the head of the bed, casting a hazy pallor over him. Sleep eluded Moriarty, and he harbored no desire for rest. Bowing his head slightly, he placed his hands on the rough edge of the bed, closing his eyes. It was time for reflection and introspection. It must be said that the series of events that unfolded this night weighed heavily upon Moriarty, yet it also served as a rare and timely baptism, since awakening in this new world. Moriarty had navigated his path with an almost uncanny ease, whether it was regaining the trust of Baron Innsberg or contending with the enticements and challenges posed by noble families such as Soak and Lyanta. Even facing the onslaught of assassins, Moriarty had managed to resolve each predicament with near perfection. To outsiders, it appeared as though no unforeseen occurrences or setbacks could ever sway him, even when compelled to vacate the Ivy Garden or ultimately lose his claim to family inheritance. Moriarty's gaze remained calm and collected. However, on this night, the lesson imparted by the Klurid behemoth shaman provided Moriarty with a valuable lesson. This lesson caused the heart that had gradually swelled in oblivion to retract. Becoming firm once more, it instilled in Moriarty a genuine understanding of the significance of caution and humility. Despite his previous insistence on reminding himself of these virtues, it made Moriarty acutely aware that until he wielded sufficient power, he was merely a tender sapling in a world where dragons and demons coexisted, where countless entities could easily obliterate him. Although the wondrous crystal tome and his extraordinary, almost otherworldly magical prowess promised infinite potential for Moriarty's future, in the present, he possessed no grounds for arrogance or complacency. One could only imagine the fate that would have befallen Moriarty had White not sacrificed himself to shield him. He would have been left with nothing. For the next few hours, Moriarty remained ensconced in recollection and contemplation, even as sounds of fierce conflict and tremendous explosions echoed from outside. He paid them no heed. It was not until the sun rose again, restoring a semblance of tranquility, that Franklin's knock on the door broke the silence. Changing into a fresh outer robe, Moriarty opened the door for Franklin, who remained standing at the threshold. Are we to depart? Moriarty's eyes appeared somewhat weary and bloodshot, yet his gaze remained as profound as a well. I regret to inform you, Mr. Moriarty, that our journey appears to be postponed. Franklin hesitated before continuing. An officer from the military has just notified us that, starting this morning, Fort has been placed under martial law. Until special permission is granted, no one or any caravan is allowed to enter or exit the fortress. What has transpired? Moriarty regarded the caravan steward with a puzzled expression. That is unclear. Franklin shook his head, cautiously refraining from further comment. No matter, I am not in a particular rush to reach Placata, Moriarty replied with a nod. We shall wait patiently. Mr. Moriarty, I sincerely appreciate your understanding. I shall take my leave for now. If there are any updates, I will inform you at the earliest opportunity. Observing that Moriarty did not express any complaints or grievances, Franklin's expression visibly lightened as he departed, given that the entire itinerary was hindered by Fort's sudden lockdown. The caravan faced numerous additional matters that required the steward's attention for adjustments and arrangements. After all, prolonging an unnecessary stay meant incurring additional losses, as the leader and overseer of the caravan. Franklin was naturally compelled to seek every possible means to minimize costs and recover losses. Chapter 55, The Lockdown, White's Wounds, and the Outcome of Events, with the entirety of Fort placed under martial law. The activities of all individuals were confined within the walls. During this time, several fully armed squads of soldiers, led by officers, arrived at the Doro caravan's relay station for inspections, yet they uncovered nothing out of the ordinary. Notably, regarding White's inexplicable disappearance, the entire caravan chose to remain tight-lipped, seemingly treating Moriarty as if he had always been a solitary newcomer. With the silent protection of the masses, Moriarty naturally did not attract the special attention of the inspectors. 2 days passed, and military control remained strictly enforced. Clearly, the military at Fort Ford had not successfully located their target. As the confinement dragged on, it was only natural for some to begin to quietly curse the high-ranking officials of the fortress, believing they were using the situation as an excuse to deceive the merchants. However, despite the grievances, no one dared to take any reckless actions. After all, military orders were absolute, and breaching them could cost one dearly. Yet, by the afternoon of the third day, a young junior officer suddenly arrived at the Daro caravan, announcing that the curfew had been lifted and Fort Ford had returned to a state of normalcy regarding entry and exit. As for the reasons and outcomes of this curfew, the officer made no mention whatsoever. Upon receiving the notification of their release, the members of the caravan erupted in joy, quickly bustling about to prepare for their departure. Intending to set off early the next morning, ahead of other merchants and caravans also unjustly detained, the caravan cared little about uncovering the truth behind the incident, unless such information could yield profit. Why would profit-seekers waste time and energy on matters unrelated to their business? Shortly after the officer departed, Gonzalez, dressed as a blacksmith, swaggered into the station. "I've got some good news and some bad news. Which would you like to hear first?" He casually settled onto Moriarty's low bed, extending 2 stubby fingers. "The good news," Moriarty replied without hesitation. "The good news is, your companion woke up 2 days ago, and it seems he is not going to perish." Gonzalez broke into a grin. "Thank you, Gonzalez." Upon hearing this long-awaited news after 72 hours, Moriarty nodded in relief, and thank you to Pagras as well. But the bad news is, that young man's right arm could not be saved. The frost spear injury was too severe, and Pagras was unable to save it. It had to be amputated. Before Moriarty could revel in his joy for long, Gonzalez delivered the second piece of news directly. "Is that so? How is White coping?" Moriarty paused, then sighed heavily, returning to his chair. Losing an arm was indeed one of the possibilities he had considered. However, hearing it confirmed by Gonzalez filled him with genuine regret and sorrow for White. After all, as a crossbowman, losing an arm was tantamount to losing everything. "He's a strong lad. He isn't seeking to end his life. He just seems a bit low-spirited," Gonzalez replied candidly. "Can I go visit him now?" Moriarty stood up abruptly, inquiring. "I'm afraid it wouldn't be convenient." Gonzalez shook his bald head, offering no explanation, simply dismissing Moriarty's request. "I understand." Seeing this, Moriarty did not press further, merely nodding in understanding. Additionally, Pagras asked me to convey that for White to fully recover, he will need at least 6 months. Moreover, it would be best for him to remain in a state of rest for the next 2 months. Otherwise, the wound could worsen, potentially affecting his chest and lungs. Gonzalez also rose, patting Moriarty on the shoulder. "So, it seems you must travel alone." "I agree with Pagras. White's current condition is indeed unsuitable for the hardships of travel." Moriarty nodded, forcing a smile, however, leaving him alone at Fort Ford. "Rest assured, Pagras has arranged for Treasure to look after him." Gonzalez understood Moriarty's concerns and immediately added with a smile, "Though that little girl can be a bit petty and enjoys teasing, her heart is in the right place. Moreover, I can tell that White seems quite afraid of Treasure, so there should be no issues." Without needing to voice his request, the red-haired songstress had already taken it upon herself to care for White. Moriarty was deeply moved by this act. However, at that moment, he refrained from expressing any words of gratitude, simply extending his right hand toward Gonzalez. "What is this?" The bald man did not grasp the meaning of the gesture but complied by extending his large hand. The two hands clasped tightly for a moment before parting. Well, I should be going. I've been out long enough. I'll be in trouble when I return. Retrieving his hand, Gonzalez chuckled playfully, preparing to take his leave. Please accept this. At that moment, Moriarty produced a Caecilia's promissory note valued at 5,000 royal gold coins, sincerely offering it to Gonzalez. It seems I won't have the chance to treat you to a drink this time. Once White is feeling better, let him accompany you. Visit Flamingo, Pumpkin Carriage, Bells and Cats, and that old log cabin, and drink to your heart's content. Heh. Before I left, Hagris specifically instructed me not to accept your gold, or else my wages would be docked, Gonzalez said, playfully squeezing the promissory note, appearing rather bashful, quite unlike a formidable mid-tier warrior. Can I just not tell her? Moriarty smiled lightly, gesturing for him to proceed without worry. Haha. Then I shall accept it. Indeed, upon hearing Moriarty's assurance, Gonzalez quickly tucked the note deep into his boot with a smile. Watching Gonzalez's childlike shyness and delight, Moriarty couldn't help but chuckle. He truly wondered how this formidable black market arms dealer seemed to have never encountered money before. Could it be that not a single coin of the substantial profits from arms dealing had found its way into Gonzalez's personal pocket? However, Moriarty decided not to delve further into that matter. Oh, I almost forgot to tell you that she-wolf cub and her mongrel followers ultimately managed to escape. Before departing, Gonzalez appeared to suddenly recall and informed Moriarty about the incident concerning Byman Sandman. They weren't intercepted. Upon hearing this outcome, Moriarty felt no surprise. For certain cases, if the perpetrator could not be caught on the spot, they would likely remain elusive forever. Evidently, the military at Fort Ford had not managed to detain Byman Sandman in a timely manner. However, it was worth noting that the female werewolf from Krulad and her subordinates had committed their crime under the cover of night when the gates of Fort Ford were tightly shut, only to be swiftly surrounded by a large contingent of inner fortress soldiers alerted by a Good Samaritan. Under such circumstances, for Byman Sandman to evade capture spoke volumes of her cunning and meticulous planning. They were blocked, but not effectively. Heaven knows what those fools in the inner fortress, including Glass, were thinking, allowing Byman Sandman and her men to break through directly. Afterward, the two groups played a game of hide and seek around the entire outer fortress. Damn! At this point, Gonzalez could not help but curse. And what happened next? Next? Nothing much, really. The bald man wore a look of disdain. After making a big circle, the wolf cub led her people straight up the southern wall, and then rappelled down from the fortress. By the time the soldiers from the fort reached the wall, they had only managed to take down a few of the trailing werewolf dead soldiers. They couldn't catch a single hair of the others. The military didn't pursue them outside the fortress. Moriarty furrowed his brow. Pursue what? Gonzalez shook his head while cursing. That wolf cub had already laid an ambush outside the fortress with a squadron of Krulad wolf cavalry. The moment she emerged, they provided cover for her escape. So that's how it was, Moriarty nodded. With the support of the wolf cavalry and the cover of night, it was no wonder Fort Ford did not dare to pursue further. This did not imply that the soldiers were cowardly. Rather, engaging in a mobile battle against the night vision-capable wolf cavalry, coupled with facing the formidable Byman Sandman, was a daunting challenge for any human general to ensure victory. So, was the fortress planning to give up then? Moriarty inquired further. Alas, what else can we do but give up? This incident primarily occurred in the black market, so it cannot be publicly addressed. Moreover, despite the wolf cub's madness, she did not harm any ordinary merchants. Thus, it does not qualify as a major diplomatic incident, and the high-ranking officials of the fortress lack sufficient grounds to protest or seek redress from Krulad. Gonzalez shook his head helplessly. What about your losses? I haven't incurred any significant losses. Aside from the samples on display in the armory that were burned by oil, the rest of the stock remains intact. The wolf cub did not anticipate that the inner fortress personnel would respond so quickly. So she had yet to make her getaway. Heh. As he spoke, Gonzalez wore a somewhat smug smile. Moreover, I had already extracted a substantial amount of gold from her previously, enough to cover the losses. I see. However, that Count Chalon, Theste. At this moment, Gonzalez sighed regretfully, yet his eyes gleamed with a certain schadenfreude. Chapter 56. Count Chalon, followers, farewell. Oh, did Count Chalon suffer significant losses? To be honest, Moriarty had heard of Count Chalon before, but his impression was not profound. Rumor had it that this nobleman had royal connections, being a branch of the Griffin family. However, despite the Strylup family's noble title of Count, their actual dominion is merely a fraction more than that of an ordinary baron. Moreover, within the confines of Limingham County, the Strylup family holds scant influence, having long been subjected to the overt and covert machinations of other local aristocrats who conspire against them. This predicament is hardly surprising. Years ago, the Alashia royal family conferred the title of Count upon a member of their own branch in an effort to bolster their authority and control over the county, only to face staunch opposition and hostility from the other local nobility. After half a century marked by the struggles of 2 generations of counts, the Strylup family's strength has not only stagnated but has even diminished, having inadvertently fallen into a minor trap set by nearby families that led to the loss of a small portion of their territory. Upon witnessing such a situation, the Alashia royal family, in their disappointment, ceased their long-standing support for the Strylup family. It became evident that the Griffin family recognized the futility of their brilliant plan to control Limingham County through the establishment of a puppet count. Currently, the Strylup family is represented by its third head, the young Lady Megan Strylup, seemingly liberated from burdensome aspirations. Her ladyship exhibits none of the grand political ambitions characteristic of her grandfather and father. Instead, she displays a disinterest in managing territories and estates, immersing herself instead in a fervent passion for hosting various literary salons and artistic gatherings, including the sponsorship of wandering artists and down-and-out poets. In just a few years, under the Count's unrelenting generosity, the Strylup family's fortune has dwindled to less than half, and Lady Megan has acquired the rather ambiguous title of Salon Countess. 3 years ago, for reasons unknown, the Alashia royal family unexpectedly chose Lady Megan Strylup to represent the Griffin family, succeeding the elderly General Bach and becoming one of the upper echelons of the Fort Fortress Legion. Speculation about the underlying motives of this appointment has abounded, yet the prevailing opinion suggests that it presents the Countess with a final opportunity for self-redemption, should Lady Megan fail to awaken from her stupor and effectuate change. Persisting instead in her previous state of despondency, the Alashia royal family may well abandon the Strylup branch entirely. Regrettably, it appears that Lady Megan has failed to grasp the royal family's deeper intentions. Upon her arrival at Fort Fortress, she remains ensconced in her salons and gatherings. There are even rumors that, due to a lack of attendees, she has personally invited other nobles and artists from the mainland to traverse great distances to participate in her so-called Art Week events. As for the management of the fortress and the Legion, the Countess displays an utter disdain. During the monthly high-level military meetings, her most frequently uttered phrase is "I concur," and on rare occasions, particularly when her schedule is particularly full, she may add, "When does the meeting conclude?" Nevertheless, being in a position of authority does come with its perks. Colleagues like Countess Strylup, who entirely abstain from internal power struggles, are quite appreciated by other Legion leaders, who hope to maintain amicable personal relationships outside of work. Thus, aside from occasionally gracing the Countess's salon events, the other leaders, after deliberation, have seen fit to allocate the lucrative fortnight market to Countess Strylup. After all, her silence on the matter does not imply that they should monopolize the spoils. That a stable power platform does not rest upon the strength of one or a few parties, but rather on the equitable distribution of interests among all participants, who are willing to act voluntarily to uphold the platform's stability. Only then can the platform maintain equilibrium and endure over time. Upon acquiring the rights to operate the fortnight market, the Countess was elated. With this veritable treasure trove, she would have ample funds to expand her salon activities. In gratitude, she expressed her deep appreciation to her Legion colleagues. Thus, all parties were satisfied. However, 3 days ago, an unruly behemoth shaman from Klulid wreaked havoc, annihilating the fortnight market in a blaze of slaughter and fire. Inevitably, the Countess's coffers are set to shrink drastically. Not just a little. Gonzalez could no longer contain his laughter. With the she-wolf's antics, the black market won't recover for at least half a year. Damn it, let that damn salon Countess fork over some heavy stakes again. It seems the taxes in the black market will be significantly higher than those outside. Otherwise, Gonzalez would not be so incensed at being skinned by the Legion's personnel. Will it really take this long to restore? Moriarty inquired, puzzled. Given that the old prison structure is quite robust, it shouldn't be that difficult to recover. Even after a fire, the building itself is of little concern. It will remain as it was. However, the loss of life this time was excessive, Gonzalez replied, his tone growing somber. The wolf cub was merciless, nearly exterminating all the merchants and customers in the black market, even deceiving Bill, who was guarding outside, into his demise. Thus, even if the black market could reopen today, there would be no merchants to return. Indeed, Moriarty nodded in agreement. Without merchants, Even the grandest stores become mere ruins. Moreover, for a specialized market like the black market, rallying together a sufficient number of bold, well-connected, and resourceful traders will be exceedingly challenging. Furthermore, this incident has dealt a significant blow to the credibility of the fortnight market. Reputation and safety are the very lifeblood of the black market's existence. It seems the fortnight market is destined to remain closed for a spell. Yes, and it provides me with a chance to rest. When else do I get such an opportunity? A moment's laziness and Pagras would have me by the hair. Gonzalez shrugged, turning to open the door to his room. Gonzalez, Moriarty suddenly called out, stopping him. Is there anything else? Gonzalez turned back. Please convey to White that, regardless of circumstances, he remains my follower. I shall await him in Blacata, Moriarty concluded. Very well. I shall relay your message word for word, the bald man replied with a smile and a nod before exiting. Shortly after Gonzalez departed, another individual arrived at the inn to visit Moriarty. Good day, Mr. Moriarty. I am Hunter from the land of white clouds that I have brought you the black tea and mint leaves you ordered, the clerk announced. Bowing deeply, I sincerely apologize for the delay in delivering your black tea and mint leaves. On behalf of the land of white clouds, I express my deepest regrets. There's no need for such formality. We both know that the delay was due to the fortress's lockdown. And I can understand. Moriarty waved his hand, indicating that he bore no ill will. Nevertheless, it remains a failure on the part of the land of white clouds to fulfill its promise. Therefore, we shall grant you a compensatory discount of 10% on this transaction. Hoping to express our goodwill and somewhat mitigate your loss, Hunter added earnestly. Then I thank your establishment for its generous concession. Moriarty nodded appreciatively. True to form, a large merchant exhibits principles and poise in their dealings. While a 10% discount is not a particularly significant figure, it leaves a favorable impression and lays the groundwork for future business. After settling the adjusted payment with Hunter, Moriarty summoned Franklin, the steward of the Darrow Trading Company, to arrange for the reception of the goods. He had previously informed Franklin about the shipment of black tea and mint leaves, which would be entrusted to the trading company for transport. Naturally, with an additional 250 pounds of extra weight, Moriarty would need to supplement the shipping fee accordingly. May I inquire why Mr. Thompson is not present? He had previously promised to deliver the goods personally, Moriarty casually asked while overseeing the transfer of the packages. Oh, Mr. Thompson has been on leave these past few days due to personal matters and cannot attend to your service, the clerk replied, momentarily taken aback before responding. I see, Moriarty remarked without further comment. In truth, he had witnessed Thompson's demise in the fortnight market. His inquiry was merely a postscript. Soon, the goods were successfully exchanged, and the representatives from the land of white clouds took their leave. As for the black tea and mint leaves, dedicated personnel from the trading company would handle the loading and distribution. Upon arrival at the destination, Moriarty merely needed to designate a location for the unloading of the cargo. That night, tranquility prevailed, with no unforeseen events transpiring. The following morning, the Darrow Trading Company successfully seized the top position. Being the first to depart from Fort Fortress AS, the company members slowly exited through the southern gate of the fortress. Moriarty turned his head to gaze at the freshly risen sun, silently smiling. Farewell, Alatia. Chapter 57. The Hurricane Wasteland, River Crossing, and the city of Blue Crystal. After departing from Fort Fortress, the Darrow caravan journeyed for an additional 2 days before finally setting foot upon the Hurricane Wasteland. This desolate expanse, situated at the confluence of the nations of Eurasia, Blacata, and Krulode, spans approximately 100,000 square kilometers and is a true no-man's land. Historically, both the Kingdom of Eurasia and the United Kingdom of Krulode have laid claim to this territory, asserting undeniable ownership, yet neither has garnered widespread recognition from the international community. The wasteland itself, predominantly characterized by arid and barren Gobi terrain, offers little in the way of benefit to any claimant, resulting in both Eurasia and Krulode refraining from stationing troops or settling the area. Although the two nations maintain a fade of contention over the Hurricane Wasteland, their disputes remain largely rhetorical, characterized by mere verbal sparring and increased interaction. However, it is noteworthy that in recent decades, Krulode appears to have bolstered its grasp and control over the Hurricane Wasteland. Through semi-official privateering organizations like Wolfgang and numerous other bandit groups, Krulode has effectively extended its influence across the entire wasteland. In light of this situation, Eurasia has been left with little recourse beyond increasingly vehement protests and condemnations. Consequently, Any caravan wishing to traverse the hurricane wasteland for international trade must pay a toll beforehand. This fee is initially handed over to a mysterious figure, who subsequently redistributes the funds into the coffers of the largest bandit factions operating within the wasteland. Only by adhering to this practice can caravans hope to evade plunder. However, even the payment of this toll does not guarantee absolute safety. Each year, a significant number of caravans mysteriously vanish within the wasteland, their occupants and goods alike disappearing without a trace. Among these unfortunate souls, Irizian merchants constitute the majority. Most Irizian traders, despite their indignation, dare not voice their grievances, resorting instead to private laments about their government's ineptitude and cowardice, accusing it of empty rhetoric and inaction. As the Doro caravan commenced its passage into the hurricane wasteland, they maintained a relentless pace. To minimized their time spent in the desolate expanse, from Franklin the steward to the most junior of drivers. All were allotted less than 4 hours of rest each day, with every spare moment dedicated to travel. Eventually, the horses in the caravan began to show signs of severe fatigue and weight loss. Some even succumbed to exhaustion and perished on the wasteland's unforgiving terrain, compelling the caravan to finally ease their pace. In the context of Earth, while horses excel in short bursts of speed, they lack the endurance of humans in long-distance migrations. This is primarily due to the simplistic manner in which herbivorous animals derive energy, with vegetation providing far less nutritional value than meat. Thus, during their travels across the wasteland, horses with insufficient forage naturally find their stamina lacking compared to humans who have access to meat. Fortunately, the Doro caravan encountered no attacks from Kryllidian bandits throughout their passage. Although they caught sight of a small group of thieves on a few occasions, the brigands adhered to an unspoken code and refrained from assaulting them. Finally, upon reaching the banks of the Sandos River, Franklin the steward breathed a sigh of relief. By this time, nearly half a month had elapsed since the caravan's departure from Fort Fortress. Is this the Sandos River? Standing atop the high riverbank, with the roaring torrents 5 or 6 meters below, Moriarty gazed at the tumultuous waters. The white waves crashed against the rocky banks, sending up sprays of icy mist. As he beheld the mighty river before him, his heart swelled with a sense of liberation. Indeed, this is the Sandos River, the famed Emerald River, Franklin replied, a look of ease upon his face as he stood beside Moriarty. Emerald River? Moriarty inquired, perplexed as he observed the frigid, crystal-clear waters of the Sandos River. Yes, the Sandos River originates from the Emerald Snow Mountains within Blacada, and during the spring and summer months, the melting snow cascades down from the Emerald Range, feeding into the Sandos River. The inhabitants of Blacada have thus come to refer to it as the Emerald River. As a seasoned traveler along the Eurasia-Blacada trade route, Franklin was well acquainted with the geography of the region and took the opportunity to elaborate for Moriarty. Ah, I see. Moriarty nodded thoughtfully before asking, when shall we cross the river? Tomorrow morning, Franklin replied confidently. We should have now entered the river's dry season, the best time of year for crossing. However, given the many rapids and shallows, we must still exercise caution. The morning is an opportune time when the waters are relatively calm, and we will have sufficient time to arrange the ferry, ensuring a greater degree of safety. Steward Franklin, your experience is indeed invaluable, Moriarty said with genuine admiration upon hearing the steward's explanation. In specialized fields, expertise is essential. Merely a few bits of wisdom gleaned from experience, Franklin chuckled. Once we have crossed the river tomorrow and entered Blacada, the remainder of our journey will be considerably easier. The following morning, the Doro caravan divided into 3 groups to board the ferry as planned. As a guest, Moriarty was placed in the second group. Deemed the safest, the ferry was a large wooden vessel with 3 levels, propelled by 16 pairs of oars extending from either side. The bottom deck served as the crew's working area, while the upper 2 levels comprised cargo holds, and the small cabin on the deck functioned as the captain's control station. Although Moriarty regarded this ferry as a rudimentary vessel, it was well suited for short-distance cargo transport. After approximately 4 hours, around 2 in the afternoon, the entire Doro caravan successfully crossed the Sandos River. Standing upon the southern bank of the Emerald River marked the official entry of Moriarty and his companions into the territory of the Blacada Federation. The Blacada Federation, the land of mages on the continent of Anagrish, is renowned for its flourishing magical civilization. Currently, the Blacada Federation stands as the last bastion of a systematic magical culture across the continent. The profession of mage, which has nearly vanished in other regions, remains a cornerstone of national strength in Blacada. Historically, the relationship between Blacada and Eurasia has been remarkably amicable. even during the zenith of Eurasia's power under Griffin Heart. The sword of conquest was never thrust across the banks of the Sandoz River. Some historians posit that Griffin Heart's reluctance to invade Blokada stemmed partly from an apprehension of its advanced magical civilization, but more significantly from concerns that human soldiers would be ill-equipped to endure the bone-chilling winters of the southern ice plains. Thus, after careful consideration, the Heart of the Griffin chose to coexist peacefully with Blokada and sign the enduring Millennium Sacred Treaty. According to the provisions of the Millennium Sacred Treaty, Eurasia and Blokada formed a holy alliance to jointly confront any potential global conflicts that might arise in the future. In the ensuing years, the Elves of Avalai also joined the alliance, culminating in a united front that became a dominant force within the Order of Antigrish. The signing of the Millennium Sacred Treaty ensured long-lasting peace along Blokada's northern borders, given that Krulode harbored far greater interest in the bountiful lands of Eurasia than in the frigid southern ice plains. Even during the catastrophic magical decline that followed the Ice Age, Blokada's homeland remained largely unscathed by warfare. Thus, it is not unfounded to refer to Blokada as a place of peace upon the continent. However, as a federated state, internal discord is not uncommon within Blokada. For the sake of their own interests, the various city-states that compose the Federation are often rife with persistent conflicts and tensions. Given that Blokada is a political entity comprising dozens of cities, such occurrences are to be expected. Fortunately, Blokada convenes an annual Federation meeting attended by all city lords to discuss and resolve internal issues. Furthermore, each city-state generally operates with a high degree of autonomy, which contributes to the overall stability and gradual development of the Blokada Federation. The destination Moriarty is set to reach, the city of Blue Crystal, is a self-governing city-state located in the northern region of Blokada. His uncle, Schmidt, is a mid-level mage affiliated with the Hogenheim School of Magic within Blue Crystal City, having crossed the Sandoz River. The caravan proceeded to circumnavigate the imposing Emerald Snow Mountains in late autumn. The Emerald Snow Mountains exude an air of tranquility and majesty. Standing at the foot of the mountains, gazing up at the summit known as Felanqui, nestled within the depths of the azure sky, one cannot help but feel as though they are beholding a scene from a painting. Occasionally, a wisp of cloud drifts by, lightly veiling the snowy peak, which only serves to enhance the sense of whimsy and wonder. According to legend, the sacred dragon Saint Michelangelo lies in slumber deep within the Emerald Range. Even the cataclysmic event known as the Ice Age failed to rouse this mighty dragon. After a week of travel, the caravan finally reached its destination, the city of Blue Crystal. Unlike the castle-centric urban structure of Eurasia, the city-state architecture of Blokada is undoubtedly simpler. Without walls, moats, or arrow towers, the city of Blue Crystal, as seen by Moriarty, was entirely open. Any traveler arriving in Blue Crystal merely needed to pay a modest entry fee to the tax officer and undergo a brief inspection by security patrols before gaining access to the city. However, this relaxed environment did not imply that Blue Crystal was an unprotected territory. The first sight that would greet anyone upon their arrival was the towering mage towers positioned centrally within the city. It was within these towers that powerful sorcerers resided, and it was rumored that even greater archmages, surpassing the ranks of high-level sorcerers, could be found within Blue Crystal. Thus, any individual daring enough to commit wrongdoing here would be met with a terrifying deluge of flames, lightning, and magical energies. Chapter 58, A Whirlwind Tour, Fountain Square. Dinner. Upon entering Blue Crystal, the Darrow trading caravan was required to declare their goods and pay taxes to the city's tax officer. Overall, the tax rates in Blokada were significantly lower than those in Arathia, particularly for goods such as flour, cooking oil, and timber, which were even exempt from import duties. This was primarily to encourage merchants to trade in these commodities. However, for alcoholic beverages, most city-states imposed hefty transaction taxes, which could not be evaded regardless of whether the products were imported or locally produced. Due to the considerable time required to declare the names and quantities of goods and calculate the final taxes owed, it was unnecessary for Moriarty to accompany the caravan throughout the entire process. After noting the address of the Darrow Trading Association's branch in Blue Crystal, Moriarty excused himself from the group and embarked on his own adventure. After a brief farewell to the members of the caravan, he rented a single-horse carriage at the nearby station. Yet, rather than directing the driver straight to the Hogenheim Magic Academy, Moriarty decided to take a leisurely tour around Blue Crystal first. "Sir, is this your first visit to Blue Crystal?" The driver, a middle-aged man in his 40s, asked with a hint of cleverness, though his demeanor was warm and welcoming. "Indeed, it is my first time," Moriarty replied casually. gazing at the streets that gradually slipped away behind him. "Ah, you have come at just the right time." The driver suddenly turned back and smiled at Moriarty. "Oh, how so?" "This is the most beautiful time of the year. Look over there. Do you see? The blue irises are blooming splendidly." As he spoke, the driver gently flicked his whip, gesturing towards the vast stretches of blooming iris trees lining the street. "Indeed, they are quite beautiful," Moriarty nodded in agreement. In fact, the Innsbruck family's Ivy Manor also cultivated irises, known for their noble variety transplanted from the continent, yet he had never encountered any that bloomed in blue, the irises of blue crystal. However, were almost exclusively blue, varying from sky blue to oceanic blue, and some possessed a mysterious midnight blue hue in the autumn afternoon sunlight. They exuded a unique and layered beauty that was refreshing to behold. "I've heard that the first lord of this city established it here because he adored the blue irises," the driver said with a hint of pride. "Is that so? Then when was blue crystal first constructed?" Moriarty inquired. "It seems to have been several hundred years ago, though I'm not entirely certain. However, if you are interested, you might visit the Grand Library in the city center. They should have detailed information," the driver suggested. "Thank you," Moriarty acknowledged with a nod. Approximately an hour later, the carriage came to a stop at the central fountain square of blue crystal, directly opposite the renowned Hogenheim Magic Academy. Disembarking, Moriarty handed the driver an Arathian gold coin as payment, a sum that far exceeded the driver's typical daily earnings. After gratefully accepting the coin, the driver bid a respectful farewell to his generous temporary employer, watching the carriage gradually disappear from view. Moriarty smiled faintly. Through his recent conversation with the driver and his whirlwind tour of blue crystal, he had already formed a preliminary understanding of the city. However, before formally visiting his mage uncle, Moriarty intended to explore further. Standing in the square, Moriarty slowly surveyed his surroundings. At the center of the square stood a three-tiered sculptural fountain, reminiscent of the Trevi Fountain in Rome, yet grander and more majestic. The central statue was not of a wishful maiden, but rather of the ocean goddess. In the Antagric continent, the ocean goddess was not widely revered. Only coastal fishermen and sailors adrift at sea were her natural believers. Within the continent's interior, beliefs varied significantly among different races and regions. The Cyclops of Krolid claimed descent from a war god, the elves of Avalai worshipped the goddess of nature, and the indigenous tribes of Tat Aria predominantly revered ancestral totems. As for Bracada and Deja, both essentially governed by sorcerers, they did not honor any deities. In the eyes of archmages, gods were merely more powerful sorcerers, worthy of admiration but not of worship. Most intriguingly, in the heart of the continent lay Arathia. Before the Ice Age, Arathia was a land blessed by the god of light, who held many followers among humanity and enjoyed an unparalleled status. For a time, the influence of the Church of Light even surpassed that of the Arathian royal family in the noble class. The lands, wealth, and clergy under the Church's dominion, along with the three knightly orders known as Dawn, Watch, and Guard, established the Church of Light's influence deeply ingrained in every corner of the Arathian kingdom. Yet, astonishingly, when the storm of the Ice Age swept across the entire realm, the colossal Church of Light seemed to melt away like snow, collapsing inexplicably overnight. For the following centuries, the name of the god of light faded from the kingdom's discourse. The Church's halls were dismantled and abandoned, and its lands, riches, and collections were dismantled and scattered, with the three knightly orders vanishing into the mist of history. By the time of Moriarty's birth, the god of light and the Church of Light had nearly vanished from the continent. Moriarty had diligently researched this historical enigma but regrettably found no substantial clues within his family's archives. However, one thing was indisputable. The Arathian royalty and nobility must have played a significant role in the Church of Light's sudden collapse. Following the Church's downfall, Arathia remained in a state of spiritual vacuum. Returning to the ocean goddess fountain before him, it could be regarded as a masterpiece of art. The three tiers of the sculpture depicted, from bottom to top, tumultuous waves crashing, a dancing mermaid alongside a siren singing wickedly, and at the pinnacle, the ocean goddess wielding a trident, commanding a four-horse chariot as it cleaved through the waves and surged forward. Water continually gushed forth from the base's waves, coursing through hidden channels that meandered past the mermaid and siren, ultimately transforming into a brilliant cascade beneath the goddess's chariot. Notably, the entire upper sculpture, including the goddess herself, the chariot, and the trident, appeared to be crafted from pure gold. Under the sunlight, enhanced by the clever reflection of the fountain's water, it radiated a dazzling brilliance. From a distance, it seemed as though the ocean goddess herself had truly descended upon this city. Standing close to the fountain, Moriarty admired it intently, his mind filled with both wonder and curiosity. In the heart of an inland city-state like Blue Crystal, the installation of such an enormous statue of the ocean goddess at great expense raised questions. Was this merely a caprice of those in power? Or was there a more mysterious reason behind it? Such thoughts were likely to provoke endless speculation. However, after lingering for a while before the fountain, Moriarty decided not to dwell on this question, which seemed destined to remain unresolved for the time being. Leaving the ocean goddess behind, Moriarty proceeded directly to the western side of the square, where an array of restaurants, bars, and cafes were clustered together. He chose a seemingly upscale establishment and stepped inside. As it was nearing evening, the restaurant, named Sapphire, already had several patrons seated. Upon entering, Moriarty was promptly greeted by an attentive male server. Unlike the more casual hospitality of Treshina at Roland's bar, the servers here appeared to have undergone rigorous training, exhibiting courteous and refined manners that made guests feel quite at ease. Selecting a table by the window, Moriarty did not immediately take the menu offered by the server. Instead, the server kindly brought a warm towel and a glass of appropriately chilled lemonade. Moriarty wiped the slight dust from his palms with the towel and took a sip of the lemonade, letting out a contented sigh. To offer lemonade for free in Bricata, even if the actual cost would be included in the final bill, indicated that Sapphire was indeed a high-class restaurant. Do you have any recommended dishes? Moriarty asked directly, bypassing the menu the server presented. Well, this season is perfect for enjoying salmon. This afternoon, a fresh batch of newly caught jade hippo salmon has just arrived at the restaurant. Would you care to try it? The chickpea braised salmon is one of our signature dishes at Sapphire, and every guest who has tasted it has sung its praises. The male server bowed slightly, speaking softly yet clearly to the customer. Yes, I would. Moriarty nodded. Although he had passed by the Sandoz River just a few days prior, he had been unable to stop and savor the culinary delights due to his journey. Now that the opportunity had presented itself, he was determined not to let it slip by. For the appetizer, may I recommend the 3-color meat jelly? Upon receiving confirmation from the guest regarding the salmon as the main course, the server continued, this is a specialty dish made from beef, lamb, and elk, accompanied by a sweet and sour sauce that is sure to whet your appetite. That sounds delightful. As for dessert, would red bean paste be acceptable? At this moment, the server attempted to introduce the dessert to Moriarty. In the continent of Antagric, sweets, particularly high-quality confections, have always been considered a luxury. Thus, ordinary patrons seldom request extravagant desserts after their meals. However, this server appeared to be an experienced waiter. He discerned that this customer likely possessed both the financial means and the desire to indulge in dessert, and thus he proactively recommended it to Moriarty. That will do. Indeed, Moriarty merely contemplated for a moment before nodding in agreement. For the beverage, lemonade will suffice. Nevertheless, due to the exorbitant prices of alcohol in Bricata, Moriarty had no intention of overspending in that regard and stated his preference directly. Very well, please hold on a moment. Having taken the order, the server smiled and departed to relay it to the kitchen. Chapter 59. A delectable meal at Sapphire, and as the time for serving the dishes was rather lengthy, Moriarty leisurely settled into his seat, occasionally admiring the gradually darkening street view outside the window while quietly observing the other patrons dining in the restaurant. Since leaving Fort, it had been quite some time since he had the opportunity to sit down for a proper meal. Around the time the 3-color meat jelly was brought before Moriarty, the Sapphire was already bustling with patrons. He picked up his knife and fork, slicing through the jelly along its textured surface to obtain a piece adorned with yellow, white, and brown hues, then dipped it into the pink sauce before placing it into his mouth. Instantly, a delightful blend of freshness, tenderness, and a tangy sweetness unfurled on his palate. There was no need to chew. Merely pressing it gently with his tongue against the roof of his mouth caused the 3-color meat jelly to dissolve entirely, transforming into a delectable liquid that flowed down Moriarty's throat. A splendid appetizer, Moriarty silently praised. In Alasia, the cuisine of the nobility is undoubtedly rich and extravagant, yet it tends to be somewhat monotonous. The cooking methods primarily revolve around roasting, steaming, and boiling, lacking much creativity. However, upon arriving in the Sapphire City, being able to taste such delicious fare truly satisfied Moriarty, having consumed nearly half of the meat jelly. Moriarty set down his utensils and picked up the lemonade to rinse his mouth. Simultaneously, he glanced once more at the other diners at the adjacent table. It was evident that those who dined at Sapphire were primarily members of the middle class within the city-state. There were elderly individuals resembling internal affairs officials, senior executives from merchant guilds, and a few mages. This was Moriarty's first encounter with the mages of Blacada. They were clad in loose-fitting robes, some wielding staffs while others did not. Each mage bore a prominent badge on their chest indicating their professional rank. Moriarty silently counted. At that moment, most mages in the restaurant were low-tier, either second or third level, with their badges displaying 2 or 3 silver stars, while only one wore a gold star, denoting a mid-tier mage. It seems that those above the mid-tier are indeed a rarity, Moriarty mused. However, encountering a mid-tier mage and so many low-tier mages in a single restaurant was already quite remarkable. Such a scene would be unimaginable in regions outside of Blacada. Yet, while Moriarty keenly observed the crowd, hardly anyone paid attention to this unfamiliar traveler, even if a mage occasionally cast a fleeting glance at Moriarty. Still dressed in his travel attire, it was merely a cursory glance that evaded further scrutiny. Have you heard? Lord Lycus' workshop recently released a brand new wand that can store 5 first-level spells and 1 second-level spell simultaneously. It truly is tantalizing. At a table near Moriarty, 2 second-level mages were dining while engaging in casual conversation, and Moriarty immediately tuned in. Indeed, if one could possess such a wand, it would almost double their spell capacity, remarked a mage with a small mustache, nodding repeatedly, but then sighed. However, this wand, named Loyal Companion, comes at quite a price. I once saw it in Trupp's shop. It cost 4,000 gold coins. Alas, folks like us can only admire it from afar. Indeed. For 1,000 gold coins, I doubt my entire annual experimental budget amounts to that. His companion agreed. 4,000 Blacada gold coins is nearly equivalent to 6 or 7,000 Alasia gold coins. A staggering sum indeed. It becomes evident that not all mages are affluent, particularly those of lower tiers, who must expend substantial sums to learn magic yet lack advantageous means of income, often lead rather frugal lives. When faced with magical equipment, such true luxury goods, they usually can only sigh in longing, indulging only in fleeting dreams. We can forget about the Loyal Companion for the time being, but we mustn't overlook the mana potions crafted by Lord Schmidt. Today, I heard from Little Ender that the latest batch of blue beauties has arrived and will be on sale starting tomorrow. We should make haste to stock up. Otherwise, if we wait too long, we'll have to wait another month. At this moment, the mustachioed mage interjected. Hearing these two mention Uncle Schmidt's name, Moriarty's interest was piqued. Yes, indeed. Even if we don't need it immediately, having a few bottles of blue beauty on hand is wise. In critical moments, it can be crucial for replenishing mana. The other mage eagerly concurred. Indeed, the mana potions produced by Lord Schmidt's workshop are of exceptional quality. Other products on the market can only replenish 3 mana points. 1 point is equivalent to the mana required for a first-level spell, while Blue Beauty boasts an impressive 4.5 points of efficacy. Truly remarkable. Absolutely. Have you not seen those goblin merchants from other cities? They buy up Blue Beauty in droves, leaving us local mages unable to procure any. It's infuriating. The mustachioed mage muttered a low curse. It is precisely so. Those unscrupulous brokers, Lord Schmidt's workshop, Blue Beauty, high-quality mana potions. Sitting nearby, Moriarty carefully contemplated the multitude of information revealed in their conversation. It seems that Uncle Schmidt is quite renowned in this Sapphire City. After a while, Moriarty's main course was served. The two mages had nearly finished their meals and were settling the bill to leave the restaurant. No longer concerned with the other patrons, Moriarty grasped the silver knife, gently slicing through the tender fish skin, deeply penetrating its creamy white flesh. Instantly, a delightful aroma, a harmonious blend of dairy and fish, wafted from the open belly of the fish. What a delightful fragrance! Before even taking a bite, Moriarty couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Please be cautious. It may be quite hot. At that moment, the attentive male server kindly reminded him, the salmon belly has been baked with glacial cream, so it may retain considerable heat. However, if you dip the fish in the cream sauce and savor it alongside the chickpeas, it will be simply exquisite. Very well. Moriarty naturally followed the advice of the professional, soaking the fish in the creamy sauce before slowly placing it into his mouth along with a spoonful of the tender chickpeas. Instantly, an unparalleled burst of delightful flavors overwhelmed his taste buds, immersing every cell in his mouth in a heavenly experience. Indeed, it lives up to its reputation as a signature dish. It is truly delicious. After taking a bite, Moriarty generously praised the server. Your satisfaction is our greatest honor. Seeing Moriarty thoroughly enjoy the chickpea braised salmon, the server was equally pleased. With hardly any waste, Moriarty devoured the entire salmon and all the chickpeas. Following this, the server presented the dessert, red bean paste, along with a slender silver spoon. The red bean paste was chilled, thick yet not overly sweet, imparting a simple sweetness that was quite comforting to the palate. Thank you for your attentive service. Here is the payment for the meal, along with a tip for you. After consuming nearly 2/3 of the red bean paste, Moriarty set down the silver spoon, wiped his mouth with the napkin, and settled the bill. Thank you, sir. Accepting the payment and his tip, the server bowed with a beaming smile. May I inquire if you have any recommendations for nearby inns? Before departing from Sapphire, Moriarty asked. Inns, you say? You may find accommodation at the Hans Inn, which is situated just behind the square. Upon exiting here, take a right and it will take you a mere 5-minute walk to arrive. The rooms there are immaculate, and the ambience is quite pleasant. It should meet your satisfaction, sir. The attendant pondered for a moment before elaborating. The Hans Inn. Very well, I shall remember that. Thank you. With that, Moriarty rose from his seat and exited the Sapphire restaurant. Upon stepping outside, the night had fully descended. Being located in the southern cold belt, the temperature in the city of Blue Crystal had already dropped significantly in late autumn. Especially after dark, the temperature plummeted below 10 degrees. Tightening his collar, Moriarty followed the direction indicated by the attendant in search of the Hans Inn. Although he had arrived in Blue Crystal, and the Hogenheim Magic Academy was merely across the square, Moriarty did not intend to hastily meet his uncle. He planned to first take a good rest for the night, replenishing his energy before visiting Schmidt and his cousin, Helena, strolling straight along the street for no more than 500 meters. Moriarty soon located the Hans Inn. Just as the attendant had recommended, the inn was modest in size but tastefully clean and inviting. The proprietor, a kindly woman in her 50s named Mrs. Lucy, greeted him warmly. After a brief exchange with Mrs. Lucy, Moriarty paid 2 Earsian gold coins as a deposit and received a key to his single room. Additionally, he requested a hot water service, as he desperately needed a warm bath to wash away the dust of his long journey. Moriarty's room was situated on the second floor of the inn. Ascending the staircase near the entrance, he quickly found his room and entered. The space was not large, merely accommodating a sizable bed and a sturdy desk and chair, leaving little else in the way of room. Additionally, there was a small washroom by the door, containing only a medium-sized wooden tub and some toiletries. Hardly had he settled at the desk when a staff member knocked on the door, delivering the hot water. The server was a girl with chestnut hair and a few freckles, her smile quite charming. After several trips back and forth, she finally filled the wooden tub with hot water, though it left her breathless and sweating. Thank you, Moriarty said, handing her a silver coin as a tip before gently closing the door. He then shed his worn garments and stepped into the tub, indulging in a long-awaited bath. About an hour later, he extinguished the light and retired to bed, seeking rest. Chapter 60. Hogenheim, the Magic Circle, the Mage Tower. The night passed in silence. The following morning, Moriarty awoke automatically at the prompt of his internal clock. Rising from bed, he engaged in some physical exercises and stretches within his room before washing his face with cool water and donning a brand new apprentice mage robe. This robe had been crafted by his late mother, Helen, prior to her passing, and appeared scarcely worn, still retaining its freshness. Similar styles of apprentice robes were seen on other apprentice mages in the streets just yesterday, suggesting they were of a standard design. However, unlike the formal robes of mages, apprentice robes do not serve as magical artifacts and provide no assistance in casting spells. Mage robes, on the other hand, generally offer some degree of magical enhancement, albeit to varying extents. Descending the staircase, Moriarty found Mrs. Lucy arranging the round table in the inn's dining area, while the chestnut-haired girl assisted her. Upon noticing Moriarty clad in the apprentice robe, Mrs. Lucy greeted him with a warm smile, while the girl appeared somewhat surprised. Good morning. After exchanging pleasantries with both, Moriarty took a seat at the dining table, and the girl promptly brought him a large cup of milk, while Mrs. Lucy returned to the kitchen to prepare scrambled eggs and cured meats for him. Are you an apprentice mage? The girl asked curiously, seemingly uncertain. I am, Moriarty replied, sipping half of the fresh milk with a smile. Ah, that's wonderful. How exciting it must be to study magic there, the girl exclaimed, her face lighting up with envy. All right, Anna, do not disturb the guest any further. Come help in the kitchen, Mrs. Lucy chided gently, having overheard Anna's enthusiastic remarks. Yes, Granny, Anna replied, pouting as she scampered off to the kitchen. Shortly thereafter, Anna returned to the dining area, carrying a large platter filled with a generous serving of scrambled eggs, 2 palm-sized slices of cured meat, a greasy strip of bacon, and a loaf of white bread. Please enjoy, guest, Anna said, carefully placing the dish on the table. "Thank you," Moriarty replied. After finishing his breakfast, Moriarty settled his accommodation fees with Mrs. Lucy and departed from the Hans Inn. Stepping out onto the street, the sun had just begun to rise, yet a good number of pedestrians were already bustling about. Most were small-scale vendors, along with several mobile carts selling breakfast. Having just enjoyed a hearty meal, Moriarty found himself lacking the appetite to indulge in the enticing but peculiar offerings of the Bricata breakfast, leisurely retracing his steps from the previous day. He breathed in the fresh morning air while adjusting his state to its optimal condition. Approximately 15 minutes later, Moriarty crossed the Fountain Square and arrived at the entrance of Hogenheim Magic Academy. Contrary to the typical image of a magic school, Hogenheim did not boast towering walls nor imposing guards, and there was no formal entrance gate, were it not for the various mage towers of varying heights piercing the sky above the nearby woods. One might easily mistake this place for a vast central green space beside the square. However, what truly captivated Moriarty's attention was not the towers, embodiments of profound magical wisdom, but rather the intricate patterns and symbols etched into the ground at the academy's entrance. These shapes, diverse in form and size, formed an unbroken series that extended deep into the academy, undoubtedly constituting a marvelously intricate magic circle. The moment Moriarty placed a foot upon the outermost edge of the magic circle, a faint glimmer of light ignited along the flawless line. Concurrently, he instinctively sensed an almost imperceptible magical gaze sweeping across him, scrutinizing every detail, even the creases of his robe. Yet, in an instant, that magical scrutiny receded. Moriarty was confident that his image and most critical information had already been recorded by Hogenheim. Such was the height of magical civilization. In that fleeting moment, Moriarty felt as though he had returned to a world on Earth, subjected to holographic surveillance. However, unlike electronic technology, this magical circle's scrutiny was undoubtedly far more comprehensive. If necessary, even a person's very soul could be thoroughly examined. It was no wonder that Hogenheim required no formal high walls or vigilant guards. Once one entered the domain of this superlative magic circle, it would be exceedingly difficult to undertake any actions detrimental to the academy. Without pausing, Moriarty stepped fully into the magic circle, continuing his approach into the academy. Before long, a middle-aged man resembling a groundskeeper appeared before him. Undoubtedly, he had received information transmitted by the magic circle and had come to attend to the visitor. "Good morning, young man. Please state your identity," the groundskeeper inquired, though merely an ordinary man and not a mage. His demeanor exuded a certain pride. It was only natural. Working within a magic academy certainly bestowed a sense of superiority. However, upon noticing Moriarty clad in an apprentice robe, the groundskeeper refrained from adopting an overly haughty attitude. Otherwise, he might have been inclined to brusquely dismiss an ordinary tourist or commoner. "Good morning. I am Moriarty Innsbruck, from the Kingdom of Erasia." Moriarty politely introduced himself to the groundskeeper. "So, Apprentice Moriarty, what brings you to Hogenheim? You are not a student of this academy, are you?" the groundskeeper inquired directly. "Indeed, this is my first visit to Hogenheim. I come with the intention of visiting Lord Schmidt." "Lord Schmidt, you say?" The groundskeeper appeared momentarily taken aback, uncertain of Moriarty's origins, yet he shook his head, stating, "You must understand, Lord Schmidt does not entertain visitors casually. That is of no concern. Please deliver this to him, and he will surely grant me an audience." With that, Moriarty produced the envelope containing the letter his uncle had sent him and handed it to the groundskeeper, along with a Bricata gold coin, which he had exchanged for some currency at the Sapphire restaurant the previous day. "Oh, very well." Accepting the envelope and coin, the groundskeeper smiled and nodded. "Please wait a moment." With that, he turned and walked into the woods behind him. Watching the groundskeeper's figure quickly vanish from sight, Moriarty remained still, patiently awaiting his return. After a little over 10 minutes, the school janitor hurried back, his face beaming with a smile. "Mr. Moriarty, please follow me. His Excellency Schmidt has been waiting for you." "Very well, thank you," Moriarty replied with a smile, and promptly followed the janitor as they briskly walked into Hogenheim. They traversed a pebbled path, first passing through a birch forest, and then emerging in front of a grand 5-story academic building that stood majestically behind a vast expanse of lawn. It is noteworthy that in this world, there exists no such thing as reinforced concrete, making the construction of buildings exceeding 3 stories a considerable challenge. This 5-story educational edifice appeared to be constructed from gravel rock, exuding an air of remarkable sturdiness and occupying a substantial area. It was evident that it housed numerous faculty members and a plethora of laboratories. However, the janitor did not lead Moriarty to the academic building. Instead, he took a detour, heading straight toward a 7-story tower for mages located not far to the west of the building. This tower, entirely black, was composed of obsidian and marble, devoid of windows or doors, resembling a colossal iron pillar piercing the sky. "We have arrived," the janitor announced as they stood before the Black Mage Tower. He then stepped forward and called out to the seamless structure, "Your Excellency Schmidt." "I have brought him." "Ah, let him in." A voice that sounded almost mechanical echoed in the air, and suddenly, a door appeared at the base of the previously seamless tower. "Please, come in," the janitor gestured toward the entrance, his face filled with envy. "Well then, farewell." Moriarty nodded to the janitor and stepped through the door, which swiftly closed behind him, reverting to its original form. Upon entering the tower, Moriarty was momentarily engulfed in darkness. Yet, before he could acclimatize, he felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. When he regained his composure, he found himself standing in a spacious, brightly lit workshop. This was a quintessential mage's workshop, with a massive workbench cluttered with an array of experimental tools, test tubes, cauldrons, heating furnaces, stirring devices. No fewer than several dozen items nearly covered the entire surface. In other areas of the room lay various raw materials and some unfinished magical artifacts. Most strikingly, there stood a bronze mechanical puppet, towering at 2.5 meters. Moriarty had heard of such magical constructs but was witnessing one for the first time. It was said that very few bronze mechanical puppets had survived the ice apocalypse and remained operational. However, as he gazed at the humanoid puppet, which was 2 or 3 heads taller than himself, Moriarty sensed a magical energy still circulating within its immensely heavy body, clearly at the command of its master. This bronze puppet could spring to life and crush intruders without hesitation. Just then, a copper door behind the puppet swung open, and a man clad in a mage's robe stepped out, adorned with 3 gleaming golden stars on his chest. His sharp gaze fixed intently on Moriarty. Undoubtedly, this was Moriarty's uncle, the mid-level mage, His Excellency Schmidt. "Greetings, Uncle Schmidt. I am Moriarty Innsbruck." As he observed the middle-aged man, slightly balding and bearing a stern expression, approach him, Moriarty immediately paid his respects according to the mage's etiquette. "It is a pleasure to see you, my nephew, Moriarty, in your presence. I feel as though I am gazing upon Helen." Schmidt's voice was deep and resonant, and after a long, steady gaze into Moriarty's eyes, he nodded. "I am deeply sorry for the passing of my mother. It was my failure to care for her adequately." Moriarty lowered his head slightly, avoiding direct eye contact with Schmidt. "Indeed, it is a great pity." The mid-level mage sighed heavily, moving to a large floor-to-ceiling window, gazing down at the Hogenheim campus and the distant Fountain Square, falling into silence. The magical world was indeed remarkable. Despite the tower's exterior appearing devoid of doors and windows, the interior was suffused with light and offered a view of the outside, a wondrous phenomenon indeed. I still vividly recall Helen's departure from the Crystal City. What a bright and lovely girl she was, with blue eyes resembling blooming iris flowers. Yet, in the blink of an eye, over a decade has passed, and my sister has departed forever, seemingly lost in memories of Helen. Schmidt spoke softly. "I am truly sorry." Moriarty felt at a loss for words in such a moment. "Perhaps this is destiny." The mid-level mage shook his head, tearing his gaze from the window to face Moriarty once more. "In the face of life's impermanence, even magic is not omnipotent." "Yes, however, I believe that in our hearts, our mother remains eternal." Moriarty nodded. "Indeed, that is the case." A faint smile flickered across Schmidt's face but quickly vanished. "To be honest, I was quite surprised to see you suddenly appear in Hogenheim today. I assume you received the letter I sent you a few months ago." As he spoke, the mid-level mage returned the envelope he had held to Moriarty. "Yes, I read it thoroughly," Moriarty replied. "Then, what compelled you to leave the monotonous and tedious life of the noble estate and come to Bracada, to the Crystal City? After all, there are countless mediocrities in this world who cling to a life of comfort and decay, unwilling to immerse themselves in more meaningful pursuits." In an instant, His Excellency Schmidt transformed into an examiner, posing his inquiries to Moriarty with a stern and incisive tone. "There may be many superficial reasons, but the core reasons boil down to 2. Moriarty pondered briefly before responding with composure. "Go on." "A thirst for power and a yearning for the world of magic." Moriarty articulated each word deliberately. "Power and the world of magic. A rather simplistic notion, yet not without merit," Schmidt remarked, neither shaking nor nodding his head. "However, I wish to remind you of one thing. For a true mage, power is merely an adjunct of spells. While magic itself is paramount, that I hope you will always remember this and not lose sight of the essence of a mage on your journey through magic. Thank you for your guidance. I shall certainly keep it in mind. Moriarty humbly lowered his head in acknowledgement. Good. Very well. The mid-level mage observed Moriarty with satisfaction, nodding, though his expression remained inscrutable. Moriarty, as you mentioned in your letter, you are still an apprentice mage, correct? What spells have you mastered so far? 2 first-level spells, Magic Arrow and Breath of Wind. Moriarty replied honestly, seeing no need to conceal the truth. Oh, 2, you say? Evidently, this information surprised Schmidt slightly, as he had expected that a young apprentice of Moriarty's age would have mastered at most 1 first-level spell. Then, demonstrate them here. The mid-level mage commanded immediately. Yes, what is the target? Moriarty, undaunted, responded promptly. The target is that puppet. Schmidt pointed to the bronze mechanical puppet. Understood. Moriarty nodded and began to chant. The first spell he cast was Breath of Wind, as an invisible whirlwind of magic manifested in the workshop. A layer of white light enveloped the surface of the bronze puppet. Not bad. Keep going. Schmidt nodded, glancing between Moriarty and the puppet. After completing Breath of Wind, Moriarty took a moment to steady his breath before promptly commencing the casting of Magic Arrow. In no time, Moriarty, having undergone numerous practical battles, perfectly launched a silver arrow towards the bronze mechanical puppet. With a resounding thwack, the magic arrow struck the puppet squarely in the chest. Yet the explosive magical energy dissipated as if it had fallen into a sponge, flickering briefly before vanishing entirely. The bronze mechanical puppet, in contrast, showed not the slightest sign of damage. Indeed, just as the legends say, the magical resistance of mechanical puppets is formidable. Moriarty silently marveled at the scene before him. Well done. Schmidt's voice pulled Moriarty back from his thoughts. Thank you for your praise, Moriarty replied with a slightly shy smile. Both of your spells are quite impressive. Your incantation is skilled, and your casting speed rivals that of a formal mage. It is apparent that Helen laid a solid foundation for you as an apprentice mage. You are undoubtedly qualified. Moreover, according to regulations, once you master 1 more first-level spell, you may attempt the advancement assessment to become a formal mage. Yes, therefore, I hope to join Hogenheim and continue my studies in magic, Moriarty formally requested of Schmidt. Certainly. Your abilities meet the requirements for joining the academy, Schmidt nodded. However, before we proceed, I believe it is necessary to provide you with a detailed introduction to the circumstances and regulations of Hogenheim. Yes. Please go ahead. Hogenheim, as the official magic academy of the Crystal City, is directly governed by the Lord's office. The courses offered at the academy primarily encompass 2 systems, that of apprentices and low-level mages, with all instructors being mid-level and high-level mages. Every month, mage apprentices have the option to partake in 20 class hours of magical studies, while novice mages are limited to 15, 20 and 15 class hours. Moriarty expressed his surprise at the seemingly scant amount of formal instruction available within a month. Indeed. But there is no need for astonishment. Schmidt, perceiving Moriarty's curiosity, continued to elucidate. Magic differs fundamentally from the tangible world. A mage must rely on arduous self-study, research, and extensive experimentation to ascend in rank. The class hours merely provide students with opportunities to pose questions and resolve challenges encountered during their studies. Moreover, every mage's time is exceedingly precious. Do you truly believe any intermediate or advanced mage would willingly devote considerable time to teaching? I see, Moriarty remarked. Coming to an epiphany that it appeared that the course structure at Hohenheim bore some resemblance to doctoral studies in the earthly realm, where instructors primarily serve as guides while true learning hinges on the diligence of the students. What, then, are the costs associated with this education? Moriarty inquired. Mage apprentices must pay an annual tuition fee of 3,000 gold coins, while novice mages are required to pay 8,000 gold coins, the currency of Bricata, which will be consistently referenced in subsequent contexts. These amounts cover only the fundamental class hours. Additionally, for each new spell learned at the academy, students must pay a supplementary fee, the specifics of which vary according to the spell's level and content. Furthermore, should a student wish to reside at Hohenheim Academy, they must also cover accommodation and meal expenses. As for other costs, such as renting laboratories, magical apparatus, or applying for special services, I shall refrain from detailing them at present. You may inquire further if needed. It appears that the pursuit of magical knowledge is quite costly, Moriarty remarked. Taken aback by the extensive list of expenses, it seemed that the 6,000 gold coins allocated to him annually by the Baron was far from a substantial sum, if he were to pursue his studies earnestly. he would soon find himself in deficit. Naturally, given your current abilities, I can recommend you to the Academy as a recommended student. This would afford you a 30% reduction in the basic tuition fees. However, all other costs must be paid in full, Schmidt added, revealing that as an intermediate mage at Hohenheim, he possessed certain privileges. Nevertheless, this statement indirectly conveyed to Moriarty that his uncle would not be footing the bill for his tuition. Ultimately, he would have to rely on his own resources. What avenues do mage apprentices have to earn some income? Despite Schmidt's seemingly unsentimental remarks, Moriarty felt no resentment. Rather, he accepted the situation as a matter of course. In truth, the employment opportunities available to mage apprentices are quite limited. As they are not yet fully fledged mages and possess only a scant repertoire of spells, their magical abilities and mental fortitude are often insufficient. Consequently, few mages are inclined to hire apprentices. While there are some work-study positions within the academy, they offer meager salaries and are highly competitive. Newcomers find it exceedingly difficult to secure such roles. The intermediate mage regarded Moriarty with a glimmer of approval in his gaze. Is that so? Moriarty mused, furrowing his brow. Chapter 62, Alchemist, Dual-Class Practitioner, Hena. However, if you're interested, I can present you with an opportunity, Schmidt suddenly interjected. Oh, please, go on, Uncle, Moriarty responded, directing his attention to Schmidt. As you can see, I am a registered mage affiliated with Hohenheim Academy and the proprietor of this mage tower. You are quite remarkable. Uncle, Moriarty sincerely complimented. Thank you, Schmidt acknowledged with a slight nod, not dismissing Moriarty's praise. But don't you find it curious? How can an intermediate mage independently possess a mage tower? Schmidt posed another question. Indeed, Moriarty replied candidly, though my understanding of the magical realm is still rudimentary. I recognize that a mage tower is indispensable for a mage, whether for spell research or various mid to high-level magical experiments. The assistance of a mage tower is crucial. However, I am also aware that the cost of constructing a mage tower is exorbitant. Even the most basic tower requires a staggering financial outlay. Generally, only high-level mages can afford such an endeavor. To be frank, my mother once contemplated building a mage tower on our estate in Kent County, yet ultimately had to abandon the idea. I am aware of that. It occurred 5 years ago when Helen wrote to me inquiring about the details and architectural plans for a mage tower. I advised her against harboring such fantasies. Establishing a mage tower in Arathia, I must say, is an insurmountable task, the intermediate mage asserted, shaking his head with conviction. That land lacks the fertile ground for magic to take root, and thus cannot yield magical results. Furthermore, the myriad materials required to construct a mage tower are difficult to procure in Arathia, even if one were to purchase them. The costs would escalate significantly. Fortunately, Helen eventually heeded my counsel. Otherwise, your father's family would likely have faced ruin. Indeed, Moriarty chuckled, fully aware that Baron Innsberg would never deplete the family's coffers for the sake of a mage tower. As the primary objective of the Innsberg family had always been to attain higher titles and greater territories. Thus, your mage tower truly astonishes me, Moriarty continued. Logically, it seems improbable for merely an intermediate mage to own a mage tower. However, you must understand, Moriarty, that in addition to being an intermediate mage, I am also a 4th-level alchemist. With that, Schmidt gently raised his left arm, revealing a broad hand clad in a gleaming silver glove. The hallmark of a novice alchemist. A 4th-level alchemist? Moriarty narrowed his eyes slightly, suddenly recalling the 2 novice mages he had overheard at the Sapphire restaurant the previous day, experiencing a moment of realization. So, you are a dual-class practitioner, Uncle. A dual-class practitioner refers to an individual who has attained formal ranks in 2 distinct professional domains. Generally, knights in the Kingdom of Arathia are dual-class practitioners, as nearly all knights excel as warriors, capable of charging into battle on horseback while also participating as infantry once dismounted. Therefore, such dual-class practitioners are not particularly rare. However, in Schmidt's case, the combination of a 7th-level intermediate mage, 3 gold stars, and a 4th-level novice alchemist, silver glove, forms an extraordinarily potent amalgamation. While alchemy is indeed a branch of the magical system, those capable of crafting magical equipment and concocting magical potions are far fewer than ordinary mages. Even in the land of mages, Bricata, a skilled alchemist, regardless of the city they visit, is bound to receive preferential treatment and respect from local rulers. Moreover, due to their unique ability to independently create magical items, alchemists tend to amass wealth at a pace that far exceeds that of ordinary mages. It can be said that alchemists are the affluent elites of the magical world, with certain downtrodden intermediate mages even seeking patronage from novice alchemists. given Schmidt's proximity to becoming an intermediate alchemist. His worth must be considerable. Explaining why he could own a personal mage tower in Hohenheim. Yes, I'm a dual-class practitioner, Schmidt remarked, gazing at Moriarty with a faint smile. 8 years ago, I purchased this mage tower from the academy and established an alchemy workshop within. An alchemy workshop? Moriarty nodded. So, the Blue Beauty is a product of your workshop then? You know the Blue Beauty? Schmidt appeared slightly taken aback, seemingly surprised by his nephew's knowledge. Indeed, that is correct. I overheard several mages discussing it while walking on the street. They were all planning to rush to purchase some, Moriarty explained. Today seems to be the day for the new batch of Blue Beauties. Which explains the chatter outside. So, what opportunity did you mention earlier? Moriarty took the initiative to steer the conversation back. It's quite simple. If you are willing, I can recruit you into my workshop as an apprentice. Engaging you as an alchemical assistant. If you possess the requisite talent and demonstrate sufficient diligence, you should be able to earn some financial income. The workshop's recruitment of mage apprentices is merely a special exception. As you are Helen's child, and I feel a responsibility to guide and care for you, Schmidt stated earnestly. Additionally, you may choose to reside directly within my mage tower. A 10-square-meter assistant's room would serve both as your workspace and sleeping quarters. Of course, whether for accommodation or meals, fees must be paid according to regulations. This sum can be directly deducted from your apprentice salary. So, what is your decision, Moriarty? I am sincerely grateful for the opportunity you have provided. I am willing to join your workshop as an apprentice. Without a moment's hesitation, Moriarty readily acquiesced, bowing deeply to Schmidt in gratitude. That it was no jest. To become an assistant to a level 4 alchemist was indeed a stroke of serendipity for Moriarty. As Schmidt had stated. Under ordinary circumstances, no alchemist would employ a mage apprentice. Given Moriarty's fervent desire to pursue alchemy through conventional means, it would undoubtedly prove exceedingly challenging. Thus, with Schmidt's offer allowing him to join his workshop, it was akin to opening the gates of opportunity wide for Moriarty. The subsequent mention of work benefits and accommodation costs paled in comparison to the significance of joining the alchemical studio. This also revealed that beneath Schmidt's stern and austere exterior lay a comprehensive plan and guidance for Moriarty's future in magic. Recognizing this, Moriarty could only feel profound gratitude. Splendid. Observing Moriarty's unambiguous acceptance of his proposal, Schmidt appeared quite pleased, promptly smoothing a black iron ring on his left middle finger. Tailing, summon hyena. Yes, master. The synthesized voice responded instantly. Soon, in a corner of the grand workshop, a small magical circle emerged, and with a flash of light, a black-haired maiden appeared before Schmidt and Moriarty. Come, hyena, this is Moriarty, your cousin, Schmidt remarked, a faint smile gracing his lips upon seeing his daughter. Greetings, cousin hyena, I am Moriarty Innisborg. Out of courtesy, Moriarty stepped forward to bow respectfully to the young lady. Hello. Moriarty. I am hyena. The dark-haired girl blushed slightly, revealing 2 charming dimples on her round face, quite endearing. Hyena, Moriarty has just accepted my invitation to become an apprentice in the studio. Please familiarize him with the surroundings and arrange an assistant room for him. Additionally, assist him with the enrollment procedures for studying at Hohenheim. Schmidt instructed without hesitation. Of course, father. Hyena nodded gently, her tone soft. Well then, you may proceed. I have research work to continue. With that, Schmidt turned and retreated into the room behind the bronze mechanical puppet, closing the door behind him. Mr. Moriarty, watching her father depart, Hyena turned to Moriarty with a gentle smile. Just Moriarty will suffice, cousin. Moriarty waved his hand dismissively. Very well. Hyena seemed quite agreeable, smiling sweetly. Now, Moriarty, let us take a stroll around the mage tower. For this will be your home henceforth. Thank you, cousin. Moriarty reciprocated with a smile. From the outside, the mage tower appeared to consist of merely 7 floors, yet in reality, there was an additional level beneath, making it 8 in total. Ascending from the bottom, the floors comprised the imprisonment cells for confining enemies of mages or certain dangerous summons, living quarters, assistant work level, tower master's work level, treasury, for elemental energy pools, magical library, and magical garden. The living quarters and assistant work level would be Moriarty's primary domains for the foreseeable future. As for the other floors, Moriarty lacked the privilege to roam freely. Even if he contemplated discreetly exploring, he would be unable to activate the corresponding teleportation magic circles within the tower. Should he attempt to force his way in, he would undoubtedly face the merciless retaliation of the tower's defense system. Even Hyena seemed to lack access to the subterranean level and areas above the Tower Master's work level. Consequently, for the next hour, Moriarty merely accompanied Hyena as she guided him through the living quarters and assistant work level. Chapter 63, Gifts, Living Quarters. Each day after meticulously introducing Moriarty to the layout and facilities of the living quarters and assistant work level, Hyena brought him to a door located towards the inner part of the assistant level. Unlocking it, she revealed a room of approximately 20 square meters, furnished with a workbench, a chair, and a simple single bed. Moriarty, this will be your room, though it is somewhat small. Hyena expressed her apologies to Moriarty. This is more than adequate. Cousin, thank you. Moriarty had never aspired to occupy an entire floor like Schmidt, as that was a privilege reserved for the Tower Master. Moreover, in the Mage Tower, space was a valuable commodity. Having such a private room was already quite generous. I'm glad you're satisfied. Hyena shook her head, then handed a golden key to Moriarty. This is the key to your room. Please keep it safe. If lost, you would have to ask Father to unlock it. Understood. Moriarty expressed his gratitude as he accepted the key, carefully stowing it away. My workspace is right next door. If you encounter any issues, feel free to seek me out at any time. Hyena indicated the adjacent room on the right. Yes, I will remember that. Thank you. However, please take note, unless absolutely necessary, refrain from disturbing the work of other mages, particularly Father. Otherwise, it may cause inconvenience for everyone. Hyena added with particular emphasis. Of course, I understand. Moriarty glanced at the other tightly shut doors in the assistant level. Nodding seriously, Hyena had previously mentioned that, aside from Moriarty and herself, there were 3 other low-tier mages working within the Mage Tower, all of whom were part of the studio and employed by Schmidt. However, these 3 mages were currently occupied, so Moriarty could not meet them immediately. Very well, take some time to familiarize yourself here. I will go prepare lunch. You may join me shortly. Like Moriarty, Hyena was also merely a mage apprentice, balancing her studies at Hogenheim with her role as a living assistant in the Mage Tower. In the afternoon, I will accompany you to the academy to complete your enrollment procedures. Rest assured. With Father's recommendation, it will be no trouble at all. As she spoke, the young girl flashed another smile at Moriarty before preparing to leave. Cousin Hyena, please wait a moment. Suddenly, Moriarty softly called out to her. Yes. Is there something else? Hyena turned back, patiently regarding Moriarty. Cousin, I wish to express my gratitude for your constant care. The fundamental spell theory and basic alchemy guidance you selected for me were immensely helpful and nearly saved my life. Moriarty bowed deeply to Hyena, his sincerity evident. No, there's no need for that. Hyena appeared somewhat taken aback by Moriarty's formal expression of thanks, hastily shaking her hands. Thus, to show my appreciation, please accept this gift. As he spoke, Moriarty produced a small blue velvet box from his robe, presenting it with both hands. Though it is not particularly precious, I hope you will like it. This. Hyena glanced at the velvet box, then back at Moriarty, contemplating briefly before reaching out to accept it and opening it. Inside lay an exquisitely crafted mermaid brooch. How beautiful! Hyena gazed at the mermaid, resting in her palm, her left hand instinctively covering her mouth as joy radiated from her eyes. This must be quite valuable. However, Hyena refrained from directly taking the brooch out, her caution evident in her inquiry. No, it is rather ordinary. Moriarty gently shook his head. 800 Alasia gold coins might be a considerable sum for a commoner, but to a mage, it was merely the price of a basic spellbook. Thus, from this perspective, the mermaid brooch was hardly an extravagant gift. Of course, if it were not considered stolen goods, its actual value would undoubtedly multiply several times over. Please, cousin, you must accept it. Only a girl as beautiful as you deserves it. Noticing Hyena's evident fondness for the brooch, yet sensing her hesitation, Moriarty seized the moment to persuade her. Well, very well. Thank you, Moriarty. The black-haired maiden's pale cheeks flushed slightly as she lowered her head, softly expressing her gratitude to the giver. You're welcome. Then I shall see you in the dining hall shortly. See you soon. Once Hyena had departed, Moriarty stepped into his workspace and closed the door behind him. Ah, a clever young man, adept at pleasing the ladies. It seems noble education has its merits. Meanwhile, Schmidt stood in his laboratory, gazing into a tall silver mirror, neither praising nor condemning as he spoke to himself. In the mirror reflected was the very door Moriarty had just closed. As the master of the Mage Tower, Schmidt could effortlessly monitor all communal areas through the tower's surveillance system. If necessary, he could even oversee the assistant workrooms allocated to each studio member. Naturally, most mages refrained from such unscrupulous behavior, for those incapable of mastering their own desires could never become competent mages. Upon witnessing Hyena accept the gift and Moriarty entering his workspace, Schmidt abruptly cut off the image in the silver mirror, which then resumed its ordinary reflective state. Undoubtedly, Moriarty had left a commendable impression on his uncle. Regardless of her foundational magical abilities or her interpersonal skills, Moriarty has undeniably surpassed the threshold of mediocrity in Schmidt's eyes, warranting even the label of excellence. However, all of this is merely the beginning. To truly earn the trust and admiration of the meticulous and somewhat rigid mid-level wizards, Moriarty undoubtedly has a long journey ahead, after spending approximately 2.5 hours in her new workspace. Moriarty emerged to head down to the living quarters on the first floor. The teleportation arrays between the floors of the wizard's tower have long been automated. Thus, one merely needs to expend a modicum of magical energy as a catalyst to activate them and travel to their desired floor, provided it is within their permissions. Conversely, non-mages are unable to traverse the tower via the teleportation arrays unless accompanied by another who possesses magical abilities, gradually acclimatizing to the dizziness induced by the teleportation. Moriarty focused her mind and stepped out of the array, finding herself in the living area. "Moriarty, you've arrived. Please take a seat on the sofa. Lunch will be ready shortly," called out Heliana, who was busy in the kitchen, effortlessly spotting Moriarty in the spacious common area, which was divided into various functional zones by different furnishings. "All right, no rush," Moriarty replied with a smile, proceeding to the leisure area where she poured herself a glass of water from a small bar. She settled onto the sofa. The bar offered not only water but also 3 or 4 varieties of juice, albeit devoid of any alcoholic beverages, as the vast majority of wizards abstain from alcohol due to its potential to dull the senses and impair spellcasting. However, Moriarty was not particularly inclined to adhere to this norm. If Uncle Schmidt were to catch her drinking in the future, she would certainly face a stern reprimand. After approximately 10 minutes, Heliana finished preparing lunch and set it on a long dining table. "Moriarty, it is time to eat," she announced while arranging the tableware. "Very well," Moriarty said, placing her water glass down and taking a seat at an empty spot at the table. Before her lay a plate brimming with creamy salmon pasta, accompanied by a large mug of fresh tomato juice. "It smells delightful," Moriarty exclaimed, leaning forward to inhale the fragrant steam wafting from the pasta, immediately showering compliments. "Hee, thank you. Dig in, or it will get cold," Heliana replied with a charming smile as she sat across from him, her elegant mermaid brooch pinned to her outer robe. Seeing this, Moriarty couldn't help but smile contentedly. "Indeed, it tastes wonderful," Moriarty said as he speared a piece of perfectly fried pink salmon with his fork, savoring it alongside the creamy pasta before swallowing. "Are you still adjusting? I've heard that the noble cuisine in Alasia is quite exquisite, but here in Bracada, it is much more laid back. I was worried you might find it unaccustomed," Heliana observed attentively, watching Moriarty's expression until she confirmed he genuinely enjoyed her lunch, which made her smile brightly. "This pasta is exceptional, Cousin Heliana. Your culinary skills are truly remarkable," Moriarty replied, setting down his fork. "In Alasia, noble meals are not as lavish as one might imagine. In some regions, they even boil fruit before consuming it. Quite unimaginable, isn't it?" "Really? Fruit can be eaten like that?" Heliana's face lit up with disbelief, clearly intrigued by such an amusing tale. "Indeed," Moriarty nodded, twirling another forkful of pasta. "So, if you were to venture to Alasia as a chef, many nobles would be eager to hire you." "Huh, I find that hard to believe," Heliana replied, shaking her head adorably, though her smile broadened. Cousin, is that all you're eating?" Moriarty inquired curiously, glancing at her plate, which contained merely a slice of white bread and a few apple slices. "That's quite sufficient," Heliana replied, blushing slightly at the question. Moriarty understood her shyness, realizing that regardless of the world, be it earthly or magical, female concerns about weight remain an unavoidable and eternal topic. "By the way, will the other wizards not join us for lunch? What about Uncle Schmidt? Is it rude of me to start eating first?" He quickly shifted the topic to avoid further embarrassment for the black-haired girl. "Father and the others are fine with it. You'll come to understand that wizards tend to be like this during work. They neither feel hunger nor thirst. They will come down when they can no longer bear it," Heliana explained, a hint of resignation and loneliness flickering in her eyes. Yes, living in such a cold wizard's tower, the girl had no friends and scarcely anyone to converse with daily. Loneliness, how could it not haunt her? "Cousin Heliana, if it's not too much trouble, I would love to have delicious meals here every day, be it breakfast, lunch, dinner, or even late-night snacks. Would that be possible?" Moriarty suddenly looked earnestly at Heliana. "Of course." "Yes, every day." The girl initially appeared taken aback, then gradually broke into a joyful smile. After lunch and a brief rest, Heliana led Moriarty out of the wizard's tower toward the main teaching building. Cousin Heliana, has Hogenheim always been this tranquil and serene? It seems there aren't many wizard apprentices studying here, Moriarty inquired, observing the peaceful campus as they walked side by side along the gravel path. Indeed. There are approximately 30 apprentices enrolled in the academy, Heliana confirmed with a nod. 30. Moriarty was astonished, glancing at Heliana. Such a large magical academy hosts so few apprentices, it was quite astonishing. You should know that to become a full-fledged wizard, an apprentice must possess not only exceptional intelligence and unwavering dedication but also sufficient wealth to support their magical studies. Otherwise, no matter how talented they may be, they will be barred from the magical world due to poverty. Heliana explained, sensing Moriarty's confusion and letting out a slight sigh. So, reality dictates that only a fortunate few can enter Hogenheim to study, while the majority of aspiring mages must toil outside the academy, self-educating or taking on menial tasks as commoners in exchange for a meager salary and the opportunity to ask questions once a quarter, until they have accrued enough resources and skill to formally apply for admission, Heliana said with a hint of sympathy for those unable to join Hogenheim. Her words tinged with a sense of helplessness. That is indeed quite regrettable. Moriarty nodded in agreement. Some may wonder why the authorities do not utilize administrative funds to subsidize impoverished wizard apprentices' studies. After all, once these individuals achieve success, they would undoubtedly yield immense benefits for those in power. However, the high cost of magical education makes it unfeasible to support a large number of apprentices who would only consume resources for an extended period without yielding any output unless funded at a national level. Moreover, even if some lord were willing to expend their wealth to sponsor apprentices, it would be challenging to find enough teachers to educate these students. A. Schmidt had said. No full-fledged wizard would waste precious time on teaching that does not aid their own advancement. In this regard, even the most powerful rulers cannot impose their will. Otherwise, they would become foes of the entire wizarding class. Therefore, Moriarty, I hope you cherish the opportunity before you by joining Hogenheim and Father S. workshop. Your future is exceedingly bright. Heliana stopped walking, turning to Moriarty with a serious expression. I believe both Father and Aunt Helen wish for you to stride confidently down the path of magic. Thank you. Cousin Heliana, I will remember your words, Moriarty replied earnestly, meeting her gaze. Indeed, Heliana nodded, a gentle smile gracing her lips. Now, let us proceed to Lord Depla's office. Leaving the path, the two crossed a vast lawn, strolling leisurely toward the entrance of the teaching building. The afternoon grass seemed freshly watered, glistening under the direct sunlight. Walking upon it felt like stepping on a soft sponge. After traversing the lawn, Heliana and Moriarty entered the grand teaching building, proceeding through a long corridor until they reached an open office door. In the room, an elderly man with white hair, clad in a long mage's robe, sat before a spacious desk, diligently inscribing something. Behind him, on the wall, hung a painting filled with dots and lines, its meaning obscured and its abstraction so profound that prolonged gazing could induce dizziness. Your Excellency, Depla. Although the door stood ajar, Hierna did not enter directly. Instead, she paused at the threshold and knocked with decorum. Ah, Hierna, come in, Depla replied, setting down his quill, lifting his gaze, and smiling at the dark-haired girl as he removed his round spectacles. Indeed, the girl nodded before leading Moriarty into the room. And who is this gentleman? Depla inquired, noticing Moriarty behind Hierna. Allow me to introduce him. This is my cousin, Moriarty Innsbruck, hailing from the kingdom of Eurasia. With that, Hierna turned to Moriarty and said, This esteemed gentleman, Depla, is the Dean of Hogenheim Academy of Magic. It is an honor to meet you. Revered Master. Moriarty bowed deeply, glancing at the two white gemstone flowers adorning the old man's robe, exhibiting utmost respect. The gemstone flowers symbolize a high-level mage, reserved for those who have ascended beyond the 9th level. The presence of two flowers indicates that this venerable elder has achieved the 10th level of mastery, with the color white denoting his specialization in the elemental domain of wind at high-level mages. Regarded as masters by the world, possess not only a more profound understanding of magical knowledge than their mid-level counterparts and command higher-tier spells, but they also gain recognition from the 4 elemental forces, forming their own elemental domain. However, compared to true archmages, a high-level mage's elemental domain remains a mere pseudo-domain, incapable of materialization. Nevertheless, once a high-level mage establishes their elemental domain, they can gain significant enhancements such as potency, delay, range, and area effect when casting spells of the same element. For instance, if Depla, with his wind elemental domain, and Moriarty were to summon a level 1 spell, Breath of Wind, a wind-based magic, the disparity in their spell effects would be immense, given Moriarty's current proficiency. He could at most enhance a single beneficiary with Breath of Wind, whereas Master Depla could benefit at least an entire squadron simultaneously, with a degree of enhancement far surpassing that of Moriarty. Generally, any high-level mage can only choose to specialize in one elemental domain, with very few exceptions where a mage might simultaneously specialize in two domains. This limitation arises not only from the finite nature of an individual's focus, leading to the adage that too much leads to loss, but also due to the inherent antagonism among the four magical elements. Elements such as water and fire, or wind and earth, are fundamentally oppositional. Just as a gentleman cannot simultaneously please two ladies, a mage finds it exceedingly challenging to balance and unify conflicting magical elements. Only a select few prodigious mages, aided by extraordinary fortune, might manage to straddle the line by specializing in two elements with less pronounced antagonism, such as water and earth, or fire and wind. However, such exceptions are exceedingly rare and represent the boundaries of the known magical world. Ah, greetings, Moriarty, Depla acknowledged, nodding with a semblance of familiarity, as if he were already aware of the young man's identity. His inquiry was merely a formality for their initial meeting. The high-level mage then shifted his attention back to the girl, asking, "Hyerna, what brings you to me?" Yes. In formal situations, Hyerna always conducted herself with meticulous decorum. A clear testament to her lineage as the daughter of Schmidt, Moriarty has become a mage apprentice. He has come to Hogenheim with the hope of studying magic at the academy. Indeed, your father has already mentioned this matter to me, Depla replied, interlacing his fingers atop the desk while leaning back in his chair, addressing Moriarty. Since even Lord Schmidt has recommended you as a recommended student of this academy, there should be no issues. Thank you, Master. Moriarty bowed once more. Now, Hyerna, please assist Moriarty in completing the necessary paperwork. I have no further matters to discuss here. Depla nodded and resumed his work, picking up the quill to continue his drawings on the large parchment before him. Very well. We shall take our leave, Hyerna said, offering a respectful bow to the high-level mage before exiting the room alongside Moriarty. They then ascended to the second floor of the teaching building, where they completed the formal enrollment procedures at the administrative office and paid the tuition for the first academic year. Subsequently, Moriarty received a badge designating him as a mage apprentice at Hogenheim, along with a class schedule. The badge signified his student status and permitted him to purchase various low-level magical materials at a 5% discount from the market price. The class schedule outlined his course timetable. Upon a brief glance, Moriarty noted that most of the courses were foundational theories of magic, likely arranged with consideration for his previous lack of systematic magical education. As for various magical textbooks and spell scrolls, they were available in Hogenheim's Grand Library, albeit for an additional fee. Moriarty had anticipated this. Well then, Moriarty, from this moment forth, you are a formal member of the Academy. Welcome to Hogenheim. Walking side by side out of the teaching building, Hyerna smiled at Moriarty. Indeed, this marks a new beginning for me. Moriarty nodded in agreement, returning her smile. Since there is still ample time, shall I take you directly to the library? Perhaps we can outline a study plan together before dinner, Hyerna suggested, turning right towards Hogenheim's library. Certainly, thank you, Cousin Hyerna. Having a supportive cousin was indeed a stroke of luck, and Moriarty readily agreed, following her closely.